Yeah, Xiao transmigrated into the realm of martial arts. On the very day of his awakening, everyone ridiculed him for awakening the most despicable tier profession. A martial artist, the most worthless profession. Not even worth a dog. Just some privileged kid brought in through connections. Hell definitely be expelled within a month. Yes, Xiao did not argue. He merely punched the air silently. Ding. Realm 1. While others secluded themselves to comprehend the Tao. Yeah, Xiao was throwing punches, while others fought over treasures. Yay, Xiao was throwing punches, while others pursued the campus bell. Yes, Xiao was throwing punches. 3 years later, the abyss of monsters descended, impervious to all methods. The gathered cultivators were helpless. Those who once called Ye Xiao a waste knelt before him, bloodied, begging for salvation. Yeah, Xiao gazed at them, then at his own fist, with but a gentle swing. Boom! A million-strong demon army was reduced to ashes. Turning around, he softly smiled at the stunned crowd. What did you call me before? A waste. Apologies. This so-called waste of mine specializes in curing all forms of dissent. Thus, the story begins. Beep, beep, beep. Jiangxi Martial Arts University. Awakening Testing Hall. 800 freshmen assemble here to undergo their profession, awakening, which will determine their class placement for the next 4 years of university. Will they enter the elite class to contend in the National League, or settle for an ordinary class just to graduate? Number 37. Lin Yun. His palm pressed against the testing device. Lightning exploded as the holographic screen displayed Thunderlaw Prodigy, SS tier. The entire hall erupted in cheers, the dean personally rising to applaud. Without a doubt, Lin Yun was the top freshman of this year. Number 88. Su Mu Yun. Sword shadows streaked across the device, revealing Azure Phoenix Sword, Sovereign S tier. The male student screamed wildly. A new goddess was born. Number 540 On Wang Ho. The device emitted a faint glow, displaying Qi Refining Practitioner, C tier. He sighed in relief. At least he was not the worst. Finally came number 800, Yao. As he stepped onto the stage, whispers began below. Is it him? The one admitted through special recruitment. Rumor has it, he didn't even pass the university's martial examination cutoff by 200 points. I heard has an orphan raised by a demon hunter warrior. That warrior sacrificed himself. The academy took pity and gave him a special admission slot. Pity. The Martial Arts Academy values combat strength. Pity is useless. Just wait and see, has bound to be a waste. Yeah, Xiao placed his hand on the testing device. The cold metallic touch. 1 second, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No response from the device. Laughter began from the crowd. 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds. Finally, the holographic screen flickered, painfully revealing 2 words: martial artist, E tier. Silence fell for a moment. Then, uproarious laughter erupted. Martial artist. Damn. It's the year 3026, and someone still awakens this junk. It said only those utterly talentless are pitifully assigned the martial artist profession automatically. Isn't he specially admitted? How did he awaken such a trash profession? Special admission. Basically, a backdoor entry. Wonder how much his dad donated to the school. Yeah, Xiao said nothing. He simply stared at his fist. 7 days since transmigration. Memories from his former life told him that backdoor father was the foster dad who rescued him from a pile of monsters, but did not survive himself. Standing on the testing platform, Ye Xiao looked at the 2 words on the holographic screen. Around him, voices of doubt and mockery filled the air. The dean frowned and whispered to the head instructor beside him. Special admission. This is difficult to manage. An E-tier talent student, the worst talent Zhang University has ever had. Public opinion outside might become problematic. The head instructor wiped his sweat. His foster father sacrificed himself to save him. The city made a public announcement. Not admitting him would be unreasonable. Besides, his foster father was a demon hunter warrior. Lin Yun leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, and smiled at those around him. An E-tier martial artist. I heard the peak of this profession is to be our sparring bag. Perfect. I need a human target. Su Mu Yun glanced at Yi Xiao. Her gaze calm, neither mocking nor pitying then, turned away. Wang Ho breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Thank goodness, I'm not last. Ya Xiao stared at those two words. Memories from his former life flashing through his mind. Demons rampant, demonic energy surging. A man clad in battle demon armor threw him out of the monster horde. The man shouted, "Xiaoer, survive. No matter what others say. Survive and live with dignity. Don't think about avenging me. You must live well. Live well." Then countless monsters swallowed the man, snapping back to the present. Ya Xiao found his fist clenched white, veins bulging as if about to burst. Ding! Detected utmost obsession. Detected pure martial will. Heart of ultimate martial awaken. Condition: every punch is cultivation. Each punch raises one level of realm. Warning: this system cannot be shut down unless you cease believing in your own fist. Before Ye Xiao's eyes appeared a glowing system interface. Host Ye Xiao profession: martial artist, sole successor of the ultimate path realm. Clay embryo realm, first level fist power amplification. 0% technique. Ultimate martial fist, scripture, passive. None skills, none status. None martial arts value, 0. Realm, advancement, intensity. 30% next major realm, breakthrough, requirement. Complete, 1 law-breaking punch. Incomplete. Testing concluded. Class assignments announced. Lin Yun, SS Deer, awakening profession. Assigned to Genius Class 1. Amid countless envious gazes, Lin Yun strode proudly onto the stage to receive the special emblem symbolizing his student status and class. Su Mu Yun, Steer, awakening profession. Assigned to Genius Class 1. The stunningly beautiful Su Mu Yun had already become the beloved goddess of many male classmates. Wang Hao, C-tier, awakening profession. Assigned to ordinary class 9. The good-natured, plump Wang breathed a sigh of relief. I heard Therese 1, genius class, 3 elite classes, and 12 ordinary classes. Luckily, I wasn't placed in the last ordinary class. The final moment arrived. Everyone was curious. Which class would Yao be placed into? Ye Xiao martial artist, Edier, assigned to. The staff member glanced at the screen, somewhat troubled, then looked up. Elite, Class 3. The hall erupted again. Elite, Class 3. Though not on par with Lin Yun's Genius Class 1, was still a gathering place for top students. An E-tier martial artist. On what grounds? Lin Yun immediately stood up. Teacher, I protest. Though I'm not in the elite class, I must speak fairly. Allowing a waste into the elite class is the greatest unfairness to the other elite students. The elite class students quickly chimed in. Exactly. Isn't this a waste of resources? Unfair. Teacher, this is very unfair. We don't want to share a class with a waste. The students assigned to Elite Class 3 were generally A-tier talents. Now an E-tier talent had slipped in, which felt like an insult and defilement to them. On stage, Yao still said nothing. He only looked at Lin Yun with an eerily calm gaze. Memories from his former life told him these two had a deep-seated enmity. The head instructor tapped the table. Quiet. This is the Academy's decision. Ya Xiao's foster father is a martyr and enjoys preferential policies. He will study in Elite Class 3, but will not consume your class's cultivation resources. That's final. Lin Yun sneered and sat back down, looking at Ye Xiao as if he were a stray dog. But at that moment, in the presence of all the teachers and students, Ye Xiao uttered coldly, I Yao disdain joining the elite class. I require no one's pity. I am fully capable of relying solely on my own fists to make you beg me to enter the genius class. The entire hall was struck with shock, and the crowd erupted in uproar. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. A failing student with an elevated talent, yet still putting on airs. Who can't brag? But now has all talk just. Wait. Hell be slapped in the face soon enough. Not even qualified for the elite class. And yet he dares to dream of the genius class. Begging to get into the genius class. I bet he'll be forcibly expelled from the regular class within a month. The dean and others, observing Ye Xiao's resolute demeanor, all showed expressions of admiration. No wonder has the adopted son of that man. His words and backbone are exactly the same. At Yao Xiao's insistence, he refused to accept charity and declined to join the elite class, ultimately enrolling in the ordinary 9th class. The regular class, ranking near the bottom, was no different from the others. Everyone was roughly on the same level. Thus, the gossip surrounding Ye Xiao gradually faded away. As the crowd dispersed, Ya Xiao walked out of the testing hall alone. Outside was the campus of Jiang City Martial Arts University. Modern teaching buildings, floating training arenas, and in the distance, the tallest structure in the city, the martial arts tower. He stood at the entrance, watching the steady stream of freshmen milling about in small groups, chatting and laughing. No one glanced at him. No one acknowledged him. Everyone looked down upon this specially admitted student with an A-level talent who was failing. A voice came from behind you. Must be Yao. Right. Ye Xiao turned around. It was a young man in a white shirt, wearing glasses, appearing quite refined. I am Joe, the homeroom teacher of the 9th class. I am aware of your situation. He paused. I know this is harsh for you, but rules are rules. The school allocates training resources to classes based on ranking. Given your current awakening level, you may not receive much in the way of training resources. Ye Xiao asked so. Teacher Joe fell silent for a moment. So if you feel overwhelmed, I can help you find a part-time job at the cafeteria. You can earn some money to purchase training resources yourself. Also, I'll give you a campus card with some funds on it. You can use it for now, but spend sparingly. Ye Xiao's tone softened, and he calmly pushed Teacher Zhao's hand away. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. My father taught me from a young age to rely on my own hands and strive for self-sufficiency. With that, Ye Xiao turned and prepared to leave. Teacher Zhou hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately sighed. All right then, your dormitory is in East District. Building 7, room 302. Classes start tomorrow. Don't be late. Evening fell at East District, Building 7, room 302, person dormitory. Ye Xiao pushed open the door inside. 3 people were chatting. Upon seeing him, their conversation ceased. A boy with dyed blonde hair sneered. Oh, isn't this our class's special admission? An A-level martial artist, much obliged. Another boy wearing glasses said nothing, merely lowering his head to look at his phone, pretending not to notice. The last was a kindly, stout fellow who stepped forward and extended his right hand toward Ye Xiao. Hello, I'm Wang Ho. Everyone calls me Fat Wang. You can call me that too. Yes. Xiao nodded. Ye Xiao. Fat Wang smiled reassuringly. I know you. Your situation. I've heard about it. Don't take it to heart. Awakening level isn't everything. The blonde-haired boy laughed loudly. Fat Wang. Why are you comforting him? An A-level martial artist is as good as it gets for him. Although our class is just a regular one, you must understand that being admitted to Jiang University is already a 1 in 10,000 talent. The cream of the crop among peers. Any one of us could easily defeat him. And Ye Xiao has no achievements, was specially admitted, and awakened only the lowest tier A-level talent. Such a person is only fit for the training academy, destined to be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. Who doesn't know? Martial artists are universally acknowledged as a worthless profession. Battlefield fodder. Mages can summon the wind and rain. Swordsmen can control their blades for miles. Summoners command otherworldly creatures. And martial artists, they are nothing. The dormitory fell into an eerie silence. Fat Wang hesitated, feeling that the blonde's words were a bit too harsh. At that moment, the bespectacled boy finally spoke. Have you heard of the 3 great sins of martial artists? The 3 turned their gazes toward him. Ye Xiao also looked at the glasses-wearing boy, curious to learn what these 3 great sins were. Slow cultivation, limited techniques, low ceiling. First, a martial artist can only rely on day after day of physical training, so their cultivation efficiency is far inferior to other professions. While others fly thousands of miles in a day, martial artists are still sweating it out, running on the ground. Second, others possess ranged attacks, mental control, elemental bursts, and summon armies. But martial artists can only engage in close-quarters combat. In true battles against monsters, they merely serve as filler on the battlefield. Third, history records that the highest level a martial artist can reach is to serve as a bodyguard for transcendent beings. No one has ever attained enlightenment through this path. Truly powerful transcendent beings command the elements and divine powers. Not a single one is a martial artist. In summary, I advise this new classmate to give up martial arts and find a job at home instead. Though the words of the glasses-wearing boy were harsh, they reflected a harsh reality. From the memories of the previous owner of this body. Ya Xiao understood that this high martial world's essence was that strength reigns supreme, forming a pyramid-like social structure. At the top, transcendent beings with powerful professions, wielding absolute power and resources. Middle-tier descendants, subordinates, and disciples of transcendent beings, managing specific affairs. Bottom tier, ordinary people and low-level martial artists, regarded as consumables. Yas, Xiao's adoptive father was a professional martial artist, thus becoming a demon-hunting warrior, fighting on the front lines against monsters. This seemed to be the only respectable path for martial artists. The blonde boy laughed, perfect timing. I'm hungry. Let's all go out to eat, guys. The glasses boy nodded. Fat Wang looked at Yao Xiao. Yao Xiao, want to come along? Before Yi Xiao could answer, the blonde interrupted. Fat Wang, we're not even close with this guy. Why invite him? You'd better not get too close to people like him, or you'll catch bad luck. Fat Wang looked embarrassed and conflicted. Ya Xiao broke the awkwardness. Fat Wang, I'm not hungry. You guys, go ahead. Fat Wang nodded. All right then, let's exchange contacts. If you're ever hungry, message me and I'll bring you something. The two exchanged contact information. Having transmigrated into this world, Ye Xiao had made his first friend here. As the blonde passed by Ye Xiao, he said, Yao Xiao, everyone's betting you'll be expelled within a month, but I bet you won't last more than half a month. Don't let me lose. Okay. Ye Xiao glanced at the blonde, but said nothing. He walked to his bed and began unpacking. Late at night, on the rooftop of the dormitory building, 2A. Fosse. The entire dormitory was silent. Ya Xiao pushed open the rooftop door and stepped onto the empty concrete expanse. Above him, the city night sky was dyed dark red by neon lights. In the distance, the martial arts tower's lights still flickered. He took a deep breath, raised his fist. Then, with great force, he struck the air before him. Bang! His fist hit the empty air, producing a muffled, rushing sound. It hurt. The bones in his hand felt as if they might shatter. But this feeling was exhilarating. Yet, in the next moment, thud, a deep, ancient war drum-like sound echoed in his mind. The sound pierced his soul, causing his whole body to tremble. Then he saw it. On his fist, a faint, nearly imperceptible golden glow flickered briefly before vanishing, and the power within his body also experienced a certain degree of enhancement. Ding! You have completed a punch with a force of 35% this time. Gained 1 point of martial value. Your realm has advanced. Current realm clay embryo realm, second layer. Witnessing this scene, Yao Xiao smiled faintly at the corner of his lips. Simultaneously, he realized one truth. As long as he throws a punch, he can grow stronger. No, cultivation resources. The worst E-tier talent martial artist. Does that mean I am powerless? Just wait until I master 1,000,000 punches. Whether it be celestial deities above or demons on earth, I shall suppress them all with a single strike. Ya Xiao stood firmly in place. He gazed at his fist, which was still trembling slightly, not from pain, but from excitement and exhilaration. He lifted his head and looked at the distant martial tower. That tallest building in the city housed the strongest warriors of Jiang City. It also concealed the secret behind his foster father's death. A curve slowly formed at the corner of his mouth. The voice of his foster father echoed in his mind. Shall heir survive and live with dignity? Ye Xiao clenched his fist tightly, a fierce flame of combat intent flickering in his eyes. Very well, father. Everyone looks down on me, Ya Xiao, but I will live with dignity. Not only to avenge his foster father, but also to prove himself. Before transmigrating, Ya Xiao had been aimless and mediocre, feeling utterly powerless, yet unable to do anything. But now, everything was different. He possessed the opportunity to alter the destiny of his life. Here he would prove the value of his existence. Ya Xiao raised his fist again, exerting all his strength, and unleashed a punch forward. The wind howled fiercely, the sonic boom roared, sweeping across the entire rooftop. Bang! The system notification sounded incessantly by his ear. Your realm has advanced. Your realm has advanced. Your realm has advanced. Ya Xiao stood bare-chested on the rooftop, sweat already soaking the ground beneath him as he threw the punch. A faint earthy yellow halo appeared on the surface of his skin that was the sign of his physical body beginning to solidify. Where his fist passed, the air emitted a heavy sound of breaking wind, not magic, purely power. After Ye Xiao exerted all his strength to throw 9 consecutive punches, his realm reached clay embryo, realm 10th layer. According to the memories of his predecessor, Ye Xiao learned that the martial artist realms in this world were divided into 15 stages in total. The first 10 stages were clay embryo, bone tempering tendon, changing marrow washing, golden body gall, bladder solidifying, mind gathering spirit, communication, Tao transformation, and return to truth. Beyond the 10th stage, one transcended the mortal flesh, possessing the might to traverse heaven and earth, cleave mountains, and part seas. Each realm was subdivided into layers from 1st to 10th. Moreover, different professions had corresponding realm names, but all followed the unified 15-stage system to allow horizontal comparison across different vocations. At this moment, Ye Xiao could not even be considered a true martial artist, since he was still at the clay embryo realm. The meaning of the clay embryo realm was, the body is like a clay embryo, freshly shaped and in need of intense fire tempering. It was a process of refining the body. When the clay embryo realm reached its peak, a single punch could shatter bluestone, and the body could withstand ordinary weapons. Only then could one truly be called a martial artist. I have now reached clay embryo, realm 10th layer. So, let this next punch break through to the second realm, bone tempering. Then, Ye Xiao once again exerted all his strength and threw a punch. The wind howled fiercely across the rooftop. Ding! You have completed a punch with a force of 41% this time. Gained 1 point of martial value. Your realm has advanced. Current realm clay embryo, realm 11th layer. Suddenly, Ye Xiao froze in place. The imagined breakthrough scene did not occur. He had unexpectedly reached the 11th layer of the clay embryo realm, surpassing all prior established understanding. My major realm hasn't broken through, yet my minor realm can still advance. Ye Xiao was utterly astonished. According to his predecessors' memories, this had never happened before. The 10th layer was an unalterable iron law since the beginning of time, but now his presence shattered this rule. Ye Xiao also noticed, after his minor realm advanced, the power within his body continued to grow. Simultaneously, the foundation of his physical cultivation became increasingly solid. At that moment, Ye Xiao suddenly smiled. Interesting. Others stop at the 10th layer of a realm, unable to advance further, unless they break through the bottleneck of the major realm. But I can continuously strengthen my minor realm, gaining power and solidifying my foundation. This is my greatest advantage. Thus, Ye Xiao, whose body had originally been utterly exhausted, immediately felt invigorated. Again, keep punching. He threw another 4 or 5 consecutive punches. His realm began to advance. However, as he pushed his body's strength to its absolute limit, his subsequent punches became noticeably feeble. At this point, when he threw another punch, Ye Xiao realized his realm could no longer advance. Ding! You have completed a punch with a force of 19% this time. Realm advancement failed. At this moment, Ye Xiao realized something. Not every punch could elevate his realm. Within his attribute panel, there was a separate entry advancement force. Advancement force 30%. At this moment, Xiao understood the meaning of advancement force. His punch must exceed 30% of his total bodily strength for that punch to have the effect of advancing his realm. Time to rest for a while. Ye Xiao muttered to himself and found a spot to sit down on the rooftop. He was completely drained now. Continuing to practice punches would bring no further improvement. He decided to rest and allow his body to recover, while also studying the functions of his system. He opened the system panel to examine it. Host Ye Xiao. Profession: martial artist, sole successor of the supreme path. Realm clay embryo, realm 16th layer. Fist power amplification, 0%. Cultivation method: supreme, martial fist, scripture. Passive skills, none. Divine abilities, none. Status, none. Martial value, 16. Advancement force, 30%. Requirement for next major realm breakthrough. Complete a single law-breaking fist. Incomplete. Beyond reaching the 16th layer of the realm, Yashao's attention was especially drawn to his cultivation method and martial value. First and foremost, this supreme martial fist scripture. It was an innate martial art bestowed upon Yao. Upon activating the system, he proceeded to examine it. When he clicked open the interface, a grand cinematic scene of martial prowess suddenly materialized before his eyes. At the pinnacle of martial arts, who stands supreme? A single glance renders the nameless path void. The Jiwu Fist Scripture, an ancient sacred tome of martial cultivation, stood as the cornerstone technique of the Jiwu sect. It required no cultivation of spiritual energy, no refinement of the soul, no reliance on external implements, nor any appeal to destiny. One needed only to master a single punch. When the fist strikes forth, all methods shatter. When the fist retracts, heaven and earth fall silent. The scripture declares, one's entire physique forged into a fist, a burning fervor ignited as a fist, a lifetime of conviction condensed into a fist. As long as the fist remains, so does the man. Without the fist, the man perishes. Legend has it, the Jiwu Fist scripture was created 100,000 years ago by a martial artist who called himself Nameless, in an era dominated by immortal cultivation, where myriad arts contended. Martial arts were deemed mere brute force. Nameless sat atop the peak for 3,000 years without throwing a single punch. After 3 millennia, he opened his eyes and struck a single punch into the sky. That punch rent the heavens asunder for 90,000 years. Beside the scar he etched 20 characters. Ultimate in martial art, ultimate in fist, ultimate in heart, ultimate in way. I may forsake all else but never the fist. Upon finishing this cinematic introduction, Ye Xiao's heart swelled with profound excitement and anticipation. His mind was flooded with the image of Nameless striking that legendary punch into the heavens. One punch that rent the sky for 90,000 years. Shortly thereafter, the detailed contents of the Jiwu Fist scripture unfolded before Yao's eyes. Jiwu Fist scripture. Grade Sacred Martial, Classic. Level 0. Fist power amplification, 0%. Upgrade requirement, 10 points of martial value. Only a sparse amount of information was provided. Ye Xiao immediately grasped the key point. Upgrading once requires 10 points of martial value. Each effective punch I throw grants me 1 point of martial value. So I currently have 16 points of martial value. Then, upgrade the Jiwu Fist scripture for me. Consume 10 points of martial value. Jiwu Fist scripture level increase 0 to first level. Once the upgrade was complete, Ye Xiao checked again and indeed noticed a difference. Jiwu Fist scripture. Grade Sacred Martial Classic. Level 1st. Fist power amplification, 1%. Jiwu Heart activated manually during combat. Attacks generate battle intent points. Upon filling the battle intent gauge, enter a burst state that greatly enhances combat power. Activating Jiwu Heart continuously consumes the user's own strength significantly. Upgrade requirement, 20 points of martial value. First and foremost, the first of all Jiwu Fist scripture granted Yao a 1% increase in fist power. This meant that under normal punching conditions, the Jiwu Fist scripture's effects would provide Yao an additional 1% boost in fist damage, although this 1% increase seemed modest. Once the Jiwu Fist scripture's level rose further, the resulting damage enhancement would undoubtedly be considerable. Moreover, Ya Xiao had acquired his first skill, Jiwu Heart. It appeared to be a skill that temporarily unleashed a surge of combat prowess. If an enemy underestimated Yao, presuming his imminent defeat, that would mark the perfect opportunity for Yao to stage a spectacular comeback from the brink. Ye Xiao resolved to keep this secret closely guarded. When the crucial moment arrived, this secret would enable him to shine brilliantly. The rooftop in the dead of night. Ye Xiao rested for half an hour before throwing a few more punches. Ding! You have completed a punch. With a force of 35, you have gained 1 point of martial arts value. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Mudclay realm, 20th layer. At this moment, Ye Xiao felt utterly drained and powerless throughout his entire body. That was enough for today. Training required a balance between exertion and rest. So, Ye Xiao returned to the dormitory and, without disturbing his roommates, quickly washed up and lay down to rest. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Xiao felt someone shaking his bed, rousing him awake. Hey, Yi Xiao, get up. It's the first day of class. You can't be late. Having trained his fists all night, Yi Xiao's arms ached so much he could barely lift them. His body was still too weak, he thought to himself. Opening his eyes, he saw the large face staring at him beside the bed. It was Wang Pengzi. The dormitory was already empty of other occupants. They've all gone to class, Wang Pengzi said. I sneaked back to get you. Hurry up and come with me to the classroom. In Yi Xiao's mind, he could roughly picture the two other roommates deliberately dragging Wang Pengzi away, refusing to wake him. Grateful, Yi Xiao smiled and nodded. Thanks, Wang Pengzi. I'll get up right away. After washing up, Yi Xiao noticed Wang Pengzi holding a small white bottle and handing it to him. Wang Pengzi, what is this? With a chuckle, Wang Pengzi replied, Don't worry, it's nothing valuable, just some medicine for treating bruises and injuries. Leaning closer, he whispered, Yi Xiao, I saw you sneaking up to the rooftop to practice your fists last night. Honestly, although your talent and profession are lacking, your attitude is truly admirable. Yi Xiao felt warmth in his heart as he accepted the medicine. Thank you for the Yunnan Bai Yao. Wang Pengzi stared at him in astonishment. What? Yunnan? Bai Yao? What is that? I've never heard of such a thing. Yi Xiao smiled and waved it off. It's nothing. Later, after using the medicine Wang Pengzi gave him, Yi Xiao found it quite effective. The muscle strains and soreness in his body eased considerably. At the same time, he could sense his internal strength gradually increasing. No wonder everyone looked down on martial artists. Their way of training was unbearably harsh and exhausting. How could it compare to the ease enjoyed by other noble professions? Moreover, in the end, the greatest reliance was on their own bodies. Others wielded various skills, elements, divine powers, or weapons like swords and axes. Martial artists were despised by society, placed at the very bottom of the professional hierarchy. But Yi Xiao did not see it that way. Clenching his fist tightly, he vowed that one day, he would prove himself for all the lowly martial artists. Jiang City Martial Arts University. Professional Theory Building, Freshman Division. Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi squeezed into the teaching building amid the bustling crowd of students. At that moment, the surrounding whispers reached their ears. Is that the special admission student, Yi Xiao? Yes, that is him. He really has the nerve to show up for class. After what happened yesterday, if it were me, I'd have no face to come back. Would have dropped out and gone home. An E-level talent failure. Hardly even fit for the training academy. If he wants to be a frontline warrior, he probably wouldn't even pass the assessment. Yi Xiao remained silent. Wang Pengzi frowned and glanced at the crowd. A bunch of gossips. What skill is it to gossip behind people's backs? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. One day, Yi Xiao will surpass all of you. At the entrance of the teaching building, a conflict nearly erupted. Just then, Yi Xiao smiled and placed a hand on Wang Pengzi's shoulder. Turning toward those who doubted him, he uttered but a single sentence. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can spar with me in the combat arena. At these words, many immediately grew interested, eager to spar with Yi Xiao. But just then a crowd arrived outside, and at its center was undoubtedly the top prodigy among the freshmen. Lin Yun, awakened profession, Thunder Mage prodigy, SS level. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him. Wow, Lin Yun is here. So handsome. I've heard many second-year senior sisters admire him and want to meet him. Is this the SS-level professional genius? Thunder Mage prodigy, destined to become a transcendent wielder of thunder magic. It was said Lin Yun's realm had already reached the third tier of the magic profession. At this moment, Lin Yun held his head high and smiled as he spoke. To be precise, I'm already on the verge of the fourth realm. I estimate within a month, I'll break through to the fourth tier of magic. Once more, the entire hall erupted in astonishment and admiration. Countless gazes filled with respect and envy toward this SS-level prodigy, while his peers still lingered in the second and third tiers. Lin Yun had already touched the edge of the fourth. Then, Lin Yun's eyes fell upon Yi Xiao. The crowd instinctively parted to make way. Lin Yun strode to Yi Xiao's side, a disdainful smile curling his lips. Yi Xiao, want to spar? I can play with you for a bit. At these words, uproarious laughter broke out around them. Lin Yun, are you joking with Yi Xiao? He is an E-level professional loser, not even having a realm yet. Though he awakened as a martial artist, he is not even a true warrior. Fighting him is like bullying kindergarten kids. The crowd mocked Yi Xiao with scornful words and derision, each barb piercing his ears like thorns. Wang Pengzi, realizing the situation was escalating, hurried forward to mediate. Lin Yun, Yi Xiao was just joking. Lin Yun sneered and glared at Wang Pengzi. You fatso, this is none of your business. Get lost. Unless you want to stand by Yi Xiao's side. Of course, I believe you're smart enough to choose the right side. I'll give you 5 seconds to stand behind me. Under the watchful eyes of all, Wang Pengzi felt overwhelming pressure. On one side was Lin Yun, the SS-level Thunder Mage prodigy. On the other, Yi Xiao, an E-level martial artist. Any sane person would know which side to take. Wang Pengzi's feet felt heavy as lead. He took a step forward, but, upon seeing Yi Xiao, hesitated, unwilling to abandon him. This entire scene unfolded before Yi Xiao's eyes, and he now fully understood Wang Pengzi's true character. Since the very beginning, Wang Pengzi was willing to stand up for him. Now, Yi Xiao could no longer allow Wang Pengzi to be caught in such a dilemma on his behalf. Thus, Yi Xiao coldly uttered a single sentence. Very well, Lin Yun, I accept your challenge. 3 days from now, we shall face each other in battle. Lin Yun laughed heartily. Yi Xiao, you're finally showing some spirit. What right do you have to accept my challenge? However, since you have the courage, I'll indulge you. 3 days is far too short. Don't accuse me of bullying you. I'll give you a month. 1 month from now, we shall fight, because I want to see whether you will be expelled after that time. At these words, those nearby recalled the wager from yesterday. Everyone speculated on whether Yi Xiao, given his strength and academic standing, could survive the first monthly professional examination. It was well known that Jian University held a professional assessment every month, and students whose grades were too poor faced compulsory expulsion. This rule existed to urge all students to study and train diligently. No one could relax simply because they had been admitted to Jian University. If Yi Xiao were to be expelled, the spectacle would be far more entertaining than Lin Yun's victory over him. At 7:50 in the morning, the first class of the new semester commenced, Professional General Knowledge. It was held in the tiered lecture hall on the ground floor of the Professional Theory Building. This was a core course for the entire grade, so all 800 freshmen gathered in this vast stepped auditorium. When Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi arrived outside the lecture hall, it was already filled to capacity. The 800 freshmen were divided by class. The genius class occupied the front rows, the elite class the middle, and the regular class the back rows, clearly delineated, like the rigid social strata of this world, uncrossable. Sunlight poured through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a grid of light and shadow upon the wooden floor. On the blackboard behind the podium, the day's lesson was written, Professional General Knowledge, Lecture 1, The Origin and Essence of the Profession. Standing at the podium was an elderly man with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses, leafing through his lecture notes. His name was Chai Hongxi, an authority in professional theory. Reputedly once the mentor of a transcendent being. The students whispered among themselves, discussing the forthcoming first university lecture. Yi Xiao entered the classroom before the bell had rung. He wore a faded white t-shirt and carried the worn backpack he had received from his foster father. The zipper was broken and held together with a safety pin. He raised his head and glanced over the densely packed seats. The genius class was full, as was the elite class. Only the last few rows of the regular class had scattered empty seats. He moved toward the back. As he passed through the elite class section, someone deliberately stretched out a foot to trip him. He sidestepped without looking back. Laughter erupted behind him. Wang Pengzi glared angrily at the troublemakers. But Yi Xiao paid no mind and continued forward, finally settling into a corner seat against the wall in the last row. This spot was untouched by sunlight, and the blackboard was somewhat difficult to see, but it afforded a clear view out the window. Outside, the pinnacle of the martial arts tower pierced the clouds. Whispers arose from the front rows. I heard there is an S-rank freshman this year, a sword cultivator named Su Muyan. A girl? Yes, a girl. She is stunningly beautiful and has already been pre-designated as our freshman campus belle. How beautiful could she be? You'll see soon enough. She sits in the first row of the genius class. It's said that many outstanding juniors and seniors have already been vying for her favor. No one knows who she'll choose. Given Su Miyun's excellence and reportedly illustrious family background, any boyfriend she favors must be a true paragon among men. As the chatter swirled, Su Miyun entered the classroom. The moment she stepped in, it was as if all the light in the room converged upon her. For a fleeting instant, the sunlight outside shifted and slanted through the window pane, enveloping her in a faint golden halo. Her skin was pale, porcelain white, as if rarely touched by the sun, yet it gleamed softly under the light. Her eyebrows and eyes resembled distant mountains veiled in delicate shadows, unadorned yet naturally expressive. Her irises were a rare amber hue, turning a translucent honey color in the sunlight. Her nose was elegantly high-bridged, and her lips were a gentle pink, untouched by lipstick yet full and fresh as flower petals kissed by morning dew. Her jawline was soft yet sharply defined, granting her face a blend of youthful delicacy and subtle, unyielding resolve. Most striking were her waist-length hair, jet black as ink, unpermed and uncolored, simply cascading freely. The ends were loosely tied with a deep blue ribbon, swaying lightly with her movements. A few stray strands framed her face, stirred by a gentle breeze from the window. She stood there, exuding an invisible aura, not one of aloofness to repel others, but a pristine purity that made people hesitant to approach. Like moonlight, like fresh snow, like a tranquil pool deep in an untouched mountain. When she reached the genius class seating area, Lin Yun rose with an ingratiating smile. So Mu Yun, you can sit here, first row, dead center, the best seat in the entire classroom. Yet when she spoke, her voice was soft and gentle, like a spring breeze brushing bamboo leaves. Thank you, but no need. She chose a vacant seat at the very edge, next to a female student. Everyone could tell that Lin Yun harbored feelings for Su Mu Yun and sought to court her. But even Lin Yun, with his SS rank profession, was no match for her favor. Curiosity deepened among the students. What kind of man could capture Su Mu Yun's heart? Even an SS rank lightning prodigy like Lin Yun wasn't enough. But it was understandable. Lin Yun was still young. Rumor had it that among the senior students in our school, there were even some SSS rank professionals of extraordinary talent. Since Su Mu Yun herself was an S rank professional and a top-tier campus belle, her suitor surely had to be an SSS rank to be worthy. Yishao did not join in these conversations. He simply gazed out the window, waiting for the class bell to ring. At 8 o'clock sharp, the bell sounded. Chai Hongxi set aside his notes, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and scanned the room. The murmurs gradually subsided. My name is Chai Hongxi, and I will be teaching you professional general knowledge. This course has no practical components, only theory. But if you think theory is unimportant, then you're mistaken. He paused briefly, his voice soft yet resonating clearly throughout the hall. If you do not understand the history of the martial world, you will never know how its rules were formed. Without knowing the origin of the rules, you will forever be a slave to them, never the one who makes them. The room fell silent. No one dared utter a word. Every eye was fixed intently on Chai Hongxi at the podium. He turned and wrote 2 large characters on the blackboard. Awakening. 100,000 years ago, the heavens and earth underwent a cataclysmic transformation, and the spiritual energy was revived. The first generation of humanity began to awaken their professions. Some could command flames, others could communicate with mystical beasts, and some could with a single sword cleave mountains and rivers. He turned around, gazing at the students below the stage. From that moment onward, humanity no longer occupied the lowest rung of the food chain. We gained the power to contend with monsters, the means to explore the void. He paused briefly, his eyes deliberately drifting to the corner of the last row. His gaze settled on Yishao. For a full 3 seconds, he spoke a sentence laden with meaning. We acquired hierarchy. Yesterday, at the Awakening Test Hall, he had also been present. Chai Hongxi personally witnessed the entire process unfold upon Yishao and heard the boy's unyielding vow. I need no one's pity. With my own fists alone, I will make you beg me to enter the gifted class. From that moment on, among this cohort of freshmen, Chai Hongxi's impression of Yishao was the most profound. What is the essence of awakening a profession? Chai Hongxi wrote the second word on the blackboard, bloodline. Research has revealed that awakening a profession is linked to one's bloodline. Families capable of awakening S-rank professions typically have ancestors who are high-level cultivators. Their blood flows with the indelible marks of ancient legacies. Whispers began to ripple through the audience. Lin Yun reclined his chair, a smug smile curling at the corner of his lips. Born into a family of thunder mages, he had known since childhood that his bloodline was pure. Su Mu Yun fixed her gaze on Chai Hongxi atop the stage. She remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Chai Hongxi continued, but there are exceptions, a very rare few. With ordinary bloodlines, awaken advanced professions. These individuals are called aberrants, 1 in 10,000. He paused. There is yet another type. With common bloodlines and ordinary professions, such as the warrior. The utterance of these 3 words suddenly hushed the classroom. Then laughter erupted. The laughter spread like contagion. Some glanced back toward the last row, their eyes mingling mockery, curiosity, and pity. Yishao lowered his head, staring at his own fists. Chai Hongxi made no effort to quell the laughter. He simply continued his lecture. The warrior is the most unique among all professions. It relies not on bloodline, nor on spiritual energy, nor any external force. It depends solely on the forging of the body. He flipped open the lecture notes and recited. According to the complete history of professions, the cultivation method of the warrior is to punch day after day, to temper muscles and bones day after day. There are no shortcuts, no elixirs, no sudden insights, only relentless endurance. Another ripple of chuckles arose from below. What is the ceiling for the warrior? Chai Hongxi closed the notes. According to historical records, the strongest warrior in history once attained the concentration realm, equivalent to the 7th level of profession cultivation. At that time, he served as a bodyguard to an extraordinary individual. The laughter ceased. Someone asked, The concentration realm? Isn't that quite formidable? Chai Hongxi looked at him and replied slowly. That was 3,000 years ago. In the past 3 millennia, no warrior has reached the concentration realm again, because the bloodline legacy vanished. He then cast his gaze to the last row. Today, the highest level a warrior can achieve is the condensation realm, the 6th level of profession cultivation. And in the future, after graduating from university, a considerable portion of you here will likely reach that 6th level. At that moment, Lin Yun broke into a triumphant laugh. Teacher, barring any mishaps, I can reach the 6th level before my junior year, but some people as warriors are different. They might not even reach the 2nd level before graduation. The entire classroom burst into uproarious laughter. Everyone knew exactly whom the laughter targeted. The crowd instinctively turned back to look. Their eyes fell upon Yi Xiao, seated in the last row. At that very moment, Lin Yun revealed an even greater secret. Teacher, you just mentioned that 7th level warrior profession, but you missed one secret. Chai Hongxi asked, what secret? A smug smile lifted Lin Yun's lips. That 7th level warrior was the bodyguard of my Lin family's ancestor. The declaration sent the room into an uproar. The students were astonished. They had never expected Lin Yun's family to be so affluent, his ancestors so formidable. No wonder he awakened an SS-rank profession. The matter took an intriguing turn. The strongest warrior in 3,000 years was merely a Lin family bodyguard. Now our class has a new warrior. There seems to be a destined connection. So, tell me, how long before Yi Xiao becomes Lin Yun's bodyguard? The lively commotion on stage sharply contrasted with Yi Xiao's cold silence. Beside him, the chubby Wang offered consolation. Yi Xiao, don't listen to their nonsense. Meanwhile, Su Miyun, seated in the front row, did something rare. She turned back deliberately to glance at Yi Xiao. It must be noted that before this, she had not once looked directly at anyone, including Lin Yun. This gesture did not escape many eyes. Lin Yun saw it too. A displeased expression immediately clouded his face. After all, she was the girl he fancied. Now her attention was drawn to Yi Xiao, stirring a pang of jealousy within him, even though Su Miyun had never given him a proper glance. Chai Hongxi spoke from the podium. All right, students, quiet down. Merely lecturing theory is insufficient for full comprehension. Now, I shall pose some questions. His gaze swept the room, finally resting on the corner of the last row. Yi Xiao. The room fell silent. Yi Xiao lifted his head. His respectful demeanor prompted him to rise and respond to Chai Hongxi's question. You are the only warrior this year, correct? Yi Xiao nodded. Then I'll ask you this. Chai Hongxi pushed up his glasses. The warrior's cultivation method is day after day punching. But punching itself does not generate spiritual energy. So, compared to other professions, what do you think is the greatest disadvantage of the warrior? The question seemed objective, but was in fact a trap. Yi Xiao was silent for 2 seconds, then said, there is no disadvantage. The entire room was stunned, then erupted into uproarious chatter. Chai Hongxi was taken aback. What did you say? He had assumed Yi Xiao's answer was an emotional reaction. Chai Hongxi added, Yi Xiao, I am not singling you out. I want to hear your true inner thoughts. Yi Xiao repeated, there is no disadvantage. No sooner had the words fallen than someone stood up. Lin Yun. He turned to face Yi Xiao in the last row, his smile radiant. No disadvantage? Then tell me, how far can your fist strike? 10 meters? 20? I, as a thunder mage, can obliterate you from 100 meters away. How will you fight then? Lin Yun stared silently at him. Another voice sounded, that of a girl from the gifted class. The warrior's cultivation requires tempering the body, but that takes time. You punch 10,000 times a day, while others consume an elixir a day. What can you compete with? Someone else chimed in. A martial artist lacks spells, magical artifacts, and contracted beasts, fighting monsters barehanded? Isn't that a death sentence? Lin Yun laughed even more heartily. The most crucial point is that martial artists have no future. The strongest martial artist in history barely reached the 7th realm. Meanwhile, our thunder technique practitioners have historically attained the 12th realm, with many reaching the 13th realm and even higher. Those with long lifespans can live up to 1,000 years. What can a mere martial artist like you possibly compare? He paused, enunciating each word deliberately. Therefore, martial artists are utterly worthless professions. And you, Yi Xiao, are worthless too. Yi Xiao stood up. Everyone assumed he was about to take action. Yet, he merely walked toward the podium. His aura was formidable, though his current strength was inferior to anyone else's. The profound confidence emanating from his very soul rivaled that of any individual. This was the spirit of youthful ambition, the fearless heart of ultimate martial prowess. As he passed Lin Yun's side, Lin Yun instinctively stepped back. Realizing his retreat, his face darkened with displeasure. Yi Xiao reached the podium, and looked at Chai Hongxi. Chai Hongxi met his gaze. Yi Xiao asked, "Teacher, you just said that in 3,000 years, no martial artist has reached the 7th realm. Why is that?" Chai Hongxi was silent for a moment and replied, "Because the cultivation method was lost. At one time, the most flourishing and strongest martial artist sect, the ultimate martial sect, was annihilated and all their scriptures were burned. Without any bloodline inheritance. Naturally, the martial artist profession fell into obscurity, degraded to the lowest E-tier occupation. Yi Xiao inuited. Why was the sect exterminated?" Chai Hongxi fell into a longer silence. This question seemed to touch upon some forbidden secrets. Finally, he answered with 4 words, "It's not important." Yi Xiao looked at him, suddenly understanding everything, and smiled. He nodded, understood. Turning around, he headed toward the exit. Wait. A voice rang out, soft, yet audible to all. Yi Xiao halted and turned back. From the first row of the genius class, a girl stood up. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a golden edge upon her. Unexpectedly, no one had anticipated that at this moment, Su Muyun would voluntarily rise to speak, and that she would defend Yi Xiao, the worthless E-tier martial artist. She looked at Yi Xiao with a calm gaze, then turned to Lin Yun and said, "You said martial artists have no future. Then tell me, tens of thousands of years ago, when a nameless founder of the ultimate martial sect repelled an army of monsters with a single punch, what were your ancestors doing?" The classroom suddenly fell silent. Lin Yun's smile froze on his face. Even Chai Hongxi's pupils trembled wildly, shocked beyond measure. Such a high-level secret was casually revealed by this girl. What shocked Chai Hongxi even more was that he had received no prior notice of this girl's enrollment. From her words, he could surmise that her background was astonishing indeed. Yet, why was her admission so secretive and discreet? Su Miyun continued, according to records, about 100,000 years ago, when monsters invaded and humanity's defenses collapsed, it was the nameless founder of the ultimate martial sect who, with a single punch, shattered the rift and sealed the monsters for 90,000 years. She paused. At that time, what were the ancestors of the Thunder Technique families doing? Lin Yun's expression darkened considerably. Su Miyun pressed on. The ancestors of the Thunder Technique families were surrendering to the monsters. They knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. They sought to betray humanity in exchange for puppet human governance under the demon race. The room erupted in uproar. Lin Yun's face flushed crimson. "You're lying. Can you produce any evidence for these claims? As a member of the Thunder Technique families, I know nothing of this." Su Miyun regarded him with terrifying composure. "Of course you wouldn't know. This is the most shameful chapter in the history of the Thunder Technique families. How could they ever dare to expose it? If you doubt me, ask the teacher." All eyes turned to Chai Hongxi. After a prolonged silence, facing the students' eager gazes, he said nothing but merely nodded slightly. Lin Yun opened his mouth, unable to speak. Su Muyun then addressed the girl who had claimed that martial artists lacked spells and magical artifacts. "You said martial artists have no spells or magical artifacts and can only fight barehanded. Do you know what spell or magical artifact the nameless founder used to shatter the rift with that punch?" The girl was stunned, speechless. Su Miyun said, "Nothing. Just a punch." She swept her gaze across the room. "Do you know the power level of that punch in terms of today's realms?" No one answered. She said firmly, "It was equivalent to the 14th realm." The room fell into a deathly silence. Then she looked at Lin Yun. "You said martial artists have no future and that the strongest martial artist in history only reached the 7th realm?" Lin Yun's face turned pale as the words 14th realm echoed relentlessly in his mind. Though Su Miyun's tone was gentle, her conviction was unshakable. It's because no one has completed the martial artist's path in 3,000 years. It's not that the path is impassable. When these final words left Su Miyun's lips, the entire classroom sank into profound silence. Every student wore a complex expression, their thoughts unknowable. At this moment, Yi Xiao's gaze and attention were fully captured by this young woman. Then, Su Miyun left her seat and walked toward Yi Xiao. All eyes followed her. She stopped before him, less than a meter away. The sunlight slanted through the window, falling on the floor between them. She looked at him, and he looked at her. She said, "My name is Su Miyun." Yi Xiao nodded. "Yi Xiao." She said, "I know." Then she extended her hand, holding a book. It was very old, the cover worn, with a few faded characters faintly visible. "The Fist That Breaks Magic." Yi Xiao was stunned. His pupils contracted slightly as he stared at what Su Miyun offered. He recognized it well, because to break through to the next great realm, he needed to complete a fist that breaks magic. The book this girl presented was undoubtedly a godsend at this moment. Su Miyun said, "This was passed down from my ancestors. It contains some insights into martial artist cultivation." She pushed the book forward. "I think you should take a look." Yi Xiao did not take it. He looked at her and asked, "Why give it to me?" Su Muyun pondered for a moment and said, because just now, when you stood up to answer the question, you uttered 4 words. What? No weaknesses. She smiled faintly. It was her first smile of the day, subtle, yet exceedingly beautiful. For 3,000 years, no one dared to speak those 4 words. You are the first. Yi Xiao fell silent for a moment. Then, he took the book from her. The instant their fingertips brushed, he felt the coolness of her hand, like jade. She, too, sensed his warmth. Their gazes met in the air. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, who had witnessed the entire scene beside them, wore a face as dark as night, nearly grinding his teeth in fury. Especially when he saw with his own eyes Su Muyun handing the book to Yi Xiao and their fingertips touching at that moment. An unnameable fire blazed fiercely within him. Cough, cough. Chai Hongxi interrupted the commotion and said, class is not over yet. Please return to your seats. I will continue the lecture. Then, Chai Hongxi cast a meaningful glance at Yi Xiao. He knew this young man had a strong backbone and a fiery temper. Yi Xiao, you should also return to your seat and listen. I believe the content of my lecture will be beneficial to you. What do you think? After Chai Hongxi's words, Yi Xiao nodded and returned to his seat. Watching Yi Xiao's ability to both assert and yield, Chai Hongxi couldn't help but hold the young man in higher regard. One must understand, students of this age are usually impetuous and quick to anger, difficult to rein in once roused. Just now, Yi Xiao had been targeted from all sides in the classroom, and his temper had flared to the point of wanting to leave. Were it not for Su Muyun stepping forward to say a few words on his behalf, Yi Xiao would have walked out long ago. What began as a farce gradually returned to normalcy. Chai Hongxi resumed his teaching. It must be said, Chai Hongxi's lecture proved immensely enlightening for Yi Xiao. As a transmigrator, although he retained the memories of his former self, under Chai Hongxi's guidance, Yi Xiao gained a more profound and comprehensive understanding of the world he now inhabited. In a word, this is a world where awakening determines destiny, and bloodline dictates one's class. Beyond these overt realities, there lurked external dangers, monsters. Across nations and continents, there existed places known as the monster lair entrances. These sites were sealed, guarded by formidable warriors or military forces. Yet some remained partially open, allowing professionals to enter and hone their strength and combat skills through battles with monsters. Moreover, this world held many secrets unknown even to Yi Xiao's former self. Through Chai Hongxi's explanations, a grand tapestry gradually unfurled before Yi Xiao's eyes, awaiting his own future encounters. The class lasted for 1 hour, though it felt all too brief to the students. Everyone remained immersed in the afterglow of Chai Hongxi's lecture. Even Yi Xiao felt a sense of lingering desire for more. As the dismissal bell rang, Chai Hongxi said, Class 1 concludes here. I look forward to meeting you all again next week. If anyone has questions, you may visit my office on the 3rd floor, room 302. The crowd dispersed gradually. After this large lecture, 800 freshmen would proceed to their respective classes for specialized sessions. Everyone noticed Lin Yun's face as he left the classroom, ashen and stormy, not once glancing at Su Muyun, but casting several sharp looks at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, we must hurry to our next class. It's the exclusive session for our ordinary night class. Yi Xiao nodded, packed his bag, and prepared to leave with Wang Pengzi. At the classroom doorway, Yi Xiao exited through the rear entrance while Su Muyun left through the front. They happened to cross paths, their eyes locking. Yi Xiao halted. Wang Pengzi, noticing this, was about to ask why Yi Xiao stopped. But upon seeing Su Muyun, the acclaimed most beautiful freshman on campus, he tactfully stepped aside and stood off to the side. Other students in the corridor, recognizing both, gave strange expressions and detoured around them. Yi Xiao held in his hands the book Su Muyun had given him, The Fist That Breaks Magic. Smiling, he asked, How did you come to have this? Su Muyun looked at him calmly, then pointed to the book in his hands. My grandfather said that the path of the warrior is not impassable. It is just too arduous, and no one is willing to walk it. Yi Xiao was taken aback, somewhat puzzled by her words. Su Muyun continued, Grandfather also said that if one day he met someone willing to walk that path, he would give that person this book. Yi Xiao gazed at her. Sunlight fell upon her profile, outlining a soft contour. Smiling, he inquired, Why? She thought for a moment and replied, Because some paths must be walked. She paused, then suddenly smiled wryly, though I don't know why. I trust my grandfather's words are right. Yi Xiao remained silent for a while. It seemed Su Muyun's grandfather was a formidable figure indeed. Then Yi Xiao tucked the book in his bag. Looking at her, he said, Thank you. Su Muyun shook her head. No need to thank me. If anyone deserves thanks, it's yourself. She passed by Yi Xiao's left side, heading toward the classroom of the genius first class. But after a few steps, she stopped and turned back. Oh right, HM. You said just now that the warrior has no weaknesses. I'm curious, what do you mean by that? Yi Yi Xiao thought for a moment, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. It's simple. You high-ranking professionals cultivate relying on talent, resources, and inheritance. But the warrior cultivates relying solely on himself. Yi Xiao looked at his fist, his eyes brimming with immense confidence. I believe the fist is mine. No one can take it away. Talent might be lacking. Resources might be scarce. Luck might be absent, but none of that matters. As long as I can still throw a punch, there's still a path forward. Su Miyun looked at him, a flicker of something passing through her eyes. Her heart felt as if it had been struck. Yi Xiao's words had touched something deep within her. Suddenly, Su Miyun let out a soft hum. Quite interesting. Then she walked away. After a few steps, she stopped again, but did not look back. My name is Su Miyun. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned, then turned to look at her retreating figure. You already told me. She smiled softly, turning her back to Yi Xiao as she waved her hand dismissively. Just in case you forgot. After Yi Xiao obtained the fist that breaks magic, he had already watched it several times during class. He flipped open the first page of the book. On the yellowed parchment were a few lines of writing. Ultimate in martial arts, ultimate in fists, ultimate in heart, ultimate in the way. Everything else may be forsaken, but the fist shall never be abandoned. Yi Xiao was intimately familiar with these words. Now, it seemed that the fist that breaks magic, like the ultimate martial fist scripture, both originated from the nameless. Moreover, beneath these lines was a small note in another S handwriting. To the destined recipient. May you walk the path we have yet to complete. The author of this handwriting was likely Su Miyun's grandfather. Wasn't he it? Yi Xiao carefully placed the fist that breaks magic into his backpack, securing it properly. Then, he followed Wang Pengzi toward their next classroom. Outside the corridor, the sky stretched vast and azure. The sharp spire of the martial tower pierced the clouds. Yi Xiao glanced back, catching sight of Su Miyun's silhouette disappearing into the crowd. And murmured softly, Su Miyun. Then he smiled as well. After the main lecture concluded, the students dispersed, heading to their respective classes for the second period. Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi walked down the corridor. However, the crowd parted not out of respect, but to avoid the misfortune associated with a martial artist. As some passed by him, one deliberately spoke loudly. See that? That's the martial artist. Su Miyun actually spoke up for him. What blindness. I wonder what kind of potion they fed her. Who knows? Maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve. Could it be that he's exploiting Su Miyun's compassion? Surely, she's beautiful and kind-hearted, which is why she helps him. I bet this guy is feeling pretty smug. Having Su Miyun back him up, no doubt he is already fantasizing about a toad eating a swan's meat. Laughter filled the air, thick with implication. Yi Xiao's steps did not falter. He pretended not to hear. The second period in the morning was combat training. The genius class, elite class, and ordinary class held separate sessions. The elite class had dedicated training facilities and instructors, while the ordinary class had to make do with the old combat hall in the Southern District. As for the genius class, they could attend lessons directly at the landmark building of Jiang City Martial University, Glory Plaza. Glory Plaza lay at the very heart of the school, sprawling over 100 acres, entirely paved with bluestone. In the center of the plaza stood hundreds of stone pillars, each 3 zhang tall, engraved with the names of illustrious heroes who had fallen for humanity through the years. Yet, neither Yi Xiao nor most freshmen qualified to attend classes at Glory Plaza. When Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi arrived outside the combat hall, they saw a building no taller than 3 stories. The paint on its exterior walls had begun to peel, revealing mottled red bricks beneath. Each floor was assigned to 4 ordinary classes as combat classrooms. Since Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi belonged to ordinary class 9, they needed to proceed to the 3rd floor of the combat hall to reach their classroom. Upon entering, the hall was already bustling. The first floor housed training areas for ordinary classes 1 through 4, featuring 8 training platforms arranged in 2 rows, surrounded by weathered wooden bleachers. Faded slogans hung on the walls. Fists and feet know no mercy. Life and death are self-responsibility. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and the rubber of low-quality protective mats. Hundreds of ordinary class freshmen were warming up, some stretching, some meditating, others practicing punches on sandbags. As Yi Xiao entered, all eyes swept over him in unison. Though he could not hear their whispered gossip, Yi Xiao did not need to guess. They were undoubtedly discussing the same old topics concerning him. Gossip was tedious. Now, Yi Xiao was more determined than ever to focus on improving his own strength. Soon, Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi reached the 3rd floor of the combat hall. Inside the classroom of ordinary class 9, Yi Xiao recognized a familiar face. The homeroom teacher he had met the day before, Zhou Ming. At this moment, Wang Pengzi whispered quietly beside him, I heard teacher Zhou used to be a formidable instructor with a high realm, specializing in the genius class. But he suffered a severe injury during a mission his realm fell, and he was reassigned to teach the ordinary class. Listening to Wang Pengzi, Yi Xiao had not expected this seemingly youthful homeroom teacher to possess such a rich history. Just then, Zhou Ming glanced at Yi Xiao, his gaze lingering on Yi Xiao's faded white t-shirt for a few seconds. Yi Xiao Wang Ho, right? Yes, the two replied in unison. Go change your clothes and prepare for class. No extra words, no mockery, no sympathy, only the most fundamental reminder from a teacher. Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi went to the locker room to change into the school-issued training uniforms, dull gray short-sleeve shirts and shorts, the cuffs frayed. The treatment for ordinary classes was indeed subpar. When they emerged, other students had already formed a semicircle before Zhou Ming. Zhou held the roster and began calling names. Wang Lei. Present. A burly boy responded, broad-shouldered and stout, clearly built for physical training. He had awakened a C-rank profession, strongman, already considered skilled in the ordinary class. Zhang Chong. Present. A tall, slender boy with dyed blonde hair and sharp eyes answered. He had awakened a C-rank profession, Thunderlight Sword. In truth, he could only condense a faint sword aura, which was less effective than a real blade. When the roll call reached Zhang Chong, Yi Xiao's gaze lingered longer on him. This was his and Wang Pengzi's blonde-haired roommate. As for the other reserve boy with glasses, named Gao Yao, he had awakened a C-rank profession, long-range shooter, granting him extended vision and superior speed, accuracy, and power in archery. Li Fang. Present. A short-haired girl who appeared very capable responded. She had awakened a C-rank profession, Fireball. However, her fireball was only the size of a fist and required a 5-second incantation. Wang Ho. Present. Yi Xiao. Present. After roll call, Zhou Ming closed the roster and cast a glance over the group. Classmates, today is your first combat training session. Although I know you all excelled in the college entrance examination, earning your places here at our school, before formal lessons begin, I need to assess your abilities. Therefore, the rules for today's class are simple. Everyone must step onto the training platform to spar, until all but one are defeated. Losers step down. Winners remain to defend their position until knocked off. He paused, his gaze deliberately lingering on Yi Xiao. In this world, strength speaks for itself. Whoever is stronger has the right to speak. Understand? The students responded in unison, understood. Now we will draw lots. Zhou Ming produced a handful of wooden sticks, each etched with a number. Yi Xiao drew the stick marked number 1. The one who drew number 2 was a burly young man named Wang Lei. Upon seeing that he was paired with Yi Xiao, he paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. That kind of smile was one Yi Xiao knew all too well. It was the grin of a predator when the prey was delivered right to his lips. Wang Lei strode up to Yi Xiao, looking down at him from above. He was half a head taller, his shoulders broader by considerable margin. So, you're the so-called brute? Yi Xiao remained silent. Wang Lei turned to the others and said, do you all know what a brute is? It's someone without spiritual power, without magic, relying solely on brute force. Useless. Some laughed out loud. Wang Lei continued, but at least our regular class can cultivate. A brute can't even do that. He's just here to fill the numbers. Once he graduates, he'll go work in a mine, never to rise above his station. The classroom erupted in laughter. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, said nothing. He quietly observed every movement of this young man, Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao looked at Wang Lei, still silent. Wang Lei reached out and patted Yi Xiao's shoulder, lightly, but with an unmistakable air of contempt. Come on, when we get on stage later, I'll go easy on you. Don't cry. Someone nearby jeered, Lei, don't be too harsh. If you maim him, you'll have to pay compensation. What is there to fear? A brute's worthless. The school probably won't even care if he gets hurt. Finally, Yi Xiao spoke, his gaze fixed on Wang Lei, his tone as calm as if they were merely having a casual conversation. Is that patting enough? Wang Lei froze for a moment, his hand lingering midair. Yi Xiao went on, if you're done, then get on the stage. I'm in a hurry. The number 1 training platform was 8 meters square, its edges lined with heavily worn protective ropes. A crowd had gathered around it, mostly students from the ordinary 9th class. In fact, there were even students from other classes mingled among them, all waiting eagerly to witness Yi Xiao's spectacle. Wang Lei was the first to leap onto the platform. He loosened his shoulders and threw a few punches into the air, the wind whistling with each strike. Since awakening his C-rank profession as a mighty laborer, Wang Lei could effortlessly enhance his muscles, wielding strength several times greater than that of an average person. It seemed Wang Lei's awakened profession was also related to physical training, but fundamentally different from Yi Xiao's. Wang Lei could temporarily amplify his muscular power through his awakened strength, but Yi Xiao only grew stronger through relentless physical conditioning. The difference between the two was essential. Yi Xiao slowly stepped onto the platform and faced Wang Lei. At that moment, homeroom teacher Zhou Ming stood by the side, solemnly explaining the rules. Regarding the duel, the match ends when one side admits defeat or falls off the platform. Intentional killing is forbidden. Attacks on vital points are prohibited. Begin, Zhou Ming declared. Then step down, relinquishing the platform. Yet Wang Lei did not move immediately. He crossed his arms, watching Yi Xiao with the cold calculation of a cat eyeing a mouse. Yi Xiao, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll give you 3 moves. You throw the first punch, and I 1T strike back. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Lei's got class. 3 moves? 1 punch, and he S down. This guy S top tier, first realm strength. And Lei S, a seasoned second realm professional. I heard Lei S reached the 10th bottleneck in his realm. He might break through to second realm in less than 3 months. Against an opponent like that, Yi Xiao 1T last 10 seconds. 10 seconds? You're overestimating him. 5 seconds tops. Once Lei moves, Yi Xiao S done for. Amid the surrounding voices doubting him, Yi Xiao felt no anger or frustration. Instead, he smiled coldly. Indeed, as these people claimed, there was a vast chasm between Yi Xiao and Wang Lei, a whole realm-esque difference. If there was some minor gap, a challenge across levels might be common. But such a great divide? Success was far from guaranteed. Now Yi Xiao fixed his gaze on Wang Lei, unblinking. Then, Yi Xiao moved. Just 1 step, a 3-meter stride, instantly closing the distance between them. Wang Lei's pupils contracted sharply. His speed was wrong. Wasn't he this guy an E-rank professional? A first-realm weakling? How could he be so fast? He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Yi Xiao's fist halted before him, less than a centimeter from his nose. The entire place fell deathly silent. The wind from the punch brushed across Wang Lei's face like a blade. He froze in place, cold sweat soaking his back instantly. The laughter from below vanished abruptly. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Yi Xiao withdrew his fist and glanced at him. First move. Wang Lei's legs began to tremble. He swallowed with great difficulty. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. No one below spoke. Those who had mocked Yi Xiao moments before now shrank their pupils. Disbelief etched on their faces. Wang Lei parted his lips, as if to say something, but his throat felt constricted, as if strangled. He recalled the words he had just spoken. I'll give you 3 moves. Don't cry. Brutes are useless. He thought of the hand that had patted Yi Xiao's shoulder, now trembling violently. Then, he made a move even he did not expect. He took a step back, another step back, until he reached the edge of the platform. His foot slipped. Bang! He fell off the stage. Silence enveloped the crowd once again. Every pair of eyes fixed unblinkingly on Wang Lei. Yi Xiao spoke calmly. He said, you give me 3 moves. I haven't even thrown the first one. Wang Lei's face flushed a dark purple. After a few seconds of silence, someone suddenly shouted, cheating. That was a sneak attack. Yeah, Lei was T ready. Doesn't T count? Do it again. The speaker was none other than Yi Xiao's blonde roommate, Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong leapt onto the stage, pointing at Yi Xiao. If you got the guts, fight me fair and square. What kind of skill is sneaking an attack? Yi Xiao looked at him without a word. Zhang Chong thought he was scared and grew more enthusiastic. What, you don't dare? Where's your swagger now? Come on, I'll stand still. Try hitting me. Yi Xiao nodded. All right. He had never heard such an outrageous challenge before. Since Zhang Chong so earnestly demanded a fight, Yi Xiao would naturally oblige. Zhang Chong assumed a defensive stance, a faint aura of sword energy shimmering around him. This was his signature skill, Thunderlight Sword. For a moment, the other students below wore expressions of anticipation. Brother Chong's C-rank profession, Thunderlight Sword. Such a striking sword aura. Brother Chong's strength was solidly at the 2nd realm. 7th level. Against Yi Xiao, this little novice, as long as he avoided sneak attacks, victory was assured. At that moment, Yi Xiao stepped in front of Zhang Chong, raised his fist, and struck. The entire movement flowed like a seamless stream. Bang! The shield of thunderous sword energy shattered like fragile paper. Ding! You have completed a punch. The force of this punch is 36. You have gained 1 point of martial valor. Your realm has advanced. Current realm. Mudclay realm, 21st layer. A faint glimmer of earthy yellow light flickered atop Yi Xiao's fist, then silently seeped into his body. This was the manifestation of the power gained from his realm advancement following the punch, now reverberating within his very being. Zhang Chong had yet to react when an even swifter fist thundered toward his face. With a muffled bang, Zhang Chong's nose was directly twisted askew, blood gushing forth. The man was sent flying, crashing onto the protective mat 3 meters off the stage, rolling twice before lying motionless. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence once again. At this moment, Yi Xiao calmly wiped the blood off the back of his hand in front of everyone, then spoke with quiet composure, sorry, classmate Zhang. It seems my punch carried a bit too much force. Ding! You have completed a punch. The force of this punch is 52. You have gained 1 point of martial valor. Your realm has advanced. Current realm. Mud Clay Realm, 22nd layer. A faint smile curved at Yi Xiao's lips. This punch, to claim it bore no trace of revenge, will be false. Yi Xiao intended to seize this opportunity to deliver a fierce retaliation against Zhang Chong. As the students hurriedly helped Zhang Chong to his feet, they were shocked to see his face drenched in blood, tears, and nasal mucus streaming down as he began to wail like a grieving woman. Teacher, Yi Xiao, he has gone too far. How could he strike with such force? And he aimed right at my face. My face has been utterly disfigured. Zhang Chong's tearful, pitiful demeanor bore no resemblance to the commanding attitude he had displayed before Yi Xiao. His effeminate nature was now fully exposed, instantly drawing the disdain of his classmates. At this juncture, the homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, approached Zhang Chong, examined his injuries, and said, Zhang Chong, your injuries are minor, within the normal range. 2 students escort him to the infirmary for treatment. Yet Zhang Chong was unwilling to relent. Teacher, Yi Xiao struck with no restraint. He clearly took this chance to deliberately retaliate against me. This matter cannot be dismissed so lightly. Hearing this, a trace of displeasure flickered across Zhou Ming's face. But since it was the first day, his first class, he patiently inquired, Zhang Chong, what do you intend to do? Expel him, Zhang Chong declared. At these words, not only was the homeroom teacher rendered speechless, but the other students also began to question Zhang Chong's sanity. After all, the two had merely engaged in a routine training bout. Injuries were an expected consequence. As long as there was no life-threatening or critical harm, it was acceptable. Zhang Chong, if you insist on causing trouble, don't blame me for being harsh with you. At that moment, Wang Lei and Gao Yao exchanged a glance. Gao Yao whispered, Go, when together? Wang Lei nodded. The homeroom teacher is clearly biased toward Yi Xiao. Gao Yao agreed with a nod. Then we shall repay him in kind. In the next instant, the two simultaneously leapt onto the stage. At the same time, Wang Fatty exclaimed, Wang Lei, Gao Yao, you two are going to fight Yi Xiao alone? Don't you have any shame? Yi Xiao, I'm coming to back you up. With that, Wang Fatty attempted to rush onto the training stage to assist Yi Xiao, but someone firmly grasped his shoulder. Shut up. Just watch the show. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao's gaze remained calm and steady, fixed ahead. Gao Yao and Wang Lei stood on either side of him, one a reserved, bespectacled youth, the other a burly, muscular man. Gao Yao was the first to speak. Yi Xiao, relying on sneak attacks works once or twice by luck. But if, in future battles, even life or death ones, you continue to resort to such underhanded tactics, one day you will pay a bitter price. Wengulei znird mokingli. A worthless person is always worthless. Too afraid to fight head-on, so you resort to dirty tricks and conspiracies. People like you are doomed never to rise. Yi Xiao similit faintly. You two came up here just to lecture me? If that is the case, there is no need. Don't bother making excuses to gang up on me. Just come to me together. As Yi Xiao's words rang out, all the students below the stage widened their eyes in astonishment. Their thoughts coalesced into a single impression. Audacious. This E-ranked talent, universally regarded as worthless, was outrageously arrogant beyond measure. It must be noted that Gao Yao and Wang Lei were genuine second-tier professionals, fully a whole realm above Yi Xiao. The next moment, Yi Xiao repeated Wang Lei's earlier words, enunciating each one clearly. Wang Lei, Gao Yao, don't say I bullied you. I'll let you each strike 3 times. You go first, and I will not retaliate. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei and Gao Yao exchanged shocked glances. Such arrogance. This kid was utterly unaware of his own limits. Their tempers visibly flared. Crack. As they began to stretch and rotate their joints, the air grew tense, as though a fierce battle was about to erupt at any moment. Suddenly, Wang Lei struck first, letting out a low roar, strongman. In an instant, his professional ability ignited with ferocity. Before everyone's eyes, Wang Lei's body swelled once more, muscles bulging explosively. At the same time, his aura surged dramatically. My goodness, Wang Lei's brief burst is terrifying. His true combat power must now match that of a third-tier professional. Yi Xiao is doomed. A first-tier professional facing a third-tier. There's no doubt Yi Xiao will lose. The question is, can Yi Xiao withstand Wang Lei's assault without collapsing? Below the stage, homeroom teacher Zhou Ming clenched his fists tightly in secret, his own nerves taut. Should the battle verge on losing control, he would intervene to halt it immediately. Yet, why had Zhou Ming not stopped the fight so far? Because he wished to observe the source of this E-ranked talent's famed arrogance. Boom! like a fierce dragon crossing the river. Wang Lei charged with unstoppable momentum toward Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, don't you dare dodge. A roar echoed. Yi Xiao smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting. His legs bent slightly, fists clenched tightly as every ounce of strength gathered at his fingertips. At the moment Wang Lei barreled forward, Yi Xiao unleashed a primal force like a dragon, punching with a sonic boom that collided violently with Wang Lei's charge. Yi Xiao, you shameless scoundrel. You said you would let me win with 3 moves. Wang Lei shouted in shock. Yi Xiao let out a cold, mocking laugh. Childish. Haven't you heard the adage that all is fair in war? The next instant, Yi Xiao's fist collided with Wang Lei's body. Clay Embryo Realm, 22nd level versus Bone Tempering Realm, 10th level. Would this be a battle marked by a vast disparity in strength? Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted atop the training platform, instantly capturing the attention of every class and student on the entire 3rd floor. Homeroom teachers and students from classes 10 through 12 all turned their gazes toward Class 9's training platform. What on earth was happening there? Such a commotion. Is Teacher Zhou's first combat lesson always this intense? A fight between students causing such a ruckus? At this moment, Yi Xiao's right hand showed a faint flush of redness. A tingling numbness radiated through it, yet not a single scratch marred his skin. It was rather painful. Retracting his fist, Yi Xiao muttered a remark. His voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for other students below to hear. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong, still bleeding from his nose, stared dumbfoundedly at the scene on the platform. For towering Wang Lei, half a head taller than Yi Xiao and significantly more robust, to be lying on the training platform like a curled shrimp, trembling uncontrollably, was utterly astonishing. A Class C professional versus a Class E professional, one at the brink of the 2nd realm, the other still in the 1st realm. The discrepancy on paper was colossal. Yet how could the outcome of the actual fight be like this? Ugh! In excruciating pain, Wang Lei spat out a mouthful of sour saliva. Witnessing this scene, the students were rendered speechless. Their minds replayed the moment Yi Xiao's punch sent Wang Lei crashing to the ground. Both had clearly fought with all their might. Yet Yi Xiao's fist was only reddened and somewhat sore, while Wang Lei was knocked flat, even vomiting stomach acid. Ding! You have completed a punch. The force of this punch is 61. You have gained 1 point of martial way value. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Clay Embryo Realm, 23rd level. By now, Yi Xiao had grown accustomed to his realm advancing with every punch. Moreover, each enhancement in his realm brought a palpable consolidation of the power within, steadily fortifying his martial foundation. For ordinary individuals, once they reach a bottleneck in their realm, the growth of strength slows to a crawl, unless they break through to the next grand realm. But Yi Xiao clearly had no such problem. At present, he could continuously ascend within his minor realm levels, with no signs of diminishing returns in his power growth. At this moment, Gao Yao was utterly stunned. He pushed up his glasses, gazing at the scene before him with disbelief. When Wang Lei was felled by Yi Xiao's punch right before his eyes, his mind went completely blank. Yi Xiao approached him, while Gao Yao instinctively stepped backward, gradually being cornered. You just claimed your victory over Zhang Chong was due to sneaky tactics. How about now? Yi Xiao defeated Wang Lei fairly and squarely in a head-on confrontation. At this, Gao Yao's knees buckled, and before everyone, he knelt down upon the platform. Yet Gao Yao's heart did not truly embrace this submission, but his body betrayed him. Before Yi Xiao's overwhelming confidence and imposing aura, he was instantly crushed. Yi Xiao sneered coldly upon seeing this. Is that all? Silence enveloped the crowd. Gao Yao lowered his head in shame, unwilling to meet the eyes of those around him. Then, Yi Xiao swept his gaze across the surrounding students and spoke icily. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? At these words, the students of Class 9 fell into a deathly hush, not daring to utter a single breath. They had witnessed with their own eyes how this infamous Class E waste had defeated Zhang Chong and Wang Lei and intimidated Gao Yao into kneeling with his aura. It must be known that these 3 were, without exception, Class C professionals, all possessing the strength of the 2nd realm. Despite facing suppression from their professions and realms, they all suffered such humiliating defeats. No one else dared to step onto the platform to challenge Yi Xiao. Some cast furtive glances at Yi Xiao. When his gaze shifted toward them, they hastily averted their eyes. Wang Lei still lay prone on the ground. Although mostly recovered, he continued to feign vomiting and pain. Zhang Chong sat on the protective mat, back turned to Yi Xiao, hands covering his bleeding nose, appearing quite preoccupied. Gao Yao knelt on the platform, wishing he could bury his head underground. Meanwhile, homeroom teacher Zhou Ming stood below, staring at Yi Xiao's back with a complex expression. Yi Xiao, have you trained before? Yi Xiao thought for a moment and shook his head. No. Zhou Ming was somewhat surprised. The few punches you just threw, your talent is remarkable. Yi Xiao offered a slight smile. Thank you for the compliment. However, I really haven't trained in boxing. It's not that I'm strong. It's that they're too weak. Zhou Ming regarded Yi Xiao's arrogant demeanor and then chuckled. Interesting. At this moment, the other students on the scene wore ashen faces. Even though Yi Xiao remained so arrogant, he now possessed the right to be so. Homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming spoke up. Since no one dares to challenge Yi Xiao, then consider Yi Xiao's defense successful. Yi Xiao, you gained 10 points of class resource credits. At this announcement, many students showed expressions of astonishment. Teacher Zhou, yesterday at the Awakening Testing Hall, the director of education said Yi Xiao only attends class and does not consume class cultivation resources. Yet the next second, Zhou Ming shot back. Since ancient times, cultivation resources belong to the strong. Of course, if any student is dissatisfied, they may challenge Yi Xiao. Anyone who can defeat Yi Xiao shall claim these 10 class resource credits. Zhou Ming looked toward Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, any objections? Yi Xiao shook his head. No objections. In the end, no one dared to speak. Immediately after, Zhou Ming continued to arrange others for defense and challenge matches. The injured Wang Lei and Zhang Chong were sent to the infirmary. Gao Yao slunk away to a corner in defeat. As for Yi Xiao, Zhou Ming called him aside privately. Teacher Zhou, did you need to speak with me? Yi Xiao, I've noticed that your cultivation method differs greatly from that of your classmates. That is true, Yi Xiao nodded. Zhou Ming continued. Though you are Class E professional, I see qualities in you that others lack. Perhaps this path of the martial artist, so widely scorned, might truly be one you can successfully traverse. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao smiled faintly, indicating his understanding. Zhou Ming then proceeded to elaborate further. Originally, the matter of the gravity training tower was premature for you to concern yourself with. After all, it is a course that only opens in the third year semester. However, I believe that for you, now is the most opportune moment to commence your cultivation within the gravity training tower. The gravity training tower? Upon hearing the name of this edifice, Yi Xiao's countenance bore an expression of puzzlement mingled with curiosity. Zhou Ming elucidated the gravity training tower, as its name suggests, subjects those who enter to an overwhelming gravitational pressure, thereby achieving the effect of cultivation. Within the tower, every living being is uniformly oppressed by this gravity, from bones to blood, from internal organs to the spirit. Without exception, magic is suppressed. The flow of spiritual energy slows. The physical form endures tremendous strain. The intense gravitational pressure persistently exerts force upon your body at its limits, stimulating your qi and blood, causing the density and evolution of your muscles and bones to continually increase. There are no shortcuts, no techniques in the gravity training tower, only sheer endurance. When Zhou Ming finished speaking, Yi Xiao had gained a comprehensive understanding of this so-called gravity training tower. Teacher Zhou, I understand. How might I enter the gravity training tower? Yi Xiao inquired. At that moment, Zhou Ming produced a card imbued with a silvery, flowing luster. He extended it toward Yi Xiao and said, "This is my gravity training card. It grants 100 hours of usage per month. Take it and use it first." Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback. His eyes fixed upon the card bearing Zhou Ming's name and the title teacher. Evidently, Zhou Ming was entrusting him with his own resources. Teacher Zhou, is this appropriate? Yi Xiao hesitated, not taking the card immediately. Zhou Ming smiled and replied, "This month is the freshman's month for your year, and as your homeroom teacher, my duties keep me exceedingly busy. There is scarcely time for me to train in the gravity training tower. Moreover, the training hours on this card refresh automatically every month. If not used within the month, they do not accumulate but are simply lost. Besides, you don't really think you can use up all 100 hours, do you?" Curious, Yi Xiao retorted, "Is the gravity training tower that difficult?" A mysterious smile appeared on Zhou Ming's face. "You'll understand once you've been there." The second session of the morning had yet to conclude. The students of Class 9 looked on, astonished, as Yi Xiao ceased attending class and instead departed. Before leaving, Yi Xiao spoke quietly with Wang Pengzi, though many heard the exchange. "Wang Pengzi, I'm going to the gravity training tower. Wait for me at noon and we'll eat together." Though seemingly simple, this brief exchange, coupled with Yi Xiao's solitary conversation with Wang Pengzi, was witnessed by other classmates. Previously, because Wang Pengzi was close to Yi Xiao, when they ostracized Yi Xiao, they also isolated Wang Pengzi. However, Yi Xiao's small but decisive display of prowess during the initial practical class effectively deterred his classmates. At the same time, he conveyed through his actions that he and Wang Pengzi shared a close bond. Do not presume they could bully Wang Pengzi once he was gone. Sure enough, after Yi Xiao's departure, the group hurriedly gathered around Wang Pengzi, clamoring with questions. Wang Pengzi, are you close to Yi Xiao? Were you classmates before? Why does Yi Xiao have such high combat ability despite his poor profession and low realm? Was he skilled in fighting before? For a moment, Wang Pengzi became the class celebrity, surrounded by classmates who asked questions with an air of ingratiation. A smile stretched across Wang Pengzi's face, but in truth, he barely knew Yi Xiao, having met him only the day before. He simply treated Yi Xiao differently from the others. Because of this, Wang Pengzi earned Yi Xiao's steadfast friendship. Many years later, when Wang Pengzi reminisced, he would still regard the day he first met Yi Xiao as the most righteous decision of his life. Jiang City Martial Arts University, the Gravity Training Tower. It stood in the northern district of the academy, forged entirely from an obscure black alloy, rising 9 stories tall. Hence, it was also called the 9-layer Black Tower. Its surface bore no embellishments, save for white numerals engraved at each floor's entrance. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 50, 80, 100, and ultimate. These numbers were not arbitrary. They represented differing multiples of gravitational force. The tower's body was octagonal, tapering upward like a black sword thrust into the earth. The summit was perpetually shrouded in mist, a peculiar meteorological phenomenon caused by the gravitational field distorting the air. On clear days, sunlight reflected off the tower's surface with a dim metallic sheen. On overcast days, the entire tower resembled a black nail driven between heaven and earth. Most striking were the scars adorning the tower's exterior, marks left by powerful practitioners during cultivation over the years. Deep fist imprints, scorched thunder patterns, sword slashes, claw marks. No one repaired these blemishes, for they were the tower's medals of honor. At the base was a colossal archway, 3 zhang high and 2 zhang wide, with an inscription above, under gravity, all beings are equal. For practitioners of magic, gravity was a burden, for spiritual energy flow slowed here, and casting spells demanded greater mental effort. Yet this also pushed the limits of spiritual capacity, making it an excellent environment for cultivation. For martial artists, gravity was the finest whetstone. Every punch resisted additional gravitational force. Every breath consumed more oxygen. Every drop of blood endured greater pressure. A single strike here equated to 10 outside. Moreover, gravity stimulated the physical body's instinctive self-enhancement. Bone density increased, muscle fibers thickened, and qi and blood circulated more rapidly. By the time Yi Xiao arrived at the tower's entrance, many students were already queuing, mostly juniors and seniors possessing specialized gravity training cards. The presence of an unfamiliar face like Yi Xiao's drew their attention. A stranger? Seems like a freshman. His aura is unstable, his strength feeble, his realm low. Has our school's freshman quality declined this much? When I enrolled, I was many times stronger than him. I heard among these freshmen there's a special recruit. What special recruit? Just a connection. Could this be the so-called Guanxi recruit? At that moment, a rhythmic knocking sounded from the tower's entrance. A hoarse voice called out from ahead. Hey, those at the back, are you going to train or not? If not, step aside and let the others in. The speaker was an elderly man, clad in a dingy gray work uniform, clutching a cane in his hand as he leaned against a pillar beside the tower's entrance. Deep wrinkles etched his face, and his eyes were narrowed to thin slits, giving him the appearance of the most ordinary gatekeeper at the academy. Black Old Master, we're heading in now. The students who had been discussing Yi Xiao moments before seemed visibly intimidated by the old man responsible for overseeing the gravity training tower. Hastily and efficiently, they produced their gravity training cards, swiped them, and entered the tower in one seamless motion. Soon, Yi Xiao found himself standing before the old man in line. Student, a new face, huh? First time here? Came a hoarse voice from before him. Yi Xiao no dit enough affirmation. The old man appraised him from head to toe, his gaze lingering briefly on the faded t-shirt he wore. Which class are you from? Freshman. General Class 9. The old man grunted an acknowledgement and then asked, what is your profession? Martial artist. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's profession, the students waiting behind him grew visibly excited. Is he really that privileged? The only E-grade talent waste among the new freshmen. How do you end up here? Hey, privileged one. This place is only for juniors and above. You're just a freshman. Better leave quickly and don't cause trouble. The old man's narrowed eyes opened slightly as he looked at the heckler for 2 seconds before breaking into a smile. Martial artist, huh? A rare profession indeed. But if you want to enter the gravity training tower, you need a gravity training card. Do you have one? Yi Xiao produced the card his homeroom teacher had lent him and handed it over. The old man glanced at it. Ah, it's teacher Xiao Zhou's card. Looks like he holds you in high regard. All right, you may enter. With that, The old man inserted the card into a designated slot. He added, "Remember to retrieve your card when you come out." It was clear this measure was intended to prevent anyone from wasting time in the tower without proper training. As Yi Xiao prepared to step inside the gravity training tower, the old man suddenly recalled something. "Oh, one more thing. Don't go above the 5th floor S gravity zone." Curious, Yi Xiao inquired, "Why not?" The old man chuckled, "Because someone died there." Someone died? Yi Xiao was momentarily bewildered. At that moment, some onlookers who delighted in stirring up drama began to speak loudly. Legend has it, a person perished inside the gravity tower once. About 7 or 8 years ago, an SS-level prodigy arrogantly attempted to challenge gravity levels beyond 80 times. He sneaked in late at night without his mentor S knowledge and set the gravity to 85 times. The next morning, staff found him collapsed on the floor of the 7th level. His heart had stopped beating. His last words were scrawled on the wall. Only 5 characters. Too heavy, sorry. Since then, any gravity zones above the 7th floor require mentor accompaniment. Yi Xiao turned to the speaker. Then what does that have to do with forbidding entry to the 5th floor? The other sneered, "Obviously, it's to prevent you from dying in there. There are always some reckless youngsters who think they can withstand extreme gravity and want to prove themselves, only to almost lose their lives inside. This kind of thing has happened more than once or twice." The gravity training tower S 1st floor was the double gravity zone. Inside, it appeared more spacious than from the outside. The main hall was over 100 meters in diameter, the floor covered with thick gray mats. And the ceiling S phosphorescent stones emitted a dim yellow glow. Only a handful of students were training inside, some jogging, others doing push-ups, meditating, or practicing skills. Everyone's movements were noticeably slower than usual, as if submerged underwater. The moment Yi Xiao stepped onto the soft mat, he sensed a change. His body grew heavier, not the weight of carrying something, but a heaviness seeping from within his bones. His blood flowed more sluggishly, breathing demanded greater effort, and lifting his arms felt akin to hoisting dumbbells. So heavy indeed, Yi Xiao thought to himself. After a short while, his breathing became markedly labored. In contrast, he observed the juniors and seniors from the 3rd and 4th years strolling leisurely upstairs, clearly illustrating the gap between them. The 1st floor was considered a low-gravity zone, with gravity levels not exceeding 5 times normal. Thus, the seniors training on the 1st floor were merely warming up before moving on to higher levels. Yi Xiao, without shame or pride, chose not to force himself to the 2nd floor, but instead moved to a corner, standing before a training wooden post. This was the double gravity zone. With every punch, he had to summon all his strength, noticeably more than usual. Concentrating all his energy and power into a single fist, he struck forward with great force. Boom! The wooden post trembled slightly, but did not topple. Yi Xiao was already sweating on his forehead. Huff! Huff! He became breathless, and his body flushed red and hot from the intense exertion. No wonder it was called the gravity training tower. I only threw 1 punch, yet I feel like all my strength has been drained. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Yi Xiao's ear. Ding! You have completed 1 punch. The force of this punch is 32. You have gained 2 points in martial arts. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, clay mold stage, 24th layer. Current realm, clay mold stage, 25th layer. Wait, what is this? Did I hear that right? Yi Xiao was astonished to discover that under double gravity, after delivering a punch, he had gained double the usual realm advancement. A look of delight immediately appeared on his face. So, maintaining the quality of 1's punches under intense gravity yields greater realm progression. I'm currently in the double gravity zone, but what if I move to the triple gravity zone? If I want, I'll just do it. Yi Xiao cast his gaze toward the triple gravity zone not far away, only about a dozen meters from where he stood. But the moment he stepped into that zone, he instantly felt every bone and muscle in his body subjected to even greater gravity. His spine was forced to bend. His knees buckled, making it difficult to straighten them. Even his teeth began to chatter. Is my body really this weak? This is only the triple gravity zone, and I've already reached my physical limit, Yi Xiao thought bitterly. A pang of frustration welled within him, but it was quickly overshadowed by his fervent ambition to grow stronger. Hiss, hiss, gritting his teeth, gasping for air, Yi Xiao finally straightened his body and stood tall in the triple gravity zone. Let me throw a punch and see what happens. From afar, some newly arrived juniors and seniors cast peculiar and mocking glances his way. In the triple gravity zone, he was already trembling like this? This person was far too weak. Ridiculous. If his body was this frail, he might as well stay in the dormitory and sleep instead of coming here to train. Yi Xiao clenched his fists with all his might, his body shaking mercilessly. Summoning every ounce of strength, he slowly threw a punch toward the space before him. You have completed a punch. The force of this punch is 21. Realm advancement failed. Failed. Yi Xiao stared at his fist with a hint of unwillingness. Under the oppressive weight of triple gravity, he had already exerted himself to the utmost. Yet, every part of his body felt as if it was shackled by a stone. Even lifting his arm was a struggle. How could he possibly muster enough strength to throw a punch? At that moment, trembling all over and barely managing to stay upright, Yi Xiao turned his gaze toward the entrance. The elderly gatekeeper suddenly stepped inside, heading in Yi Xiao's direction. The senior students watching wore expressions of amusement. The Black Elder himself has come in. Looks like he's here to persuade this guy to quit. He's shaking like that in the triple gravity zone. There's no way they let him continue training. What if he dies here? There have been fatalities in the gravity training tower before. Yi Xiao assumed the same, but the old man had come to convince him to leave. When the gatekeeper stood before him, staring intently, Yi Xiao was drenched in sweat but maintained a steadfast posture. His teeth chattered as he said, "I'll go to the double gravity zone. I can handle that one. Don't make me leave." At that moment, a meaningful smile crept onto the old man's face. For a martial artist, practicing punches is fundamental. Delivering a punch is all about power. There's a saying, great power brings miracles. One force shatters myriad techniques. That's exactly it. But when you lack great power, punching requires finesse. Watching you throw punches, it's not some flashy style, just the most basic jab and retract, jab and retract. Each punch's angle, force, and speed are almost identical. I've seen many kinds of punches, genius punches, ornate punches, fierce punches, subtle punches. But I've never seen punches so monotonous as yours. Yi Xiao asked with difficulty. So? The old man chuckled leisurely. So you're too rigid. You need to learn to add some finesse to your punches. That way, you only need to use 30% of your strength to deliver 70% of the punch's power. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yi Xiao stared at the old man, half comprehending. At that moment, the old man moved in front of Yi Xiao, standing before a wooden training post. He raised his right hand, formed a simple fist, and lightly struck the post. The next instant, the entire training post exploded into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. The commotion was so loud it reached the third floor of the gravity training tower, drawing the attention of countless students training inside. Yet, the old man acted as if nothing had happened. He said, "This training post is poorly made. Try using another one." With that, he left, leaving Yi Xiao dumbfounded in place. What had he just witnessed? An old man, forming a simple fist with his right hand, lightly striking the wooden post with almost no visible exertion, and yet the post shattered instantly? Yi Xiao was stunned. He had trained with these posts before and knew how solidly they were constructed. When he punched them, the post didn't even wobble. But the old man casually touched it, and it exploded to smithereens. This was no poor quality. It was the work of a monk-level master. Yi Xiao muttered frantically in his mind. He watched the old man's retreating figure as it disappeared beyond the entrance. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao calmed himself. Closing his eyes, he began to contemplate every detail of the old man's movements, the sequence, each nuance, every angle, replaying them meticulously in his mind. 5 minutes later, Yi Xiao opened his eyes, now gleaming with sharp confidence. He threw a punch again. The wooden post wobbled slightly, but the degree of movement was greater than before. Moreover, Yi Xiao used much less force, yet the effect was significantly improved. You have completed a punch. The force of this punch is 25. Realm advancement failed. Not bad. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yi Xiao's lips. At the same time, outside the entrance of the gravity training tower, the old man sighed. The lad is teachable. While pondering the old man's previous punches, Yi Xiao contemplated how to wield this finesse in his own strikes. Time flew by swiftly. Yi Xiao repeatedly practiced punches infused with this new finesse. The wooden post accumulated numerous shallow dents, some even stained with blood. His fists were soaked with sweat and blood. Each punch landed with a dull explosive sound. This was pure brute force, fierce and powerful, but 7 or 8/10 of the energy dissipated in recoil, with less than 30% penetrating the wooden post. No, he panted, stopping to examine his swollen knuckles. Still not right. Always just a little off. Again, he knew he was forcing it. A true martial master's punch was like a needle piercing cotton. No surface damage, but the interior shattered completely. But he couldn't achieve that. Every punch's energy spilled out like water poured from a bucket, scattering everywhere. Yet Yi Xiao did not lose heart. He firmly believed he could succeed. Closing his eyes, he recalled the trajectory of his punches, starting from the soles of his feet, twisting his waist, turning his hips, thrusting his shoulders, and finally delivering the punch. Each stage consumed energy. It was like a leaking pipe. By the time the water reached the end, little remained. In contrast, the old man's punches, though subtle, transported power with efficiency far beyond Yi Xiao's imagination. He began to slow his movements, not to punch, but to feel the power rising from his feet, traveling up his bones, joint by joint, ankles, knees, lumbar vertebrae, spine, shoulder blades. Each joint was a checkpoint where power was lost, deflected, or dissipated. What if, he murmured to himself, these joints were no longer obstacles, but channels? He assumed his stance once more. This time, he no longer chased speed or strength, but sought smoothness, letting power flow like water from his feet, passing through each joint without resistance or blockage, naturally surging forward. The first punch was still chaotic. The second showed slight improvement. The third, smack. The sound was different. Not the usual dull thud, but a crisp, brief snap like the crack of a whip's tail. He was stunned. The surface of the wooden stake remained intact, yet on the wall behind it, there was conspicuously a fist-sized dent. The force had penetrated through. He lowered his gaze to his own fist, noting not even a red mark on his knuckles. This was the art of finesse. In that moment, he finally understood that true strength did not lie in how much force one could exert, but rather in how much force one could channel effectively to the intended target. Ding! You have completed a punch. The force exerted this time, 45. You have gained 3 points of martial way value. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Mudmold realm, 26th layer. Current realm, Mudmold realm, 27th layer. Current realm, Mudmold realm, 28th layer. Here it comes. A triple leap in realms. Yi Zhao's entire body was drenched in sweat, his hands stained with a mixture of blood and sweat. Although his body ached and throbbed intensely, he was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable exhilaration. After nearly an hour of arduous training, the moment he successfully grasped the art of finesse, Yi Xiao felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the passive skill. Finesse. Finesse. Passive when you throw a punch. The required energy expenditure decreases. Moreover, Yi Xiao had simultaneously acquired a passive skill, his very first one. The emergence of finesse would undoubtedly accelerate the efficiency of Yi Zhao's realm advancement significantly. He had now preliminarily mastered the basics of finesse. What remained was to practice it relentlessly, elevating its effectiveness to new heights. A genius. The elderly man outside the gravity training tower glanced at the time. Only 1 hour had passed. With just a simple hint, Yi Xiao had completely comprehended the application of finesse. It was a pity he was a warrior of the weakest profession. With such cultivation talent, if he had been in any other profession, he would surely achieve extraordinary status in the future. But alas, he was merely a warrior. The old man sighed deeply, filled with regret. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao was utterly immersed in a whirlwind of realm breakthroughs. He threw a punch, expending 20% of his strength. Realm 3. It seemed he could reduce his energy consumption even further. He struck again, using 10% of his strength. Realm 3. He felt as though he had entered an energy-saving mode. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yi Xiao's mouth. As long as the conditions for realm advancement were met, there was no need to waste excessive energy. It appeared that learning how to maximize the efficiency of his strength was also something requiring repeated practice. He then hurled another punch, consuming 9% of his strength. Realm advancement failed. He punched once more, expending 10% of his strength. Realm 3. Through gradual exploration, Yi Xiao finally discovered the threshold. After 5 punches in 10 minutes, his entire body was drenched in sweat, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted and devoid of any strength. Yet, during this process, Yi Xiao was delighted to find that his physical constitution had subtly strengthened, because the triple gravity he now endured was no longer as oppressive as it had been initially. My body is beginning to adapt little by little to the environment of triple gravity. The thought brought a glimmer of joy to Yi Xiao's heart. While resting and recovering his strength, Yi Xiao opened his attribute panel to take a look. With a thought, a system panel projection appeared before his eyes. Host, Yi Xiao. Profession, warrior, sole successor of the extreme path. Realm, Mudmold realm, 40th layer. Punch power amplification, 1. Kung Fu, extreme martial fist scripture. Passive, finesse. Divine skill, heart of extreme martial. Status, exhausted. Martial way value, 30. Realm advancement intensity, 30. Requirement for next major realm breakthrough. Complete 1 law-breaking punch. Incomplete. Recollecting a day ago, Yi Xiao was nothing more than a tiny shrimp at the first layer of the Mudmold realm. During the awakening test, he was mocked and looked down upon by everyone. Who could have imagined that after just 1 day, although his realm remained at the first level, he had amassed a full 40 layers of strength within that first realm. Yi Xiao's true combat power was already equivalent to the limit of the second realm, even comparable to the early stages of the third realm. Was this what it meant to accumulate strength before unleashing it all at once? Yi Xiao thought silently. He increasingly felt the need not to rush to break through realms, but to continuously stack higher realm layers within the mud mold realm. As the saying goes, a towering skyscraper must be built from a solid foundation. Only by strengthening the base can one construct the tallest skyscraper upon it. Then, Yi Xiao noticed a negative status in his status bar, exhausted. Exhausted. Your internal strength is depleted, resulting in a decline in all physical attributes. Please rest. But at that moment, Yi Xiao saw a solitary asterisk at the end of this status message. Curious, he checked further. Exhausted status can serve as an opportunity to break through physical limits. Risk factor, 80%. Reading the initial words brought joy to Yi Xiao, but the risk factor of 80% silenced him immediately. Clearly, this was a high-risk, high-reward operation. If Yi Xiao forced himself to push beyond limits while his internal strength was completely drained and his muscles painfully strained, the ideal outcome would be a burst of his bodily potential and a breakthrough of physical limits. The worst case, however, would be that his body could not withstand the pressure, resulting in injury and severe aftereffects. After much deliberation, Yi Xiao decided to adopt a conservative strategy. Safety first. I'm still at the beginning of my cultivation journey. There's no need to bite off more than I can chew, he muttered to himself. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Because the host has accumulated more than 30 points of martial way value, the Martial Heart Shop is officially unlocked. Currently unlocked Martial Heart Shop content, exclusive to the Mud Mold realm. Immediately, a store list appeared before Yi Xiao's eyes. Only the Mud Mold realm section at the top row was illuminated. The rest were dimmed, inaccessible due to his realm level. Yi Xiao's gaze moved downward to see what items were available. Recovery items. Martial Way Golden Pill, small upon consumption, immediately restores a small amount of stamina and heals minor injuries. Required for exchange, 5 points of martial arts value. Rejuvenation Powder. Upon ingestion, it gradually and continuously restores stamina and minor injuries, lasting for half an hour. Required for exchange, 4 points of martial arts value. Vitality Pill. Upon ingestion, it replenishes chi and blood, accelerating wound healing. Required for exchange, 3 points of martial arts value. Yi Xiao swiftly cast a glance over the items, then murmured to himself, the martial arts golden pill, is suited for saving my life when my stamina is insufficient in the early stages, allowing me to train continuously for longer. The second, rejuvenation powder, can be used for recovery after training, reducing rest time. The third, vitality pill, should be for the rapid repair of ordinary training injuries. Besides these, Yi Xiao also noticed auxiliary items available for exchange. Purity Talisman, eliminates fatigue, maintaining alertness. Required for exchange, 8 points of martial arts value. Power Pill, temporarily enhances a small amount of punching power, lasting 10 minutes. Required for exchange, 10 points of martial arts value. Iron Skin Plaster, temporarily hardens the skin, providing a slight defense boost, lasting 10 minutes. Required for exchange, 8 points of martial arts value. Spirit Gathering Incense, when ignited, increases the surrounding spiritual energy concentration by 10. Required for exchange, 15 points of martial arts value. Is that all? It seems that because I am at the clay embryo realm, the items I can exchange are exceedingly limited. Yi Xiao mutteret a complete inyardly. What should I exchange for that can assist my cultivation? As Yi Xiao pondered, suddenly a voice echoed in his ear. Ding! This time, it was no longer a simple data broadcast, but a solemn and ancient voice he had never heard before. The heart of supreme martial arts has awakened. From this day forth, every punch you throw, every step you take, every breakthrough you achieve, shall be forever remembered. The road is long, do not look back. The journey is far, do not stop. The path of the strong has begun. Wait, what is the path of the strong? Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback. It seems that because I fulfilled some condition, new content in the system has been unlocked. Immediately, before his eyes appeared a series of contents regarding the path of the strong. Path of the strong. First punch. Trigger condition. Throw your first punch. Achieved. Reward. First cry. Title. Title effect. Punching power 1 gene. Symbolic significance. System prompt. The first punch is always the hardest. You did it. After reading the first line, a smile played at the corner of Yi Xiao's lips. So it is akin to a milestone achievement. What amused Yi Xiao was that upon achieving the first punch accomplishment, he was rewarded with a punching power of 1 gene. However, this was a special commemorative significance. He then continued to examine further. 100 punches. Not achieved. 1,000 punches. Not achieved. Tempered into steel. Trigger condition. Clay embryo realm reaches 100 layers. Not achieved. Reward. Body protection pill. Yi Xiao surveyed the list and found that currently only 2 achievements were within his reach. One concerned the number of punches thrown. The other, tempered into steel, required the clay embryo realm to reach 100 layers. As a reward, it would grant a body protection pill. Yi Xiao clicked to view the details. Body protection pill, 6th realm pill upon ingestion. It allows the body to remain absolutely safe even in a state of exhaustion, lasting 2 minutes. Seeing this, Yi Xiao's enthusiasm surged. Doesn't this perfectly correspond to pushing the body's limits in a state of exhaustion, as mentioned earlier? Previously confused, Yi Xiao's objective suddenly became clear. I will first advance to 100 layers of the clay embryo realm, then complete the tempered into steel achievement, and then attempt the ultimate breakthrough under exhaustion. Thus, in the time that followed, Yi Xiao abandoned any lofty or fanciful ideas. He immersed himself entirely on the first floor of the gravity training tower. On the first floor, there were 5 distinct gravity zones, ranging from 1-fold to 5-fold gravity. Yi Xiao maintained a steady rhythm, resting for 15 minutes, then throwing 2 punches, followed by another rest. In this manner, Yi Xiao stood alone in a corner of the first floor of the gravity training tower. Though people came and went around him, none diverted his focus. Instead, many wore expressions of amusement, watching him as if he were a spectacle. That weirdo-esque training method is strange. Resting 15 minutes, then throwing 2 punches, and resting again. This guy must be here for laughs. He wants strength, but doesn't he want to endure the hardships of training? There's no such thing. I heard he's a freshman. No way. A freshman having a gravity training card to enter here? Moreover, how would a freshman even know this place? Who knows? They say he's a privileged student. ISNT, they're a famous special recruit freshman this year? Oh, so it's him? That special recruit? Only possessing strength at the first professional realm and the weakest E-rank profession. He doesn't even attend regular classes, coming straight to the gravity training tower to train. No wonder people say he's a privileged student. Looking at it now, he really is. I despise people like him the most, relying on background and connections to snatch away others' training resources. Heavens know whose spot he squeezed out to enter our school. Though countless conspiracy theories swirled through the first floor of the gravity training tower, Yi Xiao turned a deaf ear, because he knew one thing very well. In the face of these rumors and doubts, mere words cannot convince others. The only way is to prove it with fists. When a moment comes that he can defeat all the freshmen of the entire first-year class with his fists, all doubts will naturally be resolved. Soon, time flew to noon. After a morning of training without food or drink, Yi Xiao's body was on the verge of collapse, desperately needing energy replenishment. At that moment, Yi Xiao summoned the last ounce of strength within and unleashed a punch. A fierce wind howled as the training wooden post before him deepened its dent by several degrees. Ding! You have completed a punch. The force of this punch is 31. You have gained 3 points of martial arts value. Your realm has advanced. Current realm. Clay embryo realm, 98th layer. Current realm. Clay embryo realm, 99th layer. Current realm. Clay embryo realm, 100th layer. It's done. Yi Xiao was utterly exhausted, his entire body weak, unable to even raise his arm. He collapsed backward. Fortunately, a soft mat was beneath him. After falling, Yi Xiao suffered no injuries. At that moment, Yi Xiao noticed his Path of the Strong achievement flashing with a red light. The red glow vanished in an instant. Yi Xiao understood. This meant he had unlocked a new achievement. He hurried to check. Tempered into steel. Trigger condition. Clay embryo realm reaches 100 layers. Achieved. Reward. Body protection pill. System prompt. 100 punches. Your hands must be hurting, right? It will hurt even more in the future. Yi Xiao's eyes were glistening with sweat. He wiped them with his clothes, a joyous smile spreading across his face. His hands indeed ached, yet the sensation was exhilarating. With a flicker of his thoughts, a protective pill materialized in the palm of his hand. He gazed at the pill, resembling a small chocolate sphere, and was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. For something so small as you, I have endured countless hardships. I hope you will not disappoint me. Yi Xiao popped the protective pill into his mouth, chewing it swiftly before swallowing. After a few moments, he could feel warmth spreading through every limb and bone in his body, as if a gentle current of heat was safeguarding every blood vessel and sinew within him. The moment had come. It was time to push the limits of my body. Yi Xiao rolled over and rose from the ground. It could be said that his current ability to stand was not due to physical strength at all, but entirely reliant on his colossal willpower. When the body falters, the strength of the spirit will carve a path through adversity. Come, Exhaust the very last ounce of strength and potential within me. Let me witness the true boundary of this body. With a sudden burst, a faint crimson aura began to rise from Yi Xiao's body. This spectacle immediately drew the attention of many senior students nearby. That guy, why is there a red glow emanating from him? A red glow? Could it be that his blood qi is vaporizing? ISNT, that usually a sign of severe injury? Huh, has this freshman gone mad? Doesn't he realize his internal organs are damaged and his vital energy is leaking out? Even the elderly gatekeeper outside the gravity training tower paused in his work. He stepped inside the first floor of the tower, his gaze fixed distantly on Yi Xiao's direction. This kid, is he risking his life? It's only his first day of training here. There is still a long road ahead. Why would he burn his vital energy so recklessly? But wait, at his age, how could he possibly understand the technique of burning blood qi? For a moment, all eyes of the senior students on the first floor of the gravity training tower converged upon Yi Xiao. And then, Yi Xiao began to exert himself. He felt power surge from the soles of his feet, coursing upward through his bones, joint by joint. Ankles, knees, lumbar vertebrae, spine, shoulder blades. Every joint had been unlocked. The strength flowed like water, starting at the feet, passing through each joint without resistance or obstruction, naturally surging forward. When it reached the tips of his fists, he unleashed a punch. That single blow struck the surface of the wooden training post. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. The wooden post emitted only a crisp sound. It did not tremble in the slightest, maintaining its upright stance, motionless. Suddenly, uproarious laughter erupted throughout the hall. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. That freshman made such a fuss, and for what? He can't even budge the training post. The first floor post is the weakest. Any freshman could move it easily, yet he can't make it shift an inch. What a waste of my expectations. An E-rank loser is just an E-rank loser. If it weren't for his connections, he'd probably be digging mine somewhere right now. Amidst the crowd's mockery and derision, only two faces displayed different expressions. The gatekeeper's face bore a faint smile of delight, while a trace of triumphant joy appeared on Yi Xiao's own countenance. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom! The dark energy hidden within the training post suddenly detonated, shattering the entire wooden structure into fragments. Debris flew in every direction, striking the faces of the senior students and stinging their skin painfully. How? How could this happen? The first floor of the gravity training tower fell into stunned silence. Every senior was visibly shocked. They could not believe that an immovable wooden post had exploded from within. There is something wrong. This freshman must have cheated. We all saw the entire process. When he punched, the post didn't move an inch. How could such a post be destroyed? Has any junior or senior ever done that? No, none that I know of. Voices of speculation and disbelief rippled through the crowd. The shock Yi Xiao brought was immense. The strength of the training post was undeniable. To destroy it, one would need the power of the gatekeeper himself. Wouldn't they? Yet now, Yi Xiao had obliterated the post, implying he possessed the gatekeeper's level of strength. That's utter nonsense. Such thoughts filled the hearts of all the senior students present. As the culprit behind the destruction of the training post, Yi Xiao collapsed to the ground once more after delivering that perfect punch. He was utterly drained of strength, but a smile remained upon his lips. Ding! You have completed a punch with a force rating of 100. You have gained 20 points of martial virtue. Congratulations on successfully comprehending the passive skill, Dark Energy. Congratulations on surpassing the limits of your bodily potential. Your realm has significantly advanced. Current realm, Mudclay realm, 101st level. Current realm, Mudclay realm, 102nd level. Current realm, Mudclay realm, 120th level. That single punch propelled Yi Xiao's realm to soar by a full 20 levels. He could feel the power within him surging upward rapidly. These newly acquired levels of strength caused his cells and bones to undergo mysterious, imperceptible evolution. Although Yi Xiao had exhausted his internal potential and power, the capacity of his body to contain strength had also expanded. Once he rested adequately, his abilities would increase dramatically compared to before. At this moment, Yi Xiao glanced at the new passive skill he had just comprehended on his own. Dark Energy, passive when you strike with a punch. You can leave a portion of dark energy within a target. Though his entire body ached as if he wished to perish, the sensation was exhilarating. Yi Xiao laughed heartily. Ha! From afar, the senior students watched Yi Xiao lying on the ground like a cripple, laughing wildly. They increasingly felt this freshman was a madman, who trains with such reckless abandon. Yet what these people did not know was that the very person they mocked, the one they saw as insane, was relentlessly forging the foundation of his cultivation through a mode of training no one else could comprehend. At present, Yi Xiao had reached the 120th level of the mud clay realm. 120 levels was only the beginning. I shall strive to break through to the 1000th level. Just after Yi Xiao attained the milestone of tempered steel, his Path of the Strong updated with a new landmark. Following the tempered steel milestone, a glaring, unachieved milestone emerged. 1000 refinements to gold. 1000 refinements to gold. Trigger condition. Mud embryo realm reaches 1000 layers. Unachieved. Reward. Extreme martial body. Initial embryo. Yi Xiao's gaze grew resolute, his eyes sparkling as they fixed upon 1000 refinements to gold. Inwardly, he mused, I am currently at 120 layers in the mud embryo realm. Feeling my combat strength is roughly on par with the third professional realm. If I could break through to 1000 layers in the mud embryo realm, how would my power then compare to the professional realm? This thought filled Yi Xiao with mounting anticipation. What an E-grade talent. What if one is stuck in the weakest profession? What harm is there in remaining at the first realm? As long as my fist power continues to rise, nothing else matters. No matter how formidable the enemy, if I can refine the power of this single punch to its utmost perfection, one force to shatter myriad techniques, one punch to suppress and annihilate. A blazing fighting spirit ignited within Yi Xiao's heart. Immediately thereafter, because Yi Xiao lay on the ground before a shattered training wooden post, he had become quite famous. Many senior students gathered around to watch him. Even those from the upper floors came down specially to observe. Although Yi Xiao cared little for others' opinions, the sensation of being gawked at like a performing monkey felt rather strange. Thus, Yi Xiao opened his martial arts store, preparing to purchase a small martial Dao pill to rapidly replenish his strength. Just as he was about to spend 5 martial Dao points to buy it, suddenly an old man's south face appeared close before him. It was none other than Old He, the guardian of the gravity training tower. He bent forward, smiling warmly at Yi Xiao, then tossed a red pill into the air, which by chance landed directly into Yi Xiao's mouth. Yi Xiao instinctively wanted to spit out this unknown object, but Old He's voice drifted softly. This is the Tiger Yang pill. After taking it, it replenishes strength and vital energy. If you spit it out, don't regret it later. This thing isn't sold outside. It's exclusively supplied by the school's Alchemy Institute, and I only have one. Hearing this, Yi Xiao quickly withdrew his puckered lips and, half doubtful, chewed the pill. Upon crushing the Tiger Yang pill, a fiery sensation coursed through his mouth, as if eating chili peppers. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Xiao choked and coughed repeatedly. But the moment the crushed Tiger Yang pill entered his body and took effect, he felt his once drained meridians rapidly generating strength. His previously depleted vital energy was swiftly replenished. Overused muscle cells were richly nourished. His exhausted strength was rapidly returning. The sensation of rapidly restored power was exhilarating. The sky cleared, the rain ceased. Yi Xiao felt renewed. After lying on the ground for 2 minutes, Yi Xiao could now stand with relative ease. At this moment, his muscles had taken shape, not explosively bulky, but clearly defined and lean. While maintaining a balanced physique, his body now concealed terrifying explosive power within. Thanks, Old He. Yi Xiao quickly shouted in gratitude toward the direction Old He was departing. Old He waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me. If anyone deserves thanks, it's yourself. Hearing this, Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned. Thank myself? Old He, I wanted to thank you for the pill. Old He replied. Who said I gave you the Tiger Yang pill for free? With those words, Yi Xiao was frozen in place. The gratitude he had felt moments ago vanished like smoke. Good heavens. He had been tricked. He had thought the pill was a free gift, but it turned out to be a trap loan. Old He added, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, repay me with an identical Tiger Yang pill. The other, do a task for me. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately understood everything. Old He had already said this Tiger Yang pill was extremely precious, and he only had one. So repaying with an identical pill was unrealistic. Thus, Yi Xiao had no choice but to accept doing a task for Old He. He hurriedly jogged to catch up, walking beside Old He. He said, Old He, I have principles and bottom lines. I won't kill or burn, nor indulge in drinking, gambling, or womanizing. Old He shook his head in exasperation, silently continuing forward. Suddenly, he stopped and bluntly asked, Anything else you want to do? Yi Xiao was taken aback. He had only spoken jokingly, but Old He seemed to take it seriously. He shook his head. No, I guess not. Old He's lips curled into a strange smile. Fine, then you'll seduce someone. Se seduce? Seduce whom? I don't do seducing respectable women either. Yi Xiao stepped back 2 paces in shock. Old Hay tapped his cane and said gravely, "She is also a freshman like you, Su Mu Yun, the youngest daughter of the Su family. You seduce her, bring her to see me, and then we're square." Say seduce, Su Mu Yun? Yi Xiao's mind went blank for a full 5 seconds. Then he realized, wait, Old Hay, your wording is off. What do you mean by seduce? You mean you want me to court Su Mu Yun? Why? Old Hay glanced at Yi Xiao indifferently and said, no reason. Just tell me whether you will or not. If you don't want to, then compensate me with the tiger yong pill. Yi Xiao swallowed hard and asked, how much is one tiger yong pill worth? Old Hay raised one finger. Yi Xiao tentatively, gisit, 10,000. Old Hay shook his head. 100,000? Yi Xiao tried again, but Old Hay still shook his head. Yi Xiao's face changed. It can't be a million, right? Old Hay ignored him and returned to his post. Outside, a crowd of 3rd and 4th year students queued up to swipe their cards and enter the gravity training tower. Yi Xiao wanted to continue questioning, but, seeing the situation, hesitated. Just then, Wang Fatty's voice rang out. Yi Xiao, you finally came out. Seeing Wang Fatty, Yi Xiao suddenly remembered their plan to have lunch together. He casually pulled out Zhou Ming's gravity training card. Been waiting for you. E.M. Stadoving. Let's go eat. Wang Fatty smiled and waved at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao pocketed the card and stepped forward. Let us go, first to eat. Wang Fatty curiously surveyed the gravity training tower. As they walked and chatted, he said, I heard this gravity training tower is only open to 3rd and 4th year students. You've been inside for hours. How does it feel? Yi Xiao pondered for a moment before replying. In a gravitational environment, one feels utterly exhausted, as if burdened with countless lead weights strapped to the body. Yet, training under such conditions brings a palpable sense of physical strengthening. At this moment, Wang Fatty squeezed Yi Xiao's arm and smiled, saying, as expected, the results are evident. Your arm has become so much more robust. Yi Xiao replied, if you want to enter and train as well, I can't think of a way to help you. Hearing this, Wang Fatty immediately shook his head. Forget it. I'm not going in. I've heard from the senior students that training inside the gravity training tower is unbearably harsh. Those with weak constitutions simply cannot endure it, and there is even the risk of death. I heard that once a genius with an SS-level profession actually died inside. Anyway, my profession is chi refiner. As long as I know how to meditate and sit quietly, that is enough. Unlike you martial artists, I don't need to forge my body. Yi Xiao was speechless and gave a helpless smile. Actually, meditating and sitting quietly inside the gravity training tower is also incredibly effective. But Wang Fatty was clearly not one to endure hardship. He epitomized the majority of professionals in this era. Everyone looking for shortcuts, seeking easier and simpler ways to cultivate. The original, grueling method of hard training had gradually been abandoned. It was widely believed that those who still practiced the most primitive, stubborn methods were invariably either foolish or simply had inferior professions. The afternoon warrior dining hall buzzed with lively chatter. Yi Xiao and Wang Fatty arrived somewhat late. Although the mealtime had passed, many students were still streaming into the 3-story building. The air was thick with the aroma of spiritual food and the clamor of voices. On the first floor, ordinary food counters formed long lines. Occasionally, elite-class students swiped their cards at the elevator entrance on the 2nd floor. The VIP area on the 3rd floor was quiet, like an entirely different world. Yi Xiao carried a stainless steel tray as he emerged from the ordinary counter on the 1st floor. On his tray was a standard meal, 2 servings of rice, 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and a bowl of complimentary egg drop soup. This was the best meal a student receiving aid could afford with their monthly subsidy. Throughout the entire school, apart from Yi Xiao, there was no one else who ate the aid meal. He found a corner seat by the wall and sat down. Soon after, Wang Fatty arrived carrying a large tray piled high, with 7 meat dishes and no vegetables. Yi Xiao, is that all you're eating? Yi Xiao simulated faintly, a trace of embarrassment on his face. Wang Fatty immediately understood. He pushed his tray toward Yi Xiao and took away Yi Xiao's meal tray. You eat mine. I'll go buy another meal. Wang Fatty promptly got up and left to purchase another plate. Yi Xiao watched Wang Fatty's departing figure, silently feeling a surge of gratitude. Wang Fatty was a decent person, worthy of a close friend. In Yi Xiao's heart, a quiet resolve was already formed. When he made some achievements in the future, he would definitely bring Wang Fatty along. Even if Wang Fatty was lazy and lived off others all his life, Yi Xiao would never abandon him. The din in the dining hall rose and fell. Some discussed classes and training, some gossiped about a girl in the genius class, while others complained about next week's practical assessment. Yi Xiao lowered his head to eat, picking up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks and placing it in his mouth. The taste was mediocre, but far better than the aid meal. Just then, heavy footsteps approached from behind. Not just one person, but 3 or 4, each step deliberate. exuding a forceful assertion of presence. Yi Xiao did not turn around. Suddenly, a palm slammed down on the table in front of him with a bang, causing a tray to shake and some egg drop soup to spill. "Oh, isn't this the genius martial artist from our academy?" The voice was sharp and mocking, instantly drawing the attention of nearby students. Yi Xiao recognized the voice as belonging to one of Lin Yun's two lackeys. What was his name? Something Sunday. "I heard you went to the gravity training tower this morning and stayed inside for several hours." Another voice, deeper and belonging to the other lackey, surnamed Zhou, chimed in. Well, impressive. A martial artist, and a freshman at that, actually got into the gravity training tower. Tell me, is he really a privileged kid? He definitely wants to admit to being a privileged kid. But as far as I know, the gravity training tower is only open to juniors and above. Who knows? A normal privileged kid would keep a low profile to avoid suspicion, but this one, just a few hours in and the whole campus knows about it. Lost a father. Got a special admission opportunity, but from his looks, there's not a shred of sorrow. Seems like his dad's death was quite beneficial, and he is happily enjoying the perks. The group burst into laughter. The dining hall fell noticeably quieter. Nearby students paused their meals and looked over. Some wore expressions of anticipation, others frowned, but no one dared to speak up. Yi Xiao continued eating. Seeing no reaction, the Sun Lackey's expression darkened. He reached out, lifted the bowl of egg drop soup from Yi Xiao's tray, and waved it in front of him. "I'm talking to you, deaf or what?" Yi Xiao paused his chopsticks and raised his head. He looked at the bowl, then at Sun's face. He set the soup down, his voice calm, as if commenting on the fine weather. Sun was momentarily stunned, then broke into an even wider grin. He turned to Zhou and said, "Did you hear that? He told me to put the soup down." Zhou laughed as well. "Then put it down, will you?" "All right, I'm putting it down." Sun relaxed his grip. The bowl fell onto the table, spilling egg drop soup everywhere, splattering onto Yi Xiao's sleeve. The dining hall fell utterly silent. Every eye was fixed on the scene. Some gasped, others excitedly pulled out their phones, and some covertly sent messages under the table. "Come see, Lin Yun's lackeys are messing with that martial artist." Yi Xiao looked down at the soup stains on his sleeve. It was his only long-sleeved t-shirt, washed many times until the color had faded gray. In his foster father's old backpack, there were 2 more changes of clothes, but both had holes. He lifted his head and met Sun's gaze. "I said, put the soup down." Sun felt a chill under Yi Xiao's stare, but with 3 men standing behind him and dozens of onlookers around, he dared not back down. "I put down, see? Isn't it nicely put down?" He pointed at the soup stains on the table. Zhou jumped in. "What, you don't like it? If you don't like it, hit me. Come on, I'm standing still. Try hitting me." He slapped his own face and smiled lewdly. "Come on, hit here. How strong can a martial artist be? 100 pounds? 200? If you break me, it's on me. I want to fight back." Some people in the dining hall chuckled, but quickly stifled their laughter. Yi Xiao stared at him and icily spat. "Did Lin Yun send you to deal with me?" The men's expressions changed, but they quickly replied, "Humph, we just don't like you, the privileged kid. This has nothing to do with Yun. Even if you didn't say anything, we still want to teach you a lesson, privileged kid." Yi Xiao emitted a derisive laugh upon hearing this. "So it was Lin Yun who arranged for you to come mess with me." The few men froze instantly, realizing they had spoken out of turn. Just as they were about to protest, Yi Xiao rose to his feet. The chair scraped harshly against the floor. A formidable aura radiated from Yi Xiao's body, evoking a chilling sensation that sent shivers down one's spine. The henchmen, surnamed Sun and Zhou, instinctively took a step back, but when they noticed their retreat, their expressions darkened. Yi Xiao paid them no mind. Instead, he calmly pushed his plate further inward, as if to shield it, then fixed his tranquil gaze on the 3 men before him. "How exactly do you intend to deal with me, you 3 weaklings?" Sun's henchman stood rooted to the spot, his face flushing red, then paling white. He had been intimidated by Yi Xiao's sudden rise, retreating before dozens of onlookers, scared off by a mere martial artist. "Do you dare call us weaklings?" He snarled, lunging forward and reaching for Yi Xiao's shoulder. Yi Xiao halted mid-step. Without turning around, he glanced down at the hand resting on his shoulder. "Remove it." Sun's hand trembled, but he did not withdraw it. Before he could finish, Yi Xiao moved, not by turning or throwing a punch, but by subtly lowering his shoulder. An immense force surged through Sun's palm, as if struck by an iron hammer. His entire arm went numb, and he staggered uncontrollably backward 3 or 4 steps, crashing into a table behind him. With a loud clatter, both man and table toppled to the floor. The cafeteria erupted in gasps of shock. No one had caught the precise moment of impact. They only saw Sun grab Yi Xiao's shoulder, then Yi Xiao's shoulder move once, and Sun was flung away. Zhou's henchman turned ashen. Yi Xiao faced him calmly. "Still want to fight?" Zhou glanced at his fallen companion, then at the two others behind him. They numbered 3. While Yi Xiao stood alone. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Let us take him together." The 3 men surged forward simultaneously. Zhou led the charge, flanked by the other 2 on either side. Screams pierced the air as tables and chairs were overturned in the chaos. Yi Xiao remained rooted where he stood, motionless. Zhou's fist came first, a full-force strike from a Class B professional known for his diamond arm technique, wielding roughly 300 to 400 pounds of force, capable of shattering ordinary bones. Yi Xiao lifted his hand, not to strike, merely to raise it. His palm, like an iron gate, steadily caught the incoming fist. Years of relentless compression and honing at the mud-clay stage, weight 120, had forged Yi Xiao's physical foundation into an unyielding fortress. Zhou was stunned. His fist was gripped as if trapped in iron tongs, utterly immobilized. Bear in mind, Zhou possessed the strength of a second realm, 8th-tier warrior. Yet here he was, completely subdued by a so-called first-realm weakling. Yi Xiao's fingers clenched tightly. A sharp cracking sound echoed, bones fracturing. Before Zhou could cry out in pain, Yi Xiao released his grip and stepped forward with a stride spanning 2 meters, crashing directly into the man on his left. The man felt as though struck head-on by a truck, flying backward and smashing into a dining table 2 meters away, scattering soup and food across the floor. The man on the right was already petrified, his fist frozen mid-air, unwilling to strike. Yi Xiao turned to him. "Still want to fight?" The man's knees buckled, and he dropped to his knees. No more fighting. An eerie silence enveloped the cafeteria. The 3 men lay on the ground, one clutching his shoulder in pain, another wailing while holding his wrist, and the third trembling on his knees. Yi Xiao stood among them, not a drop of sweat on his brow. He glanced down at his fists, where a faint golden glow was dissipating from his knuckles. Around him, classmates hastily raised their phones to capture photos and videos. The 3 men, struggling in agony, shouted fiercely, disregarding their injuries. "No photos. Put your phones down right now. Anyone who dares to record video will face our furious revenge later." Some students, intimidated by the threats, quietly lowered their phones. Yet others, bolder and eager to amplify the drama, filmed a video and uploaded it onto the school's internal forum. Before long, the footage of Yi Xiao mercilessly beating the 3 men went viral, drawing the entire student body's attention. At that very moment, Wang Fatty arrived with a freshly served meal. He stared in astonishment at the scene before him. "Oh my goodness, Yi Xiao, you actually beat up Lin Yun's henchmen?" Yi Xiao smiled faintly. "They provoked me first. I had no choice but to fight back." Wang Fatty raised a thumb in admiration. "Awesome. They deserved it." Meanwhile, the cafeteria manager, alerted by the students, hurried over. Upon witnessing the brawl and the damage inflicted on the tables, as well as the disruption to other diners, anger immediately flared within him. Revealing his 8th realm power, he exerted a commanding presence that instantly subdued the entire scene. "Who allowed you to fight in the cafeteria? Everyone involved, come here." Soon, Yi Xiao and Lin Yun's 3 henchmen were taken aside. The 3 battered men looked up at the cafeteria manager with bruised faces. Director Sunday. It was clear they recognized the man. Yi Xiao, however, was seeing this middle-aged man for the first time. The cafeteria manager, Sun Qingsong, wielded an unfathomable 8th realm strength. Yet he did not hold an academic position within the school. Instead, he was responsible for managing the cafeteria. This had piqued considerable curiosity. Such power would befit a senior school official. Yet here he was, confined to a modest role in food service management, a seeming waste of talent. Yet Sun Qingsong bore no grudge. He scrutinized the 4 men before him and asked, "Who started the fight?" Yi Xiao pointed at the 3. Them. The 3 bruised and battered men bore the helpless expression of those who had swallowed a bitter pill in silence. "You 3 attacking?" Sun Qingsong regarded Yi Xiao with astonishment, noting that Yi Xiao was completely unscathed. "By all appearances, you 3 are the victims here." Yi Xiao nodded. "They struck first. I was merely defending myself." "Director Sun, I have witnesses and evidence on site to prove this." Sun Qingsong's gaze shifted to the 3 beaten men. "Honestly, I don't even know what to say to you. You 3 ganged up on one man and ended up looking like this. What do you intend to do now?" The 3 bruised men stammered, attempting to respond. As a result, Sun Qingsong's eyes flared with fury. Aren't you ashamed enough already? How dare you still have the audacity to make demands?" After being scolded, the 3 lowered their heads in utter embarrassment. Sun Qingsong suppressed the anger welling inside him. "First, compensate for the losses suffered by the students affected by your fight. Second, compensate for the damaged tables and chairs in the cafeteria caused by your brawl. Third, clean the entire cafeteria from top to bottom, 3 floors in total." Hearing this, The three were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. Director Sun, only a small section of the cafeteria is dirty. Do we really have to clean the whole cafeteria? One of them asked hesitantly. This is too much, another stammered. Sun Qingsong's gaze turned icy as he interrogated coldly. Do you think my arrangement is excessive? The imposing aura of an 8th-level master bore down on the young man, leaving them gasping for breath under the weight of his presence. They paled with fear. And no problem. We'll clean up immediately. Sun Qingsong barked sharply. Do it now. Terrified, the three quickly nodded. Yes, yes. After they fled, Sun Qingsong's eyes landed on Yi Xiao. When he looked at Yi Xiao, his expression softened noticeably, losing some of its stern authority. You are the special recruit this year, aren't you? Yi Xiao nodded. Sun Qingsong's brow furrowed with concern. I know your father. He is an exceptional man. Like father, like son, I see traces of him in you. However, the path of the warrior is arduous. After all, it is the weakest profession. You could train for 10 years and still not catch up to the progress others make in powerful professions in just 1 year. Yi Xiao nodded again. He said, I'm prepared. Since my father could walk this path, so can I. Sun Qingsong chuckled heartily. All right, I admire your spirit. Then, his tone shifted abruptly. But admire or not, you must compensate for the damage caused to the cafeteria by your fight today. Before Yi Xiao could respond, Wang Pengzi suddenly stepped forward with a cheerful smile. Director Sun, I'll cover the damages caused by my roommate in the cafeteria. Sun Qingsong glanced sideways at Wang Pengzi. You're quite wealthy? Wang Pengzi scratched his head shyly. Not exactly rich. It's just that Yi Xiao is my good friend. If money can solve it, then it's no problem. Sun Qingsong snorted coldly. So, you're wealthy then. Wang Pengzi smiled broadly. Though he didn't elaborate further, his comfortable background was evident. But in the next moment, Sun Qingsong changed his tone. Who said I wanted him to pay money? Did I say he had to compensate with cash just now? Huh? Wang Pengzi was stunned. If not money, then what? Sun Qingsong's voice turned icy. The cafeteria's logistics department is short of a dishwashing worker. Yi Xiao, you'll wash 1 million plates for me. Once that's done, your debt is cleared. At those words, both Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi were dumbfounded. 1 million plates? Are you joking? When on earth would that ever be finished? But Sun Qingsong's expression gave no hint of jest. He added, I'm not asking you to wash plates 24 hours a day. You'll wash during lunch and dinner breaks. When you finish 1 million plates, you'll regain your freedom. Your meals will be on my tab. You can eat whatever you want, as much as you want, but you must eat quickly and then get to washing. Understand? Sun Qingsong's domineering and forceful manner left even Wang Pengzi speechless. He wondered if the director had lost his mind, abusing his authority to single out a student like this. Wang Pengzi wanted to reason, Director Sun. Punishing Yi Xiao like this might not be appropriate. Before he could finish, Yi Xiao had already agreed. All right, Director Sun, I accept your terms. I'll wash 1 million plates to make amends for today's damage. Now Wang Pengzi was stunned alone. Yi Xiao, have you lost your mind? 1 million plates. Are you planning to wash dishes in the cafeteria until your next life? No matter how much he tried to dissuade him, Yi Xiao was resolute. Wang Pengzi internally wailed in despair. Was he crazy, or was the world insane? Who on earth would actually wash 1 million plates? In the following days, students in the cafeteria could see the 3 lackeys of Lin Yun mopping floors and cleaning diligently, sweat pouring down their faces. The students affected by the fight were given fresh meals. The damaged tables and chairs were temporarily cordoned off, awaiting repair. As for Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi, after finishing their meals, they joined a group of middle-aged dishwashing ladies in the cafeteria's back area. Wang Pengzi awkwardly donned gloves and scrubbed greasy plates. Pengzi, why don't you go rest? You have classes this afternoon. Washing dishes is my promise. It has nothing to do with you, Yi Xiao replied while scrubbing. Wang Pengzi gritted his teeth and washed the plates vigorously. No waities. Yi Xiao, for now on I'll call you Brother Xiao. You've completely changed my impression of you today. Curious, Yi Xiao asked why. Wang Pengzi said, first, you dare to fight back and teach Lin Yun's lackeys a lesson in broad daylight. I admire that alone. Second, you agreed to wash 1 million plates. Although we haven't known each other long, from what I know of you, you'll definitely see it through. Combining that with what has happened these past few days, I think you're very charismatic, and I want to get to know you better. Yi Xiao similit WDAD. Charismatic? I never expected to hear that from a man for the first time in my life. I thought such words would come from a girl who admires me. At that moment, Wang Pengzi suddenly wore a suggestive smile. He seemed to recall something and leaned a little closer to Yi Xiao, whispering, Brother Xiao. Did you know the campus bell before? Campus bell? Which one? Brother Xiao. You don't have to play dumb in front of me. Of course, I mean Su Muyun. In just one day, Su Muyun topped the campus bell rankings. Don't tell me you didn't know that. Yi Xiao chuckled silently. shaking his head repeatedly. I really didn't know. Wang Pengzi looked astonished. You didn't know? Don't you ever go online? Our school's internal network has a campus bell ranking that lists all the girls from freshmen to seniors. Su Muyun reached the top in just one day. Yi Xiao was surprised. That fast. Why? Wang Pengzi explained. Firstly, it was naturally because of Su Muyun's appearance. Although she was merely a freshman, her beauty had already utterly eclipsed the venerable campus beauties, leaving no trace of competition behind. The second reason lay in Su Muyun's outstanding academic performance and prowess. Among all the students in our school, she held the highest level profession. Moreover, Brother Xiao, you probably don't know this yet. On the very first day, didn't all the freshmen undergo a round of awakening tests at the awakening testing pavilion? Yi Xiao nodded. Yes, did something new happen? Wang Pengzi's eyes sparkled as he spoke excitedly. Exactly. A new development occurred this very morning. Yesterday, there was an issue with Su Muyun's awakening test. So the school authorities arranged for her to retake the test alone this morning. And do you know what the outcome was? Yi Xiao's attention was fully captured. What was the result? Wang Pengzi took a deep breath. Su Muyun's retest did not yield the S-level Azure Luan Sword Sovereign anymore. She had evolved to the SSS level Azure Luan Sword God. Yi Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. In just one day, she had leapt directly from an S-level profession to an SSS level 1. Don't be fooled by the mere difference of one letter between the two professions. The gap between them was worlds apart. Wang Pengzi was filled with admiration, nodding repeatedly. Yes, this was utterly incredible. When I first heard the news, my reaction was just like yours. I simply couldn't believe it. Brother Xiao, do you think it's possible that there was a problem with your awakening test as well? If you had the chance to retake it, perhaps you wouldn't be an E-level martial artist. Hearing Wang Pengzi's last words, Yi Xiao shook his head, a smile of acceptance spreading across his face. Even if I had another chance at the awakening test, I don't intend to take it. Why not? I think being a martial artist is quite fine. Why so? In my view, the strength of a profession is an external factor full of uncertainties. I'd rather trust my own two fists. Yi Xiao's tone was resolute. His purpose clear. At least my fists won't deceive me. The more I train, the more strength they will return. Wang Pengzi was thoroughly convinced. As expected of my brother Xiao, with such a mindset, I could never catch up to you even if I rode a horse all my life. Yi Xiao chuckled silently. Don't flatter me so much. Either wash the dishes properly or go back to the dorm to rest. Wang Pengzi chuckled softly. All right then, no more teasing. But Brother Xiao, I'm still very curious. Did you really know Su Muyun before? I've heard many people around school gossiping about you and Su Muyun. Yi Xiao's expression turned weary. Those people just love to imagine things. I didn't know Su Muyun before. Wang Pengzi looked unconvinced. That's impossible. Then why would Su Muyun give you a book the first time she met you? A complete stranger. A girl giving you a book that seems very important. That kind of behavior doesn't seem normal, does it? Brother Xiao, can't you sense it? Yi Xiao was slightly stunned. Don't tell me, Su Muyun has a crush on me? Wang Pengzi couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Brother Xiao, you do have a bit of a sense of humor after all. Yi Xiao smiled wryly. He felt it was unlikely that Su Muyun would like someone like him. Perhaps she simply admired me, he thought quietly to himself. Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi washed dishes for more than an hour. After finishing their work, the two left the cafeteria's logistics area. Wang Pengzi followed his course schedule and prepared to attend the afternoon's professional cultivation class. As for Yi Xiao, he did not attend class. The reason was simple. The professional cultivation class offered him, a mere martial artist, no benefit whatsoever. Since Yi Xiao did not rely on meditation or contemplation to cultivate, nor could he absorb spiritual energy into his body, combined with his special status. It seemed the school pitted him enough to grant him a special admission opportunity. In truth, it was merely an opportunity to audit the class. As an auditing student, whether he attended or not would not affect the normal proceeding of the class. Yi Xiao's plan for the afternoon was to continue going to the gravity training tower. This was currently the place where Yi Xiao's strength improved the fastest. Therefore, he intended to dedicate all his time outside of rest to training there. Upon returning to the gravity training tower, Yi Xiao joined the queue at the very end. At that moment, he was slightly taken aback because the figure standing in front of him was that of a young girl. Her waist-length hair was as black as ink, unpermed and undyed, simply flowing freely. The tips of her hair were loosely tied with a deep blue ribbon, swaying gently with her movements. That silhouette looked somewhat familiar. Yi Xiao thought to himself, could it be? Just then, the girl in front turned her head. The radiant sunlight illuminated her exquisitely beautiful profile. Yi Xiao's heart felt as if it had been struck violently by something. So this was the girl who had, in just one day, ascended to the pinnacle of the campus beauty rankings. The person before him was none other than Su Muyun. Having recognized Yi Xiao, Su Muyun took the initiative to greet him. Yi Xiao. Startled by her beauty, Yi Xiao finally came back to his senses. Su Muyun, what are you doing here? Su Muyun's beautiful eyes swept over him. What? Are you the only one allowed to train here? And I'm not? Yi Xiao awkwardly scratched his head. That is not what I meant. Su Muyun gave a soft hum. I doubt you have a nerve for that. Yi Xiao was dumbfounded by Su Muyun's tone and demeanor, which oddly resembled a girlfriend playfully teasing her boyfriend. By the way, have you been studying the fist that breaks spells I gave you? I haven't gotten around to it yet. Are you busy every day? Not really. Seems like you don't like the book I gave you. Then just give it back. I only gave you a book, yet inexplicably stirred up all these rumors. I don't dislike it, just haven't had the time to study it yet. But I definitely will. You're so perfunctory. Are you like this with your ex-girlfriend too? No. So you're very patient with your ex-girlfriend? No, what I mean is, I don't have an ex-girlfriend. Oh. After several exchanges, Yi Xiao felt that if this were a trial, he would have been riddled with wounds. As they chatted, Yi Xiao noticed that both the seniors in front of the queue and those behind were staring at them with peculiar expressions. Clearly, they had recognized their identities. An E-level profession wastrel and the newly promoted SSS-level campus beauty from this very morning. These two had nothing in common, so how could they be standing together chatting in line? Impossible, right? The SSS-level genius girl actually paired up with the universally acknowledged useless martial artist? Heavens, kill me now. What explosively dramatic storyline this is. That couldn't be the case. Someone had already inquired. It turned out that Su Muyun was single. She had never had a boyfriend since childhood, not even once holding the hand of the opposite sex. So, was it Yi Xiao, that persistent and troublesome fool, who was deliberately entangling Su Muyun? It seems so. Yi Xiao shamelessly clung to Su Muyun, surely because he saw her kind nature and thought she would be easy to bully. At this moment, Yi Xiao sighed helplessly and said to Su Muyun, "It seems we need to keep a bit of distance." He had already overheard the surrounding gossip. Su Muyun gave a teasing smile. "Yi Xiao, you have quite a few black marks on your reputation." Yi Xiao was resigned. "I don't even know whom I offended. Everyone seems to harbor such ill will toward me. You're too close to me. It's easy for people to slander and misunderstand us. How about this? You keep queuing here, and I'll go to the back of the line and start over." After speaking, Yi Xiao moved away from Su Muyun and headed toward the end of the queue. Su Muyun stared after Yi Xiao's departing figure, a faint curve gracing her exquisitely beautiful face. "This fool is actually quite interesting," she mused. Yi Xiao is Sumit-kun. Ever since he and Su Muyun separated in line, the rumors around them vanished, and he finally found some peace. When Yi Xiao eventually reached the front of the line, he saw the Black Elder sitting at the entrance of the gravity training tower, basking in the sunlight. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, the Black Elder said, "Yi Xiao, you're here." Yi Xiao nodded and skillfully took out the gravity training card issued by the homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming. Before he could hand it over, the Black Elder remarked, "You're pretty efficient, huh? No wonder I picked you." Yi Xiao was stunned. "Black Elder, I don't quite understand what you're saying." The Black Elder spoke leisurely. "You like to play dumb, don't you? I told you this morning to charm the Su family girl. And this afternoon, you brought people to the gravity training tower? I never thought you'd have such good luck with the ladies. Hopefully, it's not a bad romance. As for the Huyang Dan, let us just call it even." Hearing this, Yi Xiao's expression was a mixture of amusement and embarrassment. "Black Elder, it's not what you think. Su Muyun and I just happened to meet here." The Black Elder waved his hand. "Young man, why be shy? Dating, kissing, what else to hide? When I was young, if I liked a girl, I confessed directly. If she agreed, I kissed her. If not, I moved on to the next." Yi Xiao was dumbfounded. "Black Elder, you were that bold when you were young? How many girls did you kiss?" The Black Elder sighed. "Just one, and then I was trapped, stuck with her for life." Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh silently. So, the old man even thought he kissed too few girls? There was something oddly mischievous about this elder. At that moment, Yi Xiao heard someone running up behind him. Turning around, he saw a student wearing the exclusive robe of the Alchemy Institute. The student rushed to the Black Elder and placed a large jar on the table before him. "Black Elder, this is something personally entrusted by our dean to deliver to you. A large jar of Huyang Dan containing 1,000 pills. Our dean also said that while other pills might be scarce, the supply of Huyang Dan is ample. But Black Elder, at your age, you probably don't need Huyang Dan anymore. Why did you suddenly ask our dean for so many?" The Black Elder's face flushed red because he saw Yi Xiao staring at him in shock and anger. Yi Xiao stared at the jar containing a full 1,000 Huyang Dan pills. But just this morning, the Black Elder had played a trick on him with this very Huyang Dan. Back then, Yi Xiao had thought it was a precious elixir, and the Black Elder giving it to him had moved him almost to tears. Only now did he learn that the Huyang Dan was not valuable at all. The Alchemy Institute produced them in abundance. Black Elder, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Yi Xiao grit his teeth, glaring at the Black Elder. The Black Elder coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Well, the Huyang Dan I gave you was indeed the last one I had on me. And it's a special supply from the Alchemy Institute. They don't sell Huyang Dan externally, so I guess I didn't exactly deceive you. The senior student who delivered the pills sensed the tension and quickly slipped away. The Black Elder's face was somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't expected his embarrassment to be exposed so quickly. How about this? I'll give you an additional 100 hours of time in the gravity training tower. Let us just pretend none of this happened. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao shook his head decisively. No, the Black Elder's temper flared. Hey, you youngster, why won't you be sensible? I've already compensated you. What more do you want? Think I gave you too little? Yi Xiao added, I want more Huyang Dan. Deal. The Black Elder blurted without hesitation. Now it was Yi Xiao's turn to be stunned. He was somewhat taken aback, expecting the Elder to haggle with him. Unexpectedly, the Elder was so straightforward. Since the Elder agreed, Yi Xiao opened the jar, intending to grab a handful and stuff it into his pocket. After all, he had personally experienced the effects of Huyang Dan. This stuff was remarkably effective at restoring strength and energy. Just as Yi Xiao reached in to grab some pills, the Black Elder spoke. What, do you think I'm deceiving you, or that the Dean of the Alchemy Institute is? You don't believe this jar contains Huyang Dan and suspect some counterfeit? And you even opened the jar to check its contents. Who do you think you were looking down on? Yi Xiao was speechless, about to explain. How else can I take the Huyang Dan without opening it? But the Black Elder interrupted sharply. Get lost. Hurry up and take this jar inside a train. Don't loiter around me. You're making me annoyed. At that moment, Yi Xiao fully understood. The Black Elder thought Yi Xiao wanted all the Huyang Dan, while Yi Xiao only intended to take a handful. Both had misunderstood each other. Why waste something that's free? Don't be a fool. Realizing this, Yi Xiao silently closed the jar and carried away all 1,000 Huyang Dan pills. 1,000 Huyang Dan pills. He was in luck. Yi Xiao was overjoyed because he had personally experienced how effective Huyang Dan was. After exhausting his strength completely during his martial training, a single pill had revived him as if spring had returned to withered wood, instantly restoring his vigor. Now, with 1,000 more in hand, Yi Xiao was even more confident to continue training in the gravity training tower. When Yi Xiao entered the gravity training tower for the second time, he could distinctly feel the gravity pressing upon him had lessened considerably. Yet in truth, it was not that the gravity within the training tower had weakened. Rather, Yi Xiao's body, evolving continuously, had gradually adapted to the oppressive environment imposed by the gravity. Upon reaching the place where he had trained earlier that morning, he noticed that the training wooden stake he had destroyed had been cleared of debris, replaced with a new one. The threefold gravity zone was clearly no longer sufficient for his training needs. Yi Xiao thought silently to himself. At this moment, his movements and breathing resembled those in normal gravity. Without the sensation of muscle compression and labored breathing, the effectiveness of such training would be minimal. Therefore, Yi Xiao resolved to increase the pressure upon himself continuously. He proceeded towards the fourfold gravity zone, feeling he could push a bit further. Ultimately, he reached the fivefold gravity zone. Upon arrival, Yi Xiao distinctly regained the sensation of his body growing heavier, the very weight seeping from between his bones. His blood flowed more sluggishly. Each breath demanded greater effort, and raising his arm felt like lifting a dumbbell. This was precisely the feeling he craved. A maniacal smile flickered across Yi Xiao's face. To onlookers, his behavior was no different from that of a martial madman. While normal practitioners might endure intense training, none pursued the torment of their own body for pleasure, as Yi Xiao did. Besides, could such self-inflicted torment truly bring pleasure? Yi Xiao approached the training wooden stake in the fivefold gravity zone. At that moment, he glanced to his right. At the position of the fifth training stake to his right, a young girl was tilting her head, staring at him. Yi Xiao, what a coincidence to see you here, she said. Yi Xiao smiled wryly upon hearing her voice. The one greeting him was none other than Su Muyun. You're training in the fivefold gravity zone as well? Yi Xiao inwitted. But I heard only students in their third year and above are allowed to enter the gravity training tower. Su Muyun's lips curved into a teasing smile. And didn't you come in too? Yi Xiao explained, I entered because my homeroom teacher lent me his card. Su Miyun clarified, students in the gifted class have the privilege to enter the gravity training tower ahead of schedule. I see. Yi Xiao nodded. Su Miyun's gaze fell upon the large black jar placed at Yi Xiao's feet. Puzzled, she asked, what do you have in that big jar? Yi Xiao answered truthfully, Tiger young Beals. Upon hearing this, a rosy flush suddenly spread across Su Miyun's pretty face. Tiger young Beals? Yi Xiao looked confused. Yes, why? These are given to me by Black Master, he continued. After my boxing practice, I took one, and I immediately felt my inner strength restored. I became vigorous and lively. It seems these Tiger Yang pills suit me well. Would you like one too? Su Miyun's entire complexion turned pink as she repeatedly shook her head. No, no, no. I don't take them. Then she fixed an odd stare on Yi Xiao. You actually rely on such things to aid your training? Yi Xiao nodded. Yes. Is there a problem? Su Miyun's cheeks burned as she shook her head. No problem. As long as your body can handle it. Yi Xiao scratched his head. Why do I feel like you're acting strange? Are you trying to say something? Su Miyun shook her head repeatedly. No, I have nothing to say. Yi Xiao spoke up. It's okay. You can say whatever you want. Su Miyun clenched her delicate fists, bit her silver teeth, and threatened him. I told you. I have nothing to say. If you ask again, I'll beat you into a pig's head. Startled by her sudden outburst, Yi Xiao said, all right. Then I want to ask. Realizing she had lost her composure, Su Miyun quickly softened her expression. In a calm tone, she said, I see you carrying such a huge jar. It must be inconvenient wherever you go. Luckily, I have an extra spiritual ring to lend you. With that, she tossed a black spiritual ring in Yi Xiao's direction. Yi Xiao stretched out his hand and caught it. You're giving me a ring? Isn't that a bit strange? Su Miyun didn't look at Yi Xiao's face. Don't misunderstand. I'm only lending you this spiritual ring to make it easier for you to store and carry items. Remember, you have to return to me later. Everyone knows your identity is special, but I don't want to mock you like the others. I simply admire your backbone, that's all. All right, I've finished warming up on the first floor. I'm heading to the second floor for training. With that, Yi Xiao watched Su Miyun's graceful figure ascend to the second level of the gravity training tower. Observing how effortlessly she walked, it was as though the fivefold gravity had no effect on her at all. In contrast, Yi Xiao himself was already moving slowly and breathing heavily. So, is the gap between her and me really this vast? Yi Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. I must improve my strength quickly, then find a way to earn money and buy my own spiritual ring. I'll strive to return the one she lent me as soon as possible. Thereafter, Yi Xiao slipped the spiritual ring onto his finger. After studying it briefly, he skillfully mastered its use and stored the large jar of Tiger Yang pills beside him into the ring's spatial realm. The spiritual ring's space was not vast, approximately 100 square meters, but it sufficed for Yi Xiao's daily needs. His past memories reminded him that spiritual rings were quite expensive. Ordinary people could hardly afford them. Generally, the size of the spatial realm correlated with the price. A spiritual ring with about 100 square meters of space would cost roughly 1 million. Such a costly spiritual ring. Su Miyun said she lent it to him. And so she did. From this, Yi Xiao could infer that Su Miyun's family background was extraordinary. Enough of overthinking. Yi Xiao cleared the clutter from his mind and began training his fists in the fivefold gravity zone. One punch struck out. Realm 5. One punch struck out. Realm 5. After delivering 5 consecutive punches and exhausting the last ounce of his strength, Yi Xiao collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. At that moment, Yi Xiao retrieved a Tiger Yang pill from the spiritual ring and popped it into his mouth like candy, chewing it. As the pill entered his body, a surge of warmth spread through Yi Xiao. He felt his muscles, blood vessels, and meridians fully stimulated at this instant. His depleted strength was rapidly replenished. It was as if a parched land had finally received a nourishing rain. Before long, Yi Xiao felt invigorated and lively once more. The Tiger Yang pill was indeed highly effective. Rejuvenated, Yi Xiao threw himself back into his boxing practice. 1 punch. Realm 5. 2 punches. Realm 5. 3 punches. 4 punches. 5 punches. Rest. Yi Xiao maintained a remarkably consistent and methodical regimen in his boxing practice. For every 5 punches thrown, he would pause to rest and consume a Tiger Yang pill. The rest intervals varied between 5 and 10 minutes. During these interludes, Yi Xiao's thoughts turned to the law-breaking fist manual gifted to him by Su Miyun. Determined not to squander this downtime, he carefully retrieved the aged yellow tome and began to study and learn from it. Time slipped away unnoticed. Outside the window of the gravity training tower, night had fully descended. Yi Xiao's entire body was drenched repeatedly in sweat, which would then dry in cycles. In his near-frenzied dedication to mastering his fists, he had completely forsaken sleep and food, losing all sense of time, and even forgetting his obligation to scrub dishes in the cafeteria. At that moment, the path of the strong interface flickered with a crimson glow. A new achievement had been unlocked. Yi Xiao hurried to examine it. Tempering into gold. Activation condition. Clay embryo realm reached 1,000 layers. Achieved. Reward. Extreme martial physique. Initial embryo. System prompt. Clay embryo perfected. You are no longer of mortal flesh. But do you wish to continue onward? He accepted the reward. In the next instant, an almost imperceptible radiance merged into Yi Xiao's body. You have activated Extreme Martial Physique, Initial Embryo. Yi Xiao immediately sensed a novel power within him, becoming the cornerstone that supported his entire being. He swiftly reviewed the details of the Extreme Martial Physique. Once again, a grand cinematic-like description unfolded before his eyes, visible only to him. The Extreme Martial Physique is neither bloodline, nor inheritance, nor a divine blessing. It is forged through sheer effort. Each punch reshapes the sinews and bones. Every breakthrough rewrites the flesh. Every drop of sweat nourishes some dormant force within the body. It is not innate. It is earned through relentless training. This is the path of the warrior, relying not on lineage or talent, but on forging oneself punch by punch into an extreme martial physique. As the introduction concluded, a detailed overview of the extreme martial physique appeared before Yi Xiao. The extreme martial physique represents the evolutionary path of the physical form, while martial realm levels categorize the tiers of power. The two progress concurrently and complement each other. Martial realm determines how powerful your punches can be. Extreme martial physique dictates how much force your body can endure. Upon reading this, Yi Xiao's understanding crystallized. Without the extreme martial physique, the higher the martial realm, the sooner the body would collapse. It would be like stuffing a nuclear warhead into a paper-thin launch silo, exploding before even firing. Extrême martial physique. Realm. Initial embryo. Corresponding martial realm. Clay embryo realm. Activation condition. Clay embryo realm 1,000 layers. Physical traits. Skin thickened. Ordinary blades leave only faint white marks on the surface. Muscle density increased. Weight rose without sacrificing agility. The knuckles emit a faint golden glow, leaving subtle light traces when punching. Breakthrough requirement. 100 martial points. After absorbing this information, Yi Xiao threw another punch. Just as expected, a thin layer of pale golden light shimmered over his fist. It was neither spiritual energy nor magic, simply the fist itself glowing. He swung again, and a golden arc traced through the air like a shooting star, a blade-esque cut, or the first fissure he had ever carved into this body. A smile involuntarily curved Yi Xiao's lips, a hint of joy. He nearly went astray. Training fists is not just about the punches. It is about forging the body as well. The extreme martial physique had arrived at precisely the right moment. Immediately afterward, Yi Xiao noticed a new, yet-to-be-unlocked milestone in his path of the strong. Great Wall of 10,000 miles. Activation condition. Clay embryo realm 10,000 layers. Not achieved. Reward. Awakening of the will of the fist. A new goal had emerged. Yi Xiao se excitement soared. He had just reached 1,000 layers in the clay embryo realm, and now a 10,000 layer milestone beckoned. Naturally, the difficulty skyrocketed, yet Yi Xiao was undeterred. On the contrary, his enthusiasm and fighting spirit burned brighter than ever. He knew that achieving more extreme accomplishments would yield ever greater rewards. The next goal, awakening of the will of the fist. At that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly remembered a crucial matter: washing dishes. Hastily, he left the gravity training tower and proceeded to the cafeteria's back office. By the time he arrived, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. There, he found Sun Qingsong waiting for him, frowning as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, you're late. Yi Xiao apologized profusely. Sorry, Director Sunday. I was training in the gravity tower and completely lost track of time. Sun Qingsong nodded, seemingly unsurprised by Yi Xiao's training at the gravity tower. Eat first. He opened a specially insulated cabinet, which contained not only a lavish spread of dishes, but also a large basin brimming with rice. Seeing this, Yi Xiao felt a warmth well up inside him, and at that moment, his stomach grumbled loudly. The intense training consumed vast amounts of energy, causing Yi Xiao's appetite to grow significantly. Thank you, Director Sunday. Sun Qingsong gestured toward the towering pile of plates beside them. You're not allowed to leave until you've washed all these dishes. Yi Xiao nodded. I have some matters to attend to. I'll get going first, Sun Qingsong said, but paused before leaving to add, remember to account for any plates you break while washing. We'll settle it tomorrow. After Sun Qingsong departed, Yi Xiao was momentarily puzzled. What did he mean by breaking plates? Did the director think he was going to damage them? Having eaten until he was about 70% full, Yi Xiao had polished off all the food in the insulated cabinet. The amount was enough to satisfy 5 or 6 grown adults. Once finished, he faced the towering mountain of plates alone and began washing them with practiced efficiency. When he cleaned the first plate, a crisp crack echoed sharply from his hands. Yi Xiao stared in surprise. Why didn't he use much force? How did the plate break? Could a porcelain plate shatter from such a light touch? Quickly, realization dawned. It wasn't he that the plates were fragile. Rather, his rapid increase in strength from a day's training had severely diminished his control over his own power. And Sun Qingsong had noticed this very thing, which was why he had specifically warned him before leaving. Unconvinced, Yi Xiao continued washing. Crack! The second plate shattered. Snap! The third followed suit. He broke a total of 20 plates while scrubbing them. At long last, upon scrubbing the 21st plate, he managed to exert his strength with a modicum of precision, achieving a force delicate enough to avoid shattering the dish. Yet, the sink before him was already brimming with shards of broken plates. Yi Xiao witnessed this scene and wore a resigned smile. I am truly an unstoppable wrecking king. Whatever I touch breaks. Fortunately, through this relentless plate washing, my perception and control of my strength have gradually improved. So this is Director Sun's painstaking intention? At the outset, Yi Xiao shattered nearly every plate he washed. But as he gradually sensed his power amidst the continuous breakage, mastering the subtlety of force and learning refined control, he found himself handling the subsequent plates with ease. It is worth noting that when Sun Qingsong arranged this task, he deliberately chose porcelain plates instead of stainless steel ones. Porcelain is far more fragile. A misjudged force can crack it instantly. Thereafter, Yi Xiao spent a full 3 hours washing, continuing until around 11 o'clock at night. Ultimately, he completed washing all the plates. As he departed the cafeteria, the dormitory buildings one by one were slowly extinguishing their lights. The students on the road had become sparse. He glanced upward. In the distance, the lights of the martial arts tower still flickered. Let us see what today's gains amount to. On his way back to the dormitory, Yi Xiao summoned his system panel. Host, Yi Xiao. Profession, martial artist, sole heir of the Ji Dao. Realm, clay embryo realm, 1,000 layers. Fist power amplification, 1. Martial technique, Ji Wu fist scripture, level 1. Constitution, Ji Wu body, initial embryo. Passives, skillful strength, hidden force. Divine ability, Ji Wu heart. Status, none. Martial value, 990. Realm advancement strength, 30. Next major realm breakthrough requirement. Complete 1 breakthrough fist. Incomplete. Unconsciously, I have accumulated so much enlightenment value already. Yi Xiao pondered silently in his heart. I could enhance either my martial technique or my constitution. Pursuing development in a single aspect can greatly maximize that strength. But the ultimate boost in real combat power surely requires coordinated advancement across multiple facets. Therefore, it would be best to upgrade both the martial technique and constitution in balance. With this realization, Yi Xiao resolved to first enhance his Ji Wu fist scripture. He summoned the system once more and examined the details of the Ji Wu fist scripture. Ji Wu fist scripture. Grade, martial arts, sacred classic. Level 1. Fist power amplification, 1. Ji Wu heart, activated voluntarily during combat. Attacks generate battle in 10 points. When full, enter an explosive state, greatly enhancing combat power. Activating Ji Wu heart continuously drains one's own strength significantly. Upgrade requirement, 20 martial value points. Upon seeing that upgrading required only 20 martial value points, and considering he currently possessed 990 points, Yi Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of abundance. A smile curled at the corner of his lips, and with a grand gesture, he commanded, System. Upgrade my Ji Wu fist scripture. Ding. Consume 20 martial value points. Ji Wu fist scripture level increased. Level 1 to level 2. Continue upgrading. Ding. Consumed 30 martial value points. Ji Wu fist scripture level increased. Level 2 to level 3. Does it really cost this little martial value to level up? Keep upgrading. Thus, Yi Xiao feverishly tapped to upgrade. Consumed 40 martial value points. Ji Wu fist scripture level increased. Level 3 to level 4. Consumed 100 martial value points. Ji Wu fist scripture level increased. Level 9 to level 10. At this moment, Yi Xiao suddenly realized his upgrade had stalled. More precisely, it was not a shortage of martial value, but that he had reached the current maximum upgrade limit of the Ji Wu fist scripture. Ji Wu fist scripture has reached the current upgrade limit. To continue upgrading, advancement to the bone tempering realm is required. Seeing this, Yi Xiao had no choice but to cease and pause his progress. Then he checked the Ji Wu fist scripture status once more. Ji Wu fist scripture. Grade, martial arts, sacred classic. Level, 10. Fist power amplification, 10. Fist power range, 5. Ji Wu heart, activated voluntarily during combat. Attacks generate battle intent points. When full, enter an explosive state, greatly enhancing combat power. Activating Ji Wu Heart continuously drains one's own strength significantly. Upgrade requirement. Reach Bone Tempering Realm. Yi Xiao was astonished to discover that his Ji Wu Fist scripture, now at level 10, had not only increased the fist power amplification 10, but also gained a new attribute, fist power range. Curious, Yi Xiao threw a punch into the air before him. The next moment, at the point where his fist stopped, an invisible explosive zone extended forward. This extended area clearly lengthened the reach of his punch. This extension was the new attribute granted by the Ji Wu Fist scripture, fist power range. Seeing this, a joyful expression immediately blossomed across Yi Xiao's face. For he instantly recalled the mocking words Lin Yun had hurled at him during their first public class. No disadvantages? Then tell me, how far can your punch reach? 10 meters? 20 meters? I, with my lightning technique, can annihilate you from 100 meters away. How will you fight, compared to those formidable professions? The martial artist's fatal weakness lies in reach. Someone like Lin Yun, specializing in lightning magic, can bomb Yi Xiao from 100 meters away, leaving Yi Xiao only to evade passively, deprived even of the chance to retaliate, for his fist simply cannot strike at such a distance. But now, things are different. Yi Xiao glimpsed newfound hope in the continuous upgrades of his Ji Wu Fist scripture. One day, my punch will be able to strike down enemies from 100 meters away, just like lightning magic. Moreover, the fist power amplification attribute had steadily increased with the Ji Wu Fist scripture S level, now elevated to 10. This means each of Yi Xiao's punches enjoys an additional 10 points of damage amplification granted by the scripture. Even at just level 10, the Ji Wu Fist scripture S enhancement to his combat prowess had already taken tangible shape. All of this fueled Yi Xiao's motivation to continue training his fists. Punching earns martial value. Punching raises one's realm. Punching makes one stronger. Punching ensures no one can ever bully me again. After calming the tumultuous excitement within his heart, Yi Xiao, he checked the remaining amount of martial Dao points. Martial Dao points, 440. The recent surge in the Ultimate Martial Fist Manual had consumed 550 martial Dao points from Yi Xiao. Although it cost more than half, Yi Xiao deemed it well worth the expenditure. Next, Yi Xiao intended to enhance his ultimate martial physique. Ultimate Martial Physique. Realm, Primordial Embryo. Corresponding Martial Dao Mud Embryo Realm. Points required for breakthrough, 100 martial Dao points. This breakthrough required merely 100 martial Dao points. Naturally, Yi Xiao hesitated not and immediately chose to break through. Consumed 100 martial Dao points. Ultimate Martial Physique Breakthrough. Primordial Embryo to Bone Tempering Realm. In the next moment, Yi Xiao was horrified to hear a metallic humming emanating from within his bones. Could this be the very symbol of breaking into the Bone Tempering Realm? Yi Xiao never expected that although his realm was still at the mud embryo stage, the strength of his body had already reached the second realm, bone tempering. Spending only 100 martial Dao points had brought about a qualitative leap in his physical strength. He paused to listen to the sounds within his body. It was neither heartbeat nor breathing, but the bones themselves resonating, like the bellows of a blacksmith's forge, like an anvil being hammered, like the piercing hum of a blade sharpening against a whetstone, an almost teeth-grinding metallic vibration. This evolution lasted for 5 minutes. By the deserted, pitch-dark campus road, Yi Xiao lowered his head, staring at his arms, legs, and torso. He saw the bones protruding beneath the skin, causing the surface to bulge grotesquely. Yet within this terrifying sight was a marvelous journey of transformation. When Yi Xiao's body evolution concluded, everything returned to normal. He took a deep breath, his eyes shining with an irrepressible joy. He swiftly summoned the system, and the information related to Ultimate Martial Physique appeared before him. Ultimate Martial Physique. Realm, Bone Tempering. Physical traits, bone density increased tenfold. Hardness comparable to refined steel. Accelerated healing of fractures, fully recovered within 3 days. Enhanced hematopoietic function of bone marrow, robust vitality. Bones emit a low, metallic hum when exerting force. Hidden vitality, 5. Hidden defense, 5. Points required for next breakthrough, 1,000 martial Dao points. Upon seeing that he had ascended to the bone-tempering realm of Ultimate Martial Physique, an ecstatic expression spread across Yi Xiao's face. Moreover, in addition to noticing a substantial leap in the physical traits of Ultimate Martial Physique, he also discovered new attribute entries, hidden vitality and hidden defense. What could these be? Yi Xiao's curiosity surged as he delved deeper. Hidden vitality, When injured, activating ultimate martial physique can release hidden vitality, temporarily replenishing your health. Hidden defense. When injured, activating ultimate martial physique can release hidden defense, temporarily enhancing your protection. Upon reading these lines, Yi Xiao instantly understood. This was a reserve energy source. When fighting an opponent to the brink of despair, he could unleash stored vitality in advance. Thus, while the enemy's strength is drained, his own power would instead increase, and his defense would rise, offering a chance to reverse a desperate situation. However, currently, only 5 points each of vitality and defense could be stored. Yet if he continued to upgrade ultimate martial physique, these values would surely improve as well. Lastly, Yi Xiao noted that the next enhancement of ultimate martial physique required a full 1,000 martial Dao points. Seeing this, Yi Xiao could not help but laugh wryly. After a day of grueling training, he had barely earned 1,000 martial Dao points in total. Now, upgrading ultimate martial physique once more would consume all his gains. At present, Yi Xiao simply could not afford it, but he was confident that by tomorrow, after training his fists, he would reach the 1,000-fold realm. Then, he would be able to continue advancing ultimate martial physique. When Yi Xiao returned to Building 7 in the East District, the time had passed midnight. Most students had already turned off their lights and gone to rest. In dormitory 302, Yi Xiao stood at the door and pushed it open. The light was still on. He saw Wang Pengzi sitting cross-legged on a meditation cushion, practicing qi refinement. A faint, white aura swirled gently around him. If Yi Xiao guessed correctly, the qi surrounding Wang Pengzi was the so-called spiritual energy. However, Yi Xiao had awakened as a martial artist and was unable to absorb spiritual energy. Thus, he could not experience the sensation of growing stronger by absorbing it. Yi Xiao did not disturb Wang Pengzi. Yet Wang Pengzi voluntarily ceased his qi refinement, opening his eyes and looking toward Yi Xiao. "Brother Xiao, you're finally back. I thought you wouldn't come back tonight." Yi Xiao smiled slightly. "If I didn't come back, where else would I stay? Can't very well sleep on the streets." Wang Pengzi revealed a hint of slyness. "There's a rumor spreading on campus that you entered the gravity training tower today hand in hand with our university's top beauty, Suda. Brother Xiao, be honest with me. Have you two already?" As he spoke, Wang Pengzi made a suggestive kissing motion with his lips. Yi Xiao immediately retorted with a hint of exasperation. Campus rumors are not to be trusted. After that, he swiftly changed the subject. "What about the other two roommates? Why are their beds empty?" Yi Xiao looked curiously at the beds where the blonde and the bespectacled boy used to sleep. Now they were utterly vacant. Not even bedding remained. Wang Pengzi answered, "Brother Xiao, ever since you beat them up this morning, those two had no face left to stay in this dormitory. They didn't even attend afternoon classes and went to the homeroom teacher to request a dorm change. By the time I returned, they had already moved out." Yi Xiao nodded. That was for the best. With 4 beds in the dorm, it would be more comfortable with just the 2 of them. Afterward, Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi busied themselves with their own affairs. Wang Pengzi resumed his meditation and qi refinement, while Yi Xiao went to wash up and do laundry. After training his fists all day, his body was soaked with sweat countless times over. By the time Yi Xiao finished everything, it was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. The dormitory featured a loft bed with a desk underneath. He climbed onto the bed, preparing to sleep, but noticed Wang Pengzi still meditating and refining qi. Unable to resist, he asked, "Wang Pengzi, what has gotten into you? I never thought you'd work this hard. Why are you still refining qi so late at night?" Wang Pengzi sighed. "There's an exam in a week, so I'm under a lot of pressure. My mom said that if I flunk, she'll cut off my allowance next month." Yi Xiao nodded sympathetically. "That is serious." Wang Pengzi continued, "Besides, the spiritual energy tends to be more concentrated at night. The night air was cold, and the humidity was high, causing the spiritual energy to easily descend to the ground. As a qi refiner by profession, the essence of my cultivation lay in absorbing this spiritual energy into my body. During the day, this spiritual energy dissipated, but at night, it sank. Thus, nighttime was undoubtedly the most suitable period for my training. However, if there were a way to automatically gather the surrounding spiritual energy, my cultivation would become much easier." At that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly had an inspiration. Lying flat on his bed, he focused his mind and accessed the system's martial art marketplace. After searching around, he finally found something. Spirit gathering incense, when lit, increases the surrounding spiritual energy concentration by 10%. Redemption cost, 15 martial Dao points. This item should be able to help Wang Pengzi, he thought to himself. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao exchanged for 2 sticks of spirit gathering incense, spending a total of 30 martial Dao points. Wang Pengzi, who was deeply immersed in meditation and qi refining, suddenly caught a pleasant scent of sandalwood. "Brother Xiao, What incense did you light? Wang Pongzi opened his eyes and saw Yi Xiao inserting a stick of incense into the gap on the table. The incense was about the length of 2 palms. As it burned, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be unconsciously drawn toward the location of the incense. A mysterious smile appeared on Yi Xiao's face. Pongzi, keep cultivating and feel it. Although puzzled, Wang Pongzi followed Yi Xiao's instructions and resumed his qi refining state. At that moment, he noticed that the concentration of spiritual energy around him had increased, though the increase was slight, compared to the strenuous effort he had to exert before to absorb even a little spiritual energy. This was a considerable help. The surrounding spiritual energy concentration rose. Wang Pongzi found his cultivation to be much easier. My goodness, Brother Xiao, what kind of incense is this? It's incredible. It actually gathers spiritual energy. Yi Xiao smiled mysteriously. That's my secret. Pongzi, if you trust me, just enjoy it. Wang Pongzi nodded vigorously. Brother Xiao, I understand. Everyone has their secrets, including me. I have my own secrets I don't want others to know. I won't ask anymore. Thanks, Brother Xiao. Yi Xiao observed the changes in Wang Pongzi's qi refining process. The spiritual energy entering his body flowed along his blood vessels and meridians, traversing his internal organs and every part of his body. The spiritual energy continuously cleansed the impurities within him while nourishing his body, allowing every part to evolve. This was the very essence of spiritual energy cultivation. After a while, Wang Pongzi noticed that the spiritual energy concentration around him had risen by another 10%. Surprised, he opened his eyes and saw that Yi Xiao had lit another stick of spirit-gathering incense. Brother Xiao, what are you doing? The previous incense hasn't burned out yet. Why are you lighting another one? Yi Xiao replied, I want to see if lighting 2 incense sticks simultaneously will stack their effects. At that moment, both Yi Xiao and Wang Pongzi could see with their naked eyes that the spiritual energy gathering in their dormitory was gradually taking shape, appearing milky white in color. Wang Pongzi exclaimed in astonishment, My goodness! Brother Xiao, this incense's effect is incredible. Milky white spiritual energy means the concentration here is high enough, almost condensed into liquid form. As he finished speaking, Yi Xiao took out 10 more sticks of spirit-gathering incense, which he had just purchased again from the martial art marketplace, spending a hefty 150 martial Dao points. This was no small sum, but Yi Xiao was never stingy. A drop of kindness is always repaid with a gushing spring. Moreover, ever since he had transmigrated into this world, most people he encountered mocked him rather than cared for him sincerely. Wang Pongzi was truly one of the few who genuinely cared. So Yi Xiao was more than willing to spend so many martial Dao points on him. With a whoosh, 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 10 more incense sticks were inserted into the gaps on their dormitory table and all lit at once. Instantly, the concentration of spiritual energy around them surged by 100%. At this moment, the floor of Yi Xiao and Wang Pongzi's dormitory became sticky and damp. This was not some mysterious white liquid, but the liquid form of spiritual energy that countless people dream of obtaining. My goodness! Wang Pongzi was utterly stunned and speechless. Brother Xiao, in all my life, this is the first time I've seen spiritual energy so concentrated it flows like water. Yi Xiao glanced at the burning speed of the incense and reminded him, Pongzi, 1 stick of incense burns for at most half an hour. You must hurry and absorb it. Without a word, Wang Pongzi immediately devoted himself to serious meditation and qi refining. He had previously worried about the slow absorption rate of spiritual energy, but now his absorption speed could not keep up with the rate at which the spiritual energy was liquefying. Before long, a thin layer of spiritual energy water accumulated on the dormitory floor. This made Wang Pongzi anxious. 1 stick of incense only burns for half an hour, and now there were 12 burning simultaneously. Even if he put all his effort into absorbing it, he could not consume even 1/10 of the spiritual energy present. In desperation, Wang Pongzi took an action that left Yi Xiao utterly dumbfounded. He gave up meditation and instead lay down on the floor, directly drinking the spiritual energy water from the ground. Since he couldn't absorb it fast enough, he would absorb it physically, drink it all. Yi Xiao was shocked by this scene and thought, Pongzi is quite the tough character. He hurriedly tried to stop him. Pongzi, don't do that. It's too dirty. When the incense burns out, I'll figure out a way to get more. Wang Pongzi, who usually appeared lazy, indifferent, and easygoing, showed an attitude, determination, and ferocity toward becoming stronger that surpassed anyone else, even Yi Xiao himself. At least Yi Xiao could never bring himself to drink water off the floor. No matter how pure the spiritual energy water was, he just couldn't overcome that mental barrier. Gulp, gulp, cough, cough, cough. Wang Pengzi paid no heed to Yi Xiao's protest and didn't stop even when he choked or became overly full. After much hesitation, Yi Xiao ultimately did not intervene. Thus, after half an hour, the 12 sticks of spirit-gathering incense were completely burned out, and the concentrated spiritual energy in their dorm gradually dissipated. The scene of milky white spiritual energy no longer filled the room, and the spiritual energy residue on the floor dried quickly. Wang Pengzi had been drinking for half an hour straight. Finally, clutching his abdomen, he lay on the ground, utterly immobile. Yi Xiao's expression was complex as he inquired, "Fatty, are you all right?" "I am fine, Hick. Just lucky, Hick. I mopped the floor this afternoon. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have been able to drink it. My stomach hurts so much." This is the sensation of a breakthrough about to happen. Wang Fatty, enduring the agony in his body, hurriedly resumed his meditative posture. At this moment, his cultivation was at the second stage of qi refinement. Originally, Wang Fatty believed it would take him at least 1 year to break through to the third stage. Yet, he never imagined that with Yi Xiao's assistance, he would begin his breakthrough to the third stage in merely half an hour. The breakthrough process lasted a full hour. After Wang Fatty released a long, resonant fart, at last, Yi Xiao pinched his nose and witnessed with his own eyes Wang Fatty's realm breakthrough. Qi refinement, third stage. "Fatty Lord, I made it." Wang Fatty was ecstatic beyond measure. Moreover, Wang Fatty's professional potential also advanced alongside his breakthrough. From Qi Refiner, Grade C, he evolved into Qi Cultivator, Grade B. "Fatty Lord, my profession has evolved." Wang Fatty, filled with joy, stared excitedly at Yi Xiao. "Xiaoge, did you see that? My profession evolved. My professional potential actually upgraded from Grade C to Grade B. Xi Yi, where on earth did you get this incense? I want more, no matter how much it costs. I'll buy it." Yi Xiao smiled and waved his hand. "It's just a few sticks of incense, consider it a gift." Wang Fatty shook his head like a rattle. "No way. Xiaoge, this incense must be very precious. It's made from a special ancient recipe. Such a miraculous incense, if sold on the market, would conservatively start at a price in the 5 figures. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao suddenly recalled something. Wang Fatty's words might be somewhat exaggerated, but judging from his reaction, even if the incense wasn't worth 5 figures, conservatively, it was at least worth 4 figures. It is important to note that Yi Xiao, having traversed into this world, started off utterly penniless. Were it not for the protection of his adoptive father, he would likely be begging on the streets or living as a homeless child by now. While diligent martial practice is crucial, earning money is equally important, because money can be exchanged for more cultivation resources, which accelerate one's progress. Without exception, all top-tier extraordinary beings have been forged through massive investment of resources. And how does one acquire resources? Naturally, by purchasing them with money. Xi Yi, why are you daydreaming? Is this incense really that hard to get? Wang Fatty's call pulled Yi Xiao back from his reverie. After regaining his composure, Yi Xiao looked at Wang Fatty and said, "Fatty, this incense isn't particularly difficult to obtain, but acquiring it in large quantities is not so simple." Wang Fatty was bewildered by Yi Xiao's words. He quickly patted his chest and said, "Xiaoge, money really isn't a problem. Look, I just entered university and have already broken through to the third stage. And my professional potential has evolved to Grade B. If my mother finds out, she'll be so happy she'll go crazy. Next month, doubling or even tripling my living expenses is no problem. Just help me out. With this incense, I'll increase my strength faster. Then my mother will be even happier. And I'll get even more money, which means I can buy more incense." Listening to Wang Fatty's grand plan, Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. However, obtaining this incense is indeed neither very difficult nor simple. The spirit-gathering incense requires Yi Xiao to use his martial waypoints to purchase. Martial waypoints are earned through Yi Xiao's martial practice. Earlier, he had bought 12 sticks of incense, spending 180 martial waypoints, leaving him with 160. Yet, seeing Wang Fatty, a man accustomed to laziness, suddenly so diligent in cultivation, moved Yi Xiao. Therefore, Yi Xiao immediately spent another 150 martial waypoints to buy 10 more sticks of spirit-gathering incense. At this point, only 10 martial waypoints remained in his account. Yi Xiao said, "Fatty, I still have 10 sticks of spirit-gathering incense. You take these for now, and then give me some time. I'll find a way to get you more." When Wang Fatty saw Yi Xiao hand over the last incense sticks, suddenly, the excitement and joy on his face vanished. He showed a guilty expression. "Xi Yim Soru. I was too excited just now and should have forced you to keep giving me more incense. Such a good thing. You should be using it for your own cultivation. I don't want these 10 sticks anymore. You keep them for your practice. Don't worry. I won't waste the incense you just gave me. Early tomorrow morning, I'll call my mother to send me money. Yi Xiao was stunned for about 5 seconds, then burst into hearty laughter. Wang Fatty looked at Yi Xiao's laughter, feeling utterly perplexed. Xiaoge, why are you laughing? After stopping his laughter, Yi Xiao said, Fatty, you're a good person. Wang Fatty scratched his head sheepishly and laughed. Xiaoge, are you complimenting me or mocking me? Yi Xiao replied. Take the incense and use it. I am a warrior by profession and cannot absorb spiritual energy. I can only cultivate my fists and body. As for money, forget it. We are friends. There is no such thing as asking you for money. With Yi Xiao's explanation, Wang Fatty finally accepted the last 10 sticks of incense. But he still had something on his mind. Fatty, get some rest early. It's almost 3 o'clock. Alright, Yi Xiao noticed that the university in this high martial world did not have as tight a schedule as his original world. After all, cultivation differs from studying. Studying requires teachers' lectures. Although cultivation also needs mentors for guidance. More often, it follows the principle of the master leading the way and the disciple practicing independently. Thus, after attending a full day of classes yesterday, today was comparatively relaxed. There was only one class, a history course about this world, but it was elective. Many students chose not to attend and instead spent their time cultivating. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Yi Xiao woke up. Although he had practiced martial arts all day yesterday and should have been exhausted with the improvement of his realm and constitution, he now needed less sleep to restore his spirit to peak condition. This was one of the benefits of continuous strengthening. Wang Fatty also woke up shortly after Yi Xiao. Today had no classes, so they cultivated independently. Yi Xiao went to the gravity training tower, while Wang Fatty headed to the spiritual energy cultivation hall. Different professions inevitably lead to different directions and methods of cultivation. In response to this, Jian University had constructed numerous halls catering to the cultivation needs of different students. For example, the Elemental Hall, Weapon Hall, Summoning Hall, Body Refinement Hall, Melee Hall, and Range Hall. Students of various professions could go to the halls best suited for their cultivation. There, he engaged in exchanges and friendly competitions with other students of the same profession or those with similar occupational attributes. In such a closely aligned environment, mutual assistance and collective progress were encouraged. When Yi Xiao arrived at the gravity training tower, the familiar figure of Old Hay was still lounging in a chair at the entrance, basking in the sunlight. Yi Xiao queued up and approached Old Hay, presenting his gravity training card to him. Upon recognizing Yi Xiao, Old Hay leisurely remarked, Did you quarrel with that girl from the Su family? Why didn't she come with you? I saw her wearing a sour expression, looking quite upset. Have you done something to betray her? Startled by the remark, Yi Xiao nearly choked on his saliva, coughing repeatedly. Old Hay, what nonsense are you spouting? You can eat recklessly, but you cannot speak recklessly. Old Hay snorted coldly. Young men like you, I've seen plenty. Man, a bit of flirtation is understandable, but don't get caught playing both sides. Yi Xiao se pupils constricted, his mouth twitching as he stared at Old Hay. Flirtation? Playing both sides? Was this disrespectful old man really speaking about him? He just wanted to know when he had ever played both sides. Moreover, his relationship with Su Muyun was not at all what Old Hay imagined. You old geezer. HM. Came the deathly glare from Old Hay. You old geezer. Yi Xiao retorted again. Old Hay withdrew his death glare and added, as someone who has been through it all, let me give you a word of advice. When you like one person, you can't hide it. But if you like two, you'd better hide it well. On the first day, Yi Xiao held Old Hay in great respect. On the second day, he cursed the old man in his heart. You disrespectful old codger. Yet, considering Old Hay had given him 1,000 Tiger Yang pills, Yi Xiao chose to endure it. Then, Old Hay inserted the gravity training card, which displayed the remaining time, 92 hours. Old Hay said, Yi Xiao, are you really planning to use up all of Xiao Zhou's time? Yi Xiao knew that Xiao Zhou referred to his homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming. Old Hay, didn't you say you'd give me 100 hours of training time? I'll return the card to teacher Zhou after I finish 100 hours. Old Hay's face broke into a cunning smile. At the sight of that smile, Yi Xiao's heart sank, sensing mischief was afoot. Sure enough, Old Hay said, of course, I can give you 100 hours of gravity tower time. But the question is, do you have your own gravity training card? Yi Xiao was momentarily speechless, his head filled with dark thoughts as he realized the truth. Old Hay, you're tricking me again, aren't you? Old Hay wore a face of righteous solemnity. Young man, I, your old grandpa, operate with fairness, justice, and transparency. Otherwise, how would I have stayed here all these years? Why do the school leaders and students respect and admire me so much? I SNT it because I strictly follow procedures and rules. Yesterday, I did tell you I'd give you 100 hours of gravity tower training time. That is true. But the problem is, you don't have a gravity training card. Unless you first get one that belongs to you. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, almost turning away in frustration. He laughed bitterly, shaking his head repeatedly and giving a sarcastic thumbs up. Old Hey, you're impressive. Knowing I'm a freshman without my own gravity training card. I can't outplay you, you old fox, that is for sure. Old Hey beamed with pride, swaying slightly as he lay back in his chair. Not bad, but then he shifted his tone. However, seeing you so pitiful, how about I point you to a way to get your gravity training card early? After several encounters with Old Hey, Yi Xiao had learned to be wary. This old man could not be trusted. Behind every word lurked 7 or 8 hidden traps. Tell me this way. I'll listen first, Yi Xiao asked cautiously. Seeing Yi Xiao's wary demeanor, Old Hey's expression soured. He mercilessly scolded. Look at you, so spineless. I only tricked you once, and you're already scared out of your wits? Better to be tricked here than to be deceived by enemies on the battlefield later. The thing I despise most is men who lack courage. Though Old Hey's words seemed to mock and disdain Yi Xiao, beneath this needle-like language lay his deepest concern. At that moment, Yi Xiao failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind Old Hey's words. He only thought the old man was showing off his seniority and status, using a lecturing tone to assert his authority and dominance over the young. It was not until Yi Xiao truly set foot on the battlefield that he looked back and understood the words Old Hey had spoken on that bright morning. Now, somewhat riled up, having been called spineless and cowardly, and then accused of being tricked just once, with such self-righteousness and no recognition of his own faults. Yi Xiao was annoyed. Old Hey noticed the young man's temper and calmly said, Go kill a 4th-tier monster and bring it back to the school, and you can get your gravity training card early. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's expression gradually turned serious and solemn. Old Hey continued, Don't entertain any crooked ideas, like buying monster corpses or hiring someone to help kill monsters. The school isn't foolish. They'll investigate the origins of any slain monster. If possible, buy a portable recorder to film the entire monster-killing process as evidence. At this, Old Hey shifted tactics, employing a challenge. Of course, not just for you, but for all freshmen and sophomores. This is a very difficult task. Hunting a 4th-tier monster is essentially cross-border combat for you. It's not only dangerous, but also carries the risk of injury or even death. So, you can just study honestly until your junior year, and the school will naturally issue you a gravity training card for practice. Before Old Hey finished, Yi Xiao resolutely asked, Old Hey, where can I kill a 4th-tier monster? Old Hey's tone turned icy cold. The Rift. According to the Chronicle of Heaven and Earth, 100,000 years ago, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revived, the human world and the monster world shared a common origin. A great ancient war split the once unified world into two. From then on, the human world and the monster world were separated by a boundary scar. 95,000 years ago, the thinnest part of the boundary scar cracked, forming the first spatial rift. Monsters poured into the human world for the first time. 90,000 years ago, the monster invasion caused the human defense line to collapse. The nameless ancestor shattered the myriad monsters of heaven and earth with a single punch. At the same time, he shattered the boundary scar and ultimately sealed it with his own will. The seal has endured for 90,000 years. Now, it has begun to loosen. Across the globe, there are 88 fragile points along the dimensional rift, corresponding to 88 cracks. Jiang City is among them. Designated as Rift number 17, Red Abyss, with a danger rating of level 3. Presently, it remains under seal, guarded and suppressed by the extraordinary individuals of Jiang City. Yi Xiao harbors the desire to hunt monsters, and his most recent location is precisely at Rift number 17, Red Abyss, in Jiang City. Regarding this place, the memories of his former self reveal that it is where his foster father, who once rescued him from the monsters, was ultimately devoured and sacrificed. It is at Rift number 17, Red Abyss. This place I must go, Yi Xiao silently vowed within his heart. After finishing the comprehensive history of heaven and earth lent to him by Uncle Hey, Yi Xiao returned the book. Thereafter, he cast aside all distractions and devoted his entire mind to practicing martial arts. He had but one goal, to grow stronger, to become as powerful as possible. Once he believed his strength sufficient, he intended to personally enter the Red Abyss to uncover the secrets and truth behind his foster father's demise. Following a full day of training yesterday, Yi Xiao had already reached the mud clay stage at 1,000 layers. Simultaneously, his extreme martial physique had evolved. At this moment, on the first floor of the gravity training tower, even within the 5-fold gravity zone, Yi Xiao could distinctly feel that his legs no longer trembled, his body remained upright, and his breathing was calm. Confronting this reality, Yi Xiao realized he had earned the qualification to ascend to the 2nd and 3rd floors. Thus, After a brief warm-up in the five-fold gravity zone, Yi Xiao stepped on the second floor of the gravity training tower. On the second floor of the gravity training tower, seated on the steps of the resting area, were several senior students in their third year. They had just finished training. Sweat drenched their bodies as they slumped on the steps, drinking water and chatting. Among them was a close-cropped-haired young man named Zhao Lei, a third-year student in the elite class and a frequent visitor of the gravity training tower. Another, wearing glasses, was Sun Hao, also a third-year student, a top scholar in theoretical lessons but average in practical combat. Nearby sat several poised senior female students. Hey, have you heard? Sun Hao adjusted his glasses. There's a martial artist among the freshmen this year. A martial artist? Zhao Lei nearly choked. What era is this that we still have martial artists? Irank. The awakening steel just lit up with those two words, martial artist. The entire group burst into laughter. The seniors laughed uproariously. At that moment, a short-haired senior female said, I heard that martial artist was training in the gravity training tower just yesterday. Ordinarily, a freshman wouldn't have the qualification to enter the tower for training. Another long-haired senior added, rumor has it, this martial artist is a privileged student admitted through special recruitment. Being a privileged student, surely he has some means to enter the gravity training tower ahead of time. What can a martial artist do in the gravity tower? Zhao Lei wiped the sweat from his brow. He probably got winded just walking around the first floor. I bet he only tried it once yesterday, and one dare come back today. Actually, he really did come back. Sun Hao pursed his lips. The group's gaze followed his, and a youth wearing a faded white t-shirt was ascending the stairs from the first floor. His build was proportionate, not muscular, yet sufficiently sturdy, belonging to the type who looks slim-clothed but reveals solid muscle when bare. The short-haired senior's eyes traveled over Yi Xiao. Then she remarked with a hint of meaning, this junior actually looks pretty good. Her words earned nods of approval from the nearby girls, while a few boys looked displeased. Just him. Zhao Lei sized him up from head to toe. Doesn't he look that strong? Martial artist or not, what strength could he possibly have? Sun Hao sneered. I doubt he can last half an hour on the second floor. Half an hour? 10 minutes will be impressive. Zhao Lei tossed his empty water bottle into the trash bin. I bet he won't endure more than 5 minutes in the second floor's gravity. The second floor was no place like the first. Gravity started at six-fold here. Unlike the first floor, where at least a one-fold gravity zone allowed for resting while lying down. Sun Hao said, 3 minutes. Maybe he can hold out for 10. A girl remarked. He is probably just here to experience it, then quickly head back down. They all laughed, watching Yi Xiao step onto the platform of the second floor. The timing began. Zhao Lei started the countdown. As Yi Xiao ascended to the second floor, he immediately felt as if a brick were pressing upon his shoulders. Though heavy, it was still bearable. This must be the six-fold gravity zone. Yi Xiao glanced at the entrance, where a sign indicated the gravity levels on the second floor. 6-fold, 7-fold, 8-fold, 9-fold, 10-fold. Below were a series of precautions, simply reminding all students to train within their capabilities. Yi Xiao first immersed himself in the six-fold gravity zone to acclimate his body to the increased gravity before proceeding to the seven-fold gravity zone. That freshman is quite stubborn. Zhao Lei sneered sarcastically. He actually lasted 5 minutes in the six-fold gravity zone. At this moment, Yi Xiao finally began to move. Zhao Lei gave a cold laugh. Looks like this freshman can't take it anymore. Judging by him, he is probably heading back to the first floor. However, under the watchful eyes of the group, Yi Xiao did not retreat to the first floor. On the contrary, he advanced to the seven-fold gravity zone. Sun Hao was stunned. Is this guy crazy? A freshman just a few days into school, recklessly running into the seven-fold gravity zone? An E-rank, useless martial artist actually acting this boldly? Does he think everyone looks down on him, so he wants to prove himself this way? The short-haired senior shook her head. This junior is too reckless. The body and life are one's own. Yet, after a while, once Yi Xiao adapted to the seven-fold gravity zone, he moved onward to the eight-fold gravity zone. Only then did Yi Xiao feel as if he were carrying a massive boulder, a sensation where even the gaps between his bones felt the pressure. It was exhilarating. As Yi Xiao grew accustomed to the gravity, a peculiar pleasure born of torment stirred within him. Any action that could induce evolution in his body, even if it felt like torturous abuse, would ignite a frenzied obsession in Yi Xiao. In the eyes of others, this was madness. But to Yi Xiao, it was the swiftest path to strength. While Yi Xiao was moving about in the seven-fold gravity zone, he encountered a ponytailed girl standing opposite him. She was a third-year elite student named Zhou Yao. Upon seeing this unfamiliar face, she could not help but ask, freshman? Yi Xiao nodded. How did you get in? Zhou Yao inquired. Yi Xiao remained silent. Suddenly, Zhou Yao realized something. You're that martial artist? Yi Xiao nodded once more. Zhou Yao frowned. It's only the second day, and you're already on the second floor? You must be very confident in your body. Although you're a martial artist, the gravity here starts at sixfold. Do you understand how demanding sixfold gravity is on the physical body? Your small frame 1T be able to withstand it. Go back down. Don't be reckless. If you faint, someone will have to carry you. Yi Xiao fixed his gaze on the other party with earnestness. Senior, thank you for your warning, but I wish to give it a try. Zhou Yao, out of goodwill, added a cautionary remark. Fine, you try. But let me tell you, there was once a freshman in the genius class who, like you, was reckless. His profession and rank far surpassed yours. Yet he stayed in the second floor gravity zone for just 10 minutes before vomiting. Subsequent examinations revealed severe bone injuries, and he lay bedridden for 2 months. If anything happens to you, no one will kindly come to your rescue. Yi Xiao discerned the genuine concern behind her words. Will senior save me? Zhou Yao sneered coldly and rolled her eyes. No, she 1T. Yi Xiao said no more and strode toward the eightfold gravity zone. Meanwhile, Zhou Yao, observing Yi Xiao's stubborn demeanor, shook her head in silent disbelief. Yet, as she cultivated, she continued to watch Yi Xiao's every move. She saw him move from the sixfold gravity zone to the sevenfold, then slowly toward the eightfold zone. After lingering briefly, he advanced to the ninefold gravity zone. Ultimately, he halted in the tenfold gravity zone. That area was the most challenging region on the second floor of the entire gravity training tower. It was also the least frequented zone. Typically, only third-year genius class students dare to train there. Yet Yi Xiao, a freshman classified as an E-rank martial artist, had forcibly entered the tenfold gravity zone. On the steps of the resting area, seniors who had previously been teasing Yi Xiao fell into stunned silence. They widened their eyes in astonishment, looking toward Yi Xiao with disbelief. How did that guy manage to step into the tenfold gravity zone step by step? Impossible. This is absurd. An E-rank martial artist, a freshman, going straight to the tenfold gravity zone from start? We've studied here for 3 years and only barely managed to train in the tenfold gravity zone ourselves. Just wait, this guy is bound to have some serious accident. Look, his body is already trembling. That means the gravity multiplier has surpassed his physical limit, and he is starting to lose his balance. At this rate, 1T he suddenly collapse and die? Even if he does, it's his own fault. Besides the chatter surrounding Yi Xiao here, seniors training in other directions on the second floor were also drawn by Yi Xiao's determined gaze. Zhou Yao's expression was one of utter astonishment. She muttered inwardly, this freshman seems to have something special. Even if he is reckless, just being able to reach the tenfold gravity zone and still maintain a standing posture is something many third-year students cannot achieve. Is he really an E-rank martial artist? Yi Xiao spent a full 10 minutes barely adapting to the tenfold gravity zone. Then, he approached the training wooden post and began practicing his punches. The first punch exploded forward. You have completed a punch. The force of this punch is 21. Rank advancement failed. Yi Xiao was undeterred. Instead, he sought to confront this oppressive gravity in an environment with an even higher multiple, attempting to mobilize more of his body's latent potential and strength. The second punch burst forth. You have completed a punch. The force of this punch is 27. Rank advancement failed. Good. Slowly finding the rhythm, Yi Xiao thought. Though still unsuccessful, his gains were considerable. Facing the tenfold gravity environment, his exertion level continued to rise. The third punch thundered out. Yi Xiao's face flushed faintly red. His skin was hot and reddened. Sweat cascaded down in torrents. After only 3 punches, he was already panting heavily. Ding! You have completed a punch. The force of this punch is 31. You have gained 10 martial path points. Your rank has advanced. Current rank, Clay Mold Realm, 1001 layers. Current rank, Clay Mold Realm, 1002 layers. Current rank, Clay Mold Realm, 1010 layers. At last, he succeeded with a punch. A tremendous sense of achievement surged within Yi Xiao's heart. Under the tenfold gravity environment, a single punch had boosted Yi Xiao's rank by a full 10 layers. This was twice as efficient as when he trained on the first floor. With this, not only did Yi Xiao's rank advancement accelerate dramatically, but his rate of earning martial path points quickened as well. Keep going. Drain all my strength in one go. Punch. Rank 10. Punch. Rank 10. After delivering a total of 7 punches, Yi Xiao was utterly exhausted. He panted heavily, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. I can't go on. I need a rest. Fortunately, there was a seat nearby, and he quickly sat down to recover. During the brief 3 minutes it took Yi Xiao to throw those 7 punches, all the seniors training on the second floor of the gravity training tower had their attention fixed solely on him. They had witnessed with their own eyes Yi Xiao's fierce and brutal punches unleashed continuously in the tenfold gravity zone. On the steps of the resting area, the seniors were no longer teasing Yi Xiao because each one was unervingly silent. Is this guy mad? Zhao Lei could not help but curse. He doesn't care about his life at all. The tenfold gravity zone consumes so much strength and exhausts physical energy. Isn't he afraid that once he collapses from exhaustion, he won't be able to resist the pressure of tenfold gravity? Sun Hao shook his head repeatedly, dumbfounded. Damn, is martial artist training always this reckless and single-minded? As long as you don't die, you just keep pushing yourself to the limit. I saw his skin, as red as blood, and the vapor coming off wasn't white, but blood-colored. I thought he was about to explode. A short-haired senior girl exclaimed in amazement. Although he is an E-rank martial artist, his physical toughness must be extraordinary. Even without bulky muscles, you can feel that his body is sturdier than tempered steel. Nearby, a long-haired senior girl suddenly teased. Hey, Xiaoyu, why are you drooling? Judging by your gaze, have you taken a fancy to this junior S-body? The short-haired senior glanced at the girl beside her. Yes, I'm interested, but I don't believe you're not. The long-haired senior sneered. If it were me, I'd just play with him. If I wanted a serious relationship, I'd look for a profession ranked S or above. The short-haired senior nodded in agreement. With your looks and beauty, only those ranked S or above would meet your standards. Amid the conversation between these two senior girls, the expressions of the nearby senior boys were visibly displeased. They had come to the gravity training tower with several girls, clearly to showcase their strength and perhaps flirt a little. Yet, in the short time, they felt subtly overshadowed by Yi Xiao, a mere freshman. Half an hour, 40 minutes, 50 minutes. This fellow, he truly must be a monster, right? Zhou Yao had been observing Yi Xiao from the shadows. She noticed that Yi Xiao had been in the tenfold gravity zone for nearly an hour. Yet, he showed not the slightest intention of leaving. Aside from practicing his punches, he simply sat in his chair resting, occasionally consuming a few Tiger Yang pills. What appeared to be an unbearably tedious training regimen somehow seemed to bring him genuine enjoyment. Yi Xiao practiced his punches until noon. Then he hurried to the cafeteria to eat, afterward washing dishes in the logistics department. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he returned to the gravity training tower to continue his regimen. On the second floor, people came and went in waves. Some arrived, trained briefly, and left. Others trained until utterly exhausted and then descended. But the figure in the corner remained, punching steadily. His movements were neither hurried nor sluggish, each strike falling like the swing of a pendulum. Yi Xiao was so immovably fixed in place, so unyielding, that he resembled an NPC. This earned him the growing attention of many onlookers. How long has that freshman been on the second floor? When I arrived this morning, he was already there. When I came this afternoon, he was still there. That guy must have only gone to the cafeteria for a meal, then returned here to continue training. How can a freshman possess such physical endurance? It said he is an E-rank martial artist. What? The weakest class in the profession, and yet he is this resilient? Damn, I remember the first time I came here, I lasted only 15 minutes on the second floor before my legs gave out. Are martial artists really that tough? I have no idea. I've never seen a martial artist before. ISNTC rank, the lowest class at our school. Yi Xiao himself could no longer recall how long he had been training in the tenfold gravity zone, nor did he understand that, unbeknownst to him, he had become a prominent figure at Jiang University. By afternoon, the Academy's forum had exploded. Thread title: Monster Freshman appears in Gravity Tower. E-rank martial artist endures tenfold gravity zone. Original poster: Did anyone go to the Gravity Tower this afternoon? That freshman, an E-rank martial artist, rumored to be a special recruit, apparently entered the tower for the second time today and stayed in the tenfold gravity zone on the second floor nearly all day. I saw it with my own eyes, and my hands are still trembling as I type this. Second floor, impossible. You're talking about Yi Xiao, right? E-rank martial artist, first stage, punching under tenfold gravity for a whole day. Even if you're making it up, at least make it believable. Thread locked? OP is an idiot. Third floor, I have video footage, filmed right on site. Watch it for yourselves. Fourth floor, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Fifth floor, how's he doing it? ISNT, the martial artist, the most worthless profession. Sixth floor, upstairs, you didn't go to the Gravity Tower today, did you? Dozens of us saw it with our own eyes. Even we third-year students couldn't stay long in the tenfold gravity zone. Yet this madman stayed from morning till afternoon. Judging by how he looked, his legs didn't even weaken. Seventh floor, legs didn't weaken? Try standing under tenfold gravity for an hour. Probably only seniors can endure that long. Eighth floor, what is the name of that freshman? Which class? Ninth floor, as mentioned above, Yi Xiao, freshman, class 9. 10th floor, Is he that recent special recruit who has been causing a stir? 11th floor. You're focusing on the wrong point. The key is that an E-rank martial artist at the Earth Clay stage on his first day in the tower stayed half a day on the first floor. On the second day, he went up to the second floor and stayed nearly all day. Think about it. When you first entered the tower, which floor were you on? 12th floor, second floor, 15 minutes. 13th floor, first floor, half an hour. 14th floor, didn't he dare to enter? 15th floor, so, is a martial artist really a worthless profession? 16th floor, I don't know. But I do know that Yi Xiao is not worthless. 17th floor, Yi Xiao is worthless. Martial artists are the worthless profession. 18th floor, upstairs, is that Lin Yun? 19th floor, no. 20th floor, it's you. 21st floor, who the hell are you? 22nd floor, you dare not challenge the gravity tower, so you only dare to insult Yi Xiao on the forum. If you have guts, go try the 10-fold gravity zone. I bet you can't last as long as Yi Xiao. 23rd floor, fine, I'll go tomorrow, but you better not let me know who you really are, or I'll deal with you offline. 24th floor, haha, who is afraid of you? Lin Yun, you're a clown, you know that? 25th floor, are you looking for trouble? Give me your name and class, and see what I do to you. The earlier conversation had been civil enough, but toward the end, it devolved into a heated exchange of insults between two individuals. One was Lin Yun, who was currently training his lightning technique in the element hall. Upon hearing others discussing Yi Xiao, he immediately logged onto the school forum. The other was Wang Pengzi, who was also practicing his qi. Hearing others praise Yi Xiao's remarkable achievements, he felt quite pleased. But seeing others doubt and even insult Yi Xiao, he angrily halted his training and began trading barbs with the skeptics. Ping, you have completed one punch. This punch's force, 32. You have gained 10 points of martial way value. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Earth Clay stage, 1,991 heaviness. Current realm, Earth Clay stage, 1,992 heaviness. Current realm, Earth Clay stage, 2,000 heaviness. After Yi Xiao threw his 200th punch of the day, at last, he reached a new pinnacle. Earth Clay stage, 2,000 heaviness. At this moment, the foundational solidity within Yi Xiao's body far surpassed even those prodigies of the so-called SSS rank professions, having accumulated another 1,000 points of martial way value. Yi Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he envisioned the awaited scene. It was enough for my ultimate martial body to evolve once more. Breakthrough. Ultimate martial body. Consume 1,000 points of martial way value. Ultimate martial body breakthrough. Bone tempering stage, tendon transformation stage. As long as the martial way value was sufficient, Yi Xiao could evolve his ultimate martial body at any time. And then, Yi Xiao was shocked to discover faint azure veins appearing beneath his skin. This sight startled him. Those veins resembled tree roots, rivers, some ancient totem. He attempted to exert force. The veins glowed like ignited fuses, spreading from his shoulders down to his wrists, converging at his fist. That punch, when thrown, felt several times heavier than usual. He understood. It was his fascia speaking, in a language he did not yet fully comprehend. The fascia was like a bow, amplifying his force exponentially. When this evolutionary journey paused, Yi Xiao swiftly summoned his system. The screen before him displayed contents related to the ultimate martial body. Ultimate martial body. Realm, tendon transformation stage. Physical trait, enhanced fascia toughness, capable of stretching to several times its original length. Force efficiency surges. The same strength delivers multiple times the impact. Her bodily flexibility rivaled that of a yoga master. Her joints capable of bending in reverse. Beneath her skin, faint azure veins could be discerned, flowing like living creatures when she exerted force. Hidden vitality, 10. Hidden defense, 10. Hidden magical resistance, 5. Breakthrough requirement, 10,000 points of martial way value. Upon reading this, a subtle smile involuntarily curved the corner of Yi Xiao's lips. Although his realm still lingered at the first stage, the strength of his body had already evolved to the third stage. The ultimate martial physique of the Yi Jin realm had significantly enhanced his hidden vitality and hidden defense. Moreover, a new attribute, hidden magical resistance, had appeared. Hidden magical resistance, when injured, activating the ultimate martial physique releases hidden magical resistance, temporarily boosting your spell resistance. After finishing the last word, the smile on Yi Xiao's face deepened. It could actually enhance his spell resistance? Would that not mean that the damage inflicted by Lin Yun's lightning spells could be reduced by 5? Historically, the warrior profession had always been at a disadvantage against magic users. Their reach was shorter, their cultivation slower, their damage less potent. Ultimately, they were merely kites. The punching bags subjected to relentless attacks. But now, this stereotypical situation was very likely to be reversed in Yi Xiao's case. Having evolved the ultimate martial physique to the third stage, the most perceptible benefit to Yi Xiao was that the gravity pressing down on him instantly dissipated by half. Within the tenfold gravity zone, Yi Xiao could move about with relative ease. This was the advantage visible to him. Yet simultaneously, Yi Xiao encountered a new challenge, prompting a somewhat helpless smile. To continue evolving the ultimate martial physique, he would need a full 10,000 points of martial way value. He had already discerned the underlying pattern. Each evolution of the ultimate martial physique required 10 times the martial way value of the previous stage. At first, Yi Xiao could evolve his ultimate martial physique swiftly, but as he progressed, he foresaw the required martial way value would increase exponentially. This meant that Yi Xiao would need to practice many more punches to evolve his ultimate martial physique. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao did not find it dull or exhausting. He relished the feeling that effort yielded rewards. With every punch practiced, he could tangibly sense his strength growing. Just as Yi Xiao had once told Su Muyun, "But I believe the fist is mine. No one can take it away. Talent might be lacking, resources might be scarce. Luck might be absent, but none of that mattered. As long as I can still throw a punch, there's still a path forward." Indeed, as long as he could still throw a punch, there would be a way forward. Yi Xiao glanced at the time. Outside, twilight was descending. He still temporarily withdrew to go to the cafeteria for a meal and then to the logistics department to wash dishes. After finishing, while other students rested for the night or went out to gather for meals, entertainment, or dates, Yi Xiao was alone, returning once again to the gravity training tower. He checked the remaining time, 83 hours. It was only the second day of training. Yi Xiao suddenly felt that the time allotted by the gravity training card was insufficient. Moreover, he did not intend to exhaust all the time on it, although this card had been lent to him by the homeroom teacher Zhou Ming for training. Yi Xiao felt that it would be improper to use it up entirely. This was a fundamental rule he imposed upon himself. He planned to return half of the time and then rely on his own efforts to find a way to hunt down a fourth-stage demon in Jiang City S, Rift number 17, Red Abyss, thereby acquiring a gravity training card of his own. With Yi Xiao's physique advancing to the Yi Jin realm, the tenfold gravity zone no longer fully satisfied his needs. Therefore, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Yi Xiao stepped onto the third floor. Accompanying this action was yet another seismic upheaval on the school forum. The thread title read, "Monster Rebirth in Gravity Tower. Warrior Class E-Level Endures Tenfold Gravity Zone." Post 1021. Latest news. The Mad Warrior has ascended to the third floor of the Gravity Tower. I saw him pass right in front of me and go up. Post 1022. Is this for real? That lunatic was still on the first floor yesterday, on the second floor during the day, and now he is already on the third floor tonight? Post 1023. Live stream. Hurry and record a video. I'm curious how this madman manages this. Post 1024. Yi Xiao is just showing off again. Post 1025. The above comment is undoubtedly from Lin Yun. That idiot Lin Yun. Jealous of Yi Xiao again. Post 1026. You bastard up there. Harassing me during the day and still at night. I'll dig you out from the ground. Post 1027. Idiot Lin Yun. 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 Post 1028. Any hacker experts? Help me dox this bastard. I'll pay handsomely. Post 1029. Seriously, if you want to quarrel, please open a new thread. This is a place dedicated to discussing Yi Xiao. Post 1030. Lin Yun, the SS level lightning prodigy, who is the top freshman this year? Post 1031. The quality of freshmen gets worse every year. Can an SS level really be the top freshman? Post 1032. The newly crowned school beauty, Su Muyun, was retested by the school and found to be not S level but SSS level. So the top freshman this year should be Su Muyun, not Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun was in the dormitory, furiously scrolling through his phone, livid beyond measure. He ground his teeth, desperate to discover who on the forum had been verbally attacking him. At the same time, the evaluations and doubts from some senior students left him deeply displeased. Is it just the gravity training tower? Damn it. I'll 1T sleep tonight. I'm going to make a breakthrough right now. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao had already arrived on the third floor of the gravity training tower. Upon arrival, he immediately noticed the number of students was significantly fewer, making the third floor seem rather empty. Yet there was still some training here. To Yi Xiao's surprise, encountered the familiar face, Su Muyun. He was astonished to find her meditating within the 20-fold gravity zone. It should be noted that the third floor of the gravity tower was divided into 10 gravity multiplier zones, from the 11th to the 20th fold gravity zones. This meant Su Muyun was training in the highest multiplier zone on the third floor. Yi Xiao had originally thought he was already doing well, but when he saw that Su Muyun appear in a woman could meditate for such extended periods within the 20-fold gravity zone. He suddenly realized the vast chasm separating him from Su Muyun was far greater than he had initially imagined. This Su Muyun, typically unassuming and inconspicuous, was known only by the fact that she possessed an SSS-grade profession. Yet, to his astonishment, she had managed to train for so long within the 20-fold gravity zone. Yi Xiao endeavored to draw nearer to Su Muyun's position. 11-fold gravity zone, 12-fold gravity zone, 15-fold gravity zone. Phew, this was becoming quite strenuous. He could already feel the oppressive pressure seeping through the very joints of his bones. At this moment, he grew ever more aware of Su Muyun's terrifying prowess. Still, Yi Xiao was an obstinate spirit, unwilling to concede defeat. Gritting his teeth, he forced his body onward, pressing into zones of increasingly intense gravity. 16-fold gravity zone, 17-fold gravity zone. How heavy! This was the greatest physical strain he had endured since entering the gravity tower. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xiao would not have pushed himself so recklessly. Training under such conditions was already optimal. Yet, he yearned to test his limits. I'm still capable. My body can endure even more gravity. Just one more step forward. 18-fold gravity zone, 19-fold gravity zone. Yi Xiao's spine visibly bowed under the weight. His legs unable to straighten. One must understand. He was now approaching the threshold of the 20-fold gravity zone, nearly double the intensity of the 10-fold zone, where he had stood mere minutes earlier. But the gravity exerted upon him was no simple doubling. It increased in geometric progression. One more step. If she can do it, so can I. Clenching his teeth until his mouth bled, Yi Xiao felt the terrifying gravitational suppression cause his teeth to involuntarily pierce the inside of his mouth. Forward, into the 20-fold gravity zone. At last, Yi Xiao stepped inside and stood not far from Su Muyun. But at that instant, a formidable sword intent suddenly radiated from her being. Towering sword chi surged forth, swirling fiercely around her. Ultimately, it converged upon the triple-petaled crimson sword pattern emblazoned upon her brow, shimmering with a faint red glow. This spectacle left Yi Xiao and all others on the third floor utterly astonished, for this display signified Su Muyun's breakthrough to the fourth realm. The entire third floor of the gravity tower erupted in excitement. Every gaze fixed upon Su Muyun. Beyond the tower, Old Hei's face bore a trace of surprised delight. The Su family's young maiden truly was a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Having just entered her first year, she had already ascended to the fourth realm. The fourth realm of swordsmanship, forgetting the sword, forgetting its form, yet capturing its spirit. Old Hei was deeply moved, as if recalling some bygone memories. On the third floor of the gravity tower, senior students in their third and fourth years murmured amongst themselves. That girl, isn't she the newly crowned campus belle? Su Muyun, right? I heard she holds an SSS-grade profession, with remarkable talent and formidable power. I always thought she was strong, but never imagined her aptitude would be so extraordinary and overwhelming. The semester has only just begun, and she has already broken through to the fourth realm of her profession. At this rate, she may be the fastest student in the school's history to achieve such a feat. There have been many SSS-grade students in previous generations, but none like her, capable of training in the 20-fold gravity zone upon entering the gravity tower, breaking through to the fourth realm by the third day of school. And she is a girl to boot, truly one of a kind. Her sword intent is so powerful. At such a young age, she has already cultivated a sword intent uniquely her own. Perhaps in the future, she will become the youngest transcendent ever recorded. I feel the same way. These third and fourth year students were mostly members of the elite and genius classes, top-ranked within their cohorts, who had achieved such assessments of Su Muyun through their own rigorous studies and training. At this moment, Yi Xiao already sensed the formidable sword intent emanating from Su Muyun. Is this the terrifying nature of the SSS grade Qingluan sword sovereign? For the first time, Yi Xiao experienced the chasm between professions as if it were an abyssal gulf. Having completed her breakthrough, Su Muyun slowly opened her beautiful eyes, the triple-petaled crimson sword pattern on her brow gradually fading. Then, as if nothing had happened, she rose to her feet. Before her, Yi Xiao was drenched in sweat, his body bent like a bow as he stubbornly endured the 20-fold gravity. The stark contrast between them was undeniable. Su Muyun's gaze was calm and serene as she looked at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, what are you doing here? The question left Yi Xiao momentarily speechless. Su Muyun scrutinized his physical condition. Training must be done progressively, within one's limits. You are clearly not suited to train in the 20-fold gravity zone right now. With that, Su Muyun bid him farewell. My training is finished for today. I'm heading back. Just as Su Muyun was about to leave, Yi Xiao asked tentatively, Su Muyun, are you in a bad mood today? Not really, Su Muyun replied indifferently. Yi Xiao pressed on, did something happen? If you need help, I can assist you. For the first time, a trace of expression flickered across Su Muyun's face. She turned back and shook her head. You want to help me? Forget it. You better take care of yourself first. This time, Su Muyun departed decisively. Yi Xiao gazed after her retreating figure. He could sense a profound shift in her attitude toward him. But such a change did not arise without cause. He resolved to inquire with old He after finishing his own training. Thereafter, Yi Xiao refrained from pushing himself further in the 20-fold gravity zone, choosing instead to retreat to the 15-fold gravity zone for adaptive training. After an hour of practice, he gradually ascended to the 16-fold gravity zone. Following this progression, Yi Xiao rediscovered the rhythm of training on the second floor of the gravity tower. The gravity tower did not remain open around the clock. At 11 o'clock at night, it would close, and Old He personally expelled any students who had not yet departed. This practice served as a reminder that while training was vital, rest was equally essential. Ding! You have completed a punch with a force of 31. You have gained 17 points of martial way value. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Clay Embryo Realm, 2,798 pounds. Current realm, Clay Embryo Realm, 2,799 pounds. Current realm, Clay Embryo Realm, 2,800 pounds. Just as Yi Xiao retracted his fist, Old He arrived on the third floor of the gravity tower. He approached Yi Xiao and said, The gravity tower closes at 11 o'clock. Young man, that's enough training for today. Go get some rest. Only then did Yi Xiao realize that, apart from himself, there were no other students left on this floor. All right then, Yi Xiao said as he packed his belongings. Black uncle, I'll head back to the dormitory to rest once I'm done. After finishing tidying up, Yi Xiao suddenly recalled the matter concerning Su Muyun. He therefore inquired, Black uncle, do you happen to know why Su Muyun is in such a foul mood today? Black uncle regarded Yi Xiao with a knowing look. Are you thinking about your little bride? At those words, Yi Xiao's face darkened. Black uncle, don't spread rumors. There's nothing between Su Muyun and me. I suspect it's because of all the gossip outside about us that she's angry. That's why she's been so cold toward me. Observing Yi Xiao's grievance, Black uncle's expression turned even more meaningful. I know why the Su family girl is upset. Why? She had a quarrel with her family. That's all well and good, but what does that have to do with her being cold to me? Because you two were betrothed as children. Yi Xiao. This explosive revelation hit him like a bomb tossed into a placid lake, causing a cataclysmic upheaval. What? Yi Xiao's eyes widened. There's no such thing in my previous memories. Black uncle, you're not joking with me, are you? Black uncle replied with a hint of irritation. Do you really think I'm always fooling around? Yi Xiao nodded vigorously inside, thinking, Black uncle, you know you're always messing about. Black uncle continued. Back when your father was still alive, he was close with the young master of the Su family. They were comrades who had faced life and death together. So they arranged this childhood engagement. But at that time, you hadn't yet been born, so naturally, you had no idea about it. It's just that this 2 decades old matter has now resurfaced for discussion. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, a foreboding sense settling over him. What happened afterward? How'd the talks go? Black uncle shook his head. Judging from the Su girl's demeanor, the talks definitely fell apart. I suspect some in the Su family insist on the betrothal, while others oppose it. After a moment of silence, Yi Xiao asked Black uncle, I understand the reasons for opposing the betrothal, since I'm just an E-rank martial artist, unworthy of an SSS rank Azure Wand Sword Saint. But I don't quite understand who insists on it, nor what their reasoning is. Black uncle smiled. That's obvious. The one insisting on the betrothal is the young master of the Su family. Oh, your future father-in-law. He was close to your father, having been through life and death together. Even though your father has passed away, he doesn't want to break his promise. So, he has determined to uphold the betrothal. Yi Xiao, struck by thought, asked, Then what about Su Muyun's stance? Does she support the betrothal or oppose it? Black uncle gave Yi Xiao a meaningful glance. The Su family is far larger than you imagine. It's a bona fide family of transcendent practitioners. Even Su Muyun's father's status within the family is only moderate. In such a clan, every decision is made to maximize the family's interests. Su Muyun may not even have the chance to make her own choices. Yi Xiao comprehended Black uncle's meaning. So Su Muyun's sour mood and her cold attitude toward me stem from her resistance to this betrothal? Boy, although you're an E-rank martial artist, you must admit you're lucky. The Su girl is not only beautiful but gifted and well-positioned. Barring mishaps, she's destined to become a transcendent. Marrying her means gaining the Su family's resources and support. Listening to Black Uncle's words, Yi Xiao wore a helpless, wry smile. Was Black Uncle truly unaware or just feigning ignorance? How could a transcendent family like the Su clan allow their woman to marry an E-rank martial artist? That would be like the king's daughter marrying a lowly peasant, something that exists only in fairy tales. Black Uncle, please don't tease me. Right now, I just want to cultivate and avoid getting entangled in these family disputes. Having clarified his heart's desire, Yi Xiao expressed his thoughts. Black Uncle's eyes brightened slightly. Yi Xiao, your words make me think more highly of you. This was the first time Black Uncle had spoken so earnestly to Yi Xiao, which felt rather strange to him. But the next sentence brought him back to reality, though only slightly more highly. He extended his pinky finger and made a small gesture. Yi Xiao was speechless. Black Uncle laughed heartily. Boy, cultivation is the eternal path. Your fists are your passport. If you want to marry Su Muyun, if you want the entire Su family to accept you, words 1T cut it. You must use your fists. Yi Xiao simidet. Black Uncle, who says I have to marry Su Muyun? What if someday I meet a woman even more outstanding and beautiful than her? At that moment, Black Uncle's expression turned unprecedentedly serious. He spoke with utmost gravity. Boy, you originally didn't have a special enrollment quota? You know that? It was Su Muyun's father who pulled every string to get it for you. Not because of my father's martyr status. Even your father's martyr status was something Su Muyun's father helped secure. He is so determined to marry his daughter to you because he wants to use this bond to protect your life and safety forever. Do you understand, boy? So, even if you don't like Su Muyun, one day you must stand proudly before her father, kowtow to him, and thank him for everything he has done. You owe him a debt that your father incurred, and in the future, you will have to repay it through his daughter. I understand. Boy, I hope I'm not mistaken about you. You'd better not be a coward afraid of death. You must come to terms with the truth of your father's death and the responsibilities you bear as soon as possible. Black Uncle, do you know how my father died? It's too early to talk about that now. When you reach the 7th realm, I will tell you. In the past 3,000 years, the strongest martial artist has only ever reached the 7th realm. You're not going to be the strongest in 3,000 years. So you have no right to talk about revenge. Understand? I understand. I'll go back and get some rest now, then continue training tomorrow. Yes. Yi Xiao left the gravity tower, silent all the way, his mind swirling with all that Black Uncle had told him. The flood of information battered his previous memories relentlessly. So, Su Muyun and I have this kind of bond. Black Uncle knows the truth about my foster father's death. My family owes Su Muyun's father an enormous debt that must be repaid someday. Who exactly is Black Uncle? And how does he know so much? No more thinking. Time to rest and train more tomorrow. When Yi Xiao returned to the dormitory, he found that Wang Fatty was not cultivating, but instead was absorbed in his phone. With an expression as fierce as a wrathful deity, his hands frantically hammered at the screen, seemingly embroiled in an online confrontation. His concentration was so intense that he failed to notice Yi Xiao's return. Yi Xiao quietly approached behind Wang Pengzi, curious to see what he was up to. Post title: A new monster emerges in the gravity tower. Martial artist at E level endures tenfold gravity zone. Post 3521. Lin Yun is an idiot. Just a clown jealous of Yi Xiao. Post 3522. The post has been updated. Yi Xiao can now endure 20-fold gravity zones. Post 3523. Someone discovered Yi Xiao is training in the 20-fold gravity zone. Post 3524. Lin Yun, Yi Xiao is already training in the 20-fold gravity zone. Yet you're still arguing with me on the forum. How dare you mock him? Post 3525. What a joke. I have already appeared in the gravity training tower. But it was too late and the doors were closed. Tomorrow morning, I'll show you what it means to be a genius. Post 3526. Lin Yun, you did it on purpose, knowing the tower closes at night, and then showing up during closing hours. Post 3527. Nonsense. I've already hired a top hacker. Just wait. Your true identity will be exposed soon. Post 3528. Are you scared of me? You pompous clown. Post 3581. I found your true identity. Freshman, Class 9. Wang Ho. I never suspected that the chubby guy beside Yi Xiao was you. I should have guessed sooner. You really have the guts to challenge me. Now wait for me. I'm coming to your dorm to have a chat. At this point, Wang Pengzi's face darkened as he put down his phone. He looked up and was met with Yi Xiao's face. Xiaogo, we're screwed. That bastard Lin Yun actually hired a hacker to dig up my identity. What should I do? Yi Xiao glanced over the post, noticing Wang Pengzi had fiercely argued with Lin Yun for thousands of comments to defend him. He patted Wang Pengzi on the shoulder with a smile and said, "What is there to fear? Pengzi, remember, you're already a professional at the 3rd realm. Lin Yun is also a professional at the 3rd realm." Hearing this, Wang Pengzi seemed to swallow a calming pill. Xiao Ge, you're right. We're at the same realm as him. Why should I be afraid? 10 minutes later, a flurry of footsteps echoed outside dormitory 302. The commotion was so loud that it roused students from other dormitories on the floor, who emerged to peer down the hallway. Wow, so many people this late at night. Is that Lin Yun, the top genius of the genius class? Lin Yun? Why is he here? And who are those people behind him? I recognize them. They're Lin Yun's henchmen, from both the genius class and the elite class. Oh my, what a huge entourage. Who pissed off Lin Yun to make him bring so many people here this late? Should be dorm 302, right? You mean the dorm of that useless martial artist? Yi Xiao? Yeah, probably. The racket in the hallway also disturbed Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi. Suddenly, there came a rapid and aggressive pounding on their dormitory door. Wang Ho, get your ass out here. Don't play dead. If you don't come out today, I'm tearing your door down. The voice belonged to Zhao Lei, Lin Yun's lackey. Before Wang Pengzi could move to open the door, Zhao Lei punched it open with a thunderous crash. The door slammed against the wall, shaking the entire corridor with a resonant boom. Heads peeked out groggily from other rooms, some cursing at the disturbance, only to fall silent upon seeing the figures standing in the hallway. There were over a dozen individuals, clearly not ordinary students, but members of the genius and elite classes. Each wore training uniforms and bore grim expressions. Some carried weapons, others exuded spiritual energy, resembling a pack of wolves at the gate of a sheepfold. Lin Yun leaned against the wall at the far end of the corridor, hands in his pockets, a smirk playing on his lips. He said nothing and needed no words. His mere presence silenced the entire floor. Silence reigned inside the dormitory and throughout the hallway, as everyone held their breath, waiting to see how this drama would unfold. Wang Ho, are you deaf? I told you to open the door, and you just ignore me? Don't blame us for coming in ourselves. With that, Zhao Lei stomped on the fallen door as a crowd surged inside, packing dormitory 302 to the brim. Yi Xiao sat at his desk, reading the book Su Muyun had lent him, The Fist That Breaks Magic. Without looking up, he asked, what do you want? Zhao Lei laughed, recalling the humiliating scene at the cafeteria that noon when he and Sun Hao had confronted Yi Xiao. That incident had cost them their pride. The entire cafeteria had stared at them with disdain. But now the tides had turned. This time, their boss Lin Yun had arrived, lending them backing and straightening their spines. What do we want? Of course, we're here for Wang Ho. That fat bastard dared to insult our big brother on the school forum. He is asking for death. Zhao Lei's tone was domineering and laced with hostility. Though he claimed Yi Xiao was uninvolved, he implicitly acknowledged Wang Ho as Yi Xiao's subordinate. Thus, humiliating Wang Ho in front of Yi Xiao was tantamount to slapping Yi Xiao's face. Wang Ho, get over here. Kneel and apologize to our boss. Got it? He pointed at Wang Ho beside Yi Xiao. Wang Ho's gaze was resolute, showing no fear. A 1T kneel. Zhao Lei's expression darkened. He expected this timid, ordinary class coward to be so defiant. He distinctly remembered this chubby guy as timid and weak. How had he suddenly become so unyielding? He glanced at Lin Yun, who remained leaning against the wall, still smiling. Lin Yun said nothing, merely nodded slightly. Zhao Lei understood. He turned back to the dozen men behind him and said, brothers, if he 1T kneel, then we'll kneel for him. All right. A dozen men stepped forward. The air in the corridor seemed to drain of oxygen. No one dare make a sound or move. Everyone knew what was coming next. An ordinary class student, pressed to the ground by a dozen genius and elite class students, forced to kneel and endure slaps. No one would intervene or dare to intervene. Because that was the rule. The strong have the right. The weak deserve to be beaten. Wang Ho was visibly nervous, trembling slightly. This was his first time facing such a situation. Yet he did not flee. He merely stood there, immovable as a nail. Zhao Lei raised his hand. Wait a moment. His voice was soft, yet everyone heard it clearly. Yi Xiao slowly closed his fist of lawbreaking, then placed the book back on the shelf, rising gradually as he flexed his wrist. Every gaze followed Yi Xiao's every move. What is the reason? You came here looking for Wang Ho? Yi Xiao inwided calmly. Zhao Lei was seething with rage. Because that fatso insulted our boss Lin Yun with over 1,000 posts on the school forum? If you don't believe me, you can check online now. There's both witness and evidence. Yi Xiao fixed his calm gaze on the fat man. Fatso, is that true? Wang Fatty immediately replied. Brother Xiao, it's because Lin Yun insulted you first. The expressions of the opposing group faltered. Yi Xiao asked again, oh? What exactly did Lin Yun say about me? Wang Fatty hesitated. Yi Xiao said once more, don't hold back on my account. Just tell me Lin Yun's exact words. Wang Fatty took out his phone and found Lin Yun's original message. Floor 17. Yi Xiao is a waste. The martial path is a worthless profession. Then he read it aloud. Yi Xiao is a waste. The martial path is a worthless profession. His voice was quiet, yet everyone heard it. Lin Yun, leaning against the wall in the corridor, also heard it. The smile on his face gradually faded. After hearing this, it was Yi Xiao's turn to smile. Oh, I see now. Lin Yun insulted me first. Wang Ho defended me, and now you come here to retaliate against him. Is that the logic? Though Yi Xiao's tone was light, it struck deeply into everyone's heart. Zhao Lei's mouth twitched. His mind raced, searching for some excuse. But he was suddenly speechless. Amid the silent standoff, a sound came from the corridor outside. Lin Yun did not move, still leaning against the wall, still smiling. But his gaze was no longer that of a spectator. It was the look of a hunter sizing up his prey. Yi Xiao, he called softly, as if addressing an old acquaintance. Are you sure you want to get involved in this? Yi Xiao looked at him. He's my friend, my only friend. Lin Yun smiled. Friend? A waste from an ordinary class. And you call him a friend? He straightened up and slowly approached. Each step was deliberate. Yet with every footfall, the air in the dormitory grew heavier. Right? You're a waste, and he's a waste. Wastes are naturally meant to pair with wastes. As Lin Yun finished speaking, laughter erupted all around, filling the air with a joyous atmosphere. Lin Yun reached out and lightly tapped Yi Xiao's chest, as if poking a joke. You think spending a few hours in the gravity tower lets you challenge me? You think Su Muyun speaking up for you makes you not a waste? He tapped again, harder this time. I'll tell you, a waste is a waste. No matter how long you train in gravity, you 1T become a genius. No matter how many fists you practice, you can't cross the chasm between professions. This is a world where bloodline and profession reign supreme. An E-rank martial path practitioner is doomed to the bottom forever. As he tapped the third time, his finger paused midair because Yi Xiao moved, not to strike, but to raise his hand. He grasped Lin Yun's wrist, holding it suspended in the air. Lin Yun stared at his captured right hand and smiled. You want to hit me? Go ahead, hit me. Punch me once and see what happens. Yi Xiao knew Lin Yun was deliberately provoking him, trying to force him into making the first move. If that happened, Lin Yun would gain the moral high ground. Yi Xiao stared at him for 3 seconds. Then he withdrew his hand, not out of fear, but because he sensed someone approaching at the end of the corridor. The footsteps were light but resolute. Not a student, but a middle-aged man. Everyone's attention was fixed on Yi Xiao and Lin Yun. No one noticed the newcomer at the corridor's end. You're a chicken. Zhao Lei and Sun Hao jeered mockingly in front of Yi Xiao, circling him and repeatedly poking his shoulders. Yi Xiao, aren't you so capable? Yi Xiao, where's that swagger you had earlier? Yi Xiao, why are you all talk today? Yi Xiao, if you got guts, come on, hit us. At that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly acted, seizing the wrists of Zhao Lei and Sun Hao almost instantaneously. The next instant, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed. Zhao Lei and Sun Hao were caught off guard, feeling as if their wrists had been struck by a massive truck, utterly unable to react. Yi Xiao had directly twisted their wrists until they broke. The sound of bones fracturing was unmistakably clear, and everyone nearby heard it. With 2 thuds, Zhao Lei and Sun Hao collapsed to their knees in pain, staring wide-eyed at their broken wrists in terror. Yi Xiao's sudden move also startled Lin Yun. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never expected Yi Xiao to actually dare to strike. Yi Xiao, Lin Yun immediately scolded. Are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? You actually broke their wrists? Yi Xiao responded calmly. I know exactly what I'm doing. I just didn't expect their wrists to be so fragile that I could break them with a light touch. What can I say? I'm only an E-rank martial path practitioner. Besides being a bit stronger, I have no other skills. Zhao Lei and Sun Hao groaned and whimpered in unbearable pain. Lin Yun grew irritated by the two and kicked each of them once. Shut up. You two are useless wastes. The cafeteria got beaten up by Yi Xiao, and now he has broken your wrists. He is a first-stage martial path practitioner waste, and you two at least have the strength of 8th level in the 2nd stage, right? You disgraced me completely. Despite the agonizing pain, Zhao Lei and Sun Hao could only endure silently, unable to utter a sound. Originally, Lin Yun had no reason to reprimand Yi Xiao. He had come intending to use avenging Wang Ho as a pretext to humiliate Yi Xiao. But now Yi Xiao had given him a reason to strike. Yi Xiao, you hit my man. As the big brother here, if I don't do something, I lose face. My purpose today is to settle the score with Wang Ho. How about this? Step aside, and I'll take care of Wang Ho first. Yi Xiao fixed him with a cold, indifferent stare. And if I don't step aside, Lin Yun instantly flew into a rage. Then I'll beat you too. As his words fell, a terrifying force of thunder erupted wildly from Lin Yun's body, like countless thunder serpents dancing through the air. Shimmering lightning immediately encircled Lin Yun's fist. Then, with brutal force, he slammed his punch toward Yi Xiao's face. Yet Yi Xiao did not dodge. He stood his ground, calmly watching the enraged Lin Yun. He did not even blink, as if he had foreseen that Lin Yun's punch could never land. Enough. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the corridor. The sound was soft, yet it silenced the entire hallway. It was like a basin of ice water poured over them, extinguishing every flicker of defiance. Everyone turned their heads. At the far end of the corridor stood a middle-aged man. He wore a gray security guard uniform and held a broom in his hand. The wrinkles on his face were as deep and sharp as if carved by a blade. Squinting his eyes, he gazed at the dozen or so people in the corridor as he approached. Everyone recognized him instantly. It was none other than Lao Zhang, the dormitory supervisor of the male dormitory. In the middle of the night, not asleep, what was he causing a ruckus here? His voice was languid, as if commenting on the fine weather today. Yet, everyone straightened up, not out of fearlessness, but because no one dared to defy him. Lao Zhang had served at the school for 30 years. No one knew his background, nor had anyone ever witnessed him take action. But everyone was aware of one thing. For 3 decades, no one dared to stir trouble in his dormitory building. Not a single soul. Zhao Lei and Sun Hao struggled to their feet, clutching their chests. Uncle Zhang, it was them first. Seeing the dorm supervisor approach, they immediately began to lament. Playing the villain, who cries first? All our wrists were broken by him. Shut up. Lao Zhang glanced at them once. Just once. And Zhao Lei and Sun Hao's faces turned pale, their mouths snapping shut. Lao Zhang's aura was far more terrifying than they had imagined. He merely stood there, his face cold as an abyss, bearing the most fearsome gaze and oppressive presence. Even Lin Yun, under the aura of this enigmatic dorm supervisor, suppressed a swallow and tensed his entire body. Lao Zhang slowly walked forward, the broom dragging along the ground, producing a rustling sound. He stopped before Yi Xiao and Wang Ho, casting a glance at the two. Do you two have any issues? Yi Xiao and Wang Ho shook their heads in unison. No. Lao Zhang nodded and then fixed his gaze solely on Yi Xiao. He looked for a long moment, his eyes pausing on Yi Xiao's clenched fist, where a faint golden hue still lingered, not yet fully faded. Lao Zhang's expression shifted subtly, swiftly, but Yi Xiao caught it. In his eyes were surprise, nostalgia, and an indescribable something. Were you the one who hit him? Lao Zhang inquired of Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao nodded calmly. Yes. A gasp escaped from someone in the corridor. To admit that, Lao Zhang was the fiercest and most domineering dorm supervisor in the entire school. No one knew his true level, but it was said even the principal respected him deeply. Yi Xiao was in trouble now. A punishment seemed inevitable. Yi Xiao heard the murmurs outside, regarding this first-time meeting with Lao Zhang, a mysterious and formidable figure with a fierce and overbearing temperament. A veil of awe and fear shrouded his heart. But contrary to everyone's expectations, after staring at Yi Xiao for several seconds, Lao Zhang smiled faintly. Hit him then. It's no big deal. It's normal for young people to fight. Those words stunned the students from other dormitories. It must be known that this male dormitory was not solely inhabited by freshmen. There were also upperclassmen living here who knew Lao Zhang's temper well. Everyone was dumbfounded, feeling their worldview shatter at that moment. Ignoring the whispered comments outside, Lao Zhang turned to Lin Yun, his smile vanishing, leaving only a face lined with wrinkles. Cold and stern. Lin Yun straightened up. Uncle Zhang. Before coming to university, his family had already briefed him about certain almost monk-like figures at Jian University, such as the Gravity Tower Keeper, Old Hay, and the male dormitory supervisor, Uncle Zhang. Although it was Lin Yun's first encounter with him, he showed full respect, even fear. Lao Zhang approached him, half a head shorter, but Lin Yun dared not lower his gaze. Did you order people to block the door? Lin Yun said nothing. Did you have someone hit others? Still no reply. You think just because you're SS level and your family is among the 12 great clans, you can run wild on my turf? Lin Yun's expression changed. Uncle Zhang. I didn't shut up. Lao Zhang's voice was quiet but struck like a slap. Lin Yun sealed his lips, the smile wiped clean from his face. Dumbfounded, his heart boiled with extreme resentment. Why was he being scolded, while Yi Xiao, the one who threw the first punch, received nothing more than a casual it's no big deal reassurance? It wasn't fair. Lao Zhang regarded him for a long time. You're not convinced? Lin Yun gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently. Anyone could see his dissatisfaction. I am, he almost hissed through clenched teeth. Lao Zhang smiled gongli, seeing through Lin Yun's thoughts instantly. Then he spoke softly, yet everyone heard it. Many years ago, a genius student of SSS rank fought a battle on my turf. His name was Hong Jin. At the mention of that name, shock rippled through and beyond the dormitory. Hong Jin, the renowned demon-slaying general? The great figure of the 12th realm? So, General Hong Jin also came from our school? Lin Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Clearly the name thundered in his ears. Lao Zhang spoke casually. After that fight, do you know what I made him do? Lin Yun swallowed hard and shook his head with difficulty. No idea. Lao Zhang snorted coldly. I made him clean all the toilets in the dormitory building. For a full 4 years. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's legs nearly buckled, almost causing him to kneel. That was General Hong Jin. Even during his student days, he scrubbed toilets here for 4 years. This also highlighted the unfathomable depth of dorm supervisor Lao Zhang. Even an SSS-level genius was subdued and obedient under him. So how could Lin Yun, an SS-level thunder magic prodigy, possibly surpass Hong Jin? The corridor fell into a deathly silence. Lin Yun trembled all over, his complexion pale. This was the first time his followers had seen him in such a state. By contrast, Yi Xiao appeared calm and collected, forming a stark contrast to Lin Yun. Lao Zhang noticed Yi Xiao's reaction as well. Suddenly, he asked meaningfully, Yi Xiao, if I punished you by making you clean toilets for 4 years, would you do it? Yi Xiao responded calmly, meeting Lao Zhang's gaze squarely. If it's just punishment, I would. If it's unjust, I wouldn't. Those words sharply contrasted Yi Xiao and Lin Yun in Lao Zhang's mind. Though Lin Yun was the recognized genius among the freshmen and a key protege appointed by the dean, Lao Zhang believed talent and career did not necessarily determine everything. Over the years, he had witnessed too many prodigies going astray. He looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun's eyes flickered away, no longer daring to meet his gaze. Still want to fight? Lin Yun quickly shook his head. No more fighting. Tonight's events, I shall not report them. But mark my words on my turf. There is no such thing as a genius class, an elite class, or an ordinary class. They are all students. They are all human beings. Should I catch anyone bullying the weak again, don't blame this old man for showing no mercy. Do you understand? Old Zhang struck the ground with his broom, the sound reverberating with a chill that unsettled everyone present. Lin Yun and the others obediently nodded in agreement. Still not gone? Old Zhang barked. Lin Yun stood there, his face ashen. He cast a glance at Yi Xiao, his eyes filled with hatred, anger, yet also a trace of fear. Not fear of Yi Xiao, but of old Zhang's words. Without uttering a single word, he turned and left. Yet, the fear he felt towards old Zhang had completely transformed in a hatred for Yi Xiao within his heart. All the frustration he had endured demanded an outlet, and that outlet could only be Yi Xiao. Let's go. Lin Yun led his group of followers away from the scene. On the rooftop terrace, Yi Xiao stood by the railing, buffeted by a strong wind that made it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Footsteps approached from behind, but he did not turn around. Your father was like this once, the voice came from behind. Yi Xiao turned to see old Zhang, the dormitory supervisor, carrying his broom as he approached. Years ago, he too studied here, training his fists on this very terrace. Like you, he was a warrior, yet he refused to accept his fate. Every night, without fail, he would deliver 1,000 punches here, rain or shine. Old Zhang stopped beside Yi Xiao, both gazing out toward the brightly lit martial arts tower. Uncle Zhang, you knew my father? Yi Xiao addressed the dorm supervisor as Uncle Zhang, imitating others. Not exactly knew him, just that he left a deep impression on me. So, seeing you reminds me of him. Old Zhang's eyes reflected memories of the past. Yi Xiao asked, Uncle Zhang, what kind of person was my father? It seems many knew him, but I... Old Zhang looked into Yi Xiao's confused eyes and smiled. It's natural you don't know him well. After all, you spent less time with him than I did. Do you truly wish to understand him? Yi Xiao nodded vigorously, yes. Old Zhang smiled faintly. Cool me. Throw a punch at me. What do you mean? Yi Xiao was puzzled. Old Zhang said, if you can shake my body, I will tell you about him. The wind on the rooftop was fierce but could not quell Yi Xiao's restless heart. He took a deep breath. Uncle Zhang, I apologize in advance. Cool me. Old Zhang smiled slightly, a hint of emotion on his face. At first, Yi Xiao did not unleash his full strength. He employed only 20% of his power. Using skillful technique, this punch could inflict 40% of its potential destructive force. Boom! A burst of explosive and savage force surged forward like a thunderclap, striking fiercely before old Zhang. A flash of surprise crossed old Zhang's eyes, but in the very next moment, his thickly calloused right hand spread open, anticipating the direction of Yi Xiao's punch and intercepting it in advance. Bang! A dull sound, as if a stone had fallen onto a pile of cotton. Yi Xiao realized that all his power had been completely neutralized by old Zhang's palm. In the end, it felt as though he had struck soft cotton, powerless to exert his strength. Not bad. Old Zhang withdrew his hand, admitting some strength but still insufficient. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao smiled wryly and shook his head. The gap was vast indeed. He had thought that with his current strength of 2,800 in the mud-clay realm, this punch would at least stagger old Zhang, if not repel him. Yet, Yi Xiao never imagined that not only would he fail to shake him, but old Zhang would dissipate all his power. This was the true meaning of the disparity in strength. Old Zhang's realm was unfathomably deep. Old Zhang comforted him. Don't be discouraged. You've only been practicing for a few years, but I can sense that your foundation is remarkably solid. Over the years, I've seen many prodigies and tested their strength, yet none possess a foundation as firm as yours. Young man, work hard. This will be your greatest advantage. It is also the only chance for a warrior to break through in 3,000 years. Old Zhang's words suddenly illuminated the path before the somewhat bewildered Yi Xiao. For some reason, Yi Xiao trusted old Zhang's words wholeheartedly. They were sincere and genuine, devoid of exaggeration or bluster. Young man, old Zhang patted Yi Xiao on the shoulder. When you feel your fists are strong enough, come find me anytime for a test. As long as you can shake me, I will tell you about your father. Yi Xiao nodded resolutely. No problem. A pact to prove his fists was thus forged on the rooftop in the early hours. Old Zhang departed. Yi Xiao stood alone, feeling the wind blow before returning to his dormitory to rest. The next day, Yi Xiao planned to continue immersing himself in the gravity tower. He now intended to abandon ordinary class courses and devote himself entirely to boxing and advancing his realm. Wang Pengzi, however, continued attending classes as usual. Today's schedule included a practical combat class and a professional cultivation class. The combat class was taught by their homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming. The professional cultivation class was led by a professor specializing in elemental cultivation, aimed at students pursuing elemental-related professions. Early in the morning, as the gravity tower opened its doors, Yi Xiao was already the first in line. Black Grandpa glanced at Yi Xiao and said, "Young man, at your current usage rate, Zhou's training card will soon run out." Yi Xiao nodded. "Black Grandpa, I'm well aware. I will get my own training card soon." Upon entering the gravity tower, Yi Xiao headed straight to the third floor. After a brief warm-up, he slowly made his way toward the 20-fold gravity zone, 17-fold gravity zone, 18-fold gravity zone, 19-fold gravity zone. Finally, the 20-fold gravity zone. After 3 hours of training, Yi Xiao could barely adapt to the environment of the 20-fold gravity zone. Here, he could throw 5 consecutive punches before becoming utterly exhausted, requiring the support of the Tiger Yang pill to replenish his strength. Yet, it was within this 20-fold gravity zone that Yi Xiao's training efficiency soared dramatically. Punch. Realm 20. Punch. Realm 20. Ding. You have completed a punch. This punch's force is 33. You have gained 20 martial arts points. Your realm has advanced. Current realm. Mudclay realm, 4,498 weight. Current realm. Mudclay realm, 4,499 weight. Current realm. Mudclay realm, 4,500 weight. Phew. Yi Xiao panted heavily, sweat pouring down his face, yet he felt an unparalleled exhilaration. He sensed his arms were about to give out, his entire body so fatigued it felt alien to him. But Yi Xiao believed that throwing punch after punch was the most grounded and authentic expression of his existence. And just then, Yi Xiao heard the distant clamor. As his realm steadily advanced, his 5 senses evolved in tandem, allowing him to perceive sounds farther away and with greater clarity than before. Did you hear? The freshman SS rank prodigy of Thunder Technique has arrived at the gravity tower. He is from a genius class, qualified to enter as a freshman. I heard it's because of that post on the forum, right? How is he doing? He is currently gasping like a dog in the 5-fold gravity zone. Haha, these freshmen just keep getting worse. Back in our day, the genius class freshmen could reach the 10-fold gravity zone. Although, there's an outlier this year, a martial artist. That guy is in the 20-fold gravity zone. ISNT? I suppose that's the sole advantage of the martial artist profession. After all, martial artists train their bodies. Having tough skin and thick flesh, it's only natural they can withstand greater gravity. But in actual combat, there's no way they can compare. If you ask me, the new campus belle, Su Muyun, is the real powerhouse. She is the youngest 4th realm ever in our school's history. Not just our school. She is reportedly the youngest 4th realm ever. I heard she awakened her profession on the day she turned 18. Wow, that is incredible. The youngest 4th realm ever means she might break records again, becoming the fastest to reach the 5th or even 6th realm. Exactly. Others rely on time to accumulate progress. But her cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. Sometimes you just have to marvel at the vast chasm between true prodigies and ordinary ones. At that moment, Yi Xiao noticed the topic of conversation among the students shifted abruptly. Oh my, Campus Belle Su is here. Is she heading to the 3rd floor again today? 1st floor, 2nd floor, and indeed the 3rd floor. Incredible. A barely adult young woman moving freely on the 3rd floor of the gravity tower. It's enough to make others envious. Wait, Su Muyun doesn't seem to be stopping. My heavens. She has gone up to the 4th floor. That's the 2140th gravity zone. Even many seniors in their 4th year can't reach the 4th floor. Yet she, just barely an adult, ascended it so effortlessly. She is terrifying, invincible among her peers, and probably unrivaled even beyond realms. I can't even imagine what she'll be like in her senior year. Amidst the buzz of numerous students, Yi Xiao was equally astonished to discover that Su Muyun, who was on the 3rd floor just yesterday, had today advanced to the 4th floor of the gravity tower. From this level upward, nearly all students belong to the genius class, meaning only the most exceptional students since Jiang University's 4th cohort gather on the 4th floor and above. Su Muyun spotted Yi Xiao and cast a glance his way. Yi Xiao intended to greet her, but she quickly averted her eyes. Ultimately, Yi Xiao watched as Su Muyun ascended to the 4th floor of the gravity tower. Su Muyun. So she truly detests the idea of an arranged childhood betrothal? Observing cultivation, Yi Xiao pondered silently. Of course, with her SSS-level talent and status as a descendant of the extraordinary Su family, now effortlessly reaching the 4th floor, there is no reason for her to favor someone like him. Yi Xiao maintained a hidiminsit. With clear self-awareness, he refrained from harboring excessive expectations. He resolved to focus solely on cultivation and banish distractions. Redirecting all his concentration, Yi Xiao returned to practicing his fists. Although he could not yet ascend to the 4th floor and was limited to training in the 3rd floor's 20-fold gravity zone, he firmly believed that sooner or later, he would reach that height. Morning, punch. Realm level 20. Punch. Realm level 20. Noon, eat in the cafeteria, wash dishes. Afternoon, punch. Realm level 20. Punch. Realm level 20. Evening, eat in the cafeteria, wash dishes. Night, punch. Realm level 20. Punch. Realm level 20. At 11 o'clock at night, the gravity training tower closed. Yi Xiao joined the last group of students exiting the tower. His mind stirred, and he summoned the system panel before his eyes to review his gains for the day. Host, Yi Xiao. Profession, martial artist, sole heir of the extreme path. Realm, mud clay realm, 8,000 weight. Technique, extreme martial fist scripture, level 10. Fist power amplification, 10. Fist power range, 5. Physique, extreme martial body, tendon transformation. Hidden health, 10. Hidden defense, 10. Hidden magic resistance, 5. Passive skills, skillful strength, dark force. Divine ability, heart of extreme martial. Status, none. Martial waypoints, 6,000. Realm advancement intensity, 30. Next major realm breakthrough requirement. Complete 1 law-breaking punch. Incomplete. Yi Xiao was quite satisfied with his current strength. A day of grueling fist training in the gravity training tower had elevated his mud clay realm to 8,000 weight. He sensed the power within him was unprecedentedly dense, like a divine dragon concealed inside. When unleashed, it would shake heaven and earth. Yi Xiao silently mused. Is there any way to measure my current strength and determine what realm it equates to? At present, Yi Xiao lacked a clear understanding of the magnitude of his power. He thought perhaps he needed to find an instrument capable of measuring fist power, but wondered if the school even possessed such a device. Dormitory 302. Standing at the door of his dormitory, Yi Xiao heard heavy breathing from within. Upon pushing the door open, he was startled to see Wang Fatty writhing on the floor. More precisely, he was doing push-ups. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao's face twisted into a peculiar expression. Fatty, what on earth are you doing writhing on the floor? Wang Fatty panted and answered, Brother Xiao. I'm doing push-ups. I know, Yi Xiao nodded. I'm asking why you're doing push-ups? Wang Fatty gritted his teeth. 15. After raising his arms, he collapsed onto the floor like a deflated balloon, then rolled over and lay there, gazing at Yi Xiao. Brother Xiao, I checked all my ability metrics today. Do you know what happened? Yi Xiao shook his head. What happened? Wang Fatty said, despairingly, only one of my spiritual energy standards passed. Especially my physical quality, it's severely substandard, not even meeting the first professional realm's criteria. It's equivalent to an ordinary person's physique. Yi Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. So, you started doing push-ups to improve your physical quality? Wang Fatty nodded and sighed deeply. No other choice. Suddenly, Wang Fatty's face lit up with excitement as he thought of something. Hastily climbing to his feet, he said mysteriously, Brother Xiao, I have good news for you. What news? My mom sent me living expenses in advance. Wang Pengzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing him so elated, Yi Xiao teased, judging by how thrilled you are. Your mother must be sending you a pretty generous allowance, right? Wang Pengzi excitedly held up one finger. 10,000? Yi Xiao asked, mildly surprised. In the memories of the previous owner of this body, Yi Xiao had roughly grasped the pricing system of this world, which was quite similar to that of his former world. Therefore, for a college student to receive a monthly allowance of 10,000 was already quite an extravagant matter. However, Wang Pengzi shook his head. 100,000? Yishao say astonishment deep in it. It seemed that Wang Pengzi's family background was far beyond merely being wealthy. Yet again, Wang Pengzi continued to shake his head. Yishao seemed to anticipate something and wore an exasperated expression. Don't tell me it's 1,000? Wang Pengzi nodded vigorously like a rattle. 1 million. My mother deposited 1 million into my card. At this declaration, Yishao fell utterly silent. Where did this super-rich second-generation heir come from? 1 million for a month as living expenses? Wang Pengzi was overjoyed. Xiaogu, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for your incense, there's no way I could have gotten this 1 million. Moreover, my mother said that as long as I pass all the skill assessments next week, she'll add another 1 million for me. Listening to Wang Pengzi's words, Yishao felt as if they were conversing in an entirely different world. Taking an exam and simply passing to receive 1 million. By comparison, Yishao, relying solely on his own fists, toiled away at the gravity tower daily, which seemed rather pitiful. So that's why you've been cramming push-ups? Wang Pengzi sighed deeply, a bitter look on his face. Yeah, my physical fitness is terrible, although my internal spiritual energy is abundant and my professional skills are practiced to perfection. If my physical fitness doesn't meet the standard, it's all for nothing. A trace of curiosity appeared on Yishao's face. Pengzi, how do you check whether your physical fitness is up to par? Wang Pengzi replied, Xiaogu, there are special testing machines in every professional hall. Didn't you know? Yishao shook his head. Wang Pengzi said, Xiaogu, since you're a martial warrior, you should go to the physical training hall. There must be machines there that can test all your abilities. Yishao nodded. I'll check it out tomorrow. It so happened that Yishao had only a vague understanding of his own strength. He needed some external apparatus to verify his current level. At that moment, Wang Pengzi suddenly changed the subject. Xiaogu, you have a bank card, right? Yishao shook his head. Since he was specially admitted, his tuition was waived, and he lived on the bare minimum. There was no need for a bank card. Wang Pengzi immediately frowned. Then how am I supposed to give you money? Why do you want to give me money? Of course I have to give you money. Without you, Xiaogu, there's no way my mother would have given me 1 million. And after I give you this 1 million, I still have a chance to get another 1 million next week. What? You're going to give me the entire 1 million? Exactly, Xiaogu. From now on, let us cooperate more often. You help me improve my strength, and I'll help you earn money. Yishao was stunned for a full 5 seconds before he said, You mean we're going to make money off your mother? He could only laugh and cry. As a son, how can you be so selfish? Doesn't your mother know about this? Won't she beat you up? Wang Pengzi chuckled mysteriously. Xiaogu, this secret is only for your ears. Don't let it slip out. Yishao nodded. Actually, my family is extremely wealthy. The kind of money that never runs out. Yishao was shocked. What does your family do? Wang Pengzi fell silent, maintaining a mysterious smile. I can't say. My mother and I have a pact. While studying at school, I must never reveal my family background. Yishao nodded quietly. Who would have thought that this simple-minded, chubby fellow before him was actually from such an affluent background? It was truly beyond his expectations. After all, from Wang Pengzi's words, actions, lifestyle, and even his initial C-level profession, there was no way to associate him with a top-tier wealthy family. Since Wang Pengzi insisted on giving Yishao the 1 million, Yishao, unable to refuse such generosity, proposed a suggestion. Pengzi, why don't you use that money to buy me a spirit ring? Wang Pengzi stared at the spirit ring on Yishao's finger. Xiaogu, don't you already have one? The spirit ring Yishao wore was lent to him by Su Muyun. It's not mine. It's borrowed and has to be returned later. Wang Pengzi nodded. No problem, Xiaogu. Leave it to me. They rested peacefully through the night. The next morning, Wang Pengzi accompanied Yishao to the physical training hall, as he also wished to strengthen his body. At 8:30 in the morning, in the southern district, the two arrived at the physical training hall, only to find the place quiet and deserted. The busier spots were the elemental hall, weaponry hall, and other popular mainstream professional halls. There was only one martial warrior like Yishao in the entire Jiang University. For physical training, Yishao was the most fervent participant. Others, at most, engage in auxiliary body exercises, focusing primarily on their own professional skills. The two stood before a gray building. Yishao was unfamiliar with this place. During the first few days of school, he had only been between the dormitory and the gravity tower, never venturing here. It wasn't that he didn't want to come, but he didn't know the academy had a training facility specifically for martial warriors and similar professions. This is the physical training hall, Wang Pengzi said beside him, chatting cheerfully. It's specially designed for physical training professions. Martial warriors, fighters, pugilists, monks, all train here. Why is it so deserted? Is it closed? Yishao looked around. Wang Pengzi glanced at him with a complicated expression. Because hardly anyone uses it. Who trains physically these days? The magical types just take pills. The elementalists focus on their elemental enlightenment. Summoners train their contracted beasts. Physical training? It's hard, exhausting, and has no future. He paused. But the equipment here is indeed top-notch. All designed for those specializing in physical training. As Yi Xiao entered the physical training hall, he caught a faint scent of dust in the air, and many places were covered with a layer of grime, indicating that few people came here regularly. Beyond the door was a long corridor, dimly lit, with faded posters plastered on the walls. 4th National Physical Training Championship Champion. Excavation site of the extreme martial sect ruins. Becoming a saint in the flesh. The ultimate path of the martial warrior. The corners of the posters curled up, collecting dust, as if untouched for a long time. At the end of the corridor stood a larger iron door, engraved with a line of words. The flesh is the armor of the soul. If the armor is weak, the soul cannot endure. Behind the door lay a vast space. The dome soared high, reaching some 50 meters. A beam of light streamed through the skylight, slicing the boundary between light and shadow. Tiny specks of dust floated in the air like fragments of gold. The entire hall was as silent as a forgotten temple. Yi Xiao stood at the doorway, gazing for a long while. It wasn't tea because of its size. Rather, it was the rows upon rows, machines upon machines. Structures upon structures. The steel skeletons lay dormant in the shadows, resembling slumbering giants. Some of the machines looked familiar to him. The walls of the gravity towers were made from obsidian iron, a material he had seen in the gravity chamber. Yet others were completely foreign. Massive hydraulic arms, rotating drums. Walls dotted with protrusions, transparent capsules filled with liquid. Each machine bore a nameplate, engraved with its name, purpose, and history. The edges of the plaques were worn. The inscriptions blurred, as if touched by countless hands over time. Are all these used for body refining? Yi Xiao inwided. Yes. Wang Fatty approached the nearest machine and patted its rust-speckled iron arm. This is a 10,000-pound hydraulic hammer, designed specifically to train resistance to impact. You stand beneath it, letting the hammer strike you. It starts at 50 pounds, gradually increasing until it reaches 10,000 pounds. Then you graduate. Struck? Yi Xiao stared at the machine. The iron hammer was as large as a tabletop, suspended overhead, as if ready to fall at any moment. Exactly, struck, Wang Fatty affirmed. A warrior-esque training is not just about hitting others but also enduring blows. You throw a punch at someone, and they punch you back. The one with the tougher body stands last. He paused briefly, but hardly anyone uses this thing because it's too painful. The last time someone tried was 3 years ago, a senior in his final year. He trained for 2 days and gave up. Yi Xiao stepped beneath the hydraulic hammer and looked up at the colossal iron weight. Sunlight poured down through the skylight, casting the hammer's shadow across his face like a black tombstone. Yi Xiao chuckled softly, shaking his head helplessly. Fatty, you know a lot, huh? You're not joking with me or trying to trick me, are you? If this thing fell on me, wouldn't I turn into a meat patty? Wang Fatty laughed heartily and quickly explained, Brother Xiao, why would I lie to you? Besides, these machines are sold by my family. As the words left his mouth, he suddenly realized he had let something slip and hastily covered his mouth. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise and looked at Wang Fatty. Sold by your family? Wang Fatty's face flushed red with embarrassment. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he changed the subject. Brother Xiao, do you want to give it a try? Suddenly, Yi Xiao felt a surge of eagerness welling up inside. Fixing his gaze on the steel behemoth overhead, the 10,000-pound hydraulic hammer, he uttered 3 words. How do I do it? Wang Fatty's mouth opened in astonishment, reading his expression as serious rather than playful. Brother Xiao, you really want to try? Try. Yi Xiao repeated firmly. He wanted to test his current limits. He was at the pinnacle of the Yi Jin realm with an extreme martial physique, and see how much pressure he could withstand. Wang Fatty moved to the control panel by the wall and adjusted some parameters. Once Yi Xiao was ready, he pressed a red button. A low hum filled the air. The hammer began to move, slowly, like a waking giant. It rose to its highest point, paused for a moment, then fell. Boom! The entire body refining hall trembled. The iron hammer struck Yi Xiao's shoulder with a dull, thunderous crash, reminiscent of a blacksmith's forge or a pile driver at a construction site. Yi Xiao's body jolted. The muscles on his shoulder were compressed inward, then sprung back. He stood firm, feet unmoving. Ding! Your extreme martial physique has gained a trace amount of body refining power. A system notification rang in Yi Xiao's ears. A look of pleasant surprise flickered across his face. So hammering the body could further evolve the extreme martial physique? At that moment, Wang Fatty looked at Yi Xiao with a hint of concern. 50 pounds, Wang Fatty said, eyes fixed on the control panel. Brother Xiao, how does it feel? Light. Yi Xiao repeated. Wang Fatty swallowed nervously and increased the weight to 100 pounds. Boom. Yi Xiao's shoulder dented and rebounded again. Ding. Your extreme martial physique has gained a trace amount of body refining power. His body shook slightly, but his feet remained planted. 200 pounds. Boom. Ding. Your extreme martial physique has gained a small amount of body refining power. 500 pounds. Boom. Ding. Your extreme martial physique has gained a small amount of body refining power. 800 pounds. Boom. Ding. Your extreme martial physique has gained a moderate amount of body refining power. At last, Yi Xiao's feet moved. He took a half step back, stabilized himself, and looked up at the hammer. His shoulder was flushed a deep red, as if scorched by fire. Is that enough? Wang Fatty's voice trembled. Brother Xiao, don't push yourself. If something really goes wrong, I'd feel terrible. Yi Xiao moved his shoulder, hearing the crackle of bones. Fatty again. Wang Fatty watched his retreating figure, wanting to say something but remaining silent. He adjusted the dial to 1,000 pounds. Boom! This time, the sound changed. It was no longer a dull thud, but a metallic wail. The hammer struck Yi Xiao's shoulder and bounced back, the entire mechanical arm trembling. The numbers on the control panel flickered twice before stabilizing. Yi Xiao's body bent slightly, his knees and waist buckled. Yet he did not fall. Gritting his teeth, he gradually straightened up, as if surfacing from underwater. Ding! Your extreme martial physique has gained a great amount of body refining power. 1,000 pounds. Wang Fatty's voice was loud and clear. Brother Xiao, that's enough. Really enough. Yi Xiao stepped away from beneath the hammer. His shoulder was a broad expanse of red, but no bones were broken. He had reached the limit of what he could endure at present. There was no need to push the weight further. The refining effect was sufficient. At that moment, he felt warmth spreading throughout his body, his blood flow accelerating noticeably. Congratulations on successfully awakening the passive skill. Unceasing. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. That hammering of the body actually forged a passive skill? This was an unexpected delight for him. Unceasing, passive when you receive damage. Your wound recovery speed increases. So this was the benefit that body refining power bestowed. Yi Xiao felt a gentle warmth within, his blood circulation quickening. He moved his shoulder again. The bright redness was visibly fading, healing at a remarkable rate. The pain in his muscles and bones was also rapidly subsiding. The passive effect of unceasing was indeed quite remarkable. Suddenly, Yi Xiao found himself deeply intrigued by the body refining project. Alongside his martial arts practice, he would need to devote attention to body refining as well. At that moment, Yi Xiao glanced toward the depths of the hall. What is that? He asked, pointing at a massive machine. Wang Fatty followed his gesture and looked over. That's a drum-shaped machine, 3 meters in diameter, lying horizontally on the ground, Wang Fatty explained. Its inner walls are covered with protruding metal knobs. It's called the flesh and blood mill. It trains full-body impact resistance. You go inside, the machine starts rotating, and those knobs grind against your body from all angles. The faster it spins, the harsher the grinding. At maximum speed, it's like being beaten by over 100 people simultaneously. Has anyone used it before? Yi Xiao asked. Curious. Yes. There was a sophomore at our school, a student from the genius class. After circling 3 times, he became dizzy and vomited for 2 days. Yi Xiao walked over and patted the cold metallic shell. The protrusions on the inner wall resembled countless fists, as if waiting to crush anyone who dared to enter. He turned his gaze toward another machine. It was a colossal pillar, its surface riddled with grooves, stretching from the floor all the way to the ceiling. Surrounding the pillar was a circular track, from which hung a metallic arm capable of moving up and down. That is the 1,000-weight pillar, said Wang Ponzi. It trains finger strength, grip strength, and grasping power. The grooves on the pillar are the handholds. You grab onto the grooves, suspend yourself, and then climb upward using the strength of your fingers. If you reach the top, you gain the ability to grasp a weight of 10,000 pounds. Yi Xiao asked with curiosity, has anyone ever climbed to the top? Yes. When the facility was first established, a dean managed to climb it. After that, no one else did. Wang Ponzi's knowledge was impressively vast. Yi Xiao tapped the pillar with his fingers, producing a crisp metallic sound. He then moved toward the third machine. It was a massive wall, densely covered with protruding, punching targets, arranged like a honeycomb. Each target was connected to a sensor, and a gigantic screen on the wall displayed numbers. That is the 10,000 punch wall, Wang Ponzi explained. It trains punching speed and power. You strike those targets, and each one records your strength and speed. There are 10,000 targets on the wall. If you light them all up, you graduate. What is the highest record? Yi Xiao inweeded. 2,700 targets. It was set by a senior in his 4th year, also from the genius class. But after finishing, His fists were so damaged, he couldn't hold chopsticks for half a month. Yi Xiao stared at the wall. The punching targets were arranged neatly, like a silent army. He raised his fist and delivered a punch to the nearest target. Bang! The screen lit up, 476 pounds. Wang Pengzi glanced at the number. His expression one of shock, and he inhaled sharply. Xiao, your punching power is a bit exaggerated. Isn't it? Just one punch, nearly 500 pounds. Yi Xiao nodded kindly. Not too bad. I didn't really exert myself. And when Yi Xiao said this, he wasn't boasting. In fact, he really hadn't exerted much effort, as he hadn't even reached the standard for ascending the strength realm, let alone punching to elevate it. He proceeded to the next machine. It was a vast pool filled with black water, exuding a chilling mist. By the pool's edge was a plaque engraved with the words, Ice Pool. The ice pool, Wang Pengzi said, has water temperatures ranging from -10 degrees to -100 degrees Celsius. It activates qi and blood circulation and strengthens the body. The longer you soak, the better the effect. The record is 2 hours. 2 hours? Yi Xiao asked. Whose record is that? Wang Pengzi shook his head. Unknown. The plaque only lists the record. No names. Yi Xiao crouched down, dipping his hand into the water. The biting cold felt like needles piercing into his bones. His hand stayed submerged for 10 seconds. When he withdrew it, his fingers were already numb. This water is really cold, he said. If someone accidentally falls in, they could freeze to death. Yes, Wang Pengzi agreed, which is why no one dares to come near here. Yi Xiao stood up, shaking the water from his hand. He then approached the final machine, located at the deepest part of the facility. It was enormous, occupying an entire wall. Its surface was black metal, featuring a recessed groove shaped exactly like a fist. The edges of the groove were cracked, as though shattered by some tremendous force. What is this? Yi Xiao looked up at the fist-shaped groove surrounded by cracks. Wang Pengzi gazed at the machine and replied, It's called One Punch. One punch? Yes, one punch. Wang Pengzi's voice was soft. This machine trains nothing but one punch. You strike the groove with a punch, and the machine measures your strength, speed, angle, and penetration, then gives you a score. The maximum is 100. What's the highest score? Yi Xiao asked. Wang Pengzi recalled for a moment before answering, 87 points. Who achieved that? Unknown. The plaque only shows the score, no name. But those cracks were caused by that punch. Yi Xiao stood before the machine, staring at the groove. The cracks extended from its edges like lightning, like tree roots, like something silently shattered by a hidden force. He slipped his hand into the groove. It fit perfectly, the size of a fist. Has anyone ever scored a perfect 100? No, Wang Pengzi said. No one has ever managed that. Seeming to perceive Yi Xiao's thoughts, Wang Pengzi proactively asked, Xiao, want to try the one punch? I'll activate the machine for you. Yi Xiao nodded. Sure, I'll give it a try. Then, Wang Pengzi started the one-punch machine. The once silent apparatus roared to life. Yi Xiao could see, in Wang Pengzi's direction, a liquid crystal display showing 0 points. In other words, Yi Xiao's upcoming punch would be scored and displayed there. He took a deep breath, composed and serene, slowly mobilizing all his strength. Neither hurried nor sluggish. He fixed his gaze forward, clearing his mind of all distractions. His eyes locked unblinkingly on the groove ahead. The next moment, he pushed off with his foot, twisted his waist, and powered his shoulder, channeling force from the ground upward. From foot to waist, from shoulder to fist. The strike was delivered. His body rotated to drive the arm, the front foot planted firmly while the back foot's toes turned slightly, gripping tightly as if pinching a balloon. As he punched, his entire body relaxed, only tensing at the exact moment of exertion. Boom! Yi Xiao's forefingers clenched firmly into his palm, his strike hitting the groove dead center without deviation. The entire one-punch machine trembled violently. Yi Xiao felt intense pain on the back of his hand. After all, force is mutual. The greater the force he struck with, the more he had to endure. Ding! You have completed a punch. The force of this punch is 88. That punch was sufficiently powerful. Yi Xiao felt as though a dam had burst within him. His internal strength suddenly drained. He lifted his head, slightly panting, and looked toward Wang Pengzi. At that moment, Wang Pengzi's eyes widened in astonishment, then filled with horror. He stared fixedly at the punch score. It displayed 41 points. Yi Xiao's heart chilled slightly upon seeing the score. That bad? My punch didn't even reach the passing line? But Wang Pengzi was already so shocked he stammered. Xiao, you're a monster. How did your punch only score 41 points? Is the machine malfunctioning? That's impossible. Now it was Yi Xiao's turn to be perplexed. Only 41 points? I didn't even pass. That should be a poor score, right? Pengzi, I know you're trying to comfort me because you don't want me to be discouraged. But you really don't have to. Wang Pengzi hurriedly shook his head and stammered an explanation. Xiao, here's the thing. This one-punch machine can only measure up to the 10th realm as strength, and its scoring system actually corresponds to realms. Normally, the first realm scores between 0 and 10 points. Wang Pengzi might have felt that mere words alone lacked sufficient persuasiveness. Thus, he approached Yi Xiao's position and exchanged a glance with him. Immediately afterward, Wang Pengzi also threw a punch. Boom! The machine's trembling was evidently less than a tenth of Yi Xiao's. Then, Yi Xiao saw the score for Wang Pengzi's punch, 11 points. Although Wang Pengzi's punch was not as powerful as Yi Xiao's, it still carried considerable force, enough to kill a tiger with a single blow. Having demonstrated in person, Wang Pengzi continued to explain, Xiao Ji, did you see that? My punch only scored 11 points, which actually corresponds to the strength of the second realm. That means, although I've already stepped into the third realm, my overall combat power still lingers at the level of the second realm. And Xiao Ji, you just scored 41 points. That is truly astonishing, breathtaking beyond words. If I recall correctly, your current realm is still the first realm, right? Yi Xiao nodded. Wang Pengzi swallowed hard in awe. Xiao Ji, your body has strength and punching power are terrifying. How exactly have you trained? Even though you're only at the first realm, your punch already reaches the power of the early fifth realm. After Wang Pengzi finished his explanation, Yi Xiao's expression brightened with sudden understanding. It turned out that the punch machine's scoring was based on the punch's strength, estimating the realm level that the punch roughly corresponded to. The machine's maximum score was 100 points, indicating that the highest realm it could measure was the 10th realm. Originally, Yi Xiao had come here intending to test his current combat power through various machines. Now, thanks to Wang Pengzi's explanation, he gained a completely new understanding of the might behind his punch. Xie Yi, how did you train to throw punches like that? Could you teach me? Or is the warrior profession not actually an E rank, but rather a hidden super strong profession overlooked by everyone? Wang Pengzi gazed at Yi Xiao with eyes full of curiosity and admiration. Yi Xiao smiled and replied, practice punching more. Huh? Just that simple? Wang Pengzi was stunned. Yi Xiao nodded. Yes, that's simple. Pengzi, you've seen it yourself. I haven't practiced anything else besides punching, right? Wang Pengzi thought back and realized it was indeed so. Xiao Ji, can I train punching with you from now on? Yi Xiao chuckled helplessly. You're someone who cultivates qi, aren't you? If you don't practice your own specialty and come practice punching with me, aren't you afraid of going astray? Wang Pengzi shook his head repeatedly. Brother, it's mainly because your punch is just too cool. Powerful enough to smash bricks. It's the perfect remedy for all kinds of flashy nonsense. Yi Xiao burst into laughter. All right then, if you want to strengthen your body, I'll train with you. To me, all cultivation is based on tempering the body, because the body is the foundation that bears all power. Wang Pengzi eagerly nodded. I agree. Afterward, the two formulated their upcoming plans. With Yi Xiao's assistance, Wang Pengzi began training both qi refinement and physical conditioning simultaneously. He started with less demanding exercises such as running, push-ups, and pull-ups. Given Wang Pengzi's physical condition, it was impossible for him to immediately wield the 10,000-pound hydraulic hammer like Yi Xiao. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao decided to take things one step at a time. He resolved to first train his punching at the gravity tower, aiming to break through to the next stage, that is, the 10,000 gravity realm, and then incorporate the physical conditioning Hall-S programs into his regimen. During this process, he continued to cultivate the law-breaking fist that Su Muyun had given him. However, the difficulty of mastering the law-breaking fist was quite high, and Yi Xiao could not yet practice it for the time being. But he was in no rush. After all, he had time now to practice it gradually. After leaving the physical conditioning hall, Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi parted ways, one heading to the gravity tower, the other to qi refinement. When Yi Xiao returned to the third floor of the gravity tower and entered the 20-fold gravity zone once more, he clearly felt that the pressure on his body was at least 1/3 lighter than the day before. This was the benefit brought by realm advancement and physical strengthening. Yi Xiao's body continued to evolve imperceptibly, progressing step by step. I feel like I can ascend another level, Yi Xiao thought to himself. But he quickly dismissed the idea. The reason was simple. His goal was to achieve the 10,000 gravity realm today. And also because his use of the homeroom teacher Zhou Ming's gravity training card was approaching 50 hours. Yesterday, in the 20-fold gravity zone, Yi Xiao could only manage about 5 punches before needing rest. Now he could practice 8 punches in one go, even pushing to 10 punches at his limit. This marked a significant improvement in efficiency, so there was no need to force himself to train on the 4th floor of the tower. Although the gravity multiplier was higher there, and each punch would increase his realm further, it also consumed more energy. Overall, training efficiency was actually lower than in the 20-fold gravity zone. Thus, Yi Xiao immersed himself in punching practice. Morning passed by. Then he went to the cafeteria for lunch and helped clean dishes. In the afternoon, he continued his training. Before nightfall, drenched in sweat, Yi Xiao unleashed his final punch. Ding! You have completed a punch. The force of this punch is 31. You have gained 20 martial arts points. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Mud Clay Realm, 9,981 gravity. Current realm, Mud Clay Realm, 9,982 gravity. Current realm, Mud Clay Realm, 10,000 gravity. At last, Yi Xiao's lips curled upward as sweat soaked his face and body. He clenched his fist excitedly. I did it. 10,000 gravity realm. At that moment, Path of the Strong emitted a scarlet glow. A new achievement had been unlocked. Yi Xiao skillfully checked the notification. Great Wall. Trigger condition. Mud Clay Realm reaches 10,000 gravity. Achieved. Reward. Awakening of the Will of the Fist. System prompt. 10,000 punches. You have endured more hardship than most, and you are now worthy of ranking among the prodigies. Ding. Because the host's realm has reached 10,000 gravity. The realm breakthrough task can be ignored, allowing direct realm advancement. Would you like to break through your realm? Could he really break through his realm now? That meant he could ascend to the second realm. A trace of surprised joy appeared on Yi Xiao's face as he prepared to confirm. Suddenly, he paused and withdrew his right hand. Wait a moment. If 10,000 gravity was the upper limit, then the system should not prompt me, but instead forcibly break through my realm. Since the system prompted me, it inadvertently confirms one thing. The 10,000 realm is not the ultimate limit. Although the system's evaluation of me is that I am worthy of standing among the elite prodigies, my ambitions extend far beyond mere prodigy status. I aspire to utterly crush all prodigies, to be invincible among peers of the same realm. Even across realms, I will be capable of overwhelming victories. Yi Xiao's ambition has always been grand. It's only that he had never revealed it before. At this moment, Yi Xiao's moment of madness gradually unfolds. He refuses the realm-breaking request. Ding! Host refuses to break realm. New target mission unlocked. Break through to the 100,000 realm. Reward: 10 points of fist power enhancement. 5 points of fist power range. Indeed, there is a loftier pursuit. The 100,000 realm. For Yi Xiao, the upper limit of his realm has now been raised from 10,000 to 100,000. This is a cause for celebration. First, his realm advancement strength has consistently remained at 30. Should he break through realms, his realm advancement strength will inevitably increase alongside, making his cultivation more challenging. Second, Yi Xiao also needs to accumulate a vast amount of martial Dao points, and refining his fist to break realms is the fastest method to earn them. Moreover, completing the 100,000 realm mission rewards him directly with 10 points of fist power enhancement and 5 points of fist power range. This is a substantial and tangible boost to his combat strength. It counts as an extra reward beyond achieving his goal. Yi Xiao gazes at his fist with satisfaction. Next step, 100,000 realm. Here I come. Amidst his excitement, Yi Xiao gradually calms himself, his gaze shifting toward the milestone reward he just attained. Reward acquired. Awakening of Fist Will. Fist Will? Yi Xiao murmurs softly, staring intently at the newly unlocked content. At that moment, he suddenly notices a new entry appearing on his system interface. Fist Will Compendium. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao's thoughts stir, and he opens the Fist Will Compendium. A series of fist wills is displayed prominently. Fist Will Compendium. Basic fist wills. Law-breaking fist, not yet activated. Effect unknown. Evolution path unknown. Earth-shaking fist, not yet activated. Effect unknown. Evolution path unknown. Guardian fist, not yet activated. Effect unknown. Evolution path unknown. Swift fist, not yet activated. Effect unknown. Evolution path unknown. Unyielding fist, not yet activated. Effect unknown. Evolution path unknown. Special fist wills. God-slaying fist, not yet activated. Effect unknown. Evolution path unknown. Heaven and earth fist, not yet activated. Effect unknown. Evolution path unknown. Reincarnation fist, not yet activated. Effect unknown. Evolution path unknown. After Yi Xiao finishes examining, the entire compendium appears dim and shadowed. Yet, judging by the names of these fist wills, they seem to correspond to different fist abilities. Furthermore, the first one is the law-breaking fist, the one Yi Xiao is most familiar with. Seeing this, Yi Xiao recalls the book he carries with him and takes it out to study once again. This time, Yi Xiao suddenly realizes that the previously obscure and difficult-to-understand book on the law-breaking fist now, with the assistance of the system, projects vivid images into his mind from the once dull and tedious text. This astonishes him greatly. The law-breaking fist, it is actually manifesting itself in my mind, fighting automatically. Yi Xiao no longer needs to engage in extensive, repetitive reading. He senses that the cultivation content of the law-breaking fist is being imprinted in his mind like a brand. Stroke by stroke. Ding! Law-breaking fist cultivation progress 1. At that moment, the system prompt sounds in his ear. Shortly thereafter, the same sound rings again. Ding! Law-breaking fist cultivation progress 2. Upon reaching this point, a smile of delight plays on Yi Xiao's lips. Thus, while others continue various forms of cultivation within the 20-fold gravity tower area, Yi Xiao immerses himself wholly, clutching the law-breaking fist and devouring its contents. It feels as though he is undergoing a moment of profound enlightenment. What was once incomprehensible now gradually becomes clearer and smoother. A sensation of understanding everything from 1 point to 100 courses through his entire being, utterly exhilarating. Nearly half an hour passes before Yi Xiao finally reads the last page. Simultaneously, the entire content of the law-breaking fist is deeply etched into his memory. Although he has never practiced it even once, Yi Xiao experiences an innate familiarity with it. This is the remarkable power of system-assisted learning. Ding! Law-breaking fist cultivation progress 100. Congratulations, host, on successfully mastering the fist will. Law-breaking fist. At last, Yi Xiao has mastered his first fist will. He quickly opens the fist will compendium to inspect. With each fist will illuminated, the corresponding icon on the system panel changes from gray to burnished gold, accompanied by dynamic flowing light effects. The previously gray icon of the law-breaking fist now radiates with golden dynamic light. Yi Xiao clicks it to view the details. Law-breaking fist, punch range increased by 200, capable of interrupting the target's skill casting. Next stage, evolution path, forbidden magic fist. After reading this, a joyful smile blossoms on his face. Law-breaking fist, it can actually interrupt the enemy's skill casting. One must understand that for a profession like Lin Yun's SS rank Thunder Mage Prodigy, although his thunder magic is powerful and overwhelming, casting those mighty thunder skills is not instantaneous. Releasing such skills requires a certain casting time. The greatest function of Yi Xiao's newly mastered fist will, the law-breaking fist, is precisely to interrupt these types of skills that require casting. Yi Xiao's grin stretches from ear to ear. This fist will is truly a bane for mages. It must be known that Lin Yun's greatest pride lies in his thunder mage profession. Powerful, highly destructive, long range, capable of bombarding enemies from afar. Yet Yi Xiao's law-breaking fist, when used, not only increases his punching range by 200, but also carries the effect of interrupting skill casting. Lin Yun, at the January appointment, our duel will surely let you taste the might of my law-breaking fist. Yi Xiao has already begun anticipating the scene of his battle with Lin Yun. This law-breaking fist alone is enough to decisively counter Lin Yun. Afterward, Yi Xiao notices that his law-breaking fist can be further upgraded and evolved. The next stage is forbidden magic fist. However, no corresponding evolution path is provided at present. Yi Xiao sets this matter aside for the time being. He closes the system, packs his belongings, and departs from the gravity tower. Old He notices Yi Xiao leaving early today and asks, "Boy, leaving the gravity tower so early today? Got a date with a girl tonight?" Every time Elder He spoke to Yi Xiao, his words were invariably startling, leaving Yi Xiao at a loss for a suitable retort. Yi Xiao could only shake his head helplessly and say no. "Elder He, I plan to go to the school library." "What business do you have there?" Elder He inquired. Yi Xiao answered truthfully, "I intend to find some books about the rift, especially those concerning our Jiang City's Rift number 17, Red Abyss." Elder He immediately understood. It must have been because he had previously explained to Yi Xiao how to obtain the gravity training card in advance. "Oh, then go ahead," Elder He said, offering no further comment. This unexpected reaction left Yi Xiao somewhat unsettled. He had anticipated Elder He would ramble on about various other matters, but instead, he remained unusually silent. After leaving the gravity tower, Yi Xiao returned to his dormitory. Having worked up a sweat practicing his fists, he planned to take a shower, change clothes, and then head to the library. Upon his return, he found Wang Pengzi also in the dorm. "Brother Xiao, you're just in time." Wang Pengzi's face lit up with delight. "The spiritual ring you wanted has arrived." Yi Xiao was visibly surprised. "That fast? I only mentioned it to you last night." Wang Pengzi casually remarked, "I had someone deliver it, so it was quick." Yi Xiao fixed his gaze on him. "Don't tell me it came from your family's business?" Wang Pengzi's face flushed red, and he coughed awkwardly. Ahem. He deftly changed the subject. Brother Xiao, try on this spiritual ring. It's the white model. It should suit you. Observing Wang Pengzi's reluctance to discuss the matter further, Yi Xiao deduced that his family must be tightly controlling information about their background. He chose not to press the issue, but took the ring and slipped it onto his finger, quickly noticing a problem. This ring, could it be a women's style? It's a bit small. I can't wear it. A women's ring? Wang Pengzi looked astonished. Impossible. I specifically instructed them. Could they have sent the wrong one? Brother Xiao, let me see the ring. Taking the ring back from Yi Xiao, Wang Pengzi's chubby fingers struggled to put it on. Brother Xiao, this ring does seem a bit small. How about this? I'll get you a new one. Yi Xiao took back the ring and shook his head. I'll make do. Though a bit tight, he managed to wear it on his little finger. It just looked odd. Pengzi, I plan to go to the library this afternoon. What about you? Brother Xiao, I'm going to attend vocational classes. Hearing this, Yi Xiao realized Wang Pengzi only went to classes on the second day. Other times, he never attended. However, as a special recruit, Wang Pengzi enjoyed resource privileges and was exempt from class assessments. Whether he attended or not, no one cared. Thus, the two parted ways. Yi Xiao headed to the library, while Wang Pengzi went to class. The Jiang University Library stood at the very heart of the campus. Opposite, it was the martial arts bell tower, standing side by side like twin guardians, one on the left, the other on the right. It was said that the bell tower symbolized strength, while the library represented wisdom. Without strength, wisdom was useless. Without wisdom, strength was a beast. The library was a 6-story edifice, its exterior walls clad in dark gray stone bricks, crawling with ivy. The windows were tall and narrow, reminiscent of cathedral stained glass, but fitted with transparent bulletproof glass. The main entrance featured 2 heavy oak doors adorned with bronze reliefs depicting a book, a sword, and a fist. The stone steps beneath were worn smooth, their hollowed centers bearing the marks of countless footsteps since Jiang University's founding. Above the doorframe was inscribed a phrase, "Knowledge is another form of power." At that moment, Yi Xiao stood before the library's entrance. Students bustled about, some preparing to enter to study, others just emerging from their sessions. Jiang University differed from other martial schools. Here, academics and cultivation held equal importance, each regarded with equal reverence. As Yi Xiao prepared to enter, he noticed a beautiful young maiden descending the steps, clutching several books as she exited the library. Upon her appearance, all eyes, male and female alike, were irresistibly drawn to her. Within a 3-meter radius, no one dared approach. She was always solitary, never accompanied by companions. Whispered voices rose around her. What a stunning girl. Could she be the rumored new campus belle, Su Muyan? Yes, that's her. I heard she's the youngest 4th realm cultivator since our school was established. Not only that, she's the youngest 4th realm cultivator in the history of our world. She just turned 18 a few days ago and has already reached the 4th realm. Her cultivation speed is incredible. In the future, she's bound to claim a seat among the transcendent ones. Who dares approach Su Muyan? She's single, you know? Whoever wins her heart will be tied to a transcendent being. You gotta be joking. Pursuing Su Muyan? Without starting as an SSS-level professional, you're not even worthy to speak to her. Su Muyan seemed accustomed to being the center of such talk, hearing the various speculations and baseless rumors. Her heart remained tranquil and unmoved as she proceeded down the stairs. At that moment, Su Muyan caught sight of a familiar face staring at her from beneath the steps. It was Yi Xiao. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, her mood stirred subtly, a rare fluctuation. He had changed considerably since before. She could sense his strength had improved, but his realm was still the 1st realm. The 1st realm. He was far too weak to face those matters. Better to leave it be. Su Muyan sighed deeply within her heart. She had pondered much and ultimately decided to maintain a stranger's distance from Yi Xiao. Only by doing so would he avoid being entangled in affairs related to her. As Su Muyan and Yi Xiao brushed past each other, Yi Xiao suddenly spoke. "Misu, what a coincidence to see you here." Su Muyan paused briefly, surprised that Yi Xiao had greeted her first. Out of courtesy, she nodded and replied, "Indeed. I have matters to attend to. I must be going." Her tone remained as cold and detached as ever, devoid of any emotion. The onlookers watched Yi Xiao and Su Muyan intently, whispering among themselves once more. That boy has got some nerve to approach Su Muyan. P.S. That freshman E-level martial artist, Yi Xiao. So it's him, the notorious connections kid. Is he really dreaming of catching a swan while being a toad? His face is thick. Didn't he see Su Muyan doesn't want to talk to him? Yet he keeps pestering her. Amidst the surrounding scorn and ridicule, Yi Xiao ignored the cacophony. Instead, he opened his palm towards Su Muyan. In the center lay a black spiritual ring. Su Miyun's eyes widened slightly as she stared at the black ring in Yi Xiao's palm. She already recognized it. This was precisely the black spiritual ring she had previously lent to Yi Xiao. What does this mean? Su Miyun halted in her tracks and turned to fix her gaze upon Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao smiled as he explained, "Thank you for lending me this spiritual ring. I have now acquired a new one, so as per our earlier agreement, I am returning this ring to you." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd wore expressions of shock and bewilderment. What had transpired? Was there some juicy gossip? The newly crowned campus belle entangled in a complicated relationship with an E-class martial artist deemed useless? Those who had been walking now deliberately slowed their pace, eager to observe what these two were up to. "So soon? You've obtained a new spiritual ring?" "Yes." Yi Xiao displayed the white spiritual ring given to him by Wang Pongzi. In comparison, the white ring was noticeably smaller than the black one. Clearly, the black ring was a men's design, while the white ring was fashioned for women. "Thank you." Yi Xiao expressed his gratitude once more. "So, now that I have a new spiritual ring, I am returning the one you lent me." At that moment, Yi Xiao noticed a faint displeasure cloud Su Miyun's face, her eyes harboring a subtle anger. Though it was slight and easily missed, he caught it nonetheless. Why was Su Miyun upset? Yi Xiao pondered silently. "I'm merely returning what belongs to her. I haven't done anything to provoke her, have I?" From Su Miyun's perspective, she had never intended to reclaim the spiritual ring she lent to Yi Xiao. Moreover, being returned the ring in such a public setting was not inherently problematic. Yet, through the eyes of their peers, this act took on an entirely different, questionable meaning. While Su Miyun cared little for the opinions of others, the return of the spiritual ring by Yi Xiao left her deeply unsettled. An inexplicable discomfort gnawed at her heart. Her tone edged with irritation. Su Miyun said, "Fine, return the ring to me." Yi Xiao handed over the black spiritual ring. Immediately, Su Miyun snapped sharply, "You returned the wrong one. Mine is the white ring." "What? What do you mean, what?" Su Miyun's voice grew increasingly petulant. "The black ring is so much larger. Do you think my fingers can fit it? Obviously, it's the white ring that I lent you." Yi Xiao was utterly perplexed by Su Miyun's reaction. "But this black ring is yours. Quickly, give me back the white ring." Without hesitation, Su Miyun snatched the white spiritual ring from Yi Xiao's hand and strode away without a backward glance, leaving Yi Xiao standing alone. In his palm remained the black spiritual ring gifted by Su Miyun, while the white ring, originally belonging to Yi Xiao, now rested in Su Miyun's possession. This exchange of rings seemed to be, in essence, a ring swap. As Yi Xiao stood bewildered, murmurs from the crowd erupted anew. "That useless E-class martial artist is truly shameless. Su Miyun must have taken pity on him and lent him a spiritual ring. That boy is scheming. Su Miyun lent him the white ring, and he intends to keep it, returning only a black ring in exchange. TSK, TSK, TSK. That boy is dreaming of a toad, lusting after a swan. Completely unaware that Su Miyun would never be interested in him. Try to create a misunderstanding about their ambiguous relationship by making a public show of this? Impossible. Even if the world ends tomorrow, no one would believe he could ever win Su Miyun's heart." "Ha ha, well said." To the onlookers, they had witnessed nothing more than a farce of a toad longing for a swan. After the spectacle, the crowd dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Yi Xiao stared at the black spiritual ring left in his palm and thought to himself, "Have I now severed ties with Su Miyun? She shouldn't be angry or troubled by me anymore, should she?" A trace of relief flickered across his face. Originally possessing nothing, how could dust settle upon me? I must focus on cultivating and strengthening my abilities rather than wasting energy on women. Women only slowed down the speed of my strikes. This truth had been a maxim even in Yi Xiao's previous world before his transmigration. Banishing distractions from his mind, Yi Xiao stepped into the library before him. Upon entering, the first thing he noticed was the scent of paper, not the fresh ink of new volumes, but the aged aroma of old pages, sun-bleached and rain-moistened, heavy with the passage of time. It was like entering an ancient forest, where each book was a tree and each page a ring of growth. The ground floor was an open reading area. Beneath a vast dome were dozens of towering bookshelves stretching from floor to ceiling. The shelves were crafted from dark walnut wood, their edges worn smooth and gleaming. Each shelf bore a bronze plaque engraved with categories: martial history, professional overview, spiritual energy theory, continental geography. Narrow aisles between the shelves allowed only two people to pass side by side. The floor was carpeted in deep blue, muffling footsteps completely. Seats by the windows were the most coveted. Beneath the grand arched windows stood rows of long tables with sturdy oak surfaces polished smooth by countless sleeves. Morning sunlight slanted through the windows, casting a grid of light and shadow across the tabletops. Some patrons read, Others copied notes, a few nodded off. Only the rustling of pages and the soft sound of breathing filled the tranquil air, as if in another world. Yi Xiao wandered briefly but failed to locate the book he sought. He then proceeded to the second floor. The library's second level was divided into professional sections. For instance, magic, weaponry, summoning, qi refinement, martial artists, and so forth. The first 4 sections were well-stocked, brightly lit, and furnished with new tables and chairs. Though traffic was sparse, visitors came and went. The martial artists section was different. Tucked away in the farthest corner, shielded by a wall, it resembled a forgotten storage room. The shelves held few books, most were empty. Thick dust lay undisturbed as if no one had visited in ages. The lighting was dim, with several fixtures broken and unrepaired. The first time Yi Xiao entered this section, he stood before the shelves, gazing at the scant few books. Introduction to Martial Artists, Illustrated Basic Fist Techniques. 12 Methods of Body Cultivation. These were all entry-level, simplistic, and of little use. He ran his fingers along the spines, leaving a clean streak through the dust. Does no one read these? He murmured to himself. Just then, a voice unexpectedly emerged behind him. There are no martial artists at the school, and body cultivation is arduous and exhausting. Why would students borrow these? Yi Xiao spun around swiftly to see an elderly man with graying hair, wearing reading glasses, engrossed in an old book. Sir, may I ask who you are? Without lifting his head, the man replied. A freshman? Yi Xiao nodded. I'm a librarian. The students like to call me Old Qian. Old Qian, Yi Xiao responded politely. The librarian inquired, what book are you looking for? Yi Xiao answered truthfully. I wish to find some books related to the boundary scars to read. Boundary scars? The librarian lifted his head, pushed up his bifocals, and scrutinized the young man before him once more. At your age, it is rather premature to delve into the boundary scars. Those students like you who show such interest are indeed rare. What purpose do you have in learning about the boundary scars? Yi Xiao replied. I intend to enter Crack 17, the Crimson Abyss. The top floor of the library was the ancient texts reading room, not open to ordinary students. Only the dean, professors, mentors, and students of the prodigy class had permission to enter, and even then, one had to make an appointment 3 days in advance, subject to the dean's approval. It housed the school's most precious tomes, secrets of history, ancient manuscripts, and even lost cultivation techniques, fragments of primeval scrolls excavated from boundary scar relics. These books were locked behind glass cabinets, only for viewing, never to be touched. Beside each volume was a plaque detailing its origin, era, and historical significance. Yet now, the librarian led Yi Xiao inside. The books related to the boundary scars you seek are here. At this moment, Yi Xiao gazed at the book the librarian handed him. Emblazoned on its cover was the title, Introduction and Distribution of the Boundary Scars. On the library's uppermost floor, the elderly librarian busied himself repairing some ancient books, while Yi Xiao sat by the window. From there, he could see the bustling students entering and exiting the library's main entrance. He withdrew his gaze and focused again on the tome before him, Introduction and Distribution of the Boundary Scars. The book was thick, its pages yellowed and brittle, with corners eaten away by insects. He turned the pages slowly, careful not to tear them. This book was unrelated to cultivation. It was an anthology documenting the experiences and observations of extraordinary individuals through the ages within various boundary scars. Boundary scars were not innate. 100,000 years ago, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revived, and humans coexisted with myriad clans on the same continent. Later, a great war rent the world. Not a conflict between humans and demons, but a schism of the Tao. The world split into two, the human realm and the demon realm. Between these two worlds lay only a single boundary scar. The boundary scar was not a fissure. It was a membrane between two worlds, like a scar on skin, a crack on porcelain, or the wall between two rooms. A fissure was a hole in the wall. 95,000 years ago, the thinnest part of the boundary scar fractured, and demons flooded into the human world for the first time. That war lasted a millennium. Humanity was nearly wiped out. It was the nameless patriarch who punched through the demon realm and sealed the boundary scar with his will. Now, the seal was weakening. Yi Xiao paused reading and gazed out the window. The setting sun stained the sky a dark crimson, like blood. There were 88 weak points in the boundary scar, scattered across the globe. These weak points were the roots of the fissures. Demons could not directly assault the seal, but they could erode it with their demonic energy, like water wearing away stone or an iron pestle grinding down a needle. 90,000 years was enough to erode many things. How much longer could the seal hold? The book did not say, but Yi Xiao noticed a pencil annotation beside this passage, its handwriting fresh, as if written recently. At the earliest, 3 years, at the latest, 5 years. His hand began to tremble. Are you afraid? The librarian's voice came from behind him, and a cup of rich, freshly brewed tea was placed before Yi Shao. Drink some tea before continuing. Yi Shao remained silent, then lifted his eyes to the old librarian. Old Qian, did you write this annotation? The man did not deny it. Yes. Yi Shao inhaled deeply. The boundary scar will break in as soon as 3 years? The man nodded. This is the worst-case estimate. You already know a secret that must not be disclosed. Why must it remain secret? Yi Shao inwarded. If this secret leaks, the world will descend into chaos. Human nature cannot withstand the test. Once they learn the apocalypse is imminent, social order will collapse instantly. People will spiral into a final frenzy before the end, indulging in desires, committing crimes without restraint. Yi Shao fell silent for a long time after hearing this. The old librarian smiled reassuringly. These are not matters for you to worry about now. If the sky falls, there are taller men to hold it up. Above us are countless extraordinary beings who want to survive more than anyone else. Upon hearing this, a trace of relief crossed Yi Shao's face. Old Qian, you speak sensibly. If the sky falls, there are still tall men to bear the weight. He resumed reading the book. Soon, he came upon content related to Crack 17, the Crimson Abyss, the very subject he sought to understand. The Crimson Abyss, the 17th of the 88 fissures, lay in Jiang City. Its seal was weak, demons were active, and the danger level was high. This simple evaluation alone sketched the peril of the Crimson Abyss for Yi Shao. The world beyond the fissure was a sea of fire. Land was scarce, replaced by endless magma. Rivers of molten lava crisscrossed everywhere, and volcanoes erupted every few minutes. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur and charred coal. Temperatures soared high enough to melt steel and redden rocks. The sky was a perpetual dark crimson, never revealing the sun. Only the glow of magma bathed the entire world in hellish hues. Deep within the Crimson Abyss stood a volcano. Its crater spanned 1,000 zhang in diameter and plunged into unfathomable depths. Lava surged from the crater, forming rivers that flowed afar. This volcano was the lair of the Flame Demon King. Yi Shao se it. He imagined a world without wind, rain, or sound. Only the bubbling of lava, the roaring of volcanoes, and the howls of demons. The demons of the Crimson Abyss were chiefly flame demons. Flame demons were not creatures corrupted by demonic energy. They were incarnations of the demonic energy itself. Fire, lava, sulfur. Their bodies were composed of flames, rendering physical attacks nearly ineffective. Flame demons were divided into 4 tiers. The lowest tier was the flame demon larva, standing about 1 meter tall, with skin like charred coal. They could spit fireballs reaching temperatures of 1,000 degrees Celsius, roughly equivalent to the second human realm. These demons were the most numerous, swarming in hordes like locusts. The middle tier was the flame demon warrior, around 3 meters tall, adorned with fiery patterns across their bodies. They could transform into flames and were immune to physical attacks, comparable to the 4th human realm. They wielded battle axes forged from solidified lava, capable of cleaving steel in a single blow. The high tier was the flame demon lord, standing about 5 meters tall, with flaming wings on their backs enabling flight. They could summon lava to incinerate all within their domain, equivalent to the 7th human realm. Each flame demon lord governed a territory of molten rock. The highest tier was the Flame Demon King, towering 10 meters tall, slumbering in the deepest part of the volcano. A mere thought from him could ignite an entire city. An outburst could melt mountains. He surpassed the 10th human realm. Yi Shao set the book down and closed his eyes. In his mind appeared a 10-meter-tall giant of flame, standing atop the volcano-esque crater. Gazing down upon the human world, he opened his eyes and continued reading. The dangers of the Crimson Abyss extended beyond its demons. First, the extreme heat. The magma in the Crimson Abyss reached temperatures of 3,000 degrees Celsius, instantly melting any living creature that fell in. Even a martial artist's golden body could only endure a few breaths near the magma's edge. Second, the toxic gases. The air was saturated with sulfur and sulfur dioxide, which burned lungs and corroded spiritual energy upon inhalation. Ordinary people would succumb to poisoning and die within minutes. Third, the spatial instability. The edges of the Crimson Abyss were plagued by severe spatial distortions. A single misstep could hurl one into the chaotic void currents, resulting in eternal disorientation. Moreover, the Crimson Abyss harbored a peculiar peril, the will of the Flame Demon King. The mental waves emitted by this slumbering will eroded the sanity of those who lingered too long within. Prolonged exposure rendered one irritable, quick-tempered, and irrational. In extreme cases, the Flame Demon King-S could seize control outright, transforming the victim into a monstrous half-human, half-demon creature. Yi Xiao's hand paused on the page. Here, he noticed a marginal note alongside the text. If you stay long within the crimson abyss, you will hear a voice. It calls to you, calling your name. Danger was omnipresent in the crimson abyss. Yet, it also held opportunity. First, deep within the molten lava, there existed a mineral known as the heart of molten fire. This crystalline formation condensed from the energy emitted by the flame demon king in slumber, containing the purest essence of fire's fundamental law. Once refined, it granted the body resistance to flame and could even greatly enhance the power of fire-based abilities. Second, at the rim of the volcano's mouth grew a unique plant called the fire spirit herb. It was the sole spirit herb capable of surviving alongside molten lava and served as the primary ingredient in crafting high-grade fire-type elixirs. A single fire spirit herb could fetch hundreds of thousands on the black market. This book's introduction to the Crimson Abyss was thorough. At the conclusion of the section, Yi Xiao spotted a note left by a previous reader. It appeared to have been added later. I have been to the Crimson Abyss 3 times. The first time, I stood at the edge of the rift for an hour without entering, for I knew that then, stepping inside would have meant certain death. The second time, I ventured in, walking beside the lava river for 2 days. I slew more than a dozen flame demon warriors and found a heart of molten fire. After refining it, my flame resistance greatly increased, and my skills were imbued with fiery power. The third time, I reached the volcano's mouth and beheld a strange fist intent, a golden light stretching across the rift like an unhealing scar. I stood there for 7 days and nights. I did not comprehend it, not because I lacked strength, but because I was not yet worthy. Reading this, a look of astonishment flickered across Yi Xiao's face. The volcano's mouth? A unique fist intent? What exactly was this strange fist intent? Could it be connected to the fist intent illustrations in my collection? At that moment, the elderly librarian, who had just finished preparing an ancient tome, approached Yi Xiao's side. Lowering his gaze, he saw what Yi Xiao was reading. Yi Xiao looked up and inquired, "Old Qian, who wrote this note?" The man pushed up his bifocals and leaned in for a closer look, as if recalling some distant memory. Then, he spoke slowly. "I seem to have some impression of the person who wrote this note. It was many years ago. At that time, he was also a student here. I believe his name was Yi Zhenghe." The revelation struck Yi Xiao like a thunderclap, his mind buzzing wildly. Memories of his past life surged forth like a tidal wave. Yi Zhenghe, wasn't he that his foster father? He had never imagined he would find traces of his foster father's presence here. Beneath the annotation, 3 warnings were inscribed. If fate brings you here and you intend to venture into the Crimson Abyss, remember these 3 things. First, do not go too deep. The lava river marks the boundary. Beyond it lies the flame demon king's domain. Only those who have reached the 10th realm stand a chance against him. Second, do not stay too long. The flame demon king will erode your mind. Beyond 7 days, you will become someone else. Third, and most importantly, the most precious treasure of the Crimson Abyss is the strange fist intent at the volcano's mouth. I speculate it might well be a fist intent casually left behind by the nameless ancestor. Of course, if you're not a martial profession, you may skip this part. Having absorbed all this, Yi Xiao closed the book. Old Qian said, "Judging by your expression, you've made up your mind to go to the Crimson Abyss?" Yi Xiao hesitated, then nodded. "I don't know if I'm worthy, nor if I'm strong enough, but I want to see it for myself." His fist clenched slowly, a resolute will blossoming within. "I want to behold that fist intent. The fist intent left by the nameless ancestor. It could greatly aid my cultivation." A faint golden glow flickered briefly on his knuckles before dimming. Old Qian witnessed the entire transformation with a slight smile. Then, he produced a small container roughly the size of a palm, filled with a green liquid, and handed it to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao stared in surprise. "Old Qian, what is this?" The man smiled gently. "A potion that temporarily resists the Crimson Abyss's fiery poison. Its effect lasts for 24 hours. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's face lit up with a mixture of surprise and delight. "Old Qian, how much? I'll buy it." His tone was firm. Old Qian smiled faintly, seemingly recognizing the boy's stubborn pride. "At market price. Pay me back once you've earned the money," he added. With these words, Yi Xiao accepted the fiery poison resistance potion without hesitation. He carefully stowed it away and returned the book to the librarian. At that moment, Old Qian stood by the window and gazed up at the sky above Jiang City. The wind howled fiercely, rustling the campus trees. The setting sun painted the sky like spilled blood, spreading crimson hues everywhere. The heavens bore a scar of red, a dark crimson light resembling a half-open eye watching over the land. "The day after tomorrow," Old Qian suddenly uttered. Puzzled, Yi Xiao asked, "The day after tomorrow? What about it?" Old Qian stared at the sky. "The day after tomorrow, the seal on the Crimson Abyss will be at its most active. That will be the best time to enter. Many like you will seek to venture inside then. Sometimes, traveling together is better than going it alone. With this cryptic advice, old Qian turned back to his duties, leaving Yi Xiao to ponder. After lingering a while longer, Yi Xiao departed from the library. Old Qian's words, that the seal would be most active the day after tomorrow, making it ideal to enter, implied that during stable periods, the gateway likely remained closed. Though Yi Xiao had learned much about the Crimson Abyss from the book, he knew first-hand experience was indispensable. The following day, Yi Xiao took a day for preparation. He did not continue training his fists at the gravity training tower, but instead went to the body refinement hall to strengthen his physique. At 5 o'clock before dawn, while the sky still lay cloaked in darkness, Yi Xiao stood before the entrance to the body refinement hall. The iron door was always kept ajar, never locked. Few showed interest in this place, and no one dared steal from within. Over time, the absence of a lock did not invite intruders. With a heavy thud like a sigh, the iron door swung open. Yi Xiao stepped inside quietly, having told no one, preferring solitude. The hall was dimly lit, only the green glow of the emergency exit sign flickering. Massive machines stood silently in the shadows, like slumbering beasts awaiting awakening. Yi Xiao approached the wall and pressed the master switch. A hum filled the air as the overhead lights illuminated one by one, their white glare piercing. The machines emerged from the darkness, cold, rigid, and silent. He drew a deep breath and stepped toward the first machine, the 10,000-pound hydraulic hammer, standing beneath the colossal iron hammer. He lifted his gaze upward. Yesterday, he had endured 1,000 pounds here, his shoulders reddened. Today, he intended to challenge himself further. He removed his t-shirt, baring his torso, and fixed his eyes on his reflection in the mirror. His shoulders had broadened, his waist narrowed, and his abdominal muscles were carved as if by a sculptor's chisel. Only days ago, he had been an ordinary, frail youth. Now, he resembled a statue hewn from stone. Yi Xiao approached the machine's control panel. After pondering and studying for a moment, he set it to automatic mode, starting at 100 pounds, increasing by 50 pounds each time. This way, whenever he felt he could no longer endure, he could stop at once. He pressed the start button and stood beneath the hammer. 5 seconds later, 100 pounds. Bang! The iron hammer struck his shoulder. His body remained immobile. At this level, the impact was negligible to Yi Xiao's physique. Ding! Your supreme martial body has gained a slight amount of body refinement power. He listened to the system's voice ringing in his ears. His purpose in body refinement was precisely to acquire this body refinement power. Tomorrow, he was to enter the Red Abyss. Naturally, Yi Xiao hoped to enhance his overall strength as much as possible before entering. Physical fortitude was undeniably a crucial element. 150 pounds. Bang! His shoulders still felt nothing. Simultaneously, he gained more body refinement power. Ding! Your supreme martial body has gained a slight amount of body refinement power. 200 pounds. Bang! 250 pounds. Bang! Within the silent body refinement hall, only the 10,000-pound hydraulic hammer roared incessantly. Tireless, it repeatedly unleashed its crushing force downward. 1,000 pounds. Bang! Yi Xiao se shoulders instantired in it. His face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, his skin burning hot as it continuously triggered his latent potential. 1,050 pounds. Bang! 1,100 pounds. Bang! Yi Xiao's body bent into a bow-like curve, as if pressed down by an invisible hand. His bones creaked ominously, as though on the verge of breaking. He gritted his teeth and straightened up inch by inch. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat dripped down his cheeks onto the floor. If anyone were present to witness Yi Xiao's grueling training, they would surely deem him mad. Who would subject themselves to such brutal, relentless self-torment without any room for retreat? Spoiled prodigies accustomed to luxury would only regard Yi Xiao's primitive, foolish method as laughable. 1,500 pounds. Bang! The iron hammer rose to its highest point, paused for a second, then descended. Boom! This time, it was not a bang, but a thunderous boom. The entire machine trembled, the iron arm emitted a piercing metallic wail, and the numbers on the control panel jumped wildly. Yi Xiao's body abruptly bent downward, his knees nearly touching the ground. The skin on his shoulders split open, blood oozing out and trickling down his arms. Pain, a searing agony, as if someone were smashing his shoulders with an iron hammer, then painstakingly piecing them back together. He retrieved the Tiger Yang pill gifted by Heyday and swallowed it. Then he opened the Martial Heart Mall and swiftly selected the Clay Embryo Realm exclusive. Recovery items. Martial Dao Golden Pill, small upon consumption. Instantly restores a small amount of stamina and heals minor injuries. Exchange cost, 5 martial points. Rejuvenation powder, upon consumption. gradually and continuously restores stamina and minor injuries over half an hour. Exchange cost for martial points. Chi and blood pill. Upon consumption, replenishes chi and blood. Accelerating wound healing. Exchange cost 3 martial points. Yi Xiao no longer cared about caution. He purchased all 3 recovery medicines. Then, as if chewing gum, he stuffed all 3 pills into his mouth at once. If Wang Pengzi were here, witnessing Yi Xiao's actions, he would undoubtedly exclaim that Yi Xiao was insane. Medicines are 3 parts poison. Even recovery medicines must be cautiously taken separately to avoid conflict that could lead to dreadful consequences. After swallowing the 3 distinct pills, Yi Xiao immediately felt every blood vessel, cell, muscle, and bone within him operating at an accelerated pace. 1,550 pounds. Boom. 1,600 pounds. Boom. Yi Xiao bent to his absolute limit. If he bent further, he would collapse to the ground. The 10,000-pound hydraulic hammer maintained a safety margin and would not strike all the way down. Yet Yi Xiao did not fall. He gritted his teeth and straightened up inch by inch. Each inch felt like tearing muscles, each inch like crushing bones. But he straightened. He stood upright, steady, beneath the iron hammer like a tree battered by a storm, yet unbroken. Ding. Your supreme martial body has gained a tremendous amount of body refinement power. Is this enough? He whispered. Is this my limit? Not enough. 1,700 pounds. Boom. 1,800 pounds. Boom. 1,900 pounds. Boom. This time his knees hit the ground. One knee slammed heavily onto the metal floor with a dull thud. More blood flowed from his shoulders, streaming down his chest and dripping onto the floor, pooling into a small puddle. He knelt there, head bowed, gasping heavily. His lungs felt as if they would explode, his heart as if it would leap from his chest. Pain. Not a single part of his body was free from pain. Yet he did not collapse. He braced himself against the floor and stood up. Unsteady, but he stood. One more try. Pushed to 2,000 pounds. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Yet he chose to persist. Having come this far, he would break through his physical limits once more. 2,000 pounds. Boom. After withstanding 2,000 pounds, Yi Xiao was finally slammed to the ground. The 10,000-pound hydraulic hammer detected his fall. It terminated its automatic weight-increasing mode. Simultaneously, it ceased all movement. The silent body refinement hall was left with nothing but Yi Xiao's labored breathing. He felt as though he was on the brink of death. Yet an exhilarating sensation radiated from within, a supreme pleasure born from the extremity of torment. He looked down at his shoulders, covered in bruises and blood scabs. Skin turned bluish-purple and swollen. Moving his arms, his bones cracked, but he could still move. Movement meant survival. Despite his condition, Yi Xiao managed to smile. If Wang Pengzi were present to witness this scene, he would surely curse him as a pervert. At that moment, Yi Xiao's path of the strong flickered with radiant lights. Seeing this, a smile curled upon Yi Xiao's lips. Had a new milestone achievement been unlocked? Let me see, what do we have here? Skin torn and flesh shredded. The body refinement achievement has been attained. Reward. Pain adaptation. Pain perception reduced by 10%. Flesh mangled beyond recognition. The body refinement achievement has been attained. Pain adaptation upgraded to pain adaptation. Pain perception reduced by 20%. Torn apart and reborn. The body refinement achievement has been attained. Pain adaptation upgraded to pain adaptation. Pain perception reduced by 30%. Pain to the point of numbness. The body refinement achievement has been attained. Pain adaptation upgraded to pain adaptation. Pain perception reduced by 40%. Perception control. The body refinement achievement has been attained. Pain adaptation upgraded to pain adaptation. Max level. Pain perception reduced by 50%. Mastered state ability. Pain suppression. Effect. Upon activation, one will feel no pain whatsoever for the next 15 seconds. A series of new body refinement achievements unlocked in rapid succession brought a look of consolation and satisfaction to Yi Xiao's face. It seemed the hardships he had just endured during his body refinement were not in vain at all. He had just attained the highest tier of pain adaptation, reducing his pain perception by half. The sensation of pain serves as a protective mechanism for the human body, allowing one to discern where injuries have occurred. However, overwhelming pain can severely impair combat effectiveness. Now that Yi Xiao's pain perception had diminished by 50%, he could still feel pain. But this reduction effectively elevated his fighting prowess considerably. Moreover, he gained a new state ability, pain suppression. Effect. After activating this skill, the user will feel no pain whatsoever for the following 15 seconds. For 15 seconds, no agony will be felt. One could easily imagine Yi Xiao in such a state, completely oblivious to pain. This meant every strike he launched could be delivered with full force, and the attacks from his enemies would be utterly ineffective in deterring him. Since he would feel no pain, how could injuries diminish his combat capabilities? Yet, this state ability was a double-edged sword of the sharpest kind. Without any pain perception, Yi Xiao might not even notice if his hand were broken, his head cracked open, or if a sword pierced his chest. He was well aware that he must exercise great caution when employing this ability. After resting for 2 hours, Yi Xiao approached the second machine, the flesh mill. He had already tasted the sweetness from this near-torturous body refinement. There is no fragrance of plum blossoms without enduring the bitter cold. The benefits brought by such extreme body refinement exceeded his wildest expectations. Furthermore, Yi Xiao possessed the martial heart emporium, which allowed him to swallow various medicines, greatly accelerating his recovery. Before him lay a gigantic roller lying horizontally on the ground, its inner walls covered with protruding metal nodules resembling countless fists. Yi Xiao stood before the roller, gazing at the pitch-black entrance. Inside, it was so dark that nothing was visible. Only the stench of rust and machine oil wafted out, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. How does one even start this thing? Yi Xiao pondered it. At that moment, a voice came from behind him. Brother Xiao, so you really are here? Yi Xiao turned around and was startled to see Wang Pengzi approaching, holding breakfast with a complicated expression. Why have you come? Yi Xiao asked. I woke up this morning and found you weren't in the dormitory, Wang Pengzi said as he entered and placed the breakfast aside. Then I guess you might be here. So I came, and sure enough, here you are. Brother Xiao, I brought you breakfast. Have something to eat. Yi Xiao smiled and nodded, accepting the breakfast Wang Pengzi had brought. Wang Pengzi glanced at the flesh mill and swallowed hard. Brother Xiao, do you know what this thing is called? The flesh mill. Anyone who goes and comes out covered in blood and shredded flesh. Are you really going to try it? Yi Xiao nodded vaguely while eating. Try it. Wang Pengzi was somewhat helpless. He could see clearly that once Yi Xiao made up his mind, not even 10 bulls could drag him back. After finishing breakfast, Yi Xiao bent down and crawled into the roller of the flesh mill. Inside, it was cramped, just enough space for one person to lie down. The protrusions on the inner wall pressed painfully against his back. He lay down flat, arms crossed over his chest, closed his eyes, and called out, "Start." Wang Pengzi hesitated for a moment before pressing the start button, setting the machine to its lowest gear. The roller began to turn slowly. 1 rotation, 2, 3. The nodules struck his back, shoulders, ribs, and thighs from every angle. Yi Xiao felt no pain, as if someone were gently patting him. This was due to his extreme martial physique having reached the 3rd realm, significantly enhancing his physical strength. Therefore, he could withstand the flesh mill at the 1st gear. Speed up, Yi Xiao shouted. Wang Pengzi turned the dial to the 2nd gear. The roller spun faster. The force of the nodules striking him intensified, like fists pounding him. 1 strike, 2, 3. His entire body was hammered simultaneously, as if surrounded and beaten by a dozen men. 3rd gear, Wang Ho's hands trembled. Brother Xiao, you get hurt. Turn it up. Yi Xiao's single-word command was resolute. 3rd gear, the roller whirled rapidly. The nodules rained down like heavy raindrops, dense, weighty, and inescapable. Yi Xiao's body tumbled inside, like a piece of meat thrown into a blender. It hurt. Every inch of him ached. His back, chest, ribs, thighs, and arms. Every patch of skin was battered, every muscle crushed. He gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out, consoling himself inwardly. Pain is right. Pain is the process of evolution. Yi Xiao could hear the system's constant notifications ringing in his ears. Ding. Your extreme martial physique has gained a vast amount of body refinement power. Ding. Your extreme martial physique has gained a vast amount of body refinement power. Each notification became a driving force, encouraging Yi Xiao to endure. 4th gear. No, Wang Ho shouted. 4th gear will kill you. Turn it up. Wang Pengzi bit his lip and twisted the dial to the 4th gear. The roller emitted a piercing roar. The force of the nodules striking him was like being hammered with iron mallets. Yi Xiao felt as if he had been stuffed into a colossal stone mill, crushed, ground, and pulverized. His bones creaked ominously, as if about to shatter. His skin split open, blood seeping out, mingling with sweat to coat the inner wall of the roller in a layer of red. He closed his eyes. It hurts. It hurts so much. But he did not call for a stop because he knew every ounce of pain was making his body stronger. Every wound was his armor. Every crushing blow pressed his flesh tighter, denser, and harder. Yi Xiao sensed his limit was the 4th gear and that he could not push any further. So he maintained the 4th gear's intensity. He remained inside for 10 minutes. Finally, when he called out to end the session, Wang Pengzi's trembling hand halted the machine. When Yi Xiao emerged, he was drenched in blood, not flowing freely but seeping, and his entire body was stained with it. His skin was densely covered with countless tiny wounds, as if it had been sanded down with coarse sandpaper. Droplets of blood seeped from the injuries, staining him a deep crimson, turning him into a man of blood. Wang Pengzi stood nearby, his face pale as a ghost. "Brother Xiao, are you all right?" The madman Yi Xiao delivered an unprecedented visual shock to Wang Pengzi. He could hardly fathom that someone would be so ruthless in tormenting his own body for the sake of cultivation and strength. "Feels pretty good." Yi Xiao, now a man drenched in blood, still found the leisure to grin at Wang Pengzi. At that very moment, the path of the strong that Yi Xiao had been longing for flickered with radiant light once more. A new milestone achievement had arrived. Such moments were the most exhilarating. It seemed that once the amount of body refinement power acquired reached the required threshold, the corresponding achievements would activate automatically. Hardened flesh. Body refinement achievement unlocked. Reward. Wall of flesh. Physical defense +5. Bronze skin body. Body refinement achievement unlocked. Wall of flesh upgraded to wall of flesh. Physical defense +10. Iron bone body. Body refinement achievement unlocked. Wall of flesh upgraded to wall of flesh. Physical defense +15. Refined steel body. Body refinement achievement unlocked. Wall of flesh upgraded to wall of flesh. Physical defense +20. Wooddraw body. Body refinement achievement unlocked. Wall of flesh upgraded to wall of flesh. Max level. Physical defense +25. Mastery of state ability. Bronze skin and iron bones. Effect. Upon activation, physical defense temporarily soars to 100 for the next 15 seconds. At this moment, upon witnessing the rewards from his body refinement achievements, a look of relief and satisfaction appeared on Yi Xiao's face. The wall of flesh, max level, bestowed upon him a 25-point enhancement to his physical defense. Yi Xiao lowered his gaze, fixating on the surface of his body. To the eye, there seemed little difference from before, yet in truth, the resilience of his flesh and skin had ascended to a new plateau. Moreover, he had mastered a new state ability, bronze skin and iron bones. This effect was formidable indeed. Once activated, for the ensuing 15 seconds, his physical defense would surge temporarily to 100. Essentially, Yi Xiao had doubled his defensive capability. One ability shielded him from pain, the other forged his body into bronze and iron. Together, these state abilities formed a perfect synergy. Yi Xiao could already envision himself charging recklessly forward, impervious to pain, with thickened flesh and robust bones, fiercely assaulting his foes. At this juncture, Wang Pengzi noticed the myriad tiny blood spots scattered across Yi Xiao's body, the pores gradually drying and scabbing over. A chilling sensation crept over him. He could not imagine what it would be like to endure such torment himself. Perhaps if he were trapped within the flesh mill for no more than 10 seconds. He would be overwhelmed by a desire to die. "Brother Xiao, do you intend to keep going?" The moment Wang Pengzi uttered those words, he immediately regretted it. Because Yi Xiao truly intended to press on. "Keep going?" "Yes, but not this method anymore. Let us switch to something else." With that, Wang Pengzi watched in stunned silence as Yi Xiao approached the ice pool. He stripped off his clothes, leaving only his underwear. Using the icy water, he began to rub his body, acclimating himself to the frigid environment awaiting him. Then, with a splash, Yi Xiao plunged into the ice pool. Grasping a rope, he kept himself afloat in the center of the pool. The rope served as a life-saving device. If he could no longer endure, he could trigger it to be swiftly pulled from the freezing water. At this moment, Yi Xiao shuddered violently several times. The icy chill surged upward from the soles of his feet, racing all the way to the crown of his head. The water, at a temperature of -10 degrees Celsius, pierced his skin like countless needles. The tiny wounds were stung by the icy water, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Yet he did not move. Clutching the rope, he rested against the pool's edge, striving to relax before closing his eyes and allowing the ice-cold water to envelop his body completely. Blood oozed from the wounds, dispersing in the water like a red mist. The principle behind the ice pool was simple. Cold, extreme cold. So cold that blood vessels constricted, blood thickened, and the body instinctively accelerated circulation to maintain core temperature. During this process, qi and blood were activated and the physical body strengthened. But the price was agony. Pain so intense it made one wish for death. On the shore, Wang Pengzi's face was etched with worry. Yi Xiao's every action was utterly insane. In his entire life, he had never seen nor heard of anyone cultivating in such a frenzied manner. This was not cultivation. It was courting death. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth, enduring, wielding his willpower to resist the icy water. Simultaneously, he could feel his body's primal survival instinct, his blood hastening its circulation, continuously generating new heat to compensate for the heat lost at the surface. Yes, this is the feeling, this torment, the pain that makes one wish to die, the agony of suicide. Yi Shao screamed silently within his heart. For only through this could his body continue to evolve. At last, the ice pool began to take effect. Messages of acquiring body refinement power floated incessantly in his ears. Ding! Your ultimate martial body has gained a massive amount of body refinement power. Ding! Your ultimate martial body has gained a massive amount of body refinement power. After enduring for 5 minutes, Yi Shao's head emerged from the water, frosted with a layer of ice. Wiping the frost from his eyelashes, he said to Wang Pengzi, "Pengzi, help me lower the temperature again. Minus 20 degrees, I want to try." Upon hearing Yi Shao's nearly perverse request, Wang Pengzi's voice trembled with fear. "Brother Shao, no. Lower the temperature again? If it drops any further, you might just freeze to death in there." Wang Pengzi could no longer hold back. He blurted out words of warning. Remember, Yi Shao had already spent 5 minutes submerged in the ice pool at minus 10 degrees. 5 minutes. It was an unimaginable feat. Lower the temperature. Yi Shao's tone was resolute and unyielding. Wang Pengzi had no choice but to comply. The ice pool began to chill further. Yi Shao immediately felt a widespread numbness creeping over his limbs. However, this was not due to his 50-point pain reduction. Rather, his body was beginning to stiffen and become numb from the cold. In simple terms, if he continued, his body would begin to suffer necrosis, organ damage from freezing, and other dire consequences. Yet after this period of training, Yi Shao's body was no longer what it once was. In the minus 20-degree ice pool, Yi Shao silently calculated how long he could endure this immersion. Ding! Your ultimate martial body has gained an enormous amount of body refinement power. Ding! Your ultimate martial body has gained an enormous amount of body refinement power. But it must be said, enduring physical training in such a harsh environment brought immense benefits. Essentially, every 2 seconds, he absorbed a tremendous surge of refining power. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. When the 3-minute mark arrived, Yi Shao chose not to continue pushing himself or stubbornly break through his limits and potential. Instead, he immediately said, "Fatty, pull me up." He was fully aware of the purpose behind his physical training, to become stronger. Realizing he had reached the threshold of his body's endurance, Yi Shao hesitated not for a moment and promptly opted to withdraw. Wang Fatty was equally swift and sharp. Almost as soon as Yi Shao uttered the first word, he activated the life-saving rope mechanism. With a swift whoosh, the safety rope hoisted Yi Shao out of the icy pool. Yi Shao had remained in the pool for 8 minutes, 5 minutes in a 10-degree environment and 3 minutes in a 20-degree one. This achievement was already quite remarkable. When he emerged, his lips were tinged purple, his entire body stiff and rigid, resembling a corpse lifted from an ice cellar. Wang Fatty hurriedly supported the staggering Yi Shao, guiding him step by step to a nearby chair. Yi Shao sat down, gasping heavily for breath. The moment Wang Fatty released his grip, he felt a sharp sting of cold bite into his palms. Pain, cold, were the first thoughts flashing through Wang Fatty's mind. Internally shocked, he thought, "I only held him for a few seconds, yet my hands are already numb from the cold. And he stayed in the icy pool for such a long time. Brother Shao, you're not human, you're a freak." At that moment, Yi Shao used the towel Wang Fatty handed him to wipe away the water droplets clinging to his body. He lowered his gaze to examine himself. The wounds on his body no longer bled. The freezing water had constricted his blood vessels, staunching the flow. Yet the injuries remained, bruises dark and purple, swollen muscles reddened from strain. Just days ago, he had been an ordinary youth. Having just crossed into the martial world, he possessed nothing but the weight of countless sneers, disdainful glances, and a grand mission of vengeance upon his shoulders. Back then, his body was pale and thin, devoid of muscle, fragile as a breeze. And he would fall after a single punch. Now, merely days later, his body was scarred. Bruises hammered into his shoulders from a hammer strike. Blood scabs ground into his back from a millstone, cracked skin on his arms caused by the icy water. He resembled a battle-worn veteran returning from the front lines. Yet he did not find this unsightly. Every scar was a medal. Every bruise was armor. Each mark testified to his relentless ascent in strength. At that very moment, the path of the strong interface flickered with shimmering lights. New milestone achievements had arrived. Yi Shao, now quite adept at checking his progress, could already sense an unusual heat surging through his bloodstream, raging wildly within his vessels, flowing everywhere. In his heart, Yi Shao speculated, Could this internal reaction be the result of activating the physical training rewards? He then opened the path of the strong interface to review the milestone achievements. Blood droplet. Physical training achievement unlocked. Reward, Chi in blood circulation. Recovery speed 10. Bloodstream. Physical training achievement unlocked. Chi in blood circulation upgraded to Chi in blood circulation. Recovery speed 20. Blood river. Physical training achievement unlocked. Chi in blood circulation upgraded to Chi in blood circulation. Recovery speed 30. Blood lake. Physical training achievement unlocked. Chi in blood circulation upgraded to Chi in blood circulation. Recovery speed 40. Blood ocean. Physical training achievement unlocked. Chi in blood circulation upgraded to Chi in blood circulation. Max level. Recovery speed 50. Mastered state ability. Hyper regeneration. Effect. Upon activation. Recovery speed surges to 500 for the next 15 seconds. After reading this, the smile on Yi Xiao's face became uncontrollable. Were it not for Wang Fatty standing nearby, he might have burst into unrestrained laughter. 8 minutes of training in the icy pool yielded astonishing effects and impressive achievements. It had directly granted him mastery of the max level, Chi and blood circulation, bestowing a permanent recovery speed bonus of 50. No wonder he felt warmth coursing through his body. It must be his accelerated blood circulation. Because his body was injured, his cells were all rushing to repair it, and this process was now 50 times faster. Simultaneously, Yi Xiao had also acquired his third state ability, hyper regeneration. This could temporarily boost his physical recovery speed to 500. When Yi Xiao saw this figure, he rubbed his eyes, fearing he had misread it. This was equivalent to a temporary 5-fold increase in recovery speed. Wound T, that mean the moment he was scratched and blood began to flow, the wound would instantly heal. After repeatedly confirming he had not misread the numbers, the smile on his face could no longer be contained. Wang Fatty looked at him puzzled. Brother Xiao, why do you look like you're smiling and not smiling at the same time? Yi Xiao finally could not hold back and laughed aloud. Ha ha ha. Wang Fatty did not laugh. Instead, a look of alarm flickered across his face. Worried, he said, Brother Xiao, you didn't freeze your body by staying in the icy pool too long, did you? Is your emotional sensory system malfunctioning? Why are you suddenly laughing like this? Even after laughing, the smile on Yi Xiao's face did not fade. No, Fatty, I'm fine. But Brother Xiao, why do you look like that? Wang Fatty insisted. I just thought of something funny, Yi Xiao replied. Wang Fatty remained concerned. Brother Xiao, shall I take you to see the school doctor? Yi Xiao resolutely shook his head in refusal. No one understood his physical condition better than he did. Having attained the max level Chi and blood circulation, he could feel with certainty that all his injuries were rapidly healing. Although the external signs were not yet fully apparent, the internal damage was no longer a major concern. Yi Xiao had already tasted the sweet fruits of physical training. He said to Wang Fatty, Fatty, my body is fine. Though I look battered and bruised, there is no internal injury. Wang Fatty stared at him skeptically. Brother Xiao, just to be safe, shouldn't we get you checked out? Yi Xiao sighed in resignation. A check is fine, but let us wait until I finish my training. Upon hearing this, Wang Fatty's small eyes widened in astonishment, his round face staring intently at Yi Xiao. Brother Xiao, you don't mean you want to keep training the next project, do you? Yi Xiao smiled faintly, but said nothing, simply heading toward the next machine. The 1,000-weight pillar, a massive pillar extended from the floor to the ceiling, its surface covered in grooves. The edges of the grooves were worn smooth, as if touched by countless hands. Yi Xiao stood before the pillar, looking up at the unattainable summit. Are you going to climb this? Wang Fatty followed behind, his voice trembling. Brother Xiao, your hands haven't fully recovered yet. Yi Xiao raised his hand and glanced briefly. His fingers were riddled with wounds, nails cracked, knuckles swollen. No problem. Yi Xiao shook his head at Wang Pengzi. During previous body tempering sessions, he had seldom used his hands, only engaging them briefly during the flesh millstone exercise. Wang Pengzi swallowed hard with difficulty. But Brother Xiao, this 1,000-gene pillar is specifically designed to train the fingers. Aren't you mainly focusing on practicing your fists? Why do you need to train your fingers separately? If your fingers get injured, wouldn't that be a serious problem? It seemed Yi Xiao had already anticipated this. He replied, even if my fingers get injured, I still have my fists. Even if all 5 fingers are hurt, it won't stop me from forming a fist, right? Wang Pengzi was rendered speechless by this response, unable to find any words. Since it was Yi Xiao's decision, no one could persuade him otherwise. Yi Xiao did not rush forward blindly. Instead, he rested for an hour, during which he studied the 1,000-gene pillar carefully. After an hour, Yi Xiao prepared to challenge the 1,000-gene pillar. He inserted one finger into the first groove, Pain, a piercing agony, surged forth. Although he was prepared in advance, the excruciating pain was almost unbearable, even with his pain perception reduced by 50%. Yet he did not loosen his grip. He inserted a finger from his other hand into the second groove and lifted his feet off the ground. At this moment, his entire body weight hung, suspended on just 2 fingers. Yi Xiao used the index fingers of both hands. At that instant, he felt as if his index fingers were about to snap. His bones creaked ominously, and his fingernails scraped against the inner walls of the grooves, leaving white marks. Biting his teeth, he pulled his body upward. He switched both hands to the middle fingers, inserting them into slightly higher grooves. These grooves were extremely narrow, allowing only 1 finger to fit inside. It was equivalent to using the strength of a single finger to haul his entire body upward. A truly terrifying feat. It had begun. Brother Xiao had started to climb. Would he reach the summit? Wang Pengzi's heart was lodged in his throat. At this moment, he was more anxious than anyone else and wished more fervently than anyone that Yi Xiao would succeed. Yi Xiao's face flushed deep red. His fingers trembled as the searing pain assaulted his mind. Yet he gritted his teeth and refused to let go. Slowly, inch by inch, he climbed higher. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Sweat dripped from his forehead, falling onto the pillar and striking the ground below with soft, pattering sounds. His arms trembled, his fingers shook, his entire body quivered. But still, Yi Xiao did not stop. Ding! Your supreme martial body has gained an enormous amount of tempering power. Ding! Your supreme martial body has gained an enormous amount of tempering power. From the outset, Yi Xiao's body tempering commenced with a tremendous infusion of power. Yet he could not bring himself to rejoice, for there was no time to celebrate. The 1,000-gene pillar started at hellish difficulty. His mind was entirely focused on climbing higher. Nothing else held his attention. 9 meters, 10 meters, 11 meters. Wang Pengzi stood below, looking up in silence, afraid to utter a sound, lest he disturb Yi Xiao. He watched Yi Xiao clinging to the pillar like a gecko, a climber, a madman. Brother Xiao, Wang Pengzi silently thought, after today, I am utterly in awe of you. Your tenacity surpasses even that of the most extraordinary beings. Though the world looked down upon E-level martial artists, and no E-level professional had ever become a transcendent, I believe that if there were to be an E-level transcendent in this world, it would surely be you, Brother Xiao. If you do not succeed, the heavens are unjust, and the world would be unworthy of your efforts and sacrifices. 15 meters, 16 meters, 17 meters. For an ordinary person, each meter would be but a single step. But for Yi Xiao, each additional meter exacted an ever greater toll. He fought against it all with sheer willpower. His hands had gone numb, not from absence of pain, but from pain so intense it rendered sensation void. His nails cracked. Blood oozed from between his fingers, leaving red streaks upon the pillar. Seeing this, Wang Pengzi's heart clenched painfully. 18 meters, 19 meters, 20 meters. When Yi Xiao painfully reached the height of 20 meters, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This should be enough. I've reached my limit. To climb to the very top with my current strength, it seems not quite possible yet. Yi Xiao relaxed his finger's grip. His body fell backward. The entire tempering hall spread out before his eyes. The giant machines, seen from this vantage point, looked like oversized toys, amusing and intriguing. Sunlight streamed in through the skylights, bathing him in warm light. He spread his arms wide, tilted his head back, and smiled as he closed his eyes. A breeze swept over him, drying the sweat and blood on his body. The sensation was delightful. Boom! Yi Xiao landed steadily on the safety mat Wang Pengzi had prepared in advance. His entire body sank into the thick cushioning beneath. Wang Pengzi's gaze immediately fell upon Yi Xiao's bloodied fingers, where the pale bones were exposed. His expression was one of profound complexity. Throughout Jiang University, there would be no second student who tormented his body to such an extreme degree in pursuit of strength. At this moment, Yi Xiao could only lift his wrist, but could not sense his fingers, for they were completely severed. Path of the Strong flickered forth as promised, emitting rays of light. Lying upon the safety mat, Yi Xiao focused his mind. The Path of the Strong appeared before him, and he reviewed his milestone achievements. Iron Bones, body tempering achievement completed. Reward, flesh and bone. Bone and flesh regeneration ability, 5. Bronze Bones, body tempering achievement completed. Flesh and bone upgraded to flesh and bone. Bone and flesh regeneration ability 10. Silver Bones, body tempering achievement completed. Flesh and bone upgraded to flesh and bone. Bone and flesh regeneration ability 15. Gold Bones, body tempering achievement completed. Flesh and bone upgraded to flesh and bone. Bone and Flesh Regeneration Ability 20. J Bones. Body Tempering Achievement completed. Flesh and Bone upgraded to Flesh and Bone. Max level. Bone and Flesh Regeneration Ability 25. State Mastery. Limb Regeneration. Effect. Upon activation, allows the specified severed limb to regenerate. Thus, Yi Xiao had attained milestone achievements across 4 distinct body tempering categories. This time, Yi Xiao's reward was the max level Flesh and Bone, dramatically enhancing his bone and flesh regeneration ability by 25. Previously, Yi Xiao's finger fractures were nothing but pain and more pain. But now, he faintly sensed a tingling warmth coursing through his fractured palm. From this, Yi Xiao knew that his broken flesh and bones had begun to grow anew and heal. Moreover, the newly acquired state mastery dazzled him. Limb regeneration. Upon activation, it enables the regeneration of designated truncated limbs. Does that not imply I can employ it immediately? Thus, Yi Xiao promptly utilized the state ability he had mastered for the first time. With a focused thought, he silently invoked the phrase limb regeneration. Instantly, a verdant scanning field manifested before his eyes. Aligning his gaze with his palm, he pinpointed the precise location for limb regeneration. After confirming, he proceeded to activate the limb regeneration. In the next moment, Yi Xiao witnessed a spectacle akin to discovering a new world. The fingers, once revealing stark white bones, began to regenerate flesh and blood visibly before his eyes. In a short while, the exposed phalanges were enveloped anew by burgeoning flesh. Simultaneously, the previously severed and uncontrollable fingers gradually regained his command through the wondrous power of limb regeneration. However, the cost was considerable. All the vital qi and blood within Yi Xiao surged towards his palm, concentrating the restorative force there. Consequently, the insufficient supply of qi and blood to his brain caused his vision to darken abruptly, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Since this was his inaugural use of the state ability, Yi Xiao endured significant aftereffects. He had never fathomed that employing a state ability would exact such a price. Time passed. How long, he could not say. When Yi Xiao finally regained consciousness, he found himself lying upon a white bed, the air imbued with the scent of disinfectant. Beside him was a familiar face, none other than Wang Pengzi. Wang Pengzi looked anxiously at the school physician clad in a white coat and repeatedly uttered a few phrases. "Uncle, does my roommate have any health issues? Although your roommate's body is covered in scars, my internal examination reveals an astonishingly healthy constitution. In all my years of medical practice, I have never encountered such a robust physique. Truly peculiar. Is that for real? Uncle, are you sure?" He passed out and was bleeding profusely. Yet now he appears completely healthy? Though it defies logic, it is indeed so. Your roommate's body is 1,000 times healthier than yours. The doctor in the white coat turned to admonish Wang Pengzi. "Wang Ho, you should exercise more and learn from your roommate. You appear plump and unscathed, but I suspect some issues with your waist and kidneys." At these words, Wang Pengzi's face turned pale. He had rushed to have Yi Xiao examined out of fear when his roommate collapsed unconscious, only to discover Yi Xiao was in excellent health. Meanwhile, he himself was diagnosed with signs of kidney deficiency. Wang Pengzi's anxiety surged. "Uncle, how could I possibly have a problem?" The white-coated physician glanced at Wang Pengzi and chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he looked toward the bed. "Your roommate is awake." Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi quickly turned his gaze to Yi Xiao, who indeed had opened his eyes. "Xiao, are you all right? You fainted suddenly. You scare me to death. I thought something terrible had happened to you." Yi Xiao, still adjusting to his surroundings and his own body, remembered invoking the limb regeneration state ability before losing consciousness. He attempted to move his fingers and found he could. The previously exposed finger bones had healed significantly. "I'm fine," Yi Xiao smiled in response to Wang Pengzi's concern. "Are you really okay?" "Absolutely," Yi Xiao repeated emphatically, assuring Wang Pengzi that he was indeed unharmed. Recalling his condition before unconsciousness, Yi Xiao realized that all his qi and blood had been mobilized to repair his severed finger, depriving other parts of his body, including his brain, of sufficient nourishment. This severe cerebral ischemia caused his fainting. He mused inwardly. It seems the use of state abilities is not a matter of whimsy. In the future, when employing the limb regeneration ability, he must exercise caution and adapt to circumstances. At that moment, the white-coated physician stood beside Yi Xiao's bed, gazing down at him. "You are the new E-rank warrior this year?" Wang Pengzi was about to explain. "Uncle, although he is an E-rank professional." "Actually, Yi Xiao." The physician's tone turned icy. "Wang Ho, I'm not asking you. Wait outside. I need to speak with him alone." Witnessing the doctor's rare serious demeanor, Wang Ponzi hesitated but ultimately left the room, saying to Yi Xiao, "Xiao Ge, I'll be outside. Call me if you need anything." With that, Wang Ponzi departed, leaving only Yi Xiao and the doctor in white. Yi Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and answered the doctor's question. "Yes. You are quite extraordinary." This statement left Yi Xiao perplexed. "Your physical constitution surpasses that of any student I have encountered. Even many who have reached the fifth realm and beyond, cultivating their bodies alongside other disciplines, do not possess such well-developed physiques. To train a warrior's body to this extent, you must have endured considerable hardship." While examining Yi Xiao during his unconsciousness, the physician had uncovered extraordinary secrets within his body. After hearing the doctor's words, Yi Xiao fell silent, partly because he did not recognize the man before him, and partly because he could not discern whether this person harbored goodwill or malice. Observing Yi Xiao se silenge. The physician saw through the young man's thoughts. He smiled faintly and said, "Everyone harbors their own secrets in cultivation. You are no exception. Turn over." The doctor's tone chilled as he resumed his medical authority. Following the instruction, Yi Xiao turned over. "Undress," the doctor commanded. Yi Xiao removed his shirt, revealing a mottled expanse of bruises stretching from his shoulder blades down to his waist, resembling a violently painted canvas. Several areas of skin had cracked, crusted with dark red scabs, surrounded by yellowish bruising. Pointing to the injuries, the doctor remarked one by one: shoulder, bruised and swollen, with evident subcutaneous hemorrhaging. Back, from shoulder blades to the waist, large bruised areas and scabs. Arms, from wrists to elbows, densely covered with red spots, consistent with frostbite from immersion in an ice-cold pool. Chest, several scab scratch marks, likely caused by raised protrusions in a flesh grinder. In just a few sentences, the doctor had thoroughly dissected Yi Xiao's physical ordeal. Yi Xiao could not help but feel astonished at the man before him. Then the physician said, "Get out of bed and come with me to the treatment room." Though puzzled, Yi Xiao complied and followed the doctor into an inner chamber. Upon entering, he was astonished to find a wooden tub filled with a bath. The basin contained a dark brown liquid, steaming gently. A potent medicinal aroma permeated the air, bitter with a hint of astringency, astringent with a touch of pungency. "Immerse yourself," the school physician in a white coat instructed bluntly. Yi Xiao gazed at the medicinal bath and inquired, "What is this?" "A herbal bath," the physician replied, adding several more herbs into the mixture as he spoke. "Not only will it heal your wounds, but it will also strengthen your muscles and bones." Upon hearing this, a trace of surprise flickered across Yi Xiao's face. They had never met before. This was their first encounter, and yet the school doctor was treating him with such generosity, offering a medicinal bath to heal his injuries. Yi Xiao found it hard to believe that this white-coated doctor would extend such care to every student who came seeking treatment. Observing Yi Xiao's hesitation, the physician furrowed his brow and said, "Do you think I offer this herbal bath free of charge? It costs money, you know." Yi Xiao chuckled quietly, "But I don't have any money." The doctor's tone turned indifferent as he offered two simple words: "On credit." Yi Xiao removed his shoes and submerged his feet into the bath. The water was scalding, not the kind that burns the skin, but one that sears the bones. Heat surged from the soles of his feet, traveling up his calves, knees, and thighs, spreading throughout his entire body. The bruised areas felt as if an invisible hand were kneading them from within. The fractured bones felt as though countless fine needles were stitching them back together. "Does it feel comfortable?" the doctor asked. Yi Xiao shook his head. "It hurts." "Good," the doctor said, pulling up a chair to sit beside him. "Pain means the medicine is working. Medicine that doesn't hurt is a lie. At your age, pain is a sign of progress. Comfort is reserved for the dead." The herbal bath lasted for half an hour. With his eyes closed, Yi Xiao sensed the transformations within his body. Those hidden injuries, the bruises, the fractures, all gradually mending under the influence of the medicinal power. He could feel his bones growing harder, his tendons tougher, and his skin thickening. This was no illusion. The herbal concoction was pushing him toward greater strength. Suddenly, the doctor abruptly asked, "Is your father Yi Jinghe?" Surprised, Yi Xiao responded, "You know him?" The doctor remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding, implicitly confirming Yi Xiao's question. Then he said, "Your father owes me a favor he has yet to fulfill. Since you are his son, you inherit his debts. Will you take on this task or not?" Without hesitation, Yi Xiao's voice was resolute. "I will." "You agreed without even asking? Aren't you afraid I might be sending you to your death?" "No." The doctor fixed Yi Xiao with a meaningful gaze. Yi Xiao said, "If I still hold value to you, you surely wouldn't send me on a suicide mission." The doctor suddenly smiled. "You are clever, and you possess a maturity and shrewdness beyond your years." Yi Xiao smiled and asked, "What is the task?" "Herb gathering," the doctor answered succinctly. then retrieved a map he had prepared earlier. Seeing this, Yi Xiao chuckled. You're so certain I agree that you even prepared a map in advance. The doctor did not answer the question, but handed the map to Yi Xiao. I need a herb called red bloodgrass. It only grows by the lava river in the red abyss, absorbing fire energy and demonic aura. It is a primary ingredient in advanced elixirs and a core component of this herbal bath. My supply is nearly exhausted, and I need someone to collect it. Why don't you go yourself? The doctor paused before replying. I went last time and barely returned. If you're afraid of death, just pretend I never said that. He then motioned to take back the map. But Yi Xiao grasped the map firmly, staring at the red circled area. Does the red circle indicate the presence of monsters? Yes, the doctor nodded. The red abyss is inhabited by demons year-round, and the red bloodgrass grows only by the lava river, where the temperature is high and poisonous gases abound. Ordinary people who venture there are doomed. But you're different. You are a warrior who can withstand high heat, toxins, and fight demons. I examined your body. It is extraordinary and can resist the fire poison of the red abyss. Yi Xiao smiled wryly. You flatter me too much. What if I fail to bring back the herb? That's your problem, not mine. With that, the doctor turned and left the room, paying no further attention to Yi Xiao. After a while, Wang Pengzi rushed in, staring excitedly at Yi Xiao soaking in the herbal bath. Brother Xiao, how does the herbal bath feel? Is it great? Yi Xiao shook his head. Great? Not quite. It really hurts, the kind of pain that pierces your marrow. Hearing this, Wang Pengzi shuddered involuntarily, feeling an eerie chill. I want to try it myself, but after what you said, I think I'll pass. Yi Xiao remained immersed in the herbal bath for a full hour before emerging. Standing naked on the floor, he was stunned to find that all the wounds he had carried were completely gone. Moreover, his skin had become whiter and more tender, like that of a baby, possessing a return-to-purity quality. At that moment, a sudden red light startled Yi Xiao with delight. He instantly recognized it as a milestone achievement from the path of the strong. Could soaking in the herbal bath for an hour really unlock a new achievement? A thought crossed Yi Xiao's mind, and the milestone achievements of the path of the strong appeared before him. Tough tendons and iron bones. Body refinement achievement completed. Reward: dragon tendons and tiger bones. Bone hardness 5. Flexible tendons and steel bones. Body refinement achievement completed. Dragon tendons and tiger bones upgraded to bone hardness 10. Silver tendons and copper bones. Body refinement achievement completed. Dragon tendons and tiger bones upgraded to bone hardness 15. Golden tendons and jade bones. Body refinement achievement completed. Dragon tendons and tiger bones upgraded to bone hardness 20. Heavenly tendons and sacred bones. Body refinement achievement completed. Dragon tendons and tiger bones, max level, bone hardness 25. Yi Xiao could clearly feel the increase in his bone hardness. However, this time there was one thing missing. No new status ability was gained. Nonetheless, for Yi Xiao, this was more than satisfactory. A final bone hardness of 25 represented a significant boost to his overall strength. After dressing, Yi Xiao stepped out of the infirmary, only to be called by Wang Pengzi. Brother Xiao, where are you headed? Yi Xiao smiled to the body refinement hall. Wang Pengzi was stunned for 5 seconds before saying, Again? It's almost dark. Outside, the afternoon was drawing near to dusk. Yi Xiao nodded. I know. By the way, Pengzi, please help me ask for leave. I intend to depart from the school tomorrow. Wang Pengzi, startled, inquired, Brother Xiao, what are you planning to do? Yi Xiao pondered for a moment and resolved to keep his destination. Rift 17, Red Abyss, a secret for the time being. Firstly, he did not wish to cause Wang Pengzi any concern. Secondly, he preferred to keep this matter undisclosed to others. Thus, Yi Xiao cleverly chose a different explanation. Pengzi, aren't you looking for the gathering spirit incense? I'll go and get some for you. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi was immediately moved to tears. Brother Xiao, your words touch me deeply. Boo-hoo. Brother Xiao, you are my lifelong elder brother. Yi Xiao looked on helplessly as Wang Pengzi clung to him, weeping. He gently pushed him away. All right, Pengzi, stop pretending. If the teacher asks about me, just say I went back to my hometown for a visit. Through fire and water. Brother Xiao, Wang Pengzi stood solemnly, saluting Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao could only laugh and shake his head at this lively character. Afterwards, he made his way once more to the physical training hall. Why did Yi Xiao return? Because there was still a project he had yet to complete. More precisely, Yi Xiao wished to continue practicing a new regimen and see if he could attain a new state ability. After all, one can never have too many skills. As he was about to journey to Rift 17, Red Abyss, it was best that he prepared himself with as many techniques as possible. At the deepest part of the physical training hall, a wall stood silently, resembling a colossal tombstone. Its surface was densely embedded with fist-sized targets, arranged in a honeycomb pattern. Each target was black, forged from obsidian iron, and connected at the back to intricate sensors. Above the wall hung a massive screen, displaying real-time strike data, force, speed count, and ranking. At that moment, Yi Xiao looked up at the wall. 10,000 targets, like 10,000 eyes, also seemed to be watching him. Standing beside him, Wang Pengzi spoke with reverence. Brother Xiao, this is called the 10,000 fist wall. It's for training punching speed and power. When you strike those targets, each one records your force and speed. Every target demands a different force and speed. Too much or too little one to do. One wall, 10,000 targets. If you light up every single one, you graduate. Yi Xiao nodded and said to Wang Pengzi, to put it simply, the 10,000 fist wall trains your control over punching power, the precision of your strength. Wang Pengzi nodded again. The highest record belongs to a senior student. 2,700 hits? Yi Xiao asked. Wang Pengzi nodded once more, adding, after finishing, his fists were so damaged he couldn't hold chopsticks for half a month. Yi Xiao chuckled. You said that yesterday. Wang Pengzi smiled innocently and scratched the back of his head. Yi Xiao stepped forward, raised his fist, and struck the nearest target. Bam! The screen remained unlit, but a display appeared. 376 gene. The punch was powerful. However, Yi Xiao noticed the target displayed a requirement of 320 gene. Bam! 352 gene. Bam! 331 gene. Bam! 305 gene. Yi Xiao delivered several consecutive punches, eventually succeeding in turning the target green. Bam! 320 gene. Green signified success. Immediately, Yi Xiao proceeded to strike the adjacent targets in a circle. The neighboring targets did not turn green. Simultaneously, the previously green target reverted to black. Yi Xiao had to return and strike it again. Bam! 320 gene. Green. Then he moved back to strike a new target. Bam! 305 gene. No light. After several repetitions, Yi Xiao found the precise force needed to light up the second target as well. Your method 1T work, Wang Pengzi said. The 10,000 fist wall trains not just single punch power, but continuous striking and precise hits. If you punch one by one like that, you'll never finish 100 by tomorrow. Yi Xiao paused, staring at the wall. He knew Wang Pengzi was right. His punching power was sufficient, but his speed and accuracy left much to be desired. 10,000 targets meant not 10,000 punches, but 10,000 precise strikes. Every punch had to land on a different spot. There was no time to aim or hesitate. As soon as one fist went out, the next target had to be predetermined. Punching could not rely solely on brute force. Sometimes it required the mind to engage. Wang Pengzi sighed and expressed this life philosophy. Yi Xiao fell silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the 10,000 fist wall. Brother Xiao, aren't you going to practice? Wang Pengzi asked curiously, observing Yi Xiao's demeanor. Yi Xiao replied, I am thinking. The difficulty of the 10,000 fist wall is not in strength, but in rhythm. Ordinary people punch one target at a time, finishing one before searching for the next. But that's too slow. Eyes need time to search, the brain needs time to judge. The fist needs time to adjust. True masters strike in a rhythm. Fists fall like raindrops. Every target is where it should be. No need to see, no need to think. Muscles remember on their own. Yi Xiao closed his eyes and mentally simulated the wall. 10,000 targets arranged in a honeycomb pattern. From left to right, top to bottom, he struck them in his mind. Then again, and again. Wang Pengzi, watching Yi Xiao, couldn't he help but ask Brother Xiao, are you tired? Why don't you rest and practice next time? Yi Xiao shook his head. I'm memorizing the wall. Memorizing the wall? Remembering the position and force required for each target, so I want to have to look when I strike. Wang Pengzi opened his mouth to say it was impossible, but swallowed his words upon seeing Yi Xiao's serious expression. A full 8 hours. Wang Pengzi watched as Yi Xiao stood before the 10,000 fist wall for a full 8 hours, without eating, nor going to the cafeteria to wash dishes. Eventually, Wang Pengzi ran to the cafeteria, not only washing some plates for Yi Xiao, but also bringing back dinner. Yet, the meal had grown cold, and Yi Xiao did not take a single bite. Wang Pengzi brought a late-night snack as well. The hour had already struck midnight. At that moment, Wang Pengzi, nearly dozing off in his chair, suddenly heard a punch strike bam, instantly banishing his drowsiness. He snapped his eyes wide open and fixed his gaze ahead. Yi Xiao stood before the 10,000 fist wall, taking a deep breath. 8 hours. He had memorized every single target on the wall, from the top left corner to the bottom right, 10,000 coordinates like a map. He raised his fist and began to strike. First punch, the top left target, green. Second punch, the second target, green. Third punch, the third target, green. His fist swept from left to right like a sickle cutting wheat. Targets turned green one by one. The numbers on the screen flickered rapidly. 10, 20, 30. His speed quickened, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. 100. 200, 300. His arms began to ache, but he did not stop. 700, 800, 900, 1,000. Damn. Behind him came the astonished and awestruck voice of Wang Pengzi. Has he really thrown 1,000 punches already? 1,000 targets lit up, neatly arranged in 10 rows, resembling a vast expanse of green wheat fields. Yi Xiao glanced at the screen. It had taken him 15 minutes, averaging more than 1 punch per second. Though this speed seemed swift, it was still far from the relentless downpour he aspired to emulate. He shook his aching arms and pressed on. 1,100, 1,200, 1,300. His fists began to ache, not with muscular soreness, but with bone-deep pain. Every punch striking the target sent a recoil force radiating from his finger bones to his wrists, then to his elbows, and finally to his shoulders. The principle of action and reaction was relentless. 1,000 targets meant 1,000 reverberations. 1,500, 1,800, 2,000. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from exhaustion. Yet he did not cease. 2,100, 2,200, 2,300. The numbers on the screen continued to flicker, but his pace had clearly slowed. His fists no longer fell like raindrops, but rather like rusted machinery, where he had once maintained an average of 1 punch per second. Now it took him 2 seconds to land a single blow. Each time he lifted his fist, it felt as though it were weighed down with lead. 2,500, 2,600, 2,700. The numbers on the screen halted at 2,700. Yi Xiao se fist hovered midaiv, refusing to descend, not because he was incapable of continuing, but because that was the record. He had matched it. Blood began to seep from Yi Xiao's fists, not from splits, but from skin abrasions that bled onto the black targets, leaving trails of crimson. Wang Pengzi stared at Yi Xiao's back, at those bloody, battered fists, and at the ever-jumping numbers on the screen. He hurriedly shouted, "Brother Xiao, you've already broken the record. You've surpassed that senior from the 4th year. You can stop now." No sooner had he called for a halt than, in the very next second, bang, the number on the screen jumped. 2,701. Wang Pengzi's breath caught. Yi Xiao Sidon. 2,800. 2,900. 3,000. His fists had become numb, not from lack of pain, but from pain so intense it had dulled his senses. The skin tore open, revealing raw flesh beneath. The flesh wore away, exposing bone underneath. Yet Yi Xiao remained utterly unfazed. No matter how battered these fists became, he could always mend them with his limb regeneration ability. If that was the case, then let him strike until not a trace of strength remained. A blazing, unprecedented determination ignited in Yi Xiao's eyes. 3,100, 3,200, 3,300. His strength was waning at an alarming rate. His punching speed grew ever slower. His energy was rapidly depleting. His body trembled, not from fear, but from sheer overexertion. Sweat mingled with blood, dripping from his fists and pooling on the ground beneath. His vision blurred. A buzzing filled his ears. Yet he could still see the black targets and hear the sound of his fists striking them. He was nearing his limit. Yi Xiao thought silently. Since 2,700, only his indomitable will have kept him going. At this moment, Wang Pengzi dropped to his knees, not to bow before Yi Xiao, but because his legs had given out. He watched the bloodied figure standing before the wall, punching relentlessly like a machine that refused to cease. Wang Pengzi did not understand what Yi Xiao was enduring, only that this man was stronger than anyone he had ever encountered. 3,400, 3,450, 3,500. When Yi Xiao landed his final punch, his body collapsed heavily backward like a deflating balloon. It was not that he wished to stop, but because his arm had broken. Yi Xiao distinctly heard the crack of his arm breaking, followed by a searing pain engulfing his entire body. Even though his pain perception had been reduced by 50%, this agony still pierced his very core. Is it finally over? Wang Pengzi's voice trembled. At that moment, the highest record on the wall of 10,000 punches was officially rewritten. The numbers on the screen froze. 3,500. It's done. Brother Xiao, you did it. The elated Wang Pengzi was now even more ecstatic than Yi Xiao himself. The previous record holder had been a genius senior from the 4th year, but now, Brother Xiao had not only shattered his record, he had left it far behind. Wang Pengzi hurried to Yi Xiao's side and tried to help him up. When he touched Yi Xiao's arm, Yi Xiao broke into a cold sweat, his face flushed with pain. Pengzi, don't touch my arm. Wang Pengzi suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Brother Xiao, your arm is broken? He was terrified. Seeing this, his complexion turned ashen. You really push yourself too hard. To surpass your limits, you didn't even care for your own body? Yi Xiao comforted him with a few words. Pengzi, keep a little distance for now. If I pass out, Don't worry about me. I'll wake up after a while. Saying this, Yi Xiao activated his limb regeneration ability on his broken arm once more. Almost immediately, his blood and energy surged toward the injured limb, beginning the repair process. During this, Yi Xiao suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness, and the next moment, his vision went black, just before slipping into unconsciousness. His final thought was, if every time I use limb regeneration I pass out, what will I do if I get injured in Qiyuan? After an unknown length of time, Yi Xiao regained consciousness to find his entire body immersed in a medicinal bath. Wang Pengzi had been vigilantly sitting beside him, continuously heating the water to preserve its potency and temperature. Pengzi, Yi Xiao called out. Wang Pengzi startled, but quickly responded, Brother Xiao, you're finally awake. Yi Xiao gave a wry smile. Didn't I tell you not to worry about me? I just fainted and woke up after some time. Wang Pengzi hurriedly replied. How could I not worry? You collapsed on the ground, your body convulsing, bones displaced, skin swollen. It scared me badly. When I saw your body twisted like some alien creature, I rushed you to the school medic. But the medic said there was no major problem with your body and gave you another medicinal bath. Listening to Wang Pengzi's description of his own unconscious, grotesque state, Yi Xiao felt a mixture of embarrassment and curiosity. Pengzi, I've caused you trouble again. Wang Pengzi chuckled. Brother Xiao, I don't like hearing you say that. Between us, there's no such thing as trouble or no trouble. Yi Xiao smiled and then smoothly changed the subject. By the way, Fatty, what time is it now? It's just past 3 o'clock in the early morning. How long have I been soaking in this medicinal bathtub? Almost 2 hours, I suppose. Where's the school doctor? He has already gone back to rest. I'm here watching over you, and at the same time, I'm helping to keep the water warm. Yi Xiao was filled with immense gratitude in his heart. Afterward, Yi Xiao prepared to get out of the medicinal bathtub, but he was suddenly pressed down by Wang Fatty. Brother Xiao, don't be in such a hurry to come out. The medicinal effects haven't been fully absorbed yet. Hearing this, Yi Xiao lowered his head to look at the water inside the tub, entering a state of contemplation. Wang Fatty explained, the herbs used in this bath are all top-quality body-refining ingredients. At first, the water was pitch black. Now it has gradually become clear. When the water turns completely transparent, it means the medicinal effects have been fully absorbed. Yi Xiao understood immediately. The school doctor had prepared a second batch of medicinal bath for him, using expensive herbs and potent ingredients. So, Yi Xiao continued to soak in the medicinal bathtub. I'll help you adjust the water temperature. Wang Fatty busied himself attending to Yi Xiao. At this moment, Yi Xiao had no choice but to remain obediently in the bathtub. Then he noticed a red notification done on the Path of the Strong system interface. This indicated that after training at the wall of 10,000 fists, he had apparently achieved some new milestone accomplishments. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xiao checked the details. Swift Wind Fist. Body Refining Achievement unlocked. Reward. Endless Punch. Punch Speed 5. Punch Precision 5. Lightning Pursuit Fist. Body Refining Achievement unlocked. Endless Punch, upgraded to Endless Punch. Punch Speed 10, Punch Precision 10. Sky Splitting Fist. Body Refining Achievement unlocked. Endless Punch, upgraded to Endless Punch. Punch Speed 15, Punch Precision 15. Surging Swan Fist. Body Refining Achievement unlocked. Endless Punch, upgraded to Endless Punch. Punch Speed 20. Punch Precision 20. Trace Free Fist. Body Refining Achievement unlocked. Endless Punch, upgraded to Endless Punch. Max level. Punch Speed 25, Punch Precision 25. State Mastery Ability, Meteor Chasing Moon. Effect. Upon activation, temporarily boosts punch speed and punch precision to 100 for the next 15 seconds. It had arrived. Yi Xiao had mastered his fifth state ability, Meteor Chasing Moon. Its effect, once activated, would temporarily elevate his punch speed and precision to 100 for the ensuing 15 seconds. For Yi Xiao, this was a tremendous surge in combat power. The faster the punches, the more frequent the strikes he could land on his opponent within a short span. At the same time, the newly unlocked achievement content further enhanced his punch speed and precision. This meant Yi Xiao's punches were no longer purely brute force. Rather, they were evolving toward a direction of both accuracy and swiftness. Satisfied, Yi Xiao closed the Path of the Strong interface. Curiously, he then examined his current attribute panel. Upon opening it, he was startled. Host, Yi Xiao. Profession, Martial Warrior. Soul, Heir of the Ultimate Path. Realm, Clay Embryo Realm, 10,000 weight. Martial Art, Ultimate Martial Fist Scripture, level 10. Punch Power Amplification, 1020 new. Punch Power Range, 510 new. Constitution, Ultimate Martial Body, Tendon Transformation. Hidden Vitality, 1020 new. Hidden Defense, 1020 new. Hidden Magic Resistance, 510 new. Passives, skillful strength, hidden power, unyielding. Divine powers, ultimate martial heart, law-breaking fist. State abilities, pain suppression, iron skin, super speed regeneration, limb regrowth, meteor chasing moon. Martial value, 7,850. Breakthrough intensity, 30. Next major breakthrough requirement. Complete one law-breaking fist. Completed. Breakthrough to 100,000 realm. Not completed. At first glance, Yi Xiao noticed many new elements in his attribute panel. Aside from the state abilities he had already mastered and was familiar with, he observed one new detail beneath the fundamental attributes. His punch power amplification had astonishingly doubled from 10 to 20, and the punch power range had also surged from 5 to 10. Yi Xiao was both surprised and delighted. Not only that, but my hidden vitality, hidden defense, and hidden magic resistance have all doubled. What on earth was the cause of this? At that moment, Yi Xiao glanced down at the medicinal bath in which he was soaking. Suddenly, everything became clear. Was it because of the medicinal bath? This bath, while healing the internal and external injuries of my body, also genuinely enhanced my attributes. When Yi Xiao carefully examined the source of these improvements, he immediately understood everything. Just as he had suspected, it was indeed due to the medicinal bath. At this moment, Yi Xiao realized that the 2 medicinal baths he had soaked in must truly have been extraordinarily valuable. No, perhaps not just extraordinarily valuable, but worth an astronomical sum. Only heaven knew what kind of precious herbs the school doctor in the white coat had put into this medicinal bathtub. Yi Xiao smiled wryly and helplessly in his heart. Was this favor done out of respect for my foster father? Yi Xiao already felt this favor was somewhat difficult to repay, but he was not the type to back down from challenges. He had promised the school doctor in the white coat that he would help retrieve the red blood grass. Moreover, as for the cost of this medicinal bath, Yi Xiao would earn money to repay it in the future. He was confident in himself. Once he gained strength, earning money would not be difficult. Furthermore, he had accumulated a large amount of martial value. Even if he converted all this martial value into spirit-gathering incense and sold it, it would fetch a considerable sum. However, Yi Xiao had no intention of doing so. He was currently saving his martial value, aiming to accumulate 10,000 points to break through his ultimate martial body. After a day of body refining, Yi Xiao had deeply realized that physical strength was the foundation of everything. If his body was not strong enough, no matter how hard his fists were, it would be useless. Half an hour later, the medicinal bath water Yi Xiao was soaking in became completely clear. Every drop of medicinal efficacy had been absorbed by Yi Xiao without waste. Yi Xiao stepped out, quickly dressed. Fatty, it's getting late. You should hurry back and rest. At this moment, it was nearly 4 o'clock in the early morning. At such an hour, even some early risers among the practicing students were already appearing throughout the school. Just then, Wang Fatty suddenly fixed his gaze on Yi Xiao and asked earnestly, "Brother Xiao, are you going to Qiyuan?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's expression shifted slightly. "How did you know?" Wang Ponzi said, "I heard you talking in your sleep." A look of bewilderment flickered across Yi Xiao's face. "Qiyuan is extremely dangerous. Are you really going?" Wang Ponzi asked again with earnest concern. Since Wang Ponzi already knew, there was no point for Yi Xiao to keep concealing anything. He nodded in affirmation. In the next moment, Wang Ponzi led Yi Xiao to the entrance of the school clinic. To his astonishment, there were 2 hiking backpacks placed conspicuously side by side outside. Wang Ponzi explained, "Inside are 3 days' worth of dry provisions, water bladders, bandages, and emergency medicines." Yi Xiao stared at Wang Ponzi in amazement as he spoke confidently. "Ponzi, what is this about?" Yi Xiao asked. Wang Ponzi grinned broadly. "Xiao Ji, aren't we brothers?" Yi Xiao nodded. "Then I'm coming with you." With that, Wang Ponzi handed one of the backpacks to Yi Xiao. "This is for you. Put it inside your spiritual ring." Yi Xiao stood there with his mouth agape for quite some time, until he finally grasped the fully packed hiking backpack that Wang Ponzi had prepared in advance. Then Wang Ponzi said, "Xiao Ji, the opening hours of Qiyuan are strictly limited, and sometimes if you arrive late, you have to queue. If we're going, we should leave right now." Initially, Yi Xiao wanted to refuse Wang Ponzi. Going to Qiyuan was perilous, and he could not drag Wang Ponzi into such a dangerous quagmire because of his own affairs. But at that moment, a voice echoed in Yi Xiao's mind. The librarian Qian Lao's meaningful words. That profound advice seemed to serve as a foreshadowing now. Sometimes, traveling together is better than going it alone. Thinking of Qian Lao's words, Yi Xiao withdrew what he was about to say. At this moment, Wang Ponzi appeared even more eager and excited than Yi Xiao, exuding the energy and curiosity of a young man just embarking on his journey into the martial world. "Xiao Ji, stop hesitating. Let us set off," Wang Ponzi urged. "All right." Yi Xiao finally smiled, placing the backpack into his spiritual ring. Outside the main gate of Jiang University, at 4 o'clock in the early morning, a green off-road vehicle waited silently. When the driver saw the two youths emerge in the dead of night, the headlights flickered twice. Then the window rolled down, revealing a dark-skinned face. A man in his 40s with a square jaw and a scar on his chin. Yi Xiao followed Wang Pengzi to the side of the green off-roader. The driver glanced at them calmly. "Get in." Yi Xiao looked at Wang Pengzi in confusion. Wang Pengzi hurriedly urged him to open the door and climb in. Left with no choice, Yi Xiao got in first. The two sat in the back seat. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle sped off onto the road, leading to the Western Mountains. Outside the window, the city lights gradually faded away, replaced by the pitch-black silhouettes of the mountains. The air began to carry a faint scent of sulfur, as if someone nearby was burning rubber. "Wang Ho, your family told me to pass along a message," the driver said, his voice low amid the engine's rumble. "Listen to orders when you get there. Don't run amok. Qiyuan isn't your school. There is no principal or teachers to protect your safety. If you die in Qiyuan, no one will claim your body." "I know," Wang Pengzi retorted. "We're not fools. We would recklessly march into danger knowing the risks. If trouble comes, we'll run." "You don't understand." The driver shot him a cold glance. "You students always think you're tough. Any one of the flame demon warriors in Qiyuan is enough to wipe you out." The vehicle jolted along the mountain road for 2 hours. Dawn was breaking, but the light was not the normal morning glow. It was a dark red hue. The light emanating from the Qiyuan rift stained the entire sky with the color of rust. Ahead appeared a checkpoint. Barbed wire, sandbags, barricades, and 2 sentries dressed in camouflage uniforms, holding specially modified spiritual rifles. The driver honked twice. The guards recognized the license plate and lifted the barrier. "Welcome to Qiyubao," the driver said to the 2 passengers. "This is the frontline human outpost against Qiyuan. Once you get here, you're essentially at the gateway to the Qiyuan world." The vehicle entered the camp. Yi Xiao peered out the window and saw a sign boldly inscribed, "Rift number 17, Qiyuan." Yi Xiao had previously studied the knowledge about rifts. He knew there were 88 rifts scattered across the world. The strongest warriors across the globe had, without agreement, reached a tacit consensus to jointly suppress these rifts. The place Yi Xiao had arrived at, Qiyubao, was the frontline outpost responsible for suppressing Rift number 17, Qiyuan. Qiyubao was built on a mountain ridge, backed by steep cliffs and facing the Qiyuan rift. The camp was not large, spanning only a few hundred meters in diameter, but it was fully equipped. Thick stone walls surrounded it, embedded with runes of defensive formations that glowed faintly. At the center of the camp was an open space where several off-road vehicles and an armored vehicle were parked. Several soldiers in camouflage uniforms were engaged in morning exercises, punching, running, stretching. Around the camp were rows of corrugated iron buildings serving as dormitories, a mess hall, an ammunition depot, a medical room, and a command post. Most conspicuous was the tall tower on the northern side of the camp. It rose 20 meters high, topped with a massive lookout platform. A spiritual telescope was mounted there, pointing directly at the Qiyuan rift. The tower's surface was covered with dense runes, the core of the defensive formation. "What is that?" Wang Pengzi asked curiously. "A watchtower," the driver replied. "It keeps an eye on the rift 24 hours a day. If any monsters emerge, it sounds the alarm immediately." The vehicle stopped in front of a row of corrugated iron buildings. The driver cut the engine and looked back at the two. "We've arrived. Get out. The command post is in the innermost building. Go find Captain Zhao to report in. He'll arrange things for you." Everything seemed prearranged, leaving Yi Xiao no room for choice. He pushed open the door and stepped onto the hard, compacted dirt. The sulphurous scent in the air grew stronger, stinging his throat when he inhaled. He looked up at the sky. The Qiyuan rift loomed not far overhead, a torn wound in the heavens. Dark red light seeped from the fissure, casting the entire camp in a blood-red hue. "Let us go, Pengzi," he said to Wang Pengzi. The command post was a corrugated iron building with a wooden sign hanging above the door, boldly inscribed, "Qiyubao Command Post." The door was open. Yi Xiao knocked on the doorframe and stepped inside. The room was modest. A long table, several folding chairs, walls adorned with maps and surveillance screens. A middle-aged man in camouflage sat behind the table, reviewing documents. He appeared to be in his late 30s, with dark skin, a crew cut, and sharp eyes. His left arm's sleeve was empty, tucked at his waist. As Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi entered, everyone in the command post noticed these two unfamiliar faces. Someone asked, "Who are you? How did you just walk into the command post?" At that moment, the man known as Captain Zhao spoke. "Yi Xiao, Wang Ho." His gaze scrutinized the two youths. Both nodded in response. Captain Zhao's eyes lingered on Yi Xiao for a notably long while. He seemed to have recalled something, a trace of regret and sighs lingering in his expression. You truly resemble him. If he were still alive, he would undoubtedly be proud and honored. Yi Xiao listened attentively to Captain Zhao's words and asked, Captain Zhao, are you referring to my father? Captain Zhao smiled faintly. The others in the command center, witnessing this rare smile on Captain Zhao's face, were all taken aback. It must be understood that Captain Zhao was usually the sternest of men, never one to indulge in frivolity. Seeing a smile on his face was as unlikely as the heavens falling. By all rights, neither of you should have the qualification or the authority to be here. Yet Captain Zhao fell silent for a moment, muttering, What is the point of telling you this? He then retrieved 2 forms from a drawer and slid them across the table. Fill these out. Name, age, occupation, rank, emergency contact. Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi picked up their pens and quickly completed the forms, though Yi Xiao hesitated at the emergency contact section. Captain Zhao glanced at the forms but said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. All right, from today onward, you two are provisional reserve members of Chia Fort. No salary, no allowances. But your meals and lodging are covered. Killing monsters earns military merit, which can be exchanged for goods. The specific regulations will be explained shortly by someone who will take you to the quartermaster's office. Hearing this, Yi Xiao was stunned. How did we suddenly become provisional reserve members of Chia Fort? Wang Pengzi, standing beside him, appeared to harbor no particular objection. Now, it was Captain Zhao's turn to be taken aback. You don't want to? Yi Xiao's tone was sharp. You didn't even ask for our opinion and just made this decision for us? Huh, young man, you have quite the temper. Captain Zhao sneered coldly. He walked to the wall, took down an iron tag from a hook, and tossed it to Yi Xiao. The tag bore a string of numbers, Chia 0037. Beneath the number was a name, Yi Jinghe. The moment Yi Xiao saw those words, he fell silent, speechless. At that moment, Captain Zhao added, If you don't want to do this, just return the identity tag. Captain Zhao then saw Yi Xiao pocket the tag. Yi Xiao looked up, met Captain Zhao's gaze, and said firmly, I'm in. After leaving the command center, a new name was added after Yi Xiao's number, Chia 0037, Yi Jinghe, Yi Xiao. Beside him, Wang Pengzi was also engrossed in examining the identification tag in his hands. Yi Xiao asked with some puzzlement, Pengzi, you don't seem surprised or resistant to all this. Wang Pengzi smiled and asked, Resist what? One of my childhood dreams was to join the army. If it weren't for you, I might never have had the chance to be here. For me? Yi Xiao's eyes showed a flicker of confusion. What does that have to do with me? Wang Pengzi gave a mysterious smile. Xiaoge, some things involve my family's secrets. Sorry, I can't tell you. Yi Xiao nodded in understanding, not pressing further. Just then, a young soldier named Xiao Ma, in his early 20s, round-faced, cheerful, and talkative, took Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi on a tour of the camp. Like a guide, he introduced them as they walked. There's the mess hall. The meals are free, 3 times a day, filling enough. The food isn't great, but it keeps you alive. Over there are the dormitories, 8-person rooms with bunk beds. After you return from Qiyuan, you can find a spot to stay. The beds are all transient. Most people rest for a night and leave. The bedding is washed and aired daily, so don't worry about hygiene. That's the ammunition depot. Don't enter without permission. Inside are spirit power grenades and rune landmines, controlled items. If you want to obtain any of these, you need to submit an application in advance. The process is lengthy, and most people don't bother. Over there is the medical room with a military doctor named Lu. She has a bad temper, but is skilled. If you get injured, see her, don't tough it out. However, many prefer not to see her because she is a woman. Men, after all, don't like to show weakness before a woman. Finally, they stopped before a tin building on the northern side of the camp. A sign hung on the door, Quartermaster's office. This is it. Here you can exchange for some controlled items. This will probably be a place you visit often. Xiao Ma pushed the door open. You go in and take a look. I'll wait outside. Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi entered. The Quartermaster's office was small, resembling a storeroom. 3 walls were lined with shelves stocked with various items: elixirs, weapons, armor, tools, materials, and books. In the center of the room stood a long table, upon which sat a spirit power terminal. The screen was lit, displaying rows of text. An old man sat behind the table, wearing reading glasses, dozing off. Hello, Yi Xiao called softly. The old man did not respond. Hello, Wang Pengzi raised his voice. The old man abruptly lifted his head, nearly dropping his glasses. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the two. New recruits? Yes. Looking at the military merit exchange list, the old man pointed to the spirit power terminal on the table. Look for yourselves. If you don't understand something, ask me. Yi Xiao and Wang Pengzi approached the terminal. The screen displayed a lengthy list. The first item was the military merit system, including the rules for earning military merit. The most common method was through kills. For example, killing an infernal demonling would earn 10 points of military merit. Killing an infernal demon warrior would earn 100 points. Killing an infernal demon lord would earn 1,000 points. Killing the infernal demon king would yield the highest reward of 10,000 points. After reading these rules, Yi Xiao felt a distinct unease. The merit awarded for killing the infernal demon king seemed unreasonable. After all, the infernal demon king's realm started at the 10th level. Could killing him really be equivalent to the worth of 10 infernal demon lords? Clearly, it was inadequate. The old man seemed to notice Yi Xiao's gaze and suddenly chuckled. Young man, you have grand ambitions. The infernal demon king is your target? So far, no one has ever brought me the spoils from the infernal demon king. Hearing the quartermaster's words, Yi Xiao instantly understood. It wasn't he that the military merit system for the infernal demon king was flawed. It was simply because no one had ever slain the infernal demon king. Naturally, the merit value assigned was irrelevant. After reviewing the military merit acquisition details, Yi Xiao continued to scroll down. What could military merit be exchanged for? Wang Pongzi was also looking and suddenly brightened, exclaiming, military merit can be exchanged for spirit essence pills. These are immensely helpful for my chi cultivation. But one pill costs 100 points of military merit. Yi Xiao nodded. That means you need to kill at least one infernal demon warrior to afford a single spirit essence pill. Wang Pongzi was curious. How strong is an infernal demon warrior? Regarding this, Yi Xiao had done his homework beforehand. The lessons in the library had not been in vain. He answered, 4th level. Upon hearing 4th level, Wang Pongzi's expression shifted slightly, and he drew in a sharp breath. I am only at the 3rd level. If I were to slay a flame demon warrior, my strength would still be insufficient, wouldn't it? However, I should be capable of killing flame demon larvae, and eliminating 10 of them would still allow me to exchange for one spirit essence pill. Yi Xiao nodded slightly, while simultaneously examining the exchange items related to body refinement. For instance, the body refinement pill. This item costs 100 military merits each. Its effect is to slightly enhance the physical body upon consumption. Yi Xiao found himself rather intrigued by this. Looking further, there were also vitality pills, strength pills, gale pills, berserk pills, and a whole array of pills related to the body. Beyond that, there were equipment items such as the military spirit power dagger, roughly equivalent in damage to the 3rd level. Then there was the 3-piece set of fire-resistant bracers, fire-resistant vest, and fire-resistant battle boots. Wearing all 3 simultaneously greatly increases one's resistance to flames. Yi Xiao continued to peruse the list. There were numerous functional pills, special items, and even cultivation manuals, truly a dazzling assortment that was overwhelming to take in. Brother Xiao, the Qiyuan map seems promising. Brother Xiao, we might need spirit power communicators to communicate within the Qiyuan environment. That is quite important. Brother Xiao, there are even lessons here, veteran guidance, one-on-one combat technique coaching, and survival training for the Qiyuan. Nearby, Wang Pongzi chattered incessantly, filled with curiosity and interest in every item. He wanted everything he saw, but unfortunately, his pockets were empty, and he had no military merits to spend. At this moment, Yi Xiao's gaze landed on a cultivation manual interface. It boldly displayed, Introduction to Forbidden Magic Fist Training. Forbidden Magic Fist? Yi Xiao's attention was completely captivated by this item. He knew that the next progression of his law-breaking fist was the Forbidden Magic Fist. Having stared at it for a long time, the old man at the military supply depot suddenly spoke. You want this? Yi Xiao nodded. I see it says it can only be exchanged once. Does that mean each person can exchange one copy? The old man chuckled. Of course not. There's only one copy of this entire thing in the whole Chiabeo military supply depot. It's just been hanging here because no one has exchanged it yet. Once someone redeems it, it will no longer be displayed here. Yi Xiao understood the meaning of the limited to one exchange label. He stared at the price. Introduction to Forbidden Magic Fist Training. 50,000 military merits. It required a full 50,000 military merits to redeem. Yi Xiao swallowed hard and asked again, Can I buy it with money? The old man's face suddenly turned icy cold. Kid, what do you think this place is? A vegetable market? Do you think you can buy anything with money here? We only accept military merits. If you don't have any, then scram. Yi Xiao was stunned, as if he had said something inappropriate that struck a nerve with the old man. Then, he and Wang Pongzi were promptly given the order to leave. The two were driven out of the military supply depot in embarrassment. Outside, the soldier Xiao Ma saw the scene and smiled as he came forward to comfort them. Don't be angry and don't take it to heart. That old man is just like that. His temperament is often unpredictable. Anyway, you and Wang Pongzi don't have any military merits on you. Staying inside is pointless. At this time, the sky above Jiang City had fully brightened. It was morning. The once quiet Chiabayo was gradually becoming bustling. Many people from all over Jiang City gathered here. Soldier Xiao Ma explained, soon, the Qiyuan rift will open. These people have all entered Qiyuan before. Some hold military positions, while others are ordinary civilians. Of course, not just anyone can enter Qiyuan. The minimum required strength is the second level. Qiyuan is fraught with danger, and those with low levels are not allowed to venture deep inside. Only permitted to operate on the periphery. People come to Qiyuan partly to improve their combat abilities by fighting monsters and partly to seek treasures. Bringing back a fortune overnight is not a mere fantasy. As Xiao Ma explained, Yi Xiao and Wang Pongzi could see these people filing in like fish, entering Chiabayo. They all appeared to be veterans with clear objectives, heading toward the entrance of the Qiyuan rift. Yi Xiao, Wang Ho, come here. At that moment, Captain Zhao's voice came from the direction of the command post. Soldier Xiao Ma said, Captain Zhao is calling you. You should hurry over. He probably has a mission for you. The two nodded and quickly walked toward Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao stood at the doorway and handed them a mission sheet. This is your task for today. Yi Xiao looked down to review the mission details. Captain Zhao said, you two will accompany the 3rd patrol team and walk along the edge of the rift. You are not required to kill enemies, mainly to familiarize yourselves with the terrain. Then follow the captain's orders. Don't run off on your own. Yi Xiao and Wang Pongzi nodded in unison, understood. Captain Zhao looked at Yi Xiao and fell silent for a moment. Qiyuan is no school. There are no rules here, only life and death. If you can't kill the monsters will kill you. Your father spent over 10 years here, killing countless flame demons. He was once a legend here. If you don't want to disgrace him, come back alive. Yi Xiao folded the mission sheet and put it into his pocket. He nodded seriously. I will come back alive. 3rd Patrol Team Office. Currently, there were 4 members in the 3rd Patrol Team. With the arrival of Yi Xiao and Wang Ho, the team expanded to 6. Captain Oldway, in his 40s, was a veteran with 6th level strength. 2 parallel scars ran from his left eyebrow to his right cheek, as if clawed by something. Deputy Captain DeLu, in his early 30s, also 6th level strength, was as strong as a bull, carrying a giant spirit power sword on his back. Team member A Qing, 27 years old, 5th level strength, tall and thin, carried a spirit power rifle and served as the team's sniper. Team member Xiao Meng, also 27, 5th level strength, arrived at the same time as a Qing, but looked very youthful, like a recent graduate, holding a standard-issue spirit sword. At this moment, Captain Oldway sized up Yi Xiao and Wang Ho from head to toe. You must be the newcomers that Captain Zhao assigned? Yi Xiao and Wang Ho nodded together. Introduce yourselves, Deputy Captain DeLu said calmly. At this point, Wang Ho took the lead in introducing himself. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Ho. I am a freshman at Jiang City Martial University, specializing as a Qi refiner. My current level is the 3rd. The other 2 team members, a Qing and Xiao Meng, seemed quite satisfied with Wang Ho's introduction. They nodded in approval. Then Yi Xiao began his self-introduction. Yi Xiao, also a freshman at Jiang City Martial University, profession, warrior. Current level is 1st. When Yi Xiao finished, team member A Qing suddenly laughed. Warrior? And 1st level? That's rare indeed. Given your level of cultivation, this hardly seems like a place where you ought to appear, does it? The nearby teammate, Xiao Ming, spoke with a tone as cold and piercing as a blade. Connections? The mere mention of those words instantly plunged the atmosphere in the 3rd Patrol Team's office into an icy chill. Captain Lao Wei, the eldest and most adept at navigating interpersonal relations, took the initiative to ease the tension. Yi Xiao, this place is not like others. There is no discrimination against professions here. No discrimination against professions, but there is discrimination against realms, Yi Xiao retorted. At that moment, a Qing's expression shifted slightly. He scoffed disdainfully and said, Old Wei, how did the 3rd Patrol Team fall to such a state? A dumping ground where just anyone can be shoved in? You need to talk to Captain Zhao. Tell him to stop cramming all sorts of rubbish into our team. Why don't you go talk to Captain Zhao yourself? Captain Lao Wei shot back sharply, causing a Qing's face to darken. Then, Captain Lao Wei turned to Yi Xiao, his face breaking into a smile. Yi Xiao, here's the thing. The patrol tasks are quite perilous. If your realm is too low, it's easy for us to be unable to protect you. How about this? You stay at the base to rest, whether you want to relax or cultivate. That's entirely up to you. As for this newcomer beside you, with 3rd realm strength, he barely meets the patrol standards and can accompany us. Captain Lao Wei's words were carefully veiled, yet the core message was clear. He deemed Yi Xiao's strength utterly inadequate. Implicitly, there was suspicion that Yi Xiao might have arrived here on the back of some influential connections. Yi Xiao understood perfectly why these people did not want him on patrol missions, They considered him too weak and suspected he had some kind of privileged background. They feared encountering danger during missions and did not want to shoulder that responsibility. Hence, they advised him to remain at the base, away from the tasks. But Yi Xiao's stance was resolute. I will accompany you on the missions. My safety is my responsibility alone. I require no one else's protection. At those words, Captain Lao Wei's expression shifted. After all his persuasion, this newcomer immediately declared he alone would be accountable for his safety. If something were to happen, all the previous warnings would be rendered meaningless. At that moment, Vice Captain DeLu spoke up. Old Wei, just take him along. Today's patrol is beyond the rift. We want to be entering the Red Abyss. After all, these two newcomers arrived together for the first time. It's best not to cause any disharmony. Ultimately, with Vice Captain DeLu's endorsement, Captain Lao Wei consented to include Yi Xiao. The six of them swiftly began their preparations. Yi Xiao was issued a set of operational gear, which he donned tightly, resembling a lightweight spacesuit. Then, Captain Lao Wei took up a mountain-cleaving blade. Vice Captain DeLu slung a massive spirit energy sword over his shoulder. Qing strapped his spirit energy rifle into its carrying case on his back. Xiao Meng held a lightweight, standard-issue spirit sword. Wang Ho gripped a staff that gleamed with an orange radiance, clearly valuable and formidable. As for Yi Xiao, he bore nothing but his bare fists. Being a martial warrior, his weapon was simply his pair of fists. Fully equipped, the six set off along a narrow path to the north of the camp, heading toward the rift. 10 minutes later, Yi Xiao was assailed by a pungent sulfur stench. The closer they approached the rift, the harsher the environment became. The earth beneath their feet transformed from soil to gravel, then to charred rock. The sulfur in the air was so thick it felt like swallowing fire. Each breath scraped his throat like a blade. Wang Ho had already begun coughing. Captain Lao Wei produced 2 detoxification pills from his bag, handing one to Wang Ho and then one to Yi Xiao. Both nodded before swallowing the pills. A soothing coolness spread from their throats deep into their lungs, stifling the coughs. Ahead, a light appeared, not sunlight but the glow of magma. A dark crimson radiance seeped from the fissures in the ground, as if the earth itself were bleeding. Wei arrived. Lao Wei halted, pointing ahead. The rift lay 100 meters away. It was not a mere crack, but a vast chasm stretching between heaven and earth, as if the sky itself had been torn asunder. The dark red glow poured from the rift, dyeing the entire landscape in a sanguine hue. Along the edges, space twisted and warped, like air shimmering in a heat haze, rendering everything surreal. Our task is to patrol around here, Captain Lao Wei explained as they prepared for their mission. Yi Xiao fixed his gaze intently on the rift. Beyond them, many others had already ventured into the fissure. As they stepped inside, the space seemed to distort bizarrely. The next moment, Yi Xiao saw their figures vanish from sight. He knew those individuals had entered the Red Abyss world. Standing there, Yi Xiao stared long at the rift. He recalled a passage from a book. The Red Abyss, lair of the flame demons, the weakest seal among the world's 88 rifts. The most vulnerable spot is the Red Abyss. Stop staring. Captain Lao Wei patted Yi Xiao's shoulder. Looking too long will make you dizzy. That's the spatial distortion affecting your perception. Heeding the captain's warning, Yi Xiao shifted his gaze away from the entrance and indeed felt a sudden wave of vertigo. Then, under Lao Wei's lead, the team skirted the edge of the Red Abyss fissure in a circular patrol. The path was treacherous. The ground was scorched lava, riddled with pits and hollows, with steam venting in places. Occasionally, Yi Xiao spotted flame demon larvae emerging from the rift, just over a meter tall, their skin like charcoal, eyes blazing like coals. They prowled the rift's edge like vultures awaiting their prey's demise. Lao Wei and the others refrained from attacking, simply circumventing them. This puzzled Wang Ho. Captain, why not kill these flame demon larvae? Haven't they all escaped? They're endless, Lao Wei replied. Every moment, new ones crawl out of the fissure. Kill 1, 10 more come. Kill 10, 100 arrive. Only when the seal is fully repaired or utterly shattered can this be resolved. So why are we here? Wang Ho asked. To patrol, observe changes in the rift, record monster numbers, and occasionally clear those that wander too close to the camp. Lao Wei cast him a glance. You think we're here to fight? We're here to guard the gate. The real battle begins only when the gate breaks. After about 2 hours, the team paused to rest. Lao Wei leaned against a large boulder, drinking water. DeLu nibbled on compressed biscuits. Qing raised his telescope to observe the rift. Xiao Ming crouched, drawing talismans on the ground. Wang Ho sat beside Yi Xiao, his face pale. Brother Xiao, this place is terrifying. It's hard to imagine such a perilous place exists in the world. Life at school was far too comfortable and carefree. Now, seeing the truth of the world, I feel unsettled. It was, after all, his first time in such a place. Enduring this long was no small feat. Yi Xiao said nothing. His attention fixed on the rift. A dark crimson light surged forth from the fissure, cascading backward like an inverted waterfall. He could faintly discern the world beyond the crack, a red sky, ebony mountains, and rivers of flowing magma. Something was approaching. Aching suddenly spoke, his voice icy cold. Everyone rose to their feet. Old Wei set down his water flask, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. De Lu shoved a compressed biscuit into his mouth and hoisted his colossal sword. Xiaoming tucked away his talisman brush and grasped his spirit sword. Aching fixed his gaze through the telescope. An infernal demon warrior was advancing toward them. Distance? 300 meters. Speed? Not fast, as if on patrol. Old Wei pondered briefly. De Lu, you come with me. Aching, provide range support. Xiaoming, stay put and protect these two newcomers. I'll go too, Yi Xiao declared. At last, he had an opportunity to confront a demonic creature head-on. A faint surge of fervor stirred within him. The flames of battle desire gradually ignited. Old Wei glanced at him. It's your first time here. Don't be reckless. I'm not reckless. Yi Xiao clenched his fists. I'm confident I can protect myself. Old Wei stared at him for several seconds, then nodded. Everyone, move out together. Follow me, and don't rush ahead recklessly. It's just one infernal demon warrior. Dealing with it is straightforward. The infernal demon warrior entered their sight, standing 3 meters tall. Its entire body was etched with fiery patterns, clutching a battle axe forged from solidified magma. Upon spotting the humans, the flames in its eyes flared fiercely as it emitted a low, menacing roar and charged forward. Old Wei drew his blade to meet the attack, while De Lu maneuvered to flank from the side. The infernal demon warrior swung, its axe down in a mighty strike. Old Wei dodged to the side, his blade slashing across the creature's arm. Sparks flew, leaving only a shallow mark. So tough, Old Wei cursed under his breath. From this initial encounter, Captain Old Wei had already gauged the opponent as strength. He bellowed, everyone beware. This infernal demon warrior possesses power roughly equivalent to the 5th realm. Upon hearing the warning, every team member's heart sank. Encountering a 5th realm infernal demon warrior during a routine patrol was no ordinary occurrence. It was a highly improbable event. Yet here they were, facing such a foe. The infernal demon warrior pivoted, sweeping its axe horizontally. Old Wei retreated. At that moment, Vice Captain De Lu seized the opportunity, delivering a sword strike to its neck from behind. The great sword cut 3 inches deep. The infernal demon warrior howled in fury, swinging its axe back and hurling De Lu, sword and all, flying. Da Liu, Xiaoming shouted anxiously. Are you all right? Em Mifine. De Lu rolled onto the ground and scrambled back to his feet. Hurry and support Old Wei. He is under the greatest pressure now. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao sprang into action. Without waiting for Old Wei's command, he took a 5-meter stride forward. The next step brought him directly before the infernal demon warrior. The creature looked down at him, raising its battle axe high to strike. Bang! A flash of golden light gleamed from Yi Xiao's fist as it slammed into the creature's chest, the area where the fiery patterns were most concentrated. The very core. So hot, Yi Xiao thought inwardly. The infernal demon warrior's body staggered abruptly. The flames on its chest dimmed momentarily before flaring anew. Even the infernal demon warrior had not expected such force from this human punch. It had shaken its very body. Yet the creature only wavered. It did not fall. The battle axe descended again. Witnessing this, Old Wei, De Lu, and the others widened their eyes in shock. Yi Xiao, are you mad? Who told you to attack on your own? Dodge now. Too late. They watched helplessly as the infernal demon warrior's colossal axe crashed down toward Yi Xiao's body. They had only just begun the mission, and already Yi Xiao was in peril? The consequences were unimaginable. Yi Xiao felt an immense pressure descend from above. The infernal demon warrior's flaming axe was falling upon him. Instinctively, Yi Xiao raised his left arm. He did something that left everyone present utterly dumbfounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Yi Xiao braced himself with his left arm, absorbing the axe strike. Clang! It sounded like the axe had struck iron. The weapon bounced off, tearing his clothes. A white scar marked Yi Xiao's left arm, but no blood flowed. Everyone assumed Yi Xiao was done for. Yet when they saw this scene, him withstanding the blow with his arm, they gasped sharply in astonishment. Even Aching and Xiaoming rubbed their eyes repeatedly, wondering if they had been deceived by an illusion. Once they fully comprehended the sight, their hearts were tossed into turmoil. The impact Yi Xiao delivered shattered their worldview. How could this be possible? He was a first-realm martial artist, yet he had endured the infernal demon warrior's axe strike. Although martial artists are known for their physical conditioning, they are still human. How could his body withstand such a blow from a foe several realms above? Had he employed some unknown technique? In truth, at that critical moment, Yi Xiao had unhesitatingly activated his state ability, bronze skin and iron bones. Once triggered, it temporarily boosted his physical defense by 100 for the next 15 seconds. This instantaneous activation elevated the defensive threshold of Yi Xiao's skin surface. Combined with his recent physical training and his extreme martial physique having reached the Yi Jin realm, these multiple factors enabled Yi Xiao to truly endure the Infernal Demon Warrior's massive axe strike. However, Yi Xiao was not entirely unscathed. He sensed a cracking sensation in his left arm. Though his pain perception had been reduced by 50%, he still felt immense pain. The next moment, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Yi Xiao drove his right fist forward once more, targeting the same spot. Having blocked the Infernal Demon Warrior's axe, he naturally seized the chance to counterattack. Otherwise, he would have suffered blows in vain. Bang! An immensely powerful punch landed. The Infernal Demon Warrior staggered backward step, the flames on its chest dimming further. Ding! You have completed a punch with a force level of 85. With Yi Xiao's continued training and mastery over his punching power, his strikes could be delivered with greater ease and formidable strength. Moreover, Yi Xiao's passive, skillful strength remained in effect, reducing the exertion required for each punch. Less effort yielded mightier blows. Bang, bang, bang. In that moment, Yi Xiao's fists rained down on the Infernal Demon Warrior's chest like a torrential downpour, each strike glowing with golden light. By the third punch, the fiery patterns began to crack. The fifth punch carved a fissure across the chest. At the seventh, the crack widened, flames spewing forth. By the ninth punch, the Infernal Demon Warrior's body stiffened abruptly. Its core had been shattered. Flames erupted from the fissure as its body collapsed, melting into a pool of magma that seeped into the earth. At that moment, Yi Xiao, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, withdrew his fist, the golden glow on his knuckles gradually fading away. The surroundings fell into profound silence, utterly still. Old Wei stood nearby, mouth agape, forgetting to close it. Delu rose from the ground, rubbing his shoulder, which throbbed painfully from the blow, gazing at Yi Xiao as if beholding a monster. A Qing poked his head out from behind the telescope, his eyes shifting with a new expression. Xiao Ming's spiritual sword hung, suspended midair, forgotten. Only Wang Ho was the first to react, shouting excitedly, "Xiao Ge, you're incredible. So powerful. A fifth-level flame demon warrior was outright killed by your chaotic fists." Wang Ho's exclamation shattered the heavy silence on the scene. Old Wei was the first to regain his composure. He sheathed his blade and approached Yi Xiao, eyes fixed on the pale scar on his left arm. "What realm are you at?" "Clay Embryo Realm." "First realm?" "Yes." Old Wei remained silent for a long while, then smiled. The scar twisted slightly within his smile, appearing less menacing. "All right, you're something, kid. You're really something." The astonishment of the crowd still lingered, echoing the aftertaste of Yi Xiao's chaotic fists having slain the flame demon warrior. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao noticed a red glow appearing on his Path of the Strong. He hastily opened it to examine. What met his eyes was entry into the Crimson Abyss. Crimson Abyss Chapter Achievement unlocked. First kill of a Flame Demon. Reward title, Flame Demon Hunter, 5 damage to Flame Demons. A simple achievement unlocked, granting Yi Xiao the title of Flame Demon Hunter. The title's effects activated automatically. From now on, Yi Xiao's damage against flame demons would be permanently increased by 5. A faint smile spread across Yi Xiao's face. Although the achievement did not seem to offer a substantial boost to his combat power, and the effect was confined to the Crimson Abyss alone, this title would aid him greatly in exploring the Crimson Abyss. Moreover, Yi Xiao was certain this was not the only enemy-killing achievement. He expected to obtain more titles or attributes through subsequent kills. Just then, Old Wei expertly retrieved a flame-colored crystal stone from the fallen flame demon warrior. He approached Yi Xiao and handed it over. "Yi Xiao, since you killed this flame demon warrior, you should take this loot. This thing is proof of military merit, used for registering your achievements at the military supplies office." Yi Xiao nodded and accepted the flame demon crystal, storing it within his spiritual ring. At the same time, Yi Xiao noticed his teammates' gazes towards him had softened considerably, especially those of Xiao Ming and Qing. Their previous disdainful expressions were gone, replaced by looks tinged with apology. After some hesitation, the two finally spoke up. "Yi Xiao, at first, we said some unpleasant things to you, and we apologize." During their apology, Captain Old Wei interjected with kind words. Smiling, he said, "Yi Xiao, Xiao Ming, and Qing aren't bad people. It's just that in this military camp, everyone venerates the strong and admires martial prowess. When you first arrived suddenly, it stirred some resentment in people's hearts. But you've now proven your strength. Yi Xiao listened attentively to Old Wei's words, then looked at Xiao Meng and Qing, who had apologized to him. He nodded. I understand your thoughts. After all, I'm a privileged individual suddenly parachuted in here. Anyone would harbor some feelings about that. Old Wei hastily waved his hand. That is not what we meant, not that you're a privileged person. Yi Xiao similet. Captain, I'm new here, and I'm sure I'll need everyone's help in many ways from now on. Upon hearing this, Vice Captain de Lu's face displayed a look of respect and admiration. Though the young man before him was indeed youthful, he was merciful where mercy was due. With these words, he indirectly put the matter behind them, leaving a favor owed to Yi Xiao. Captain, our 3rd patrol squad does indeed need to recruit new members. Let us vote again. All those in favor of Yi Xiao and Wang Ho joining the 3rd patrol squad, raise your hands. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone raised their hands. The crowd exchanged glances and smiles, and the atmosphere shifted from tense to relaxed. The subsequent patrol mission proceeded much more calmly, with no further encounters with flame demon warriors. Yi Xiao privately approached Old Wei to inquire about the flame crystal stone. One of his objectives in coming here was to kill an enemy above the 4th realm, so he could return to the academy and redeem a gravity training card of his own in advance. Old Wei was surprised by this, not expecting Yi Xiao's motivation for killing the flame demon to be such. He gave a positive response. With the flame crystal stone and our testimony, we can vouch that you accomplished the feat of single-handedly killing an enemy above the 4th realm. With this affirmation, Yi Xiao naturally felt quite pleased. His spirits lifted considerably. As dusk deepened, the 3rd patrol squad disbanded. Led by Captain Old Wei, the group headed back toward the Crimson Cliff Fort camp. Though night had fallen, Yi Xiao could still see many people venturing into the Crimson Abyss world. Old Wei explained that these individuals were known as adventurers. Their realms varied widely. Some reputed to be at the 8th or even 9th realms, while others were around the 2nd or 3rd realms. The Crimson Abyss Rift was not always open. It had recently become active due to fluctuations in the seal. According to Old Wei, the rift would remain open for 3 days, today being the 1st. After 3 days, extraordinary beings from Jiang City would intervene to reinforce the rift's seal. As Yi Xiao followed the team's rear, returning to the Crimson Cliff Fort camp, he suddenly thought he heard a voice behind him. Welcome, esteemed adventurer. Please come to me, and I shall recount tales of old. Who is speaking? He wondered, looking back sharply, only to see no one behind him. Yi Xiao's unusual reaction caught Wang Ho's attention. Xiaogo, what is wrong? You look a bit jittery. Is there another flame demon about? Yi Xiao shook his head. It shouldn't be a flame demon. He confided in Wang Ho about the voice he had just heard. Fatty, did you hear any voice? Wang Ho pricked up his ears and shook his head. No, I didn't hear anything. Are you trying to scare me? It's a bit dark on the way back. Could there be ghosts? Yi Xiao focused intently, trying to catch the voice again, but heard nothing. Maybe I misheard, he said uncertainly. He then resumed, walking normally with the group. Suddenly, the voice returned once more. Do you not wish to uncover the secrets about your father? That voice returned once more. So clear. This time, there could be no mistake. He had undoubtedly heard it distinctly. It was not a mere auditory illusion. Yi Xiao's eyes widened instantly as he glanced back again, yet there was still no one in sight. Meanwhile, Old Wei, Big Lu, and the others ahead continued walking normally. From their reactions, Yi Xiao could discern that this voice was directed solely at him. Inwardly, he pondered, from where exactly does this voice emanate? At that moment, a sudden recollection struck Yi Xiao when he was on the top floor of Jiang University's library, examining the book Introduction and Distribution of Boundary Scars that old Qian had given him. He had noticed an annotation. It read, if you linger in Qiyuan for too long, you will hear a voice. It calls to you, calling your name. Everything suddenly made sense. Yi Xiao believed this voice originated from Qiyuan. It was a sinister, enchanting sound meant to bewitch him. Yet the question remained, why was he the only one in the team to hear it, while no one else reacted? Come forth. Enter Qiyuan. If you desire to know the truth behind your father's death, then step inside tonight. The final whispers lingered in Yi Xiao's ears before fading away. Ever since returning to the Qiyuan fortress camp, he had not heard that haunting voice again. Only he could hear it. The annotation had warned him not to heed such voices and to beware of their temptation. Yet, as Yi Xiao lay on his makeshift bed that night, his mind was consumed by this matter. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded him. Do you not wish to uncover the secrets about your father? Do you not wish to uncover the secrets about your father? Do you not wish to uncover the secrets about your father? Ultimately, After enduring this relentless mental struggle, Yi Xiao made a bold decision. Under cover of darkness, he would stealthily venture to the Qiyuan Rift to investigate. The time was 1:12 a.m. The location, the front line of Qiyuan Fortress, 50 meters from the Qiyuan Rift. After leaving the camp, Yi Xiao walked alone toward the Qiyuan Rift. At the edge of the fissure, space itself twisted, and the air felt like boiling water. Standing before the rift, the dark red glow cast across his face, elongating his shadow. During the day, he had seen many adventurers pass through here. Now, he was the sole figure outside the great gate of the Qiyuan Rift. Yi Xiao's gaze fixed unblinkingly ahead. He knew well that just a few more steps forward would lead him directly into the Qiyuan world. I'll just go in and have a look, then come right back out, he murmured to himself. Then, taking a deep breath, he stepped through the gate into Qiyuan. Passing through the rift felt as if his body were being folded in half, stretched and compressed simultaneously. Sound was sucked away, then suddenly forced back in. Light exploded before his eyes, then abruptly vanished. Closing his eyes, he waited for the chaos to subside before opening them again. At last, the Qiyuan world unfolded beneath his feet. A system notification sounded in his ear. Ding. You have entered the Qiyuan world. Milestone achievements related to the Path of the Strong have been unlocked. This signified that Yi Xiao could accomplish various tasks here to unlock further achievements, thereby earning rewards or enhancing his own combat prowess. The sky was a dark crimson, devoid of sun, illuminated only by the glow of molten lava. The earth was blackened and cracked, resembling parched, fissured skin. In the distance, volcanoes erupted, spewing red lava that cascaded down their slopes like the veins of the land. Sulfur hung thickly in the air, the temperature soaring so high that each breath felt as though he were swallowing fire. Yi Xiao's first instinct was to look back. He sought to see if there was still a way to return. When he spotted a warped door behind him, the weight pressing on his heart finally lifted. I'll take a couple more steps inside, then head back, he thought silently. Yi Xiao retrieved the Qiyuan map he had prepared in advance. Spreading it out, he matched his surroundings to locate his current position. Outer scorched earth. From the rift's entrance, the terrain stretched east, south, and north, forming the outermost layer of the Qiyuan world, the only region humans had ever ventured into. The ground was scorched black lava, with temperatures around 60 degrees Celsius, unbearable for ordinary humans. The air's high sulfur concentration necessitated antidote pills for survival. The monsters here were primarily young flame demons, with occasional appearances of flame demon warriors. Yi Xiao recalled the instructions from the school medic in the white coat. I require a herb named red blood grass, which grows only beside the lava rivers in Qiyuan. It absorbs fire attribute energy and demonic aura to thrive. It is the main ingredient for forging high-grade pills and a core component of my medicinal baths. After recalling these words, Yi Xiao muttered to himself, red blood grass grows beside the lava rivers in Qiyuan, so I must first reach the lava river. Despite the intense heat of Qiyuan, Yi Xiao was surprised to find that he could endure it, though the temperature soared to 60 degrees upon entry. His recent body refinement and physical evolution had granted him a certain resistance to heat. At this moment, Yi Xiao studied the map, searching for the location of a lava river. From the outer scorched earth heading west, the terrain gradually descended, revealing the first lava river. The river stretched 100 meters wide, its waters molten lava at a temperature reaching 1,000 degrees Celsius. Natural stone bridges spanned the river, but they were narrow, only wide enough for one person across. The surface of the bridge was scalding hot, requiring fire-resistant gear to traverse. Beyond the river lay the territory of the flame demon warriors. The map provided detailed and comprehensive information. Thus, Yi Xiao followed the coordinates toward the western lava river. The ground of the outer scorched earth was riddled with pits and covered in solidified lava stones. His shoes hissed as he stepped on them. The ground's heat was too intense for ordinary soles to endure long. Fortunately, he wore special shoes crafted by Qiyuan Fortress, capable of withstanding high temperatures and lasting longer. He quickened his pace, carefully stepping on the darker stones. After approximately 15 minutes, the first flame demon juvenile appeared ahead. It stood 1 meter tall, its skin like charred coal, eyes glowing with fiery embers. It crouched on a rock, gnawing on something. Upon noticing Yi Xiao, it abruptly raised its head, spewing flames from its mouth. Having previous combat experience against flame demon warriors, Yi Xiao found handling this weaker juvenile much easier. The flame demon juvenile breathed fire toward Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao sidestepped nimbly and stepped forward, delivering a punch to its head. Ding! You have completed one punch. Punch force, 85. Bang! A golden glow flashed from his fist as the juvenile's head exploded. Its body twitched twice before melting into a pool of lava. seeping into the earth. This flame demon juvenile, sure isn't tough to beat, Yi Xiao thought to himself. I can save some energy later, no need to go all out every time. A flame-colored crystal, no larger than a fingernail, lay on the ground, emanating a faint fiery glow. The infernal demon crystal. This artifact was synonymous with military merit. Yi Xiao bent down to retrieve it, slipping it into his bag. However, the infernal demon crystal from the infernal demon larva was noticeably smaller than those he had previously obtained from slaying infernal demon warriors. The method for assessing military merit had become more intuitive, directly gauging the size of the infernal demon crystal. He pressed onward westward. Along the way, he encountered 7 or 8 infernal demon larvae, all dispatched with a single punch. Initially, Yi Xiao had harbored considerable caution and concern regarding the Qiyuan world. At school, he had trained relentlessly in the gravity training tower and honed his body to a near-maniacal degree at the physical training hall, fearing his strength might prove insufficient to survive within the Qiyuan world. Yet, to his surprise, upon entering the Qiyuan world, he seemed to transform into a high-level player, effortlessly annihilating foes he had once considered formidable. Throughout this journey, Yi Xiao collected a total of 10 infernal demon crystals, casually harvested 3 fire spirit herbs, and gathered 5 pieces of red iron Oregon. Although the resources in the outer scorched earth were not abundant, the area's safety was its greatest advantage. There were no infernal demon warriors, no magma rivers, no volcanic eruptions, only endless scorched earth and the occasional emergence of low-level monsters. In addition, Yi Xiao achieved numerous Qiyuan-related accomplishments. Beyond the Rift, Qiyuan Achievement Unlocked, entered the Qiyuan world. Reward passive, environmental adaptation, increased endurance in the Qiyuan environment by 5. Qiyuan 10 slays. Qiyuan Achievement Unlocked, accumulated 10 infernal demon kills. Reward passive, infernal demon perception, ability to sense infernal demons within a 100-meter radius. Scorched Earth Wanderer, Qiyuan Achievement Unlocked, walk for more than half an hour in the outer scorched earth. Reward title, Scorched Earth Wanderer, movement speed increased by 10 in the Qiyuan world. These newly attained Qiyuan achievements would undoubtedly bolster Yi Xiao's chances of survival in the Qiyuan world. After walking for approximately 2 hours, a red glow appeared ahead, not in the sky, but on the ground. The magma river had arrived. Is this the magma river? Yi Xiao gazed at the surging flow of molten lava before him. Approaching the riverbank, he stood at the edge, taking in the scene. The river stretched 100 meters wide, its liquid lava a dark crimson, flowing sluggishly. Bubbles churned on the surface, and with each burst, they released a plume of sulfurous hot gas. Across the river lay a continuous chain of volcanoes, their peaks emitting black smoke, with occasional bursts of flame. Approached the magma river. Qiyuan Achievement Unlocked. Successfully reached the edge of the magma river. Reward passive. Flame resistance. Flame resistance increased by 5. Unconsciously, Yi Xiao realized his tolerance for high temperatures had improved considerably. At first, upon entering the Qiyuan world, he had felt oppressive heat. But as he gradually acclimated to the scorching environment, he now felt far more composed than when he first arrived. During this process, his flame resistance had subtly evolved. 3 stone bridges spanned the river. The northernmost bridge was closest to him, roughly 2 kilometers away. The other 2 bridges were much farther, requiring a lengthy journey along the magma river. Thus, Yi Xiao set his next goal on the stone bridge 2 kilometers to the north. He proceeded northward along the riverbank. Besides moving forward, Yi Xiao kept his eyes peeled for the whereabouts of the red blood grass. After about 5 minutes of walking, he suddenly spotted a blood-red herb growing on the riverbank, an incongruous sight amid the surrounding landscape. This must be the red blood grass. Yi Xiao's eyes brightened. He paused, recalling the instructions from the school's medic in the white coat. Then, he surveyed the surrounding environment. The riverbank sloped upward gradually, not too steeply, but littered with piles of loose stones. The red blood grass grew approximately 20 meters from the magma river. Yi Xiao carefully descended the slope, cautiously stepping on the loose stones. Only after confirming their stability did he continue downward. After nearly 10 minutes, he finally reached the red blood grass. A pleased smile spread across his face, though his cheeks were flushed red, scorched by the intense heat radiating from the nearby magma river. He quickly reached out, grasping the root of the red blood grass and uprooting it firmly. At last, the herb was securely in his hand. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao placed the red blood grass into his spiritual ring. Having finished, he began to climb back toward the riverbank. However, just as he had started his ascent, the magma river behind him suddenly roiled violently. A massive head emerged from the molten flow, dark crimson skin, rows of razor-sharp teeth, and eyes ablaze like twin fires. This was the magma crocodile, a lurking predator of the magma river, notorious for ambushing those near the shore. Startled by the commotion behind him, Yi Xiao spun around, widening his eyes in shock as he saw the magma crocodile swimming rapidly toward the bank. It then crawled ashore, opening its gaping maw, intent on biting Yi Xiao and dragging him back into the molten depths. With no room to retreat, Yi Xiao found himself precariously positioned on the slope above the river's edge. In a panic, if he fled upward recklessly, he risked stepping on unstable stones or falling into the magma below. What terrible luck! Yi Xiao silently cursed. All this trouble just for picking a single red blood grass? Reacting swiftly, Yi Xiao crouched to lower his center of gravity. He began to accumulate power in his right fist. As the magma crocodile lunged, he abruptly raised his fist and struck downward with tremendous force. Boom! His punch landed squarely on the crocodile's snout. The creature's head snapped sideways, its jaws snapping shut on empty air. Stung by Yi Xiao's counterattack, it was sent tumbling back into the magma river with a series of heavy rolls. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, staring at his fist. The searing heat had blistered his skin during the punch, causing his knuckles to scorch painfully. Fortunately, Yi Xiao's passive skill, qi, and blood circulation was rapidly accelerating his healing process, increasing recovery speed by 50%. The burns on his fist were swiftly mending. But the magma crocodile was no ordinary beast. It resurfaced once more, a formidable 5 meters in length, its entire body covered in dark crimson scales. Clearly, the earlier defeat had only fueled its fury. Shaking its head, it lunged again toward Yi Xiao on the riverbank. Yi Xiao did not grant it a second chance. When the magma crocodile crawled back up and approached Yi Xiao, he took a step forward, placing his foot upon the creature's head. His fist aimed squarely at its eye before crashing down. Boom! A golden radiance emanated from Yi Xiao's fist. Moreover, each of his punches was swung with the utmost circular motion, delivering an immensely violent force. Ding! You have completed a punch. The force of this punch is 88. With this blow, the magma crocodile trembled violently, its eyeball bursting. Ding! You have completed a punch. The force of this punch is 92. This punch shattered the creature's tough shell. Ding! You have completed a punch. The force of this punch is 97. This blow caused its brain matter to ooze out. Bang, bang, bang. 3 punches in total. The first shattered the eyeball. The second smashed through the skull. The third pierced the brain. The magma crocodile's body stiffened abruptly, as if it had turned into a wooden stick. Then it fell motionless, rolling like a stone into the lava river, finally sinking slowly into the molten depths. Yi Xiao gasped heavily. Though he had only thrown 3 punches, they had drained over 70% of his internal strength. Sweat poured from his body. His breathing grew rapid and ragged, and his heart raced to its limit. So exhausting. Yi Xiao muttered inwardly, yet a smile soon appeared on his lips. As long as I can take down this magma crocodile, that's enough. My current power is still too weak. Just defeating one magma crocodile feels like it has drained all my energy. If 2 appear at once, I might have ended up as their meal. With these thoughts, Yi Xiao slowly climbed onto the shore. Once back on solid ground, a lingering sense of dread haunted him. Had he been even slightly careless, he might have perished beneath the lava. He didn't know where this immense courage and composure had come from in such a critical moment. He and T made a single mistake throughout. Any slip-up would have meant becoming the magma crocodile's next meal. Scarlet Bloodgrass. Chi Yuan Chapter Achievement unlocked. First-time collection of Fire Spirit Herb. Reward. Passive skill, Gathering Mastery, collection success rate +5. Magma Crocodile. Chi Yuan Chapter Achievement unlocked. First time slaying of Magma Crocodile. Reward. Passive skill, Beast Slayer, damage to animal-type enemies +5. Standing on the shore, Yi Xiao examined the 2 new milestone achievements he had just earned on his path of the strong. Only now did he realize that harvesting Scarlet Bloodgrass was not always guaranteed to succeed. With this in mind, Yi Xiao continued walking northward along the lava riverbank. Before long, he encountered another Scarlet Bloodgrass, a dark crimson leaf with golden veins. Armed with his previous experience, his proficiency and efficiency in harvesting improved markedly. After plucking the second Scarlet Bloodgrass, he was shocked to see it wither rapidly in his hand, ultimately transforming into a grayish-black dead plant. Witnessing this, Yi Xiao finally understood that herb gathering was not a guaranteed success every time. If the medical officer in the white coat were here, he would surely scold Yi Xiao for such one waste. For Yi Xiao had harvested barehanded, pulling the plants out by the roots, a grave taboo and mistake. Scarlet blood grass grew in harsh environments, and was inherently delicate and fragile. His brutal method of collection was bound to cause the plants to perish. Properly harvesting scarlet bloodgrass required digging up the soil along with the plant and maintaining a consistently high-temperature environment for it. Clearly, Yi Xiao had yet to grasp these nuances. Along his journey, he encountered numerous scarlet bloodgrass plants, digging each one out. 5 survived, but 8 died, a blatant waste of precious resources. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao achieved further progress. Scarlet bloodgrass. Qi Yuan Chapter Achievement unlocked. Collected 10 fire spirit herbs. Reward. Passive skill, gathering mastery, collection success rate plus 10. Thanks to the 10-point boost in success rate. The number of scarlet bloodgrass plants dying under Yi Xiao's hand was kept in check. Otherwise, it would have been far worse. Thus, Yi Xiao pressed on until he arrived at the nearest stone bridge. Standing before it, he gazed ahead. The bridge was narrow, only wide enough for a single person. Its surface was composed of black rock, cracked to reveal a faint red glow, molten lava flowing beneath. The moment Yi Xiao stepped onto the bridge, smoke began to rise from his soles. Looking down, he saw his shoe soles softening from the heat. Just a few more steps, and they would burn through. This stone bridge was not an easy passage at all. Fixating on the bridge, Yi Xiao followed its extension with his eyes. He refrained from crossing rashly, instead murmuring to himself, "I found the scarlet bloodgrass and completed the medical officer's task. I've also slain a 4th-tier monster, fulfilling Black Elder's requirement to earn my own gravity training card. Having experienced so much in the Qiyuan world, perhaps it's best to return for now." He considered his gains from this venture into Qiyuan to be substantial. The bridge's temperature was too extreme. It would be wiser to head back and exchange military merit for a pair of military-grade fire-resistant boots. Such footwear featured soles made from special materials capable of withstanding the scorching heat of the Lava River's stone bridge. With this resolution, Yi Xiao turned to retrace his steps. Just as he began to leave, a familiar voice echoed behind him. "Crossing this bridge will bring you one step closer to the truth about your father." Yi Xiao halted in his tracks. He turned to gaze at the world beyond the bridge. On the opposite bank of the lava river sprawled a range of volcanic mountains. The main peak soared highest, its crater 1,000 zhang in diameter and bottomless in depth, with lava flowing from its mouth to form the river beneath. Having come this far, could he really give up now? Didn't he want to uncover the truth about his father's death? The tempting voice spoke again like a siren-esque call. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiao stared at the bridge and then at his shoes, caught in hesitation. At that moment, a commotion arose not far from him. A small team of 3, 2 men and 1 woman, hurried toward the stone bridge. Soon, Yi Xiao came face to face with the trio. When they saw him standing alone, expressions of surprise flickered across their faces. They could sense that his cultivation level was quite low. For a moment, they doubted their perception. Logically, Qia Fortress should not permit anyone of such a low realm into the Qiyuan world. Yi Xiao watched as the 3 approached. It was evident that they, too, intended to cross the bridge. Originally strangers, indifferent to each other, the 3 could have easily ignored Yi Xiao and crossed without incident. Yet the woman in the group paused, her gaze curiously fixed on Yi Xiao. "You look very young. Are you a student?" she inquired. Yi Xiao nodded. "Yes. Which school?" "Gianda, a Fremo." Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment simultaneously appeared on the faces of the 3 individuals. The woman continued, "You are just a freshman. How did you come to be in a place like this? Moreover, from observing your realm aura, it seems that you or she hesitated." But Yi Xiao directly answered on her behalf. First realm. When Yi Xiao revealed his cultivation level, the 2 men's expressions turned to shock. It should be noted that their trio was composed entirely of 7th realm warriors. It was precisely because of this strength that they dared to venture deep into the Qiyuan world, arriving at the stone bridge over the molten river, preparing to cross. Yet here stood this young man, possessing only 1st realm strength and still a freshman at Jian University, appearing in such a place. This was something unprecedented. But what intrigued them most was how he had arrived here alone. Had he been separated from his teacher or elders? Yi Xiao shook his head in response. "I came alone." The woman could not help but inquire, "What is your profession?" Yi Xiao replied, "An E-class martial artist." By now, he seemed accustomed to this professional label, answering the question with straightforwardness and a cold detachment. A martial artist profession? Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances, their expressions betraying disbelief and astonishment. Yi Xiao could perceive the shock and incredulity in their eyes. At that moment, Yi Xiao noticed a thin layer of frost-like aura emanating from the woman, forming a protective shield enveloping the trio. This indicated that the woman's profession was likely related to the ice element. Thanks to the cold aura provided by her, The three had safely made it to this point. However, Yi Xiao possessed no such cooling ability. In other words, he had relied solely on his physical strength, enduring the extreme heat to reach this place. This realization deepened the shock in the hearts of the three. You, an E-class martial artist at the first realm, have physically borne the heat all the way here? One of the men stared at Yi Xiao, his tone and expression brimming with astonishment. Yi Xiao nodded. Another man pressed further. Didn't you feel the heat? Did you not encounter any monsters along the way? Yi Xiao first shook his head, then nodded. Finally, the woman fixed her gaze on Yi Xiao, her expression complex. You don't intend to cross this stone bridge next, do you? Yi Xiao finally spoke. I do intend to cross the stone bridge, but with my current shoes, I cannot. The temperature of the bridge is too high. It would burn through my shoes. Hearing this, the three exchanged strange expressions. They had expected some other excuse from Yi Xiao for not crossing the bridge, but none had anticipated that his reason would be concern over his shoes being ruined by the heat. At this moment, one of the men said, Li Yun, why don't you give him a pair of advanced fire-resistant shoes? Li Yun, the only woman in the group, nodded and produced a pair of red boots. She handed them to Yi Xiao and said, these advanced fire-resistant shoes will allow you to cross the stone bridge. Yi Xiao shook his head. I have no money. Seeing the boy's straightforward demeanor, Li Yun laughed outright. They're free. Consider it a reward for your solo journey to the stone bridge. Yi Xiao accepted the advanced fire-resistant shoes, then took a stalk of red blood grass from his spiritual ring and offered it in return. This is red blood grass I picked. It's for you. Li Yun was slightly taken aback. The two men beside her showed a hint of admiration in their eyes. This young man is quite open-handed. If it were me in my youth, I'd probably have just taken the shoes without offering anything in return. However, the red blood grass was unnecessary for them. You keep it yourself. The two men declined Yi Xiao's goodwill. After speaking, Yi Xiao retrieved the red blood grass and placed it back into his spiritual ring. He then asked, may I know your names, seniors? If there's a chance in the future, I will surely repay you. The two men laughed heartily. I am Hu Yi, and he is Lu Jian. We never expected anything in return. But you, what is your name? Yi Xiao replied, Yi Xiao. The three nodded. Very well, we will remember your name. If fate permits, we may meet again. Most likely, fate will. Yi Xiao was puzzled. Fate will permit? Most likely? What does that mean? At that moment, Li Yun looked at Yi Xiao earnestly and said, young man, given your realm and profession, making it here is already quite remarkable. Although we have given you a pair of advanced fire-resistant shoes, we still advise against crossing the stone bridge. Besides, you are a freshman at Jian University, presumably just admitted. Your future is long, filled with infinite possibilities and many wonderful days awaiting your experience. The other side of the stone bridge is far more dangerous. It would be best if you turn back now, hastening your departure from the Qiyuan world. When you reach the fourth realm, venturing in to explore will be the safest course of action. Li Yun imparted her heartfelt advice. Afterward, they too needed to press on with their journey. The three crossed the stone bridge steadily before their figures disappeared from Yi Xiao's sight. Tell me, do you think that young man will cross the stone bridge? One asked. Li Yun just gave him all that advice. Maybe he will listen and not cross? Li Yun glanced back and said, I actually think he might cross. Hu Yi remarked, I never expected that our school would produce such a fierce freshman. Lu Jian responded, it's only natural for new talents to appear after all these years since our graduation. Hu Yi shook his head, but he is a martial artist, an E-class profession, clearly not in the realm of geniuses. Lu Jian said, when you put it that way, that is true. Still, we've all been invited back by the school to serve as examiners for the freshmen. Perhaps we will encounter this young man again. Hu Yi asked, is that what you mean by fate will permit us to meet again? What if he dies in the Qiyuan world? After all, he is our junior. Should we not go back and try to persuade him again? Lu Jian replied, that would be his own doing. Entering the Rift world is tantamount to signing a death warrant. Life and death are one's own responsibility. Li Yun has already kindly given him many warnings. We have done our part to the fullest. Hu Yi said enough. Don't forget our mission. We're not here to rescue that kid, understand? The trio fell silent and resumed their journey toward the mission's destination. Yi Xiao had already changed into the advanced fire-resistant shoes given by Li Yun. Wearing them, he distinctly felt the insulation beneath his feet greatly enhanced. When he tentatively stepped onto the stone bridge this time, the shoes did not emit smoke. Are you ready? Then step onto the stone bridge and journey to the other side. The voice echoed once more beside Yi Xiao's ear. Yi Xiao's mind was clear. He remained composed and fully aware of his actions. Yet, this eerie voice persistently tempted him, undoubtedly harboring some hidden agenda. Nevertheless, his relentless pursuit of the truth was something Yi Xiao was unwilling to relinquish. Until now, he had yet to discover the place of his predecessor's demise from his past memories. To go. or not to go? These two thoughts clashed repeatedly within Yi Xiao's mind. In the end, Yi Xiao made his decision. He chose to advance. The moment he took the first step and placed his foot upon the bridge's surface, the entire world transformed. The dark red sky vanished. The river of molten lava disappeared, and the distant volcano faded away. He found himself standing in a void, surrounded by endless darkness, with only a narrow path beneath his feet stretching toward an unseen horizon. What was this? Yi Xiao suddenly swayed, feeling as if he had fallen into a trap. He wanted to retreat, only to discover there was no way back, just boundless pitch blackness behind him. A voice emerged from the darkness, low and resonant like an ancient bell toll. "Warrior, why have you come?" The sound thundered in Yi Xiao's ears. "Who are you?" he instinctively asked. "Who am I?" The voice paused thoughtfully. "Indeed, that is a very good question. Who am I? So who am I, truly?" After a brief silence, the voice sounded again. "Warrior, why have you come?" The repeated question assailed him once more. Yi Xiao's expression shifted slightly. Tension gripped him to its utmost degree. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Yi Xiao's ear. Ding. Detected fragment zone suitable for unlocking the Martial God Dungeon. Generating martial arts dungeon environment trial. Martial God trial unlocked. Generating historical martial arts masters the host must confront. This Martial God dungeon trial type. Adversity trial. Trial opponent. Nameless. Dungeon objective. Complete the nameless trial. Dungeon reward. Mysterious fist intent ability. Failure penalty. Realm reduced by 1,000 levels. Martial God trial? Listening to the system's voice, surprise flickered across Yi Xiao's face. Soon, he understood clearly. He had entered a zone akin to a game dungeon. Adversity trial? Trial opponent nameless? Was this the legendary nameless patriarch? Yi Xiao involuntarily drew a sharp breath. Can I truly overcome the nameless patriarch's trial? The dungeon reward was something he dared not yet dream of. The penalty for failure was far too severe. It would directly reduce his realm by 1,000 levels. Although, for Yi Xiao's current 10,000 tier realm, a reduction of 1,000 levels was not entirely insurmountable, since he had accidentally entered the Martial God trial space. He was uncertain if there would be another chance to enter if he left now. "Warrior, why have you come?" At that moment, the voice sounded for the third time. Yi Xiao halted, pondered, and said, "To the other side of the bridge." "Why go to the other side of the bridge?" "I seek the truth behind my father's death." "So, you have come for vengeance on behalf of your kin. Are you dissatisfied with this answer?" "No, I am simply surprised. Over the millennia, many have passed here. I have asked some, and without exception, their answers were for strength and protection. Only you come for revenge." Yi Xiao fell into a brief silence. The darkness was still for a moment. Then the voice sounded once more, void of any emotion. "This bridge is named the Bridge of Fist Intent. Over 10,000 years, 17 warriors have stepped upon it. 6 crossed to the other side, while those who failed perished here." Yi Xiao shuddered at these words. He controlled his emotions and inquired, "Do you only open the Martial God trial when a warrior appears?" The voice replied, "Yes, I open the Martial God trial only for warriors." Yi Xiao's fingers tightened slightly, concealing his tension within his palm. The voice continued slowly. "To pass through, you must endure 3 trials: the flesh, the will, and the fist intent. Each trial may cost you your life. Do you still wish to proceed? Throughout history, many warriors stronger and of higher realms than you have died here. You still have a final opportunity to reconsider. Once you choose to begin, there is no turning back." The voice as solemn and earnest warning reverberated repeatedly in Yi Xiao's ears. He took a full 5 minutes to deliberate. One must understand. The Martial God trial lay just one step ahead, ready to claim his life at any moment. He had been reborn and could have quietly trained his fists with the system, honing a million punches to become invincible before emerging to sweep the world. But now, life and death were confronting him directly. However, youth is meant for boldness. Moreover, Yi Xiao's journey of training his fists and body had always been marked by an unrestrained and reckless spirit. He sought breakthroughs precisely in moments of utmost peril. At last, Yi Xiao resolutely uttered 4 words. "I will pass." "Very well." The voice immediately responded, then slowly faded away. As the sound dissipated, Yi Xiao gradually felt his body overwhelmed by pressure from all directions. His first thought was, how familiar this sensation is. Is this gravity training tower's regimen? Immediately, Yi Xiao saw a flickering light spot on the stone bridge ahead in the darkness. The light seemed to guide him, indicating that he must walk to that point on the bridge. The spot lay approximately 1/3 of the way along the bridge. Yi Xiao took a deep breath. Having already grasped the nature of this trial, he began to take the first step, advancing along the stone bridge. In the next moment, immense pressure surged from all sides, like countless hands pressing down upon him, intent on crushing him. His bones creaked and groaned, his muscles trembled, and blood roared fiercely through his veins as if about to burst the vessels. His skin reddened, then darkened to purple, with tiny beads of blood oozing from his pores. Such terrifying pressure, Yi Xiao thought silently. Fortunately, I trained for a time in the gravity training tower. Otherwise, if I were to suddenly face this pressure environment, my body might not withstand it, and I would be crushed. Then Yi Xiao resolutely endured the gravity-s assault, step by step moving forward. Though slow, his pace was firm and rhythmic. Over millennia, most who perished in the first trial had their bones crushed to powder, flesh ground to pulp, and souls scattered into the void. At that moment, ethereal voices seemed to drift through the surroundings. All my life, I have climbed to the pinnacle of physical training. I will surely cross this bridge, the legacy of the nameless patriarch. I desire to inherit it. Why? After a lifetime of cultivation, can I not even cross a single bridge? I am unwilling to accept this fate. Father, mother, your son has been unfilial. He can never return. Why must the heavens be so cruel to us warriors? Are we cursed by nature, born incapable of absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation? I shall prove the worth of a warrior. It's all a joke. Everything is but a farce. Ultimately nothing but emptiness. The warrior-s path is the most despicable of all professions. As Yi Xiao tread upon the stone bridge, these voices incessantly echoed in his ears. These voices, unsurprisingly, were the lingering resentments of past challengers, their unwillingness to die transformed into spectral whispers. Throughout Yi Xiao's challenge, these voices ceaselessly assailed his mind, battering his emotions. Yi Xiao covered his ears, striving to dispel the disruptive murmurs surrounding him. Gritting his teeth, he straightened his posture. His knees refused to bend, his waist remained stiff. His spine stood as rigid as a blade. The pressure mounted relentlessly, so intense that his skin began to crack, droplets of blood seeping from the fissures, trickling down his arms. He understood this was merely the beginning. Here, the gravity differed greatly from that of the school's gravity training tower. Under the same gravitational multiplier, the oppressive force of the stone bridge overwhelmed that of the training tower in every conceivable direction. Yi Xiao did not know the reason why. Yet, he had neither time nor energy to ponder it. As he pressed forward, the pressure escalated further. His ribs began to bend, emitting a sickening creak that made teeth ache. His spine trembled, each vertebra bearing the extreme burden. His heart pounded wildly within his chest, threatening to burst. His lungs were compressed. Every breath demanded all his might. Yet he did not fall. He stood firm like a tree battered by a storm, but unbroken. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Behind him, sweat mingled with the imprint of his footsteps, forming a long trail as he advanced toward the center of the stone bridge. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. Each second stretched into a year. He lost track of how long had passed, perhaps minutes, perhaps hours, perhaps days. Gradually, his consciousness blurred. His body no longer felt like his own, yet he did not collapse. When the body can no longer endure, the willpower carries you through the ordeal. Moreover, a fierce desire to survive became the fundamental force driving Yi Xiao. I cannot die here. After finally traversing a lifetime, to perish now would be a tragedy beyond measure. Besides, I have a magnificent life and future awaiting me to experience. There is my father's vengeance, the kindness of those who helped me, and my own unfinished retribution. So many things remain undone. How could I possibly die here? Yi Xiao, grit your teeth. Persevere. As long as you live, dawn will come. Blood began to seep from beneath his feet. He could no longer discern which part of his body was wounded. Fresh blood mingled with sweat, dripping onto the ground. Only this resolute youth's steadfast silhouette trudged alone through the darkness. So weary, so exhausted, unable to lift his legs, unable to straighten his waist. I so desperately want to rest. At the brink of collapse, after countless steps, finally, he summoned all his strength to open his eyelids and lifted his head to behold. Just within reach, a beam of light. Yi Xiao stretched out his hand and at last grasped that radiance. In the next moment, the light surged into Yi Xiao's body, rushing and cascading. He felt as if some cleansing and purifying force was washing over him. His body, which had nearly reached its limit, suddenly found all the pressure vanish, not merely lessen, but utterly disappear. Yi Xiao's body felt suddenly light, almost causing him to stumble forward. He steadied himself, gasping for breath, sweat mingled with blood dripping from his face. Though utterly battered and exhausted, a smile curled at the corner of his lips. The sensation of enduring gravity's crushing weight, only to have it vanish entirely, brought Yi Xiao unparalleled relief and joy, a dopamine rush beyond compare. Moreover, his path of the strong manifested streaks of red light. Yi Xiao, astonished, wondered if an unexpected boon had appeared. He hastened to open and examine it. Unyielding will. Warrior God Trial Achievement unlocked. Reward. Unyielding will, willpower strength 5. Persistence. Warrior God Trial Achievement unlocked. Unyielding will upgraded to unyielding will, willpower strength 10. Tenacity. Warrior God Trial Achievement unlocked. Unyielding will upgraded to unyielding will, willpower strength 15. Indomitable Spirit. Warrior God Trial Achievement unlocked. Unyielding will upgraded to unyielding will, willpower strength 20. Face despair head on. Warrior God Trial Achievement unlocked. Unyielding will upgraded to unyielding will, max level, willpower strength 25. After reading this, Yi Xiao's smile grew even broader. He also sensed his willpower had become vastly stronger than before. His concentration, conviction, and perseverance had all improved significantly. This meant that in the future, should any event attempt to shake his mind, the strength of his will would steadfastly preserve his resolve. Immune to any wavering. At that moment, the voice sounded once more. Not bad. Your physical body is still capable. You are stronger than them. I have placed a reward for you, just ahead. Yi Xiao saw, at a distance of about 1 meter in front of him, a new radiance descending. But this was a golden light, symbolizing a reward. Yi Xiao did not recklessly step forward to claim it, for the voice had not yet finished. You may take the reward now and return the way you came. I will not stop you. Alternatively, you may continue forward, seal the reward away. But the cost is that you must fully complete the trial to obtain all rewards, and the final prize will be upgraded. Hearing this, Yi Xiao wiped the blood from his face and replied without hesitation. Continue. The moment the pressure vanished, a new trial emerged. This time, the core of the trial was not pain, but a tormenting memory. It was the deepest fear buried within Yi Xiao's heart, forcibly dragged out by the trial and laid bare before him. He saw demons, countless demons filling the sky, flames raging everywhere, surging from all directions, encircling him. The fire was no ordinary blaze. It was dark red, tinged with the scent of sulfur, magma flames from the depths of the crimson abyss. Each flame was itself a formidable demon. The flames licked his skin, burned his hair, yet he felt no pain, for his attention was not on the fire. Within the inferno, he saw a figure, a man clad in battle demon armor, his back turned to Yi Xiao, standing at the heart of the flames. His clothes were ablaze, his hair consumed by flames, yet he remained motionless. All the fiends swarmed around him. He stood there like a statue, arrogantly surveying the world. In his gaze, there seemed to be nothing but contempt for everything. Dad! Yi Xiao cried out. The man did not turn his head. Yi Xiao wanted to rush forward, but his feet were frozen. Not bound, but paralyzed by fear. He was afraid to see that man's face, afraid to behold the visage ravaged by fire, afraid to look upon those closed eyes. The flames drew closer, waves of heat scorching his skin. Yi Xiao caught the scent of his own singed hair, heard the crackling of the fire, and watched as the man was gradually engulfed by the inferno. He knew it was an illusion, yet he could not move. Because it was not merely an illusion, it was a memory he would never forget. At that moment, a voice echoed. What are you afraid of? Yi Xiao said, I'm afraid I can't save him. He is already dead. I know. Then why do you still fear? Yi Xiao fell silent for a long while. Flames blazed around him. The man slowly collapsed within the fire. He recalled the day his father had thrown him out of the monster horde, remaining behind forever. He remembered his father's final smile, not one of bitterness or despair, but of resignation. Because I don't want to disappoint him. Yi Xiao's voice was soft but steady. He disappointed him? Yi Xiao did it. His father's last words before dying were, Xiao, or live on. No matter what others say. Live on and live with dignity. Don't think about avenging me. You must live well. Live well. Those were his exact words. Live on. Not become stronger, not avenge me, but simply live on. Meaning, he never asked Yi Xiao to become a hero, nor to seek vengeance. He only wanted Yi Xiao to survive. Reaching this point in his memory, Yi Xiao suddenly felt tears welling in his eyes for reasons unknown. He had not disappointed him. He said, Then why do you still fear? The voice sounded again. Because, Yi Xiao took a deep breath, I am not only afraid of disappointing him. What I fear even more is that I want to become the person he hoped I would be. Silence lingered in the darkness for a long time. Then, the flames extinguished, not abruptly, but gradually fading away like the ebb of a tide. The man turned in the fire, and Yi Xiao saw his face, not a scorched countenance, but a youthful, unblemished one, smiling. The face of his father in his prime. He raised his hand and waved at Yi Xiao. Without a word, only a smile. Then he slowly vanished. That voice sounded again, softer than before. Your willpower has passed the test. Clearly, you fear more than your father did. Yet you also have the courage to face it more than he did. Yi Xiao was silent for a moment before replying. Is it because he chose to face everything with death, thereby ending it all? And I have chosen to live on to confront it all? The voice did not answer Yi Xiao's question. Instead, in front of him appeared a golden light, symbolizing a reward. It rose and then receded automatically. Yi Xiao saw at the far end of the stone bridge 2 golden lights slowly circling, awaiting his claim. At that moment, new milestones in Yi Xiao's path of the strong activated. First, emergence of the inner demon. Martial God Trial Achievement unlocked. Reward title, Introspector. Inner demon growth rate 20%. Confronting the inner demon. Martial God Trial Achievement unlocked. Reward title, Confronter. Inner demon influence 30%. Shadow of the past. Martial God Trial Achievement unlocked. Reward title, Tribulation Survivor. Inner demon resistance 20%. Severing attachments. Martial God Trial Achievement unlocked. Reward title, Attachment fading. Negative effects related to attachments 30%. Pure heart. Martial God Trial Achievement unlocked. Passive reward. Inner demon control. Unlocks special state inner demon incarnation. Enabling transformation of inner demon power into combat strength. This time, Yi Xiao realized that all his newly unlocked achievements were connected to the inner demon, and not merely simple attribute accumulations as before. In other words, after enduring that harrowing memory of the inner demon, undergoing introspection, confrontation, tribulation, severing attachments, and attaining a pure heart, Yi Xiao had inadvertently resolved his inner demon problem. Moreover, he had mastered a special state, inner demon incarnation. Entering this state allowed him to convert the power of his inner demon into battle prowess. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao immediately grasped the meaning. The so-called transformation of inner demon power into combat strength was, in essence, the rekindling of the vengeful spirit within. Letting the flames of vengeance blaze fiercely, one naturally gains inexhaustible energy. Is that not, in fact, a conversion into combat power? Yi Xiao's understanding was rough, but not inaccurate. As the boundless flames slowly disappeared, Yi Xiao resumed his journey. He had traversed 2/3 of the stone bridge, with the final third remaining. This stretch seemed short, yet it was far from simple to cover. No pressure, no flames. Yi Xiao walked smoothly and calmly. Yet this very normalcy made him increasingly vigilant. Where there is abnormality, there is surely a demon. The more ordinary it appeared, the more likely a greater storm was brewing behind the scenes. Sure enough, as Yi Xiao walked, he suddenly found himself standing upon a fighting stage, the Martial God Arena, a simple, straightforward name revealing the location. And he stood atop the arena. The platform was small, 10 meters in diameter, surrounded by void. Opposite him stood a figure. No, more precisely, not a person, but a shadow. Black, featureless, with only an outline. But one thing was solid, its fist. That fist was golden, emitting a faint glow. It was the residual intent of the nameless ancestor's punch. The voice said it could neither speak nor think. It only knew one thing, to strike. You must use your own fighting spirit to receive its punch. Fail, and you die. Succeed, and you will have your own fighting spirit. A simple and blunt statement revealed the cruelest aspect of the third trial ahead. Yi Xiao stared at that golden fist, his heartbeat quickening. This was no ordinary punch. It was the residual shadow of the blow that shattered the sky 100,000 years ago. Even as a mere shadow, it contained enough power to obliterate heaven and earth. Now he must face that punch in combat. You have no fighting spirit, the voice said. You only have your fist. Use your fist to receive its fighting intent. As the words fell, Yi Xiao was shocked to discover his fighting spirit had been sealed. In other words, his law-breaking fist was unusable. His fighting spirit codex was completely shut down, pitch black, inaccessible. Yi Xiao had no time to be stunned. Because the shadow moved, Yi Xiao took a deep breath and raised his fist. The shadow made no approach, no preparation, simply lifted that golden fist and swung it toward Yi Xiao. So slow, so deliberate that Yi Xiao could discern every minute detail. The fist emerged from the waist, passed the chest, crossed the shoulder, and reached its apex. Its slowness seemed almost intentional, as if to allow Yi Xiao to witness the entire trajectory of the punch with crystal clarity. Yi Xiao thought to dodge, but he could not. Not because of speed, but because that punch had locked onto his aura, his very soul, even his fate. He could only endure it head-on. Yi Xiao chose to meet the blow with his own fist. Boom! The collision of fists erupted in a blaze of golden light. Yi Xiao felt as if his fist had struck a mountain. No, it was as though he had struck an entire world. That overwhelming force surged like a tidal wave, racing along his arm and crashing into his body, intent on tearing him apart from within. His arm's bones cracked, not with a sharp snap but a dull sound, like breaking a wet branch. His shoulder dislocated, his elbow shifted out of place, and his wrist swelled. Yet he did not retreat, because the Shadow's second punch came without granting him even a moment to breathe, no opening whatsoever. It followed immediately upon the first strike. Gritting his teeth, Yi Xiao thrust forward with his other fist. Boom! The second punch landed. His other arm also fractured. His knees collapsed to the ground, but he still held his fists raised. Is this the fighting spirit of the nameless patriarch? A mere afterimage, yet even after countless years, it remains so terrifying. The thought of the nameless patriarch at his peak, how incomprehensibly formidable his power must have been. Yi Xiao pondered silently. The shadow did not cease. It raised its fist once more. The third punch was coming. Yi Xiao stared at the golden fist, a single thought flashing through his mind. I cannot withstand this. That thought lasted only an instant before another replaced it. Yet I cannot retreat. If I cannot withstand it, there is still a chance to continue the trial. But if I retreat, it will be deemed a voluntary surrender. He pressed his two already fractured fists together and struck out toward the golden fist. Boom! This time, the golden light did not explode. It halted before his fists. Not blocked, caught. There was no golden glow, no fighting spirit upon his fists, only blood and sweat. Yet that golden fist stopped just before his knuckles. The shadow flickered, then slowly dissipated. Yi Xiao knelt upon the arena floor, his arms hanging at his sides like two severed ropes, his fists still raised, though he could no longer clench them. Then the voice sounded. Past. Whether you possess fighting spirit is irrelevant. What matters most is a heart harder than fighting spirit itself. Have I passed? Yi Xiao stared at his utterly shattered arms, from fists to elbows to shoulders. Not a single part remained intact. Every bone, tendon, and muscle utterly pulverized by that exchange of blows. Now his two arms hung limply like ropes. The pain crept in belatedly. Having endured that monumental ordeal, Yi Xiao finally came to his senses. His complexion changed drastically as the agony swept over him like a cataclysmic storm. But in the next moment, the golden fist suddenly transformed into a beam of light, merging into his arms. Immediately after, Yi Xiao witnessed with his own eyes the fractured bones, torn flesh, and severed tendons rapidly knitting themselves back together. Within less than 10 seconds, he distinctly felt his arms restored to their original state. More than that, this power surged from his arms into every limb and sinew within his body, becoming the primal force propelling his continual breakthrough in realm. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Earth Clay realm, 10,013 layers. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Earth Clay realm, 10,014 layers. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Earth Clay realm, 10,015 layers. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Earth Clay realm, 11,000 layers. Within the span of a single minute, Yi Xiao witnessed his realm soar from just above 10,000 layers directly to 11,000 layers, an increase of nearly 1,000 layers. This rate of advancement far surpassed any efficiency he had ever achieved training in the Gravity Tower. Finally, as the golden fighting spirit within him was fully absorbed, Yi Xiao noticed the surroundings gradually revert to the original stone bridge scene. At the far end of his vision, 3 golden lights shimmered, representing the rewards he was ultimately entitled to claim. Next, Yi Xiao only had to traverse the final stretch of the stone bridge, reach its end, and collect these 3 treasures. He thought the trial had concluded, yet had not. As he approached the last segment of the stone bridge, the arena vanished. The darkness dissipated, and he found himself standing atop a solitary peak. The summit was small, spanning only a few square meters, encircled by a sea of clouds. Beneath the clouds yawned an abyss, below which was the void. Beyond the void, he could see nothing. But when he looked up, he saw a figure atop the peak. Not a shadow, but an old man. He sat with his back to Yi Xiao, perched on the edge of the cliff, legs dangling above the cloud sea. The old man wore tattered robes. His hair was white as snow. His right arm hung at his side, fingertips dripping blood, golden blood. At that moment, Yi Xiao's breath nearly ceased. He held it tight, heart pounding, for he recognized that silhouette, not from any portrait, but from the fighting spirit itself. The fighting spirit that had lingered at the edge of the rift for nearly 100,000 years, identical to this figure. The nameless patriarch? Yi Xiao's voice was soft, yet in the profound silence, it rang clear. The old man did not turn around. Yi Xiao stood there, unsure what to say. He had many questions, Why did he meet the nameless patriarch here? Why could the patriarch's fighting spirit endure for 100,000 years? Was the martial warrior truly the weakest profession in history? And so forth. But he asked none of them. Yi Xiao felt this old man would not answer. He waited a while, then did something even he did not anticipate. Yi Xiao approached the old man, sat down beside him, and together they gazed into the sea of clouds. Yi Xiao himself did not understand why he acted this way, only that an impulse drove him, compelling this choice. After sitting down, the old man still did not look back or acknowledge his presence, as though Yi Xiao had never come. Yet sitting there, Yi Xiao epidinjit a profond tranquillity. All the worldly tumult and strife suddenly seemed insignificant in that moment. Beneath his feet, the sea of clouds surged and roiled like a boundless expanse of white ocean. In the distance, a light shimmered, golden and radiant, its origin unknown. They sat there, motionless. Yi Xiao refrained from speaking, and the old man had never uttered a word. Time slipped by unnoticed, perhaps minutes, perhaps hours, perhaps days. Yi Xiao's perception of time gradually dulled, until he forgot how he had originally arrived in this place. After an indeterminate span, the old man finally spoke. His voice was soft, like the wind rustling through leaves. Nearly 100,000 years ago, I too sat here. Yi Xiao said nothing, merely turning his head to listen quietly as the old man continued. At that time, I had just landed that punch. My right arm was broken, never to be rejoined. I sat here pondering one thing. What was it? Yi Xiao inwarded it. The old man fell silent for a long while. I was wondering how long my punch could endure. A tightness gripped Yi Xiao's throat, his emotions stirred by the old man's words. How long could endure? 100,000 years, the old man said. My plan was to hold on for 100,000 years. I strove to win that span of time for future generations of heaven and earth, hoping that within those 100,000 years, a new genius, one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with me, would be born, and he could extend this seal for another 100,000 years. Turning his gaze to Yi Xiao, the old man revealed a face marked by age. Deep wrinkles etched across his skin, his eyes bright and sparkling like stars. His right arm still dripped blood. The golden droplets fell onto the sea of clouds, dyeing the white expanse with hues of gold. It was almost unbelievable that these golden drops had fallen continuously for 100,000 years. What is your name? Yi Xiao. The old man repeated the name thoughtfully and nodded. You resemble your father greatly. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned, then hastened to ask, You have met my father? The last person to undergo the martial god trial was he. At these words, Yi Xiao's emotions surged. How did my father perform? He performed as excellently as you. Passing through as well. When he came here, I was already sitting in this very spot, the old man said. He sat here for a full day and night. He did not ask me any questions, and I did not speak. When he left, he struck a punch at my back. The old man turned his gaze back to the sea of clouds. That punch, unlike the one you just threw, was different. Your fist was hard. His was warm. Your fist sought victory. His sought defense. Yi Xiao was silent for a moment, then finally asked the question that had been weighing on his heart. Which punch was stronger? The old man smiled. Not loudly, but softly, like the wind caressing leaves. There is no stronger fist, only the one that fits best. He rose to his feet and turned to face Yi Xiao. His right arm still bled, yet his posture was straight and resolute, like a sword embedded in a cliff. The trial is over, and you have passed. Yi Xiao also stood. His arms still throbbed with pain, yet he held himself upright. But I have not yet attained fist intent, Yi Xiao said. You have, the old man replied. It simply has not awakened. He raised his left hand and touched Yi Xiao's forehead. From this day forth, your fist shall possess a soul. Golden light surged from the old man's fingertips into Yi Xiao's forehead, like a flowing river, a beam of light, a seed falling into fertile soil. Yi Xiao closed his eyes. He sensed something awakening within his body. Not strength, not speed, nor anything familiar. It was a new sensation, like having a second heart beside his own, like a fist within a fist. A fist intent he had never before understood or felt was now coursing wildly through him. The nameless legacy from 100,000 years past had finally found its heir at this moment. He opened his eyes. The old man was gone. The solitary peak vanished. The sea of clouds dissipated. He stood upon a stone bridge, facing the charred earth across the river of molten lava. In the distance, a volcano erupted, its dark crimson glow casting light upon his face. He lowered his gaze to his fist. The golden gleam on his knuckles shone brighter than before, not a faint shimmer, but a true, flame-like radiance. He clenched his fist. His bones emitted a deep, metallic clang, as if metal striking metal. Something within him had changed. Not a mere increase in strength, but something far deeper, like a seed sprouting in the soil, like a door being pushed open. He could feel that new power flowing through his body, from his heart to his fist, from his fist to his entire being. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed within his mind. Martial God Trial, Stone Bridge, Trial Cleared. Trial Participant, Yi Xiao. Trial Stage, Adversity Trial, Bridge Trial. Clearance Evaluation, Perfect. Reward Settlement. Fist Intent Awakening, Guardian Fist. Fist Strength Amplification, 30. Damage to demonic creatures, 20. Unlock special passive ability, Fist Intent Shield. Use Fist Intent as a shield to block one lethal attack. Cooldown, 2 hours. Martial Waypoints, 10,000. Hidden Reward, Recognition of the Nameless Ancestor. Acquired Extreme Martial Mark, granting 100% effect when comprehending the Nameless Ancestor's Fist Intent. Resonance with Yi Zhenghe's Fist Intent. Unlocked Special Passive, Zhenghe's Will, providing 50 defense in the Red Abyss. Yi Xiao stared at the final reward screen of the Martial God Trial with astonishment and delight. The contents of the reward left him marveling. The highlight of the reward was that he had mastered a new Fist Intent, the Guardian Fist. Moreover, it granted him a special passive ability, Fist Intent Shield. With it, every 2 hours he could completely negate one lethal attack. Muttering the details, a smile crept across Yi Xiao's lips. That means even if I face a transcendent being, I have the guaranteed right to withstand one of their attacks. In addition, Yi Xiao noticed that he had gained a 30-point increase in fist strength. This was a tangible boost to his combat power. There was also a 20-point damage increase against demonic creatures, meaning that in future battles against such foes, he could inflict significantly greater harm. This effectively enhanced his combat prowess against monsters. Furthermore, the rewards for completing the Martial God Trial were abundant. 10,000 martial waypoints were granted. When Yi Xiao saw this, he was genuinely startled. To put it into perspective, he had toiled from the beginning of his martial training all the way to the 10,000th realm, earning 10,000 martial waypoints in total. Now, by completing the Martial God Trial, he received 10,000 martial waypoints in one fell swoop. Yi Xiao immediately wished for more Martial God Trials to challenge. However, that was merely a passing thought, for he knew well that the Martial God Trials could not all be so simple. Perhaps it was because the first trial he encountered happened to be connected with the Nameless Ancestor, or perhaps it was due to the protection of his father. But the difficulty had not been too great. Regardless of the reasons, Yi Xiao's successful passage through the Martial God Trial on the Stone Bridge was predominantly due to fortune favoring him. Nonetheless, Yi Xiao had already sensed the formidable intensity of the Martial God Trial. When he encounters such a trial again in the future, he intends to rely solely on his own strength to complete it with dignity and honor. At last, Yi Xiao turned his gaze toward the two hidden rewards he had obtained. One was the recognition of the Nameless Ancestor, which granted him the supreme martial mark. This was an excellent boon for Yi Xiao, as it would ensure a 100% efficacy when he delved into the Nameless Ancestor's boxing intent. This meant that when he eventually had the opportunity to access more of the Nameless Ancestor's boxing wisdom, he would be able to cultivate more swiftly and profoundly. The other reward was the resonance of Yi Zhenghe's boxing intent. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao fell into a reverie, his heart filled with both reverence and emotion. Its effect was to unlock a unique passive skill called Zhenghe's Resolve, which could augment Yi Xiao's defense by 50 within the Qiyuan. He was uncertain what exactly his father had done, but he knew with certainty that all his father's actions were ultimately for his sake. Yi Xiao spent 10 minutes in remembrance and reflection, then took 1 minute to walk from the stone bridge to the opposite shore. Upon arrival, he paused at the riverbank, sensing the transformations within his body. The boxing intent was no longer an intangible, elusive force. It was palpably real. Like a warm current, it flowed from his heart through his limbs and bones, coursing beneath his skin and condensing within his fists. He raised his fist, and the boxing intent surged forth from the knuckles, forming a faint, golden, luminous membrane that enveloped his hand. In the next moment, Yi Xiao struck the molten lava river with a punch. Boom! Where his fist cut through the air, a fissure erupted across the surface of the molten river, causing the lava to part and reveal the rocky bed beneath. Only after 3 seconds did the molten flow converge once more. This punch was deeper, wider, and lasted longer than any before. Retracting his fist, Yi Xiao regarded the delicate golden sheen cloaking his knuckles. Is this the true essence of boxing intent? He whispered softly. Father, I have it. A breeze carried the scent of sulfur from the direction of the fissure. Yi Xiao lifted his head and gazed toward the distant volcano. Father, I hope I will not disappoint you, and may your spirit find peace in the heavens. Kneeling to the ground, Yi Xiao solemnly bowed 3 times toward the empty space before him. These 3 bows were not only in honor of his departed father, but also in gratitude for the nameless ancestor's benevolent inheritance. After his forehead rested on the earth for a long moment, he slowly rose to his feet. Before him, 3 golden orbs of light continued to drift and spin in the air. Yi Xiao had thought the martial god trial's rewards had concluded, yet he had not anticipated that these 3 golden spheres still awaited his touch. With a mixture of excitement and curiosity, he stepped forward and reached out to the first orb. As he made contact, the golden orb dissipated and surged into his body, accompanied by the system's prompt. Ding! You have successfully mastered the boundary-breaking fist seal state. Basic effect, punch power penetration 10. Core passive, each time you throw a full-powered punch, there is a 5% chance to generate spatial ripples at the fist's edge, momentarily tearing space and inflicting damage that ignores 10 points of defense. Could this be the 3rd type of boxing intent illustrated? A look of delight spread across Yi Xiao's face. Though he had only grasped the sealed state of the boundary-breaking fist, it nevertheless bestowed upon him a new boxing attribute, punch power penetration. Moreover, he had acquired the core passive ability, which granted a 5% chance to bypass 10 points of the opponent's defense during a full-powered strike. This would elevate the potency of Yi Xiao's fist to an entirely new level. However, he wondered, did a full-powered punch require his punch force to reach 100%? With curiosity, he resolved to test it. First punch. Ding! You have completed a punch. Punch force this time, 95. Again. Second punch. Ding! You have completed a punch. Punch force this time, 97. Yi Xiao realized that delivering a high-intensity punch was not difficult, but achieving a truly full-powered punch was far more challenging. Furthermore, the greater the punch force, the more terrifying the stamina consumption. Third punch. Yi Xiao's concentration peaked. He summoned the strength of every muscle and bone, channeling all his potential into this single strike. It was as if he had ignited all his latent power in one breath. Ding! You have completed a punch. Punch force this time, 100. Success! Yi Xiao was overjoyed. At the moment of impact, the air around his knuckles distorted faintly, resembling heated glass. This punch left a thin black streak in the air, the mark of space torn asunder. The line existed only briefly, but in that instant, the punch seemed to traverse distance, appearing directly before the target. Yi Xiao's punch manifested 5 meters away from him. Witnessing this, Yi Xiao's smile was utterly uncontainable. Could this be considered his first means of range combat? He could already envision using this punch to defeat Lin Yan from afar. Exhilarating. At this moment, Yi Xiao was filled with unparalleled satisfaction. Having endured the martial god trial on the stone bridge, he now felt a sweetness born of hardship endured and overcome. Everything had been worthwhile. This was the reward of the first golden orb, and it was already so abundant. Yi Xiao's anticipation for the contents of the remaining 2 golden orbs grew ever stronger. With eager expectation, he approached the second golden orb. Proficiently, he reached out and touched it. The golden light surged into his body, and the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Your supreme martial physique has undergone a new evolution. Basic effects: physical vitality 10, physical defense 10, physical resistance 5. Core ability: supreme martial physique rebirth. Bones regenerate after shattering, with new bone hardness of 10, stackable up to 10 times. The second golden orb's reward was equally lavish. If the first reward had evolved Yi Xiao's fists, the second had transformed his body. His supreme martial physique gained new attributes: physical vitality, physical defense, and physical resistance, all enhanced. Moreover, these were permanent attributes, distinct from hidden vitality, hidden defense, or hidden resistance, which only manifested when Yi Xiao was injured. At that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly recalled something. Right? I just earned 10,000 points of martial Dao value. This is perfect for advancing my supreme martial physique's evolution once more. Without hesitation, he opened the interface of the supreme martial physique and initiated its breakthrough. Supreme martial physique, breakthrough. Expenditure of 10,000 points of martial Dao value. Extreme martial body breakthrough. Yi Jin realm, golden body realm. During the process of evolution, Yi Xiao witnessed for the first time his entire body radiating with a golden glow. This sudden vision reminded him of the Buddha statues in temples. However, it was not the kind of benevolent gold. Instead, it was the kind of gold that had been forged, imbued with the heat of fire. Like iron freshly taken from the furnace, like copper scorched under the blazing sun, like sparks flying off a blade against a sharpening stone. He removed his shirt and looked down at himself. Golden skin, golden fists, golden eyes. Yi Xiao asked himself, am I still human? No one answered him. Yet his body, now stronger and harder, silently responded to this question. Upon completing the evolution, Yi Xiao swiftly opened the extreme martial body interface to examine his status. Now, the strength of his body had reached the height of the 5th realm. Extreme martial body. Realm, golden body realm. Physical traits. A faint golden sheen emerges beneath the skin, as if gilded. The corporeal hardness surges dramatically. Ordinary spells cast upon the body feel like scratching over boots. Vital energy flows like a dragon. A single punch can shatter small mountains. The golden luster can be projected outward, forming a golden body protective aura. Physical vitality, 10. Physical defense, 10. Physical spell resistance, 5. Hidden vitality, 30. Hidden defense, 30. Hidden spell resistance, 10. Breakthrough requirement, 100,000 points of martial Dao value. With the evolution to the 5th realm of the extreme martial body, Yi Xiao's hidden vitality rose from 10 to 30, as did his hidden defense. His hidden spell resistance increased from 5 to 10. These enhancements were significant. However, his physical vitality, physical defense, and physical spell resistance did not improve, which left Yi Xiao feeling somewhat regretful. But this was not the crucial point. The pivotal aspect was that the evolved extreme martial body possessed a core ability. Yi Xiao's bones could shatter and then regenerate, with the hardness of the newly grown bones rated at 10. Yet, this was not an unlimited accumulation, but capped at 10 times. Moreover, if Yi Xiao completed the bone replacement 10 times, his bone hardness would not merely be 100, but rather 259. This was because each bone replacement enhanced hardness based on the previous level. However, this matter puzzled Yi Xiao. How could he shatter all the bones in his body? Another question arose. Once all bones were shattered, how could the bones regrow rapidly? Yi Xiao pondered silently. He wondered whether the teachers or professors at his school, or the discreetly powerful experts like Old He, Librarian Xian, or dorm supervisor Old Zhang, possessed such abilities. If Yi Xiao sought a safe and reliable means to shatter all the bones in his body, he would definitely need to find someone whose realm far surpassed his own and whose strength overwhelmingly overshadowed his. Moreover, this person would have to be someone Yi Xiao could trust. After all, having all bones shattered meant that Yi Xiao would be utterly defenseless for a period. While mulling over this, Yi Xiao tucked this matter into his heart to resolve it upon his return. He then glanced at the next evolution condition for the extreme martial body. As expected, just as he had initially anticipated, the martial Dao value required for the next evolution had increased tenfold compared to before. The new extreme martial body evolution demanded a staggering 100,000 points of martial Dao value. Such a colossal requirement was currently beyond Yi Xiao's consideration. Thus, Yi Xiao's gaze fell upon the last golden light orb. He skillfully reached out and touched it. This time, Yi Xiao distinctly felt that this new power was unlike any other force he had ever experienced. Ding! You have successfully activated the martial god will seal state. Basic effect, spirit power 10. Core passive. The success rate of mental control, charm, and illusions cast by targets below your realm is drastically reduced. Martial god might. Passive your fist intent carries an aura of oppression. Upon striking, the intent releases spiritual pressure. Enemies weaker than you will feel fear, hesitation, and may even fall to their knees. With the activation of this new power, a joyful smile appeared on Yi Xiao's face. This was precisely the new ability he had not yet possessed. Mental power. It must be noted that cultivating the spirit was generally a privilege of advanced professions. While absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation, one simultaneously refined the spiritual aspect. As a warrior, ranked as an E-level profession, Yi Xiao could not even absorb spiritual energy to cultivate, let alone develop spiritual power. Yet now, he had successfully activated a brand new feature, Martial God Will. Although it was only at the initial sealed state, the effect had already elevated Yi Xiao's spirit power by 10. Furthermore, the core passive of Martial God will drastically reduce the success rate of mental control, charm, and illusions imposed on Yi Xiao by enemies of a lower realm. This was a considerable enhancement to Yi Xiao's mental defense. However, the problem was that Yi Xiao was currently at the very lowest of the first realm, the mud embryo realm. In other words, this core passive was somewhat ironically useless at present, as it could not exert any effect. Of course, just because it was ineffective now did not mean it would remain so in the future. Once Yi Xiao's realm advanced significantly, the effect would naturally manifest. This was a promise of a bright future. Moreover, he had mastered a new passive, Martial God's Might. This allowed his punches to carry spiritual oppression, or martial pressure. After all, battles were not always concluded by killing opponents. Achieving victory without combat was also a supreme form of martial wisdom. In summary, Yi Xiao had obtained all three rewards. Undeniably, the harvest was substantial. It was the fruition of all the trials and sufferings he endured on the stone bridge. This tangible sense of achievement and power enhancement was what pleased Yi Xiao the most. He was fully aware that all the powers he now possessed did not emerge from thin air, but were earned step by step through his own efforts. Though the system offered him the ability to ascend in one leap, the true person making that leap was not the system, but himself. At that moment, after the three rewards were fully activated, the extreme martial heart suddenly unlocked a hidden synergy effect. Extreme martial 3 seals resonance. The basic effects of the three rewards mutually enhance each other. Fist power amplification 5, physical defense 5, spirit power 5. Although this hidden synergy effect only added a slight attribute increase, yet for Yi Xiao, it was undeniably a splendid embellishment, something unquestionably preferable to its absence. At this juncture, Yi Xiao had secured every reward from the entire martial god trial, including those bequeathed by the nameless ancestor. Upon revisiting his attribute panel, he observed a substantial enhancement compared to its previous bareness and meager values. Host, Yi Xiao. Profession, martial warrior, the sole heir of the extreme path nameless. Realm, clay embryo realm, 11,000 layers. Martial art, extreme martial fist scripture, level 10. Fist power amplification, 55. Fist power range, 10. Fist power penetration, 10. Spirit amplification, 15. Constitution, extreme martial body, golden body. Physical vitality, 10. Physical defense, 15. Physical magic resistance, 5. Hidden vitality, 30. Hidden defense, 30. Hidden magic resistance, 10. Passives, skillful force, dark force, unceasing, fist intent bodyguard, boundary breaking fist, martial god might. Divine powers, extreme martial heart, law breaking fist. State abilities, pain suppression, copper skin, iron bones, super speed regeneration, limb regeneration, meteor chasing moon, heart demon manifestation. Martial value, 8,850. Realm advancement strength, 30. Requirements for next major breakthrough. Complete 1 law-breaking fist. Completed, breakthrough to the 100,000 realm. Incomplete. Satisfied, Yi Xiao closed his system panel and redirected his gaze forward. Beyond the stone bridge lay an unbroken chain of volcanoes. The difference between crossing the stone bridge and not was starkly apparent to Yi Xiao. Approaching the volcanic cluster, the temperature surged dramatically. After only a brief stay, sweat drenched his entire body, and he felt nearly dehydrated. His purpose for crossing the stone bridge was driven by a voice incessantly whispering in his ear, a seductive call luring him step by step to this very place. Yet, in the end, Yi Xiao realized this voice was no external entity. It was the guiding voice of the martial god trial itself. During the trial, Yi Xiao had also encountered fragments of information related to his father, gaining indirect insight into his father's character and personality. He had witnessed the scene of his father's death, besieged and consumed by demonic flames. Yet this was not the death truth Yi Xiao sought. From beginning to end, he firmly believed that neither he nor his father had appeared in the most perilous region of the Qiyuan world without reason. Moreover, his past life memories curiously lacked the most dangerous segment of that period. Where there is anomaly, there must be a hidden hand. Behind every strange occurrence, someone must be scheming. After pondering for 5 minutes, Yi Xiao resolved to press onward. At least for now, he could endure the oppressive heat of his surroundings. Once he could no longer bear it, he would immediately retreat. Just as Yi Xiao was about to take another step forward, suddenly, the once tranquil volcanic peaks were rocked by an earth-shattering tremor. The violent shaking nearly unbalanced Yi Xiao, causing him to stagger. He abruptly raised his head and was stunned to see the largest volcano among the cluster erupting. Terrifying lava spewed forth at incredible speed, shooting out in all directions. This spectacle alarmed all those currently exploring the Qiyuan world. Scattered across its various corners, they witnessed the eruption of the main peak simultaneously and made a unanimous decision. Flee. The volcanoes of the Qiyuan world erupting? The tremors were so intense. If it were only a minor volcanic ridge spewing ash, it wouldn't be so dire. But no, the main peak was erupting. How could this be? We have come here several times, but this is the first time the main peak has erupted. The main peak's eruption? Does this not signify the awakening of the long-slumbering flame demon king? If that is true, then staying in the Qiyuan world is no longer an option. We must run. Are we running already? We just arrived, fully prepared with equipment, supplies, and tools. Leaving empty-handed would mean total loss. What matters more, money or life? If the flame demon king awakens and no transcendent being confronts him, Everyone else will perish. Some remained calm and recognized that life was paramount, choosing to flee immediately. Others felt reluctant, unwilling to accept the loss after such great investment, unwilling to abandon the Chiyuan world without gaining any returns. Some hesitated, watching cautiously to see if the eruption would soon cease. Still others, driven by gambler's instinct, believed that greater turmoil meant greater opportunity, and if there were transcendent beings among this group, they might share in the spoils. Boom, boom, boom. The earth continued to tremble. The duration lengthened, and the intensity increased. This was no ordinary quake. It was a monstrous upheaval rising from the depths of the earth, like a colossal beast turning in its slumber. Yi Shao's eyes fixed unwaveringly on the volcanic crater. The volcano was erupting, not a mild occasional smoke plume, but a cataclysmic, world-shattering eruption. Lava surged skyward, reaching thousands of fathoms, painting the entire sky a blood-red hue. Volcanic ash rolled like black clouds, blotting out the sun. The air was thick with the suffocating scent of sulfur. At that very moment, Yi Shao's pupils constricted sharply, as though he beheld something extraordinary. Deep within the crater, he saw an eye, a colossal, dark red eye, molten like lava itself. That eye rose from the depths of the volcanic mouth, measuring nearly 100 feet in diameter, resembling a sun fallen into hell. It swept across the crater's rim, the rivers of lava, the scorched plains, finally resting upon Yi Shao himself. The instant it fixed its gaze on him, Yi Shao felt his blood seemingly freeze in his veins. This was no mere eye of a flame demon lord. Its monstrous size was terrifying beyond belief. Without a doubt, it was the true sovereign of the Chiyuan world, the Flame Demon King, who had slumbered for 10,000 years in the volcano's deepest recesses. The Flame Demon King had awakened. Everyone flee, came the cries of other human warriors from an unknown direction above the Chiyuan world. Upon hearing these warnings, more and more people fled without looking back. Yi Shao did not hesitate. He turned and ran. It was not fear that drove him, but the knowledge that, with his current strength, traversing the volcanic peaks was already a formidable challenge. The Flame Demon King? This is a terrifying existence that only the extraordinary are qualified to face as adversaries. Yi Shao isn't even worthy to be a mere crumb stuck between its teeth. He swiftly returned to the stone bridge, then steadily crossed over it. At that moment, he could feel the stone bridge beneath his feet trembling, cracks spreading across its surface. The molten lava below roiled wildly, as if a tsunami had erupted within it. It resembled the sensation of a colossal iron cauldron being vigorously stirred. From the depths of the volcanic crater behind him came a low, guttural roar, not merely a sound, but a vibration that struck straight into the soul, a pressure so overwhelming it compelled one to kneel. The king of the flame demons had awakened. Its massive head had already emerged from the volcanic mouth. After crossing the stone bridge by the same route, Yi Shao exerted every ounce of strength to sprint toward the entrance of the Chiyuan realm. Yet at that moment, he was horrified to discover that the lava river's molten flow had somehow surged upward, cascading down the hillside like a crimson river, moving swiftly, faster than he could run, pursuing him with terrifying speed. The sound behind him was not the bubbling of lava, but the heavy footsteps of a mountain collapsing. This was the king of the flame demons crawling out from the volcanic crater. He glanced back just once and instantly regretted it. The king of the flame demons stood at the crater's edge, towering over 90 feet tall, its entire body engulfed in dark red flames. Its form was not flesh and blood, but molten lava, solidified yet flowing, semi-transparent magma. Its eyes blazed like twin infernos, brighter than the glow of the volcanic mouth itself. Behind it stretched a pair of immense fiery wings, spanning nearly 1,000 feet, blotting out half the sky. At this moment, the king of the flame demons was looking directly at Yi Shao. Those eyes bore no murderous intent, only an overwhelming, despair-inducing power. Yi Shao turned his head and ran with all his might. For some reason, his heart pounded wildly, and an ominous premonition chilled his spine. Could it be that the king of the flame demons had awakened specifically to target him? This thought inexplicably entered Yi Shao's mind, but he quickly found it laughable. He was merely a first-tier human, nothing more than a weak ant in the eyes of the king of the flame demons, an existence so insignificant it shouldn't even warrant notice. Surely the demon's awakening was a mere accident? Regardless of the truth, Yi Shao had no choice but to run with every ounce of his being. The lava spilling from the river already swallowed increasing swaths of ground. Boom! 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 He felt the earth behind him collapsing. He turned again, and to his shock, saw that the king of the flame demon's gaze remained fixed in his direction. Moreover, the demon was attempting to climb out of the crater. The king of the flame demons truly emerged from the volcanic mouth. This spectacle shattered the hopes of all who had dared to cling to luck in the Qiyuan realm at that moment. Flee. Desperately flee. Everyone did just that, racing madly toward the entrance of the Qiyuan realm. Step by step, the Lord of the Flame demons descended, crushing small hills beneath each footfall, shaking the earth with every step. It showed no haste, for it knew that any small insect it had locked on it could never escape Qiyuan. Yi Shao sprinted across the scorched plains, drawing near the entrance where he had first entered the Qiyuan realm. But the king of the flame demons had already reached the lava river. It did not cross the stone bridge, instead stepping directly into the molten flow. The lava parted beneath its feet, then closed behind it as it crossed. Yi Shao pidisidon. The scorched plains stretched endlessly, barren of shelter or cover. All he could do was run. The footsteps behind grew ever closer. The tremors of the earth intensified. He felt the heat wave behind him, as if a moving volcano were pursuing him. Damn it! Was this Lord of the Flame demons truly fixated on me? Yi Shao cursed inwardly. What on earth did I do to offend it? Why awaken just for me, only to hunt me down? He felt wronged, utterly baffled. He had originally believed the demon's awakening was accidental, but now it was clear this was no accident. The Lord of the Flame demons had a precise target, and it had taken the initiative to act. The king of the flame demons raised its right hand, conjuring a mass of molten lava larger than Yi Shao's entire body in its palm. It hurled it forward. Damn! Yi Shao heard the whistling roar behind him and instinctively leapt aside. The molten mass struck where he had just stood, exploding into a pit 30 feet deep, scattering stones and lava. Several shards hit his back, burning fiercely. Damn it! Yi Shao glanced back to see the Lord of the Flame demons staring at him, as if he were a mere ant to be toyed with until death. Lord of the Flame demons, just wait. As soon as I escape, I will return to kill you, he vowed. He did not stop, scrambling to his feet to continue running. The demon hurled another molten globe. This time, Yi Shao could not dodge, not for lack of trying, but because it was impossible. The lava slammed down 2 meters behind him, and the explosive shockwave sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. His arm was scraped, his knee struck stone, pain contorting his face. Activate state ability. Block pain. Activate state ability. Accelerated regeneration. Yi Shao activated 2 state abilities simultaneously, then quickly rose and resumed running. Run, run, run. He lost track of time, perhaps 5 minutes, perhaps a quarter of an hour. Though brief, his lungs felt ready to burst. His legs weighted with lead. Each breath tinged with a metallic taste of blood. This was partly due to the harsh environment of the Qiyuan realm, and partly because Yi Shao had unleashed every ounce of his physical potential, channeling all his strength into running. He was fighting for his life with everything he had. Behind him, the footsteps drew nearer, the heat wave intensified. Ahead lay a fissure, a dark red scar connecting Qiyuan and the human world. Cross it, and he would be safe. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Countless others had crossed this chasm. Yi Shao was among those nearly there. The king of the flame demons halted. Yi Shao sensed the footsteps behind cease. He did not look back, pressing onward. 200 meters, 100 meters. Then he heard a voice, not a roar or a shout, but a low, grinding sound like rocks scraping against one another. It was speaking, and only to Yi Shao. No one else could hear. Unnamed air. Yi Shao's steps froze. He understood. It was not language, but a thought implanted directly into his mind, requiring no translation. Once, that damned wretch Nameless sealed me here for countless years. Even after his ultimate demise, I remained bound by this unyielding seal. Now, as his successor, you are destined to repay this blood debt with blood. Yi Shao did not halt his stride. Simultaneously, he came to a profound understanding of why the Flame Demon King harbored such intense hatred toward him. 50 meters, 30 meters. Run, run. You cannot escape. The Lord of Flame Demon began to amass a terrifying ultimate attack, an assault capable of annihilating even a 10th level human instantly. In the next moment, a horrifying torrent of molten lava, like a dark crimson laser, shot forth. Within a mere second, it traveled from the Flame Demon King's eyes straight to Yi Shao's body, piercing through him entirely. Under ordinary circumstances, no matter how much Yi Shao had honed his body to its current pinnacle, he would not have withstood the Flame Demon King's final, fatal strike. This was the method the Flame Demon King employed, toying with Yi Shao until the very end, then instantly obliterating him. Yet, no one could have anticipated that Yi Shao not only survived, but also plunged into the rift. At the critical moment, the fist of protection was triggered. The aura of his fist shielded his body. On the surface of Yi Xiao's skin, a faint golden shield materialized. Fist of protection, using the intent of the fist as a shield, capable of withstanding one lethal attack. Cooldown 2 hours. It had arrived. Yi Xiao's newly mastered life-saving trump card was unexpectedly called upon so soon. He only felt a sudden warmth on his back, and hadn't he even realized what move the Flame Demon King had just unleashed upon him. The sensation of passing through the rift again was like being folded in half, his body stretched, then compressed. Sound was sucked away, then violently poured back in. He closed his eyes, waiting for all to calm before reopening them. Finally, he lay upon the scorched earth outside Chaya Fort. The sky was blue, adorned with white clouds and the sun. The sulphurous stench in the air had greatly diminished, replaced by the pleasant scent of soil and fresh grass drifting from afar. At last, I have escaped alive. A trace of relief graced Yi Xiao's face. By now, he was utterly exhausted, devoid of any remaining strength. Around him, at the entrance to the Red Abyss world, a crowd had gathered, densely packed, and chattering incessantly about the awakening of the Flame Demon King. Damn it, it's terrifying. How could the Flame Demon King be so dreadful? It's gone mad. Who could have provoked it to such a rampage? Luckily, I escaped quickly. You wouldn't believe how many people the Flame Demon King crushed with molten lava. Even many 7th-level elites were directly slain. This incident left a psychological scar on me. I'm still shaken. At that moment, Yi Xiao too felt a lingering unease, almost as if in a dream. He had survived the pursuit of the Flame Demon King, a being formidable even to transcendent beings. And yet, it had failed to kill a first-level human like him. A smug smile curled at the corner of Yi Xiao's lips. Surely, the Flame Demon King must be furious now. Indeed, just as Yi Xiao had surmised. The moment the Flame Demon King realized it had failed to slay Yi Xiao and that he had escaped alive, its initial pride and confidence instantly transformed into raging fury. It frantically erupted molten lava all across the Red Abyss world. Damn nameless air. One sealed me, the other mocked me. Aya, I will have my revenge. I will have my revenge. This wrath was a torment for those humans who had yet to escape, becoming the direct targets of the Flame Demon King's vented fury. The upheaval in the Red Abyss world had already spread beyond. The northern watchtower of the camp detected anomalous fluctuations emanating from the direction of the rift. The troops stationed at Chaya Fort swiftly arrived outside the rift. Captain Zhao was the first to reach the scene. He immediately saw Yi Xiao, battered and bruised, lying on the ground, his face pale. What happened? Captain Zhao had considered countless possibilities, but never imagined that the youth he worried most about would end up in such a state. Yi Xiao, what are you doing? How did you get into the Red Abyss world? Weren't you supposed to follow the 3rd patrol team? Didn't Captain Wei tell you? Facing a barrage of reprimands, Captain Zhao's anger was unrestrained. Yi Xiao lay on the ground, gazing up at the sky, gasping for breath. He was awake. Who? The Flame Demon King. Yi Xiao slowly sat up and looked down at his trembling hands. The shaking was not from fear, but sheer exhaustion. He glanced toward the rift. The dark crimson scar remained, like a half-opened eye. The Flame Demon King had not pursued him. Not because it could not, but because it chose not to. It was waiting for the right moment, for the day the seal would be utterly shattered, for the day it would personally set foot in the human world. It vowed to exact all its revenge. At a location unknown to Yi Xiao, 2 transcendent beings from Jiang City had already arrived nearby. Not 1, but 2. Transcendents must be at least 11th level or higher to be counted among their ranks. The Flame Demon King could clearly sense this. On the other side of the rift, 2 powerful human transcendents stood guard. After venting its rage, it returned to its volcanic domain to rest. Soon, nearly the entire garrison from Chaya Fort had assembled outside the Red Abyss world's rift. Some were tasked with maintaining order at the scene, investigating the cause of the Flame Demon King's sudden awakening through survivors' testimonies. Others, a group of formidable, well-trained warriors, ventured back into the Red Abyss world to assess the aftermath of the eruption. Finally, they began evacuating the chaotic crowd, having each signed secrecy agreements to prevent any information about the Red Abyss world from leaking out, so as to avoid causing excessive shock and unnecessary panic among the human world. As for Yi Xiao, after resting, he gradually regained his strength and was able to stand slowly. Soon, members of the 3rd patrol team approached him. Captain Wei, Vice Captain Liu, team members Meng and Xing, and his roommate, Wang Ho. When Wang Ho saw Yi Xiao unharmed, he rushed over and embraced him tightly. Xie Yi, you really scared us to death. Do you know that? I woke up early this morning and found you missing. I thought you had disappeared. Then Captain took us everywhere searching for you. Finally, suspecting you sneaked into the Red Abyss world. Yi Xiao could feel Wang Ho's genuine concern. He smiled wryly and said, "Fatty, I'm injured. If you hold me this tightly, my wounds might burst open." Sure enough, the moment Wang Ho loosened his grip, he immediately saw blood covering Yi Xiao's hands. Then he was shocked to discover the wound on Yi Xiao's back. This scar on his back was inflicted by the molten lava of the King of Flame Demons during his flight. At that moment, Yi Xiao had activated his state ability, which is why he did not feel any pain. Now, as the duration of the state ability had come to an end, the excruciating backlash surged upon him all at once. Originally, Captain Oldway intended to say something more, but upon seeing Yi Xiao already so grievously injured, he found himself at a loss for words. Without further ado, they decided to take him to the base hospital. At that very moment, Yi Xiao felt his head growing dizzy and his mind clouded. His heart skipped a beat. Once again, that familiar sensation, the debilitating weakness that follows the overuse of the state ability. He was about to faint. In the final instant, Yi Xiao felt the world spinning wildly before everything went black, and he lost consciousness. Just before succumbing, he could still hear the anxious voices of Wang Ho and Old Wei calling out, "Brother Xiao, are you all right? Yi Xiao, please wake up." When Yi Xiao opened his eyes again, he had no idea how much time had passed. Upon awakening, he found himself lying on a pristine white hospital bed. The air was tinged with the scent of disinfectant. He could sense that he had been lying there for a long time. As his body felt almost fused with the bed, he struggled to move, his bones emitting sharp, creaking sounds as he shifted. At that moment, the door to the ward was pushed open, and a doctor in a white coat entered. Yi Xiao recognized him immediately. It was the school's medical officer, the very person to whom he had promised to help find the red blood grass. "Medical Officer Wang, I have brought you the red blood grass you requested," Yi Xiao said. The doctor in the white coat was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Yi Xiao's first words upon awakening to be about this matter. This caused the usually stern medical officer to emit a faint, almost amused chuckle. "I know. I took the red blood grass out of your spirit ring without permission," Yi Xiao admitted. Upon hearing this, he looked down in surprise and realized that the spirit ring he wore was missing. His expression grew somewhat panicked. Medical Officer Wang fixed his gaze on Yi Xiao and said calmly, "Your spirit ring is on the bedside table. No one has stolen it." Yi Xiao looked up and indeed saw his spirit ring resting there, specifically the one that Su Miyun had originally given him. Suddenly, the medical officer remarked abruptly, "You look quite anxious. Is this spirit ring a gift from someone important to you?" Yi Xiao's heart tightened to the question, and he found himself at a loss for how to respond. He chose to remain silent. As if seeing through him, the medical officer continued slowly, "Yi Xiao, you have a resilient fate. I heard the King of Flame Demons in the Qiyuan world has awakened. More than 1/5 of those who entered to explore with you perished. Yet you, a first-stage student, managed to escape alive." Yi Xiao gave an awkward smile and scratched his head. "I guess I was just lucky." At that moment, Medical Officer Wang's tone shifted sharply as he fixed Yi Xiao with a meaningful stare. "Lucky? You bear serious lava injuries on your back, clearly inflicted by the King of Flame Demons. If you say it's luck, then yours must be extraordinary. Surviving such a solid blow from the King's final strike, even a 10-stage powerhouse might not withstand that attack. And yet, you managed to endure it?" Hearing this, Yi Xiao felt his heart skip a beat once more. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. He feared that the secret within him had been uncovered. Of course, he could not reveal that it was because of the protection of the Fist of Guardian that he had survived a lethal blow. The King of Flame Demons' final strike could have instantly killed him, and it was precisely because this strike was fatal that the Fist Intent Protection life-saving effect had been triggered. However, Medical Officer Wang was not one to pry relentlessly. He clearly halted this line of questioning and shifted the topic. "But since you helped me bring back the red blood grass, I'll consider the medicine baths I prepared for you and the debt your father owed me wiped clean." Upon hearing this, a pleased smile appeared on Yi Xiao's face. "That's wonderful." Yet in the next moment, the medical officer's expression changed abruptly. "However, you were unconscious for 2 full days and nights, during which I administered 5 new medicine baths using a large amount of expensive raw materials. That debt must start accumulating again." Yi Xiao's smile froze stiffly, and then his mouth twitched as he said, "Medical Officer Wang, I soaked in 5 more medicine baths?" "Yes, but you didn't feel it? Do you think I'm trying to deceive you?" "Not at all." At this point, Medical Officer Wang began recounting the events from 2 days prior. 2 days ago, you were the center of attention. The military district personally sent a car to escort you back to school. All the major figures at the dean level turned out to welcome you, and even the principal, who was far away, was called back. So many eyes were on you, and everyone saw you brought back with your back covered in blood. Do you realize that as a freshman, going to the front lines to kill the enemy was already against regulations? And on top of that, you came back in this condition. Do you know how much trouble this caused for your teachers, the dean, and even the principal? Yi Xiao was stunned and tried to explain something. Medical officer Wang shook his head. No need for explanations. What is done is done. From the principal to the dean and the teachers, all those connected to you have been punished. Not only have their salaries been docked, but their future promotion opportunities have been jeopardized. Had medical officer Wang not told Yi Xiao all this, he would never have known. His sudden trip to Chiabao, his secret entry into the Qiyuan world, the major incident he caused, and his subsequent 2-day coma. This entire chain of events had set off a ripple effect, resulting in numerous consequences. Who in the school's upper echelon had vouched for him? Medical officer Wang muttered under his breath. First, let you go to Chiabao early, then allowing you to enter the Qiyuan world without any high-stage overseers. At that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly realized why he had been able to accomplish so many things effortlessly, despite not meeting the qualifications to do so. Whether it was entering the gravity training tower, accessing the top floor of a library, or sneaking into the Qiyuan world from Chiabao ahead of schedule, any ordinary student would have been blocked at every step, unable to proceed. Only with him had everything gone smoothly. Was it the black grandpa of the gravity tower, or dorm supervisor Old Zhang? Perhaps the librarian Qian? Yi Xiao's mind flashed through the names of many people. Yet he remained uncertain as to who exactly had provided the guarantee on his behalf behind the scenes. At that moment, Yi Xiao also came to a realization within his heart. He must have gotten himself into trouble, having betrayed the trust of some influential figure who had secretly vouched for him, thereby implicating that person. Well, I'm not telling you all this to place blame on you. As I said before, the matter is in the past. Let it rest. Now that you've returned to school, focus your energy on your studies and cultivation. Try your best not to cause any more trouble. Having finished speaking, the school doctor in the white coat departed from Yi Xiao's hospital room. Yi Xiao knew that although this doctor always wore a stern expression and spoke in a harsh, grating tone, there was no denying that he was a genuinely good person. His words, though blunt, were meant to remind Yi Xiao to be mindful of his every move. On the surface, Yi Xiao was well known in the school as a special recruit or a privileged student, attracting considerable attention. But in truth, this fame was confined to the student body. Yi Xiao carried another identity label that made him renowned in much higher circles, a fact that he had only vaguely perceived but not yet fully understood. After lying in bed for about half an hour, Yi Xiao heard the hospital room door open once more. This time, the person entering was none other than Wang Ho. Apparently, he had received news of Yi Xiao's awakening and had hurried over promptly. Xiaoge, it's so good to see you awake. Yi Xiao looked at Wang Ho, whose skin had darkened slightly and whose physique had become more robust. He hardly recognized him. Fatty, I haven't seen you for 2 days. How have you changed so much? Wang Ho's face twisted with bitterness at these words. Xia Yi, you don't know. Since I came back, I've been given a major demerit by the school and severely punished. Now, at school, I'm treated like a criminal, forced to endure daily punishments. If I'm not cleaning the entire school, then I'm scrubbing toilets. Sometimes, if the school needs to lay cement or build new building, I have to work as free labor. Upon hearing this, a helpless smile flickered across Yi Xiao's face. Fati, em trudisore. I've dragged you into this. You should have gone with me to Chia Fort. Wang Ho quickly shook his head. Xiaoge, don't say that. Going to Chia Fort was my decision alone. Nothing to do with you. Besides, I've always been curious about what the Qiyuan world is like. Coming with you was a chance to broaden my horizons. Just then, Wang Ho suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out an item to hand to Yi Xiao. Xia Yi. This is something the team leader, Zhao, secretly gave me 2 days ago when we sent you onto the ambulance at Chia Fort. He told me to give this to you. With that, Wang Ho produced a somewhat worn book and placed it into Yi Xiao's hand. Yi Xiao's expression instantly froze. For this book was none other than the introduction to forbidden magic fish training that he had spotted at the Chia Fort Military Supplies Depot. If he recalled correctly, this book required 50,000 military merits to redeem. Yi Xiao stared at Wang Ho in astonishment. Fatty, what did you just say? Say it again. Wang Ho replied. Xiaoge, I'm telling you, this book was secretly handed to me by team leader Zhao before we left, with instructions to give it to you once you woke up. Afterwards, Wang Ho began to analyze the situation. I guess it's because you caused such a big incident at Chia Fort, plus you're still a student. Team leader Zhao must be worried that this might escalate and affect him. So, he used this book to try and appease you? Upon hearing Wang Ho's analysis, Yi Xiao shook his head earnestly. No, it's not like that. Fatty, do you understand how many military merits this book costs? Wang Ho shook his head. How many? 50,000 military merits. Yi Xiao said solemnly. That's equivalent to killing 5,000 flame demon larvae, or 500 flame demon warriors, or 50 flame demon lords. You must meet any one of these conditions to exchange for this book. With his concrete data in mind, Wang Ho immediately understood. He drew in a sharp breath in surprise. Heavens, that is so expensive. 50,000 military merits. This is pure gold. My God, Team Leader Zhao actually gave you something so valuable? Yi Xiao continued. I reckon Team Leader Zhao used his military merits to redeem this book at the supplies depot, then secretly slipped it to you, not wanting anyone else to know, and instructed you to bring it to me. Wang Ho instantly developed a deep respect for Team Leader Zhao, his previous suspicions vanishing. Team Leader Zhao is truly amazing. Xiao Ge, did you know him before? Yi Xiao shook his head. Wang Ho was puzzled. Then why is Team Leader Zhao so good to you, spending so many military merits to buy you a book? Just because you got injured while with him? Yi Xiao shook his head once more. I don't know. Why get the chance later? I'll visit Chia Fort and ask him in person. Wang Ho nodded. In that case, since Team Leader Zhao has done you such a big favor, Xiao Ge, you must accept it properly. Yi Xiao naturally treasured the precious introduction to forbidden magic fist training and placed it carefully into his spiritual ring. Once his injuries healed and he was discharged from the hospital, he would begin seeking opportunities to study and cultivate it. At that moment, Yi Xiao turned his head and noticed a string of bills hanging on the other side. Wang Ho also noticed and, looking at Yi Xiao, said, Xiao Ge, don't worry about the medical fees. I cover them for you. Medical fees? Yi Xiao looked at Wang Ho in shock, recalling the words of the white-coated school doctor. During his 2 days of unconsciousness, he had soaked in 5 buckets of medicinal baths. All that cost money. Since Yi Xiao was an orphan with no family to pay, the only familiar person by his side was Wang Ho. In the end, it was Wang Ho who took on the entire medical expense. Yi Xiao looked seriously at Wang Ho. Fatty, thank you. I owe you another favor. How much are the medical fees? I will repay you gradually. Wang Ho hastily waved his hand and smiled. Xiao Ge, our relationship, talking about money only hurts feelings. But Yi Xiao was earnest. Fatty, precisely because we're close, we must be clear about money. This is my medical bill, and I owe you. Even brothers need to keep accounts straight. I don't want money to become a landmine buried in our friendship. Yi Xiao's words moved Wang Ho deeply. Wang Ho then revealed a precise figure. 3,257,100. This was an exact number. Wang Ho was not deceiving Yi Xiao. Upon hearing this amount, Yi Xiao drew in a sharp breath, feeling immense pressure. Indeed, the path of cultivation was not only relying on talent and hard work, but also on wealth and resources. No problem. When I make money in the future, I'll repay you first thing, Yi Xiao said with a determined smile. Wang Ho nodded resolutely in agreement. Brother Xiao, I have faith that with your talents, amassing wealth will not be a challenge. Afterwards, Wang Ho glanced at the time and remarked, Brother Xiao, you've been asleep for 2 days. You must be famished by now. I'll head to the canteen and get you some food. Yi Xiao nodded in response. Wang Ho then left the ward to fetch a meal for him. About 5 minutes later, Yi Xiao was engrossed in examining his physical condition, pondering why the repeated use of his state abilities caused him to lose consciousness time and again. At that moment, the sound of a door being pushed open echoed outside the ward, which took Yi Xiao by surprise. Fatty, you're back already? You only want to get food 5 minutes ago, he thought. However, when the door swung open, it was not Wang Ho who entered, but a young girl dressed in a white blouse and black trousers. Su Muyun? Yi Xiao stared in astonishment toward the doorway. It was indeed Su Muyun. Su Muyun stepped inside, carrying a pink lunchbox, seemingly her own. She placed it beside Yi Xiao's bed and said in a cold tone, No matter what, we're still acquaintances, just ordinary classmates. I heard you nearly died in the Qiyuan world, so out of decency and reason, I had to come visit you. Judging by how lively you look, you must be fine. I'm leaving now. Having said that, Su Muyun turned to leave, for reasons unknown even to himself. Yi Xiao instinctively asked, Did you bring this food especially for me? Su Muyun paused at the door, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, as if some unspoken understanding had been inadvertently revealed, causing an awkward sensation. Oh, I forgot to take it back. Saying so, she turned to retrieve the lunchbox she had left behind, only to find that Yi Xiao had already opened it. As Su Muyun looked back, she met Yi Xiao's smiling eyes, her exquisitely beautiful face furrowed with an icy, glacier-like coldness. You gluttonous wretch, she snapped. After cursing, Su Muyun lifted her leg to leave the ward once more. Before departing, she added, There are some pills at the bottom of the lunchbox. If you don't think you need them, you don't have to take them. With that, Su Muyun exited Yi Xiao's ward. Yi Xiao stood stunned for a full 10 seconds before opening the bottom of the lunchbox. Indeed, there lay several pills. Yet, he was uncertain of their purpose. Still, Thinking that Su Muyun personally delivered them, he trusted she meant no harm. Without hesitation, he swallowed all the pills. Only after finishing did Yi Xiao reflect. Su Muyun was so resistant to the idea of our arranged doll marriage. So why now, at this critical moment? Will she bring me food? Is she checking if I'm dead or badly injured? Or did her family find out about my injury and force her to come see me? She didn't smile at all when she spoke. Surely that means she holds no affection for me? Lost in thought, and with his stomach grumbling loudly, Yi Xiao began to devour the pink lunchbox as contents with gusto. After consuming the pills at the bottom of the box, he soon felt an unprecedented surge of immense power coursing through his body, initiating rapid repair of all his injuries. From this single detail, Yi Xiao realized that the pills Su Muyun had given him must be extraordinary, far more potent than the medicinal baths administered by the school's doctor. Indeed, this was the case. Within less than 3 minutes of taking the pills, Yi Xiao began sweating profusely. By 5 minutes, his entire body was flushed and burning hot. 10 minutes later, he had stripped off his shirt, his muscles radiating an alarming heat. Moreover, his external wounds were visibly healing at a remarkable rate, and even his chronic internal ailments were mending swiftly. About 20 minutes passed before the scorching heat of his skin gradually subsided. Yet this brought a new benefit. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Mud Clay Realm, level 11,001 heavies. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Mud Clay Realm, level 11,002 heavies. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Mud Clay Realm, level 11,003 heavies. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Mud Clay Realm, level 12,000 heavies. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Mud Clay Realm, level 13,000 heavies. In such a brief span, his realm astonishingly increased by 2,000 heavies. This revelation left Yi Xiao utterly stunned. This is far faster than advancing through martial arts practice. Yi Xiao had consumed a total of 4 pills, each contributing roughly 500 heavies to his realm advancement. No wonder cultivation relies not only on talent and training, but also on the financial power backing one's progress. Simply by taking these pills, his advancement far outpaced that achieved through martial arts training. Simultaneously, Yi Xiao recognized that these pills Su Muyun had provided must be priceless treasures. Regrettably, he did not know their names. Having already swallowed them, it was impractical to spit them out and ask the school doctor again. Just then, as Yi Xiao finished his meal, Wang Ho burst into the ward, sweat pouring down his face as he pushed the door open with the lunchbox in hand. Cursing under his breath, he said, "Damn, the canteen was packed. Those guys were like starving ghosts who hadn't tea eaten in 800 years. If I had tea pushed through quickly, they'd have finished the food before I got any. But Brother Xiao, you know the first week is over, and the good times for freshmen are done. The new student assessments are coming soon, so everyone's training their hardest. With such high energy expenditure, their appetites are enormous." After his grumbling, Wang Ho's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as they locked onto the pink lunchbox in Yi Xiao's hands. "What is going on, Brother Xiao? Did a girl bring you food?" "No way, man. I went through all that trouble to get you food from the canteen. And you're eating something someone else brought you? If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered." Yi Xiao chuckled heartily, placing the empty pink lunchbox aside. He reached out and said, "Fatty, one lunchbox definitely isn't enough. I've been lying here for 2 days. I'm nearly starving." Wang Ho smiled as he handed over a noticeably larger lunchbox, several times the size of Su Muyun's, packed to the brim and pressed down to maximize quantity. "Brother Xiao, I knew you'd be hungry, so I packed extra." Yi Xiao accepted the new lunchbox and began devouring its contents ravenously. Indeed, after the ordeal in the Qiyuan world and his long unconsciousness, he was famished. At that moment, Wang Ho fixed his gaze on Yi Xiao as he devoured his meal with unrestrained gusto. At the same time, he squinted mischievously at the pink lunchbox beside him. "A pink lunchbox? Which sister sent that?" "Brother Xiao, you're impressive." Quietly, without a sound, "You already have a beautiful girl secretly admiring you. And she even delivers meals to your door? She must be worried about your injury, seeing you bedridden and immobile, so she personally brought you food." At that moment, Yi Xiao, hearing Wang Ho's words, suddenly choked. Cough, cough, cough. Secretly admiring? Worried? Yi Xiao thought of Su Muyun's cold and icy face. How could those two words possibly be connected? He shook his head repeatedly. "Fatty, don't jump to conclusions. It's not what you think," Yi Xiao said. Wang Ho wore an ambiguous expression, as if he had seen through everything. He sighed and remarked, "Those involved are often blind, but onlookers see clearly." After saying this, Wang Ho didn't disturb Yi Xiao's meal. Once Yi Xiao finished eating, he let out a satisfied burp. Yi Xiao watched as Wang Ho took away the lunchboxes and quickly asked, What are you doing? Wang Ho was momentarily stunned, holding two lunchboxes in his hands. What is up? Yi Xiao pointed to the pink lunchbox in Wang Ho's hands. Wang Ho replied, I'm going to wash it. Brother Xiao, you can't return it dirty to the sister, right? Would you want to give it back all filthy? At these words, Yi Xiao was speechless. Fatty, you're overthinking again. Wang Ho chuckled heartily, carrying the two lunchboxes off to wash them for Yi Xiao. Before leaving, he said, Brother Xiao, it's not me overthinking. It's you underestimating things. Now that they had returned to school, it was time to prepare for the upcoming freshman assessment. Yi Xiao had already learned from the school's official website that all 800 freshmen must participate in this assessment without exception. This was the first major test for the freshmen. The results of this assessment would directly influence class divisions and resource allocation. Those at the bottom of the genius class will be demoted, while the top of the elite class would be promoted. Similarly, the bottom of the elite class would be demoted, and the top of the ordinary class could be promoted. This was the Academy's most ruthless selection mechanism, and the only opportunity for ordinary class students to turn their fortunes around. In other words, if Yi Xiao wished to shed his ordinary class identity and leapfrog the elite class to enter the genius class directly, this was the optimal moment. Meanwhile, Wang Ho returned after washing the lunchboxes. He had cleaned the pink lunchbox meticulously, wiped away the water stains, and placed it on the bedside table in the infirmary. Wang Ho stared at Yi Xiao as he reviewed information related to the freshman assessment. He said, Brother Xiao, this freshman assessment may look like the first monthly exam on the surface, but in reality, it's a grand reshuffle of resources among the genius, elite, and ordinary classes. After all, when we first entered school and awakened our professions, class divisions were made solely based on profession ratings. But a high profession rating doesn't necessarily reflect a student's overall strength or learning ability. Only after this assessment will there be a true and strict classification among the genius, elite, and ordinary classes. Yi Xiao nodded. I've seen it too. The assessment lasts 3 days. The first day is physical fitness testing, the second day is a knockout battle, and the third day is a ranking challenge. The fitness test will eliminate some, the knockout battle will eliminate more, and in the end, only 32 will enter the challenge. I heard that all the genius class spots will be completely up for grabs, which means Lin Yun and his gang's seats in the genius class are no longer secure. Anyone who surpasses them in this assessment can directly knock them out of the genius class. Brother Xiao, I heard that Lin Yun has made a bold declaration. He said that if he encounters you in the challenge, he'll publicly beat you down to show everyone what happens to a brute. Yi Xiao smiled in response, lowering his head to wipe his knuckles. Then he said, let him come. Coincidentally, Yi Xiao's fists were already itching for action. During the trip to the Qiyuan world, he had been driven to a panicked retreat by the Flame Demon King, and he still held a belly full of anger. He was just looking for someone to vent on, and Lin Yun was a perfect target, although it's said that a gentleman's revenge is never too late. A week had passed, which Yi Xiao deemed enough time. Now was the moment for retribution. Wang Ho said, I heard Lin Yun's strength has improved quite a bit over the past week. He has made remarkable progress training in the gravity tower, and now he can casually move in the 20 times gravity zone. Yi Xiao smiled faintly upon hearing this. Only the 20 times gravity zone? You should know. Before I went to the Qiyuan world, I was already training in the 20 times gravity zone. Now that my strength has surged, returning to the gravity tower will certainly allow me to reach new heights. Fatty, how many days until the freshman assessment starts? 3 days. That's enough. Brother Xiao, what are you planning to do? Seclusion. Yi Xiao's injuries had mostly healed. After being checked by the school doctor in the white coat, the doctor said with a meaningful tone, Young man, don't go astray at such a young age. What do you mean by go astray? Yi Xiao asked in confusion. The doctor added, some medicines are not easy for you to handle. Sudendi, Yi Xiao understood. The doctor must have realized that he had taken the pills given to him by Su Muyun. Yi Xiao tried to ask, how serious is this favor? The doctor sneered coldly and held up one finger. Yi Xiao swallowed hard. 10 million? The doctor waved his hand dismissively. Less than that. All right, no need to guess anymore. There's nothing wrong with you now. You can leave. With that, the doctor gave Yi Xiao the hint to leave. Yi Xiao packed his belongings and exited the infirmary. Outside, dusk had fallen. Another night had come. Yi Xiao and Wang Ho parted ways for the time being, each busy with their own training. Everyone was preparing for the upcoming freshman assessment. Yi Xiao headed straight to the gravity training tower. There were few students lined up outside the tower at night. Everyone had their own nightlife. Soon, Yi Xiao arrived before Hey Day. Hey Day looked up, a smile curving his lips as he glanced at Yi Xiao. Kid, you're back. I heard you made quite a name for yourself, strutting around impressively. Yi Xiao detected sarcasm in the man's tone. He shook his head with a helpless smile. What strutting? I almost lost my life. Hey Day sneered, could you know that? Those who don't know their place may get lucky the first time they survive, but luck won't last forever. After saying this, Heyday, as if anticipating Yi Xiao's purpose in coming, pulled a brand new gravity training card from his pocket and tossed it toward him. Yi Xiao reached out and caught it steadily, focusing his gaze on the card. It boldly bore the inscription, Gravity Training Card, Yi Xiao. This very card was the initial impetus that propelled Yi Xiao to the Qiyuan world. Master He, aren't you going to verify my qualifications? Master He waved his hand dismissively. What's their check? It's just about killing a 4th-tier demon beast. Hardly a challenge. Yi Xiao asked again. Then how much time is included in this? Master He replied, 100 hours. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned. Master He, didn't you say you were giving me 100 hours of cultivation time? Master He nodded confidently. Exactly. The 100 hours included here are the time I'm giving you. Yi Xiao was once again taken aback. So originally, there was no time included? Don't normal students have basic cultivation time every month? Master He glared at Yi Xiao with a sour expression. I've already begrudgingly given you 100 hours. If you keep whining in front of me, I'll destroy this card right in front of you. Do you believe me? Hearing this, Yi Xiao hurriedly stuffed the gravity training card into his pocket, inwardly muttering, what on earth did Master He eat? Why is he so explosive? Just one day prior, the principal had a private conversation with Master He. Afterwards, Master He discovered that his monthly salary and cultivation resources had been slashed by 2/3. This infuriated him so much that his whiskers bristled and his eyes bulged, but he dared not lose his temper in front of the principal. All the pent-up anger was because of Yi Xiao, so naturally, Master He's attitude toward Yi Xiao was laden with tension. At this moment, having obtained his gravity training card, Yi Xiao immediately returned the gravity training card to his homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming. Yi Xiao, congratulations. Teacher Zhou, why am I being congratulated? You are the only non-genius class student to have obtained a gravity training card exclusively for yourself. Was there no such student before? Not at all. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned, then smiled jokingly. Looks like I'm quite lucky to have broken the school S record. Huh? Zhou Ming smiled seriously. It's more than just breaking a school record. You're the first student to have mobilized the entire school leadership into action. Yi Xiao rubbed his head awkwardly. Teacher Zhou, what exactly happened? I've been unconscious these past 2 days and have no idea what has been going on outside. Then he recounted his experience of going to the gravity training tower and being scolded by Master He. After hearing the story, Zhou Ming burst into laughter. Yi Xiao, next time you see Master He, remember to bring him a gift. He likes tea and wine, so bring some. Be polite and smile often. Don't go against him. Why? Yi Xiao asked. Zhou Ming's expression suddenly turned serious. Because of you, they originally planned to expel you outright. But after discussions by the school committee, it was finally decided to give you a serious demerit and keep you under probation. The vote in the committee was clear. You were as good as expelled. But someone exercised a veto power and saved you. Yi Xiao was stunned, his mouth agape. Teacher Zhou, the person you're talking about who used the veto power. Could it be? Zhou Ming nodded solemnly. It's the director in charge of the gravity training tower, Dean He. Yi Xiao left Zhou Ming's office deeply shaken. Those few words had a profound impact on him. He also recalled the school doctor in a white coat muttering to himself, I really don't know which big shot in the school vouched for you. Now, Yi Xiao had a clear idea. The powerful figure backing him was almost certainly Master He. Realizing this, Yi Xiao understood just how much Master He had helped him behind the scenes and how much support he had given him. With this in mind, Yi Xiao borrowed money from Wang Ho, bought tea and wine, and went to the gravity training tower. However, because it was too late, the gravity training tower was already closed. Yi Xiao inquired with Wang Ho and learned that these old men in the school, though seemingly idle, held highly esteemed positions. The school had a dedicated residential area for faculty and staff, located in the farthest part of the campus, surrounded by forest and lakes, giving it a secluded atmosphere. By the lakeside stood rows of detached villas. According to Wang Ho, each villa housed a true big shot of the school. Villa number 102? Following the information provided by Wang Ho, Yi Xiao found Master He's residence. Over time, as Yi Xiao got to know Wang Ho, though Wang Ho never spoke of it, Yi Xiao could guess that Wang Ho's family had intricate ties with Jian University, possibly as a major shareholder or investor. Therefore, Wang Ho was well informed about all matters concerning Jian University. Any questions Yi Xiao had could be answered by simply asking him. Ding, ding, ding. Yi Xiao pressed the doorbell. After a while, an impatient voice came from inside. The door is not locked. Come in yourself. The person inside seemed to know who was outside. Hearing Master He's words, Yi Xiao pushed open the unlocked gate, walked across the courtyard, and entered the front door. He opened the half-closed door and stepped inside. Inside, Master He was seated cross-legged on a meditation cushion. Around him swirled an aura of qi that Yi Xiao could not comprehend, as if imbued with some transcendent spiritual essence. Master He, I've come to pay you a visit. A visit is a visit. Why bring gifts? Yi Xiao poured some tea and wine, hoping Master He would like them. Fine, put them down. You can leave now. Yi Xiao placed the tea and wine at the entrance. He intended to proceed further inside, but Master He's dismissal left him hesitant. Ultimately, he decided to obey and prepare to leave. Just as he reached the courtyard, he heard a voice behind him. Do you have something to say? Yi Xiao turned around abruptly, startled. Without him noticing, Master He, who had been meditating, was now standing at the door, staring at him. Master He, are you a ghost? You're a son of a gun. Can't you speak properly? Master He was furious, his whiskers bristling and eyes glaring. Get out of here right now. Yi Xiao quickly apologized with an embarrassed smile. Master He, sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I was just expressing surprise at how fast you moved. Master He's expression softened somewhat. Speak quickly. If you have something, say it. Yi Xiao got straight to the point. Master He, why do you keep helping me? Perhaps because Yi Xiao was too direct, Master He was caught off guard. He already knew that Yi Xiao was aware of his backing and his veto at the school committee. Finally, Master He spoke, helping you ISNT free. Someday, you'll have to repay me. Yi Xiao nodded. Master He, I'll always remember the favors you've done me and will definitely repay them one day. But I want to know why you keep helping me, why you vouch for me. Once again, you contrived to send me to Chia Fortress, to the Chiyuan world. Upon my return, you even vetoed me outright. Were it not for you, none of this would have been possible. Upon hearing this, Master He was momentarily taken aback before immediately scolding, You little brat, twisting and turning to pin all the blame on me. Is that it? Yi Xiao hurriedly shook his head with a smile. No, Master He, you've misunderstood. I'm simply very curious. At last, a rare look of seriousness and solemnity appeared on Master He's face. After a pause, he said, I just can't tolerate certain people and things. A phrase so simple, so light, yet it weighed upon Yi Xiao's heart like Mount Tai itself. His mind was consumed entirely by Master He's words. It's getting late. I need a rest now. You should go back, Master He declared, his expulsion order carrying no hint of reluctance. Yi Xiao departed and returned to his dormitory to rest. He noticed that Wang Fatty had yet to return, likely still training outside. Thus, he purchased 100 spirit concentrating incense sticks and quietly placed them on Wang Fatty's bed. At 1 o'clock in the early morning, the wind howled fiercely atop the rooftop. Yi Xiao stood at the edge, gazing into the distance where the martial arts tower shimmered with neon lights. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Yi Xiao, you've got quite the nerve. Turning around upon hearing the voice, Yi Xiao saw none other than dormitory supervisor, Old Zhang. Smiling, he replied, Uncle Zhang, you found out as well. Old Zhang gave a cold chuckle and came to stand beside Yi Xiao, not looking at him, but fixing his gaze ahead. Many know, but not many know, he said. So you need not worry. Yi Xiao understood Old Zhang's meaning. Many who know are high-ranking figures, but this matter has not circulated among students or teachers. The reason homeroom teacher Zhou Ming knows is that he is Yi Xiao's direct instructor. Why are you looking for me tonight? Old Zhang inquired. I want to spar a punch with you again, Yi Xiao said. Only then did Old Zhang turn his gaze fully upon Yi Xiao. A trip to the Chiyuan world has made you stronger and braver. Very well, same rule as before. If you can shake me, I'll tell you about your father. At present, Yi Xiao had reached the 13,000 realm, no longer the 2,800 realm he was at when he last challenged Old Zhang. Moreover, through these days of experience and growth, Yi Xiao's punching power had soared to an almost absurd magnitude. He suddenly unleashed his full strength, delivering a punch with over 95% of his power. Boom! Like a thunderclap shattering the heavens, it slammed fiercely toward Old Zhang's front. A flicker of surprise flashed through Old Zhang's eyes. Just as before, his right hand, calloused and thick, opened wide, anticipating the direction of Yi Xiao's punch and grasping it firmly. Bang! Old Zhang steadily dispelled the force behind Yi Xiao's punch. Though Yi Xiao's blow was overwhelmingly potent, carrying an almost apocalyptic aura, it was still powerless to phase Old Zhang in the slightest. Still no good? Yi Xiao's punch ended without a trace of discouragement or frustration. Only contemplation and reflection on that strike filled his mind. Little did he know, Old Zhang's heart was already shaken to its core. This kid's talent for boxing was among the most extraordinary ever witnessed. A few days prior, Old Zhang could block Yi Xiao's punches with less than 10% effort. Now, he needed to exert at least 40% just to hold steady. Yet, Yi Xiao was only at the first realm and a mere warrior, having trained for such a short time, but his progress was astonishingly swift. With such rapid evolution, his future achievements were boundless. At this moment, Yi Xiao felt only regret and an insatiable thirst for greater power. If 13,000 realms were insufficient, then he would train to 100,000 realms. Only then would he challenge Old Zhang once more. Meanwhile, Old Zhang's respect for Yi Xiao had grown considerably. A sentiment akin to the saying, when a man departs for 3 days, one must look at him with new eyes. Yi Xiao's advancement far exceeded all expectations. There was one matter that chilled Old Zhang's breath the most. Yi Xiao's realm remained at the first stage, yet his first stage was unlike anyone else's. While the power of his realm was indeed weak, his punching strength and physical resilience were nearly equivalent to those at the 5th realm. Initially, Old Zhang thought Yi Xiao sought only to spar one punch and be done. He was about to leave the rooftop when Yi Xiao called out to him, revealing another matter. Uncle Zhang, there is something I hope you can help me with. What is it? Old Zhang paused and turned to fix Yi Xiao with a stare. Yi Xiao spoke deliberately, I want to change my bones. Upon hearing this, Old Zhang raised an eyebrow, his face flushed with astonishment. Change your bones? What do you mean? How do you want me to help? Old Zhang had heard of bone transformation in passing. For warriors, there was a need to refine their bodies. But as the physique grew stronger, if the bones did not evolve accordingly, eventually the skeleton would be unable to support the increasingly powerful body. The wind whipped fiercely across the rooftop, carrying Yi Xiao's words to Old Zhang's ears. Uncle Zhang, please help me shatter every bone in my body. Upon hearing this, Old Zhang's eyes widened in shock. Boy, do you know what you're saying? Yi Xiao nodded with absolute clarity. I understand perfectly what I'm saying. Uncle Zhang, on my own, I cannot shatter all the bones in my body. So I must seek external help and find someone I trust to assist me. At this, Old Zhang fell into a long silence, seemingly moved by Yi Xiao's trust. Yet he did not immediately agree, but instead asked, if I do this and render your entire skeleton useless, how will you change your bones? Yi Xiao's tone was resolute. I have a way. This method originated from one of the core abilities of Yi Xiao's extreme martial body. Extreme martial body rebirth. Extreme martial body rebirth. Bones shatter and regenerate. New bones hardness 10, stackable up to 10 times. He possessed 10 opportunities for bone transformation. Each rebirth would strengthen the hardness of his bones further. Old Zhang remained silent, pulling a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and taking a deep drag. Yi Xiao watched quietly until the glow of the cigarette flickered and died in the darkness. Then, Old Zhang flicked the ash casually on the ground. Come forth. Step right before me. A gleam of delight adorned Yi Xiao's countenance. Swiftly, he approached the dormitory supervisor, Old Zhang. Without ceremony, Old Zhang merely raised both hands, placing them firmly upon Yi Xiao's shoulders, one on each side. In the very next moment, Yi Xiao was engulfed by a terrifying force, akin to a whale plunging into the sea, surging directly into the depths of his internal organs. This formidable power was vast, commanding, and unruly, yet it was controlled with exquisite precision. Not a single additional wound was inflicted within Yi Xiao's body. Crack, crack, crack. At that instant, Yi Xiao distinctly perceived all 206 bones within him, from his skull, torso bones, limbs to the pelvis and femur, being struck by a profound and masterful impact. In the blink of an eye, every bone shattered into fragments. Yi Xiao's body collapsed like a deflated balloon, instantly toppling to the ground. Meanwhile, Old Zhang seized him firmly. Boy, I have done what you asked. Now the rest is up to you. Yi Xiao nodded with difficulty, silently calling out within his heart. System. Activate extreme martial body rebirth. Regenerate all the bones anew. At that very moment, the power of extreme martial force radiated from the core of Yi Xiao's heart, initiating the reconstruction of every shattered bone within his body. Undoubtedly, this was the most vulnerable time for Yi Xiao. Not a single part of his body could move. He could not even raise a finger. He lay utterly paralyzed. Old Zhang, too, was astonished to discover a mysterious power surging within Yi Xiao, one beyond his comprehension. Though its origin was unknown, this enigmatic force was assisting Yi Xiao in remaking his shattered bones. So it turned out, the boy dared to let me pulverize all his bones because he had prepared a thorough contingency plan. Afterward, Old Zhang escorted Yi Xiao back to his dormitory, gently placing him upon his bed before departing the room. Though Old Zhang left the dormitory, he did not stray far. Yi Xiao lay quietly on his bed, enduring the excruciating pain of every bone being crushed, while simultaneously suppressing the tingling and even piercing sensations of the bones undergoing regeneration. Yet, he fully understood this was a necessary ordeal. Once all his bones were renewed, his physical strength would ascend to an even higher plane. 1 hour, 2 hours, 8 hours. This journey of bone renewal endured for a full 8 hours. In the early stages, Yi Xiao was racked with unbearable pain, but as he gradually adapted, he eventually fell asleep amidst the bone transformation. When he awoke again, it was morning. The sunlight streamed brilliantly through the window, a radiant reminder of the fine weather outside. Upon awakening, Yi Xiao cautiously began to move his body, lifting his hands and feet, turning his neck from side to side, and slowly straightening his waist. Step by step, as he confirmed the completion of his entire skeletal renewal, a smile of joy blossomed across his face. All done. Just then, the system notification sounded in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing extreme martial body rebirth. This bone reconstruction S new bone hardness level, 10. Remaining uses, 9. Though it was a simple prompt, offering no additional attribute rewards, Yi Xiao felt an unprecedented sense of strength, smoothness, and comfort throughout his entire body. A newfound freedom and mastery over his physical form surged within him. This feeling is truly splendid. Yi Xiao rose from the bed with satisfaction. Stretching by the bedside, he casually threw several punches, and to his astonishment, he heard the unmistakable sound of sonic booms. This shocked Yi Xiao immensely. Previously, he had to exert over 70 to 80% of his strength to produce such a sound. Now, with mere casual ease, a single punch sufficed. The benefits of bone renewal were subtly but powerfully manifesting. Inwardly, Yi Xiao resolved, tonight, I'll seek out Uncle Zhang again and have him help me renew my bones once more. With that thought, Yi Xiao quickly rose, washed up, and tidied himself. Then he noticed that Wang Ho had not returned to the dormitory all night, stirring a sudden worry within him. Why didn't the chubby guy come back to sleep all night? Could something have happened to him? At that moment, the dormitory door swung open. Wang Ho entered, his eyes ringed with dark circles as if he were a panda. He looked utterly exhausted as he stepped inside. Chubby, did you pull an all-nighter? Yi Xiao asked, astonished. Wang Ho sighed heavily. I didn't want to, but I don't know what old Zhang's problem was. Last night, he wouldn't let me back into the dorm and insisted on personally teaching me how to cultivate qi. You know, old Zhang is the terrifying legend of the boys' dormitory. Everyone fears him, and I dared not offend him. But I don't understand why he was so intent on tormenting me. He made me train the entire night. Hearing this, a helpless smile flickered across Yi Xiao's face. He had already guessed most of the story. Presumably, because of the bone renewal, old Zhang had helped Yi Xiao by not allowing Wang Ho back or informing him of the matter. Yet in the end, poor Wang Ho had been caught and forced to train all night before being released. So, Chubby, how has the training effect? Yi Xiao teased with a grin. Wang Ho nodded. It really worked. Old Zhang taught the real deal. I've improved at least 20% in strength overnight. But his temper is terrifying. I didn't quite grasp everything, and he really did hit my backside with a broomstick. At this, Wang Ho's face was a portrait of misery. I just hope old Zhang doesn't come looking for me again tonight. I can't take it. With that, Wang Ho collapsed onto his bed, utterly drained, preparing to rest. His gaze fell upon 100 packets of spirit-gathering incense lying on the bed. Despite his extreme fatigue, his eyes snapped wide open. My heavens! Xiaoge, did you give me these new spirit-gathering incense? Yi Xiao smiled and nodded. They're all for you. Use them slowly. Let me know when you run out. Wang Ho was overwhelmed with gratitude. Xiaoge, I love you so much. It's a pity I'm a man. Otherwise, I'd offer myself to you. Yi Xiao shook his head in mock disgust, smiling. You rest first. I'm going to cultivate. Oh, and be prepared. Old Zhang might want to train you again tonight. Wang Ho's face turned deathly pale. What? Why? Yi Xiao smiled mysteriously and departed from the dormitory. Only Wang Ho remained inside, utterly exhausted. Resting his head upon the pillow, he swiftly succumbed to sleep. As Yi Xiao passed by the dormitory supervisor's office, he noticed that old Zhang, the supervisor, was absent. He had intended to offer a greeting and express his gratitude, but since the person was not present, Yi Xiao resolved to first proceed to the gravity training tower to practice his fists. He planned to seek out old Zhang later that evening. With the new student assessment schedule for the day after tomorrow, the various cultivation halls and professional pavilions across the school were bustling with activity. Everywhere Yi Xiao looked, freshmen were weaving through the campus pathways, their expressions grave and focused on their training. Not a single face bore any trace of relaxation. Upon arriving at the gravity training tower, Yi Xiao found himself at the end of a modest queue. As he waited, a murmur of conversation arose from behind him. The new student assessment is just 2 days away. Do you think Yi Xiao will participate? I heard he might be exempt. Exempt? Oh, that must be because of his influential connections, right? He can attend classes, but does not enjoy student resources. Similarly, he lacks the qualifications to take exams and isn't even eligible for rankings. I think it would be better if he did participate. That would make the assessment more interesting. That guy swore on the first day that he would enter the genius class solely on his own merit. I'm eager to see how he gets publicly humiliated. Haha. Lin Yun's strength has improved considerably lately. If Lin Yun meets Yi Xiao, it would be like Mars colliding with Earth, the most spectacular showdown yet. Yi Xiao turned to look at the group speaking behind him. Upon discerning their faces, he recognized them as the sycophantic students Lin Yun had recruited into the genius class. It seemed that their status in the genius class granted them early access to the gravity training tower. However, Lin Yun himself was not present here. Choosing to ignore them, Yi Xiao soon made his way into the gravity training tower with practiced ease. After warming up briefly on the first floor for 5 minutes, Yi Xiao ascended to the second floor. The maximum gravity multiplier there was tenfold. At this moment, Yi Xiao experienced a surprising lightness, as though lifting weights with ease. 10 times gravity pressing down on me, yet I hardly feel any strain? He marveled inwardly. Could it be that my bone transformation has increased the hardness of my skeleton, greatly enhancing its pressure-bearing capacity? Before long, Yi Xiao reached the third floor of the gravity tower. As he advanced toward the 20-fold gravity zone, he began to sense a slight pressure. Yet, compared to his previous time in the 20-fold gravity zone, this sensation was incomparably lighter. Through this contrast, Yi Xiao clearly perceived the progress his body had made in recent days. He was ready to ascend further. Fourth floor, here I come. Leaving the 20-fold gravity zone behind, Yi Xiao proceeded to the fourth floor. His action drew the attention of many students there. It was worth noting that students training on the third floor were typically elite juniors and seniors, some even from the genius class. The number of students who qualified to train on the fourth floor was comparatively small across the entire school. Beyond this level, the ranks were mostly reserved for teachers and professors. Yi Xiao soon stepped into the fourth floor of the gravity training tower. He immediately noticed a stark difference from the lower 3 floors. The first 3 floors were spacious, communal areas where everyone trained together and could see each other. In contrast, the fourth floor was partitioned by high walls that separated distinct gravity zones. The gravity multiplier on this floor ranged from 21 times up to a maximum of 40 times. As Yi Xiao entered the fourth floor, he saw that each enclosed zone bore a plaque indicating its specific multiplier, 21 times, 22 times, 23 times, and so forth. Peering down the corridor, he noticed that the innermost zone was naturally the highest at 40-fold gravity. Rather than rushing directly to the maximum gravity zone, Yi Xiao first tested himself in the 21-fold gravity area and found his body quite relaxed. He then moved on to the 25-fold gravity zone, where he began to feel a slight pressure, comparable to a student carrying a rather heavy backpack. It was bearable but insufficient to provide effective training. Advancing further, Yi Xiao entered the 30-fold gravity zone. At this level, the sensation on his body was akin to an adult bearing the weight of 3 cement sacks on his shoulders. Here, he also noticed some senior students diligently training. His arrival attracted several curious gazes, not because he disrupted their practice, but because none had ever seen his unfamiliar face before. 30-fold gravity zone, I'm starting to feel it, but I can push harder, Yi Xiao thought. Leaving the 30-fold zone, he progressed into the 35-fold gravity area. Here, the long-missed oppressive sensation returned. A faint smile played upon his lips as he murmured to himself, "This is the crushing weight seeping through my bones. My blood flows more slowly, breathing demands greater effort, and lifting my arms feels like hoisting dumbbells. The familiar feeling is back." Yet, this was still not the limit, far from the edge of his endurance. Confident, Yi Xiao pressed onward, selecting the final challenge, the 40-fold gravity zone. From 20-fold to 40-fold gravity in just a few days, Yi Xiao had achieved it. The moment he stepped into the 40-fold gravity zone, his body felt as if it bore the weight of an entire mountain. His waist and back bent under the pressure, and his legs could no longer straighten. Maintaining a normal gait required him to exert tens of times more effort than before. An ordinary person would have long since fled from such torment. Yet Yi Xiao reveled in the agony of his body being mercilessly tested and crushed. For him, it was a unique form of pleasure. Within the 40-fold gravity zone, Yi Xiao found the space empty, seemingly the only occupant. However, as his gaze swept across the area, he suddenly noticed a young woman seated cross-legged in meditation, cultivating in the northwestern corner. Given the distance, Yi Xiao chose not to approach her. Instead, he positioned himself at the southeastern corner, diagonally opposite within the zone, where a training dummy stood, perfect for his fist practice. Having selected a spot, Yi Xiao prepared to begin. He resumed his previous punching regimen. Ding! You have completed a punch. The force of this punch is 32. You have gained 40 points of martial arts value. Your realm has advanced by 40 levels. Training in a gravity zone 40 times stronger. Such efficiency was truly remarkable. Yi Xiao's heart blossomed with joy. Each punch elevated his realm by 40 levels. Yi Xiao unleashed 7 or 8 consecutive punches. After exhausting every ounce of strength within him, he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath as he rested, all the while consuming his Tiger Yang pill to replenish the depleted energy in his body. After a 5-minute respite, Yi Xiao's condition was restored, and he plunged into a new round of punching practice. He set a goal for himself, 8 punches per round, followed by a 5-minute break. This way, with each round, Yi Xiao's realm could be elevated by 320 levels. In the span of 1 hour, if Yi Xiao adhered strictly to his punching regimen, he would complete 12 rounds. The resulting efficiency was staggering, 3,840 realm levels per hour. Upon calculating this, Yi Xiao felt an inexhaustible surge of power welling up inside him. His punches grew even more vigorous and fervent. In the morning, Yi Xiao trained for 2 hours, enhancing his realm by 7,680 levels. At noon, as usual, he went to the cafeteria for a meal and washed dishes in the kitchen afterward. Due to his explosive increase in strength, he shattered a large number of plates once again. However, through continuous dishwashing, he refined his ability to control his power, and gradually, the plates ceased to break. In the afternoon, Yi Xiao trained for 3 hours, elevating his realm by 11,520 levels. At dusk, as per routine, he dined in the cafeteria and washed dishes in the kitchen once more. This time, the plates rarely shattered. In the evening, Yi Xiao immersed himself again in the gravity zone with 40-fold intensity. From 8 o'clock until 11 o'clock at night, until closing time, he persisted for another 3 hours. His realm advanced by an additional 11,520 levels. When the clock struck 11, Yi Xiao seized his cultivation and tallied his progress for the day, 30,720 levels. Upon calculating this figure, Yi Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a full day of immersive punching practice could propel his realm upward by such a tremendous margin. Your realm has advanced. Your current realm is the Mud Embryo realm at 43,719 levels. Your realm has advanced. Your current realm is the Mud Embryo realm at 43,720 levels. Seeing this, Yi Xiao was filled with boundless anticipation. He was one step closer to the 100,000 level realm. He was immensely curious about what the scene would look like when he finally reached that milestone. That's enough for today. I'll continue training tomorrow, he resolved. Just as Yi Xiao packed up and prepared to leave the 40-fold gravity zone to rest, he noticed the young woman training at the far diagonal end. At last, she moved. She was a short-haired girl with fair skin, delicate features, and an excellent figure. Yet, her face bore an expression of aloof indifference, warning strangers to keep their distance. As she passed in front of Yi Xiao, her gaze lingered on him for several seconds. At that moment, Yi Xiao assumed their eye contact would remain a mere fleeting encounter with no further consequence. Yet, she suddenly spoke. Are you a newcomer? Yi Xiao nodded truthfully. Yes. She said, your strength is quite impressive. I have taken an interest in you. Taken an interest in me? Yi Xiao was stunned for a full 5 seconds. Instinctively, he crossed his arms over his chest, remaining highly cautious. But after scanning her appearance and figure, he lowered his arms. If this senior wants to have something going on with me, I might not lose out after all, Yi Xiao thought to himself. At that moment, the girl spoke slowly. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Sherry, a 5th-year student and the president of the Tianjiao Society. She extended her hand toward Yi Xiao. He was momentarily taken aback. Did she intend to shake hands? As he reached out to grasp her hand, she withdrew it. I do not like men touching my hands. So consider this a handshake. You are now a member of the Tianjiao Society. Yi Xiao's expression grew even more bewildered. Wait. Senior, I never agreed to join the Tianjiao Society, did I? Also, what exactly is the Tianjiao Society? And wait, you're a 5th-year student? ISNT, the school, a 4-year system? What's going on with this 5th year? Questions surged in his mind. 5th year? Senior? Tianjiao Society? A torrent of information assaulted Yi Xiao in that instant, gradually unveiling a glimpse of Jian University as hidden iceberg. Yet Sherry did not elaborate further. She merely said, train diligently. I will arrange an initiation trial for you to join the Tianjiao Society. With that, Yi Xiao watched Sherry's beautiful silhouette vanish ahead. Baffling, Yi Xiao summed up with these 4 words. Back in the dormitory, Yi Xiao saw Wang Ho tidying up something. He entered and asked, Fatty, what are you doing? Wang Ho wore a grim expression. Brother Xiao, you nailed it. I really have caught the attention of the dormitory supervisor, old Zhang. Tonight, he even forced me to train. Yi Xiao smiled, observing Wang Ho's pitiful state. Yet in truth, He could sense that beneath Wang Ho's surface-level cynicism lay a heart more resolutely devoted to cultivation than anyone else's. Given the chance, Wang Ho's true character would gradually reveal itself. Thus, although Wang Ho appeared to be lamenting to Yi Xiao, he also found some amusement in his predicament. Receiving extra attention from old Zhang was, in itself, a rare privilege. So, while Wang Ho grumbled verbally, his actions were pragmatic. By the way, Fatty, I have something to ask you. Yi Xiao stopped Wang Ho as he was about to leave the dormitory. Wang Ho blinked in surprise and nodded. Brother Xiao, go ahead. Yi Xiao inquired, do you know what the Tianjiao Society is? Upon hearing those three words, Wang Ho's expression instantly turned serious and solemn. He said, Jiang University has a history spanning several centuries. Over that time, students have spontaneously formed numerous groups, large and small. Some of these groups once shone brilliantly in the school's history, but gradually declined. Yet others have endured, passing down traditions until today, maintaining considerable influence. One could say these groups have transcended the nature of mere student organizations, wielding influence on a broad social scale, beyond the school itself. Among them, three forces stand out most prominently: the Tianjiao Society, the Demon Hunting Club, and the Myriad Phenomena Pavilion. Each represents different classes, ideologies, and interests. Their influence was intricate and far-reaching, permeating every corner of the academy, from the dormitories to the dining hall, from the training grounds to the library, from the allocation of daily resources to the quotas for league participation. Wang Ho spoke with confident eloquence, evidently possessing an intimate understanding of the matter. Yi Xiao listened intently, nodding repeatedly in fascination. Wang Ho began, first and foremost, the most renowned and formidable student organization, representing Jiang University's elite echelon and embodying the family creed of bloodline supremacy and the rule of the strong, is none other than the Tianjiao Society. It is said that the core membership consists of approximately 30 individuals, with an outer circle of about 150, every single one without exception possessing strength starting from the 8th realm. Moreover, the age limit for members of the Tianjiao Society is strictly capped at 30 years. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao clicked his tongue in astonishment. The Tianjiao Society not only demands a certain level of cultivation, but also imposes age restrictions? Wang Ho nodded with a tone of admiration. Indeed, otherwise, how could they be called the Tianjiao, the prodigies? I've heard that the president of the Tianjiao Society is a remarkably low-profile young woman. She is often elusive, rarely seen by anyone. And if you know what she looks like? Yi Xiao's face registered a hint of surprise. The president of the Tianjiao Society is so discreet? Wang Ho continued, furthermore, rumors abound that if there is to be the next transcendent being, it will most likely be her. She is poised to become the youngest transcendent in history. Such high praise left Yi Xiao deeply impressed. As he listened to Wang Ho, his mind involuntarily conjured the image of a girl named Shaylee whom he had encountered in the 40-fold gravity zone. Of course, these were merely rumors. The truth remained unknown to him. Also, Wang Ho added, membership in the Tianjiao Society is said to be limited to students in their 5th year. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao quickly inquired, what exactly does the 5th year mean? Wang Ho smiled mysteriously. On the surface, it appears to refer to students who have been enrolled at the school for 5 years. But in reality, it is a collective term for all students who have remained at the academy without graduating. Some may have been here for 5 years, others for 7 or 8, and some even over 10 years. Yi Xiao's expression turned to one of astonishment. Why would such a situation arise? Wang Ho patiently explained, because for these prodigies, their graduation requirements are not like those of ordinary students, who simply wait for their term to end, take an exam, and then receive a diploma. For them, the academy holds far loftier expectations. In fact, some students are regarded as potential future transcendent beings and are nurtured accordingly. How could one possibly cultivate a transcendent by following the standard student path? These potential transcendent candidates are allowed to remain at the school for extended periods, continuing to enjoy abundant cultivation resources. Their graduation requirements might even involve completing a significant mission. A significant mission? Yi Xiao queried, eyes fixed intently on Wang Ho. What qualifies as a significant mission? Wang Ho chuckled, for instance, slaying the Flame Demon King. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao fell silent immediately. A wry smile flickered across his face. He had personally endured the pursuit of the Flame Demon King and thus possessed a profound understanding of its power. This was a demon capable of confronting human transcendent beings head-on. How could such a feat possibly be accomplished by a prodigious student? Wang Ho shook his head with a solemn expression. Xiaoji, I'm not joking. Indeed, some of these transcendent candidates have such tasks as their graduation criteria. That is why there are many teachers at our school. For example, Our homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming. He was once a transcendent candidate himself, but having failed to complete his mission, he remained at the school for many years and gradually transitioned from student to teacher. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao experienced a moment of enlightenment. He finally understood why Zhou Ming, when they first met, had taken the initiative to assist and comfort him. Perhaps it was precisely because he had once walked the same path as Yi Xiao, enabling him to empathize deeply with Yi Xiao's plight. At that moment, Wang Ho suddenly cracked a joke. Xiao Ji, if we ever become transcendent candidates ourselves, do you think we'd be able to graduate? Transcendent candidates? Yi Xiao mused. That would mean bearing immense responsibility. In this era, transcendent beings are synonymous not only with power, but also with duty. When monsters threaten, transcendent beings are needed to suppress them. When the sky falls, transcendent beings must stand firm. They wield formidable strength and hold positions of great authority. Yet they also face the gravest dangers. Maybe, Yi Xiao smiled, responding to Wang Ho's question. Afterward, Wang Ho left the dormitory, while Yi Xiao remained until the early hours of the morning. He waited patiently until the dormitory supervisor, Old Zhang, entered the darkened room alone. Upon entering, Old Zhang remarked, "Why aren't you turning on the lights?" Yi Xiao replied, "I'm preparing to sleep." Old Zhang asked, "Don't you want me to help you with the bone fracturing today?" "Yes," Yi Xiao answered firmly. "Uncle Zhang, I'm ready." Following the events of the previous night, and seeing Yi Xiao lively and energetic the next day, Old Zhang, with his years of experience, guessed that Yi Xiao must be harboring some secret related to bone transformation. Each time Yi Xiao underwent bone fracturing, the hardness of his bones increased by 1 degree. Thus, when Old Zhang placed his arms upon Yi Xiao's shoulders and exerted force, he distinctly felt that Yi Xiao's bones were significantly harder than the day before. This prompted Old Zhang to apply 20% more strength than usual. Crack, crack. The familiar sounds of bones shattering echoed from various parts of Yi Xiao's body. In an instant, Yi Xiao became partially paralyzed and was helplessly laid upon the bed by Old Zhang. Once finished, Old Zhang said, "I'm leaving now." Yi Xiao lay motionless, unable to move. Even Yi Xiao commanded him to strike, yet he found himself utterly powerless against the hardness of Yi Xiao's bones. Armed with the experience from yesterday, Yi Xiao faced the second full-body skeletal shattering with a markedly enhanced adaptability. Simultaneously, he activated his state ability, limb regeneration. The target, his entire body. The moment he unleashed it, Yi Xiao immediately felt the blood and qi within him surge turbulently. Every ounce of his potential and strength was mobilized, flowing towards every fractured bone in his body, accelerating the reconstruction of these shattered bones. As for Yi Xiao himself, there was a sharp crack, his neck twisted, and he promptly lost consciousness. Ping! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the extreme martial body rebirth. This skeletal reconstruction has achieved a new bone hardness level of 10. Remaining uses 8. Yi Xiao slowly awoke from his slumber. Upon awakening, he noticed that all parts of his body had fully restored to their normal state. A refreshing sensation washed over him. With a clear mind and invigorated spirit, Yi Xiao rose and glanced at the time, 7 o'clock. Today, he set a resolute goal for himself, to break through the 100,000 threshold. Thus, Yi Xiao swiftly washed up and dressed. Once done, he noticed Wang Ho returning, dark circles under his eyes. Wang Ho yawned repeatedly, his drowsy gaze fixed upon Yi Xiao. "Xiao Ge, off to practice boxing again?" "Yes," Yi Xiao nodded. "You heading back to sleep?" Wang Ho climbed into bed, barely touching the pillow before drifting into a deep slumber, too exhausted even to respond. Yi Xiao's lips curved into a helpless smile. Shaking his head, he left the dormitory and closed the door behind him. Today, Yi Xiao deliberately sought out Sun Qingsong, the head of the cafeteria, with the intention of requesting leave. "Director Sun, I plan to take a day off today." Inside the logistics office, Sun Qingsong glanced up from the documents in his hand, briefly surveying Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao explained, "I intend to train at the gravity tower for a full day." Sun Qingsong seemed unsurprised that Yi Xiao, a freshman in an ordinary class, would be granted permission to train at the gravity tower for a day. He only countered, "Not even planning to eat?" Yi Xiao smiled, "If I get hungry, I'll come eat, but I might not have time to wash dishes. I've calculated. I've already washed 30,000 plates. Director Sun, rest assured, I will complete the 1 million plates you require." Upon hearing this, Sun Qingsong paused his pen, lifting his head with a smile. "Washing dishes isn't a punishment," he said. Yi Xiao nodded. "I understand. This is your way of looking out for me." Sun Qingsong was somewhat taken aback. "Looking out for you? Yi Xiao, you don't strike me as the kind to flatter or curry favor. When did you learn this?" Yi Xiao smiled and replied, "I speak only the truth, not flattery." Since I've been training my fists at the gravity tower, my punching power has surged dramatically in a short time, but my control over that strength has weakened considerably. Director Sun's assignment of washing dishes is a disguised method to help me master the delicate control of my force. Sun Qingsong's smile deepened, lifting with ease. He chuckled. I've observed your recent dishwashing, and you've already gained excellent control over your strength. Although everyone outside calls you a worthless grade E martial artist, I disagree. You are intelligent, smarter than many so-called geniuses I've met. Grade E only describes your profession, but true, dazzling geniuses, those transcendent beings, no longer use such laughable rankings to judge anyone. Listening to Sun Qingsong's words, Yi Xiao felt as if thunder had struck his heart. He sincerely appreciated the help and care from the man before him. At this moment, Sun Qingsong rose and approached Yi Xiao, patting his shoulder. Yi Xiao, your dishwashing task ends here. I believe you've grasped the lesson I wanted you to learn. Continuing to make you wash dishes would only waste your time and talent. You should devote your true gifts to more worthy endeavors. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Sun Qingsong to outright relieve him of all dishwashing duties. Seeing Yi Xiao's astonished expression, Sun Qingsong understood the boy's resilience and determination. Once Yi Xiao committed to something, he would not abandon it halfway. To dispel any lingering doubts, Sun Qingsong added, however, no more dishwashing, but you will have a different kind of task with me. I want you to achieve at least a top 5 ranking in the Jiangshi 5 Schools League in 3 months' time. Hearing this, Yi Xiao was slightly moved. The man before him evoked a paternal warmth. Director Sun, why must I place in the top 5 of the Jiangshi 5 Schools League? Sun Qingsong seemed prepared for this question, having anticipated it. Because only then can you earn a ticket to the National University Student Genius League. He pronounced the 3 words deliberately. The Longyuan Cup. This was my regret in my youth, and also your father's regret when he was young. At this point, realizing he had perhaps dwelled too much on the past and forgotten the present setting, Sun Qingsong fell silent, simply staring at Yi Xiao. His gaze seemed to ask, are you willing? I will. Yi Xiao clenched his fist, smiling as he made his promise to Sun Qingsong. After leaving Sun Qingsong's office, Yi Xiao headed straight to the gravity tower. The time was 8 o'clock in the morning. Outside the gravity tower, the crowd was sparse. After all, these were university students, and, at this hour, most were either attending their 8 o'clock classes or still sound asleep in their dormitories. Few had time to come train at the gravity tower. Yi Xiao was one of the few. Kid, practicing boxing this early? Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Heyday glanced up and gave him a quick once-over. Heyday, tomorrow is the freshman assessment, so I want to make the most of my time to train. Yi Xiao answered honestly. Heyday chuckled. Didn't he expect you to be so ambitious? Tell me, what is your goal? First place. Yi Xiao repeated firmly. Heyday laughed heartily, but there was a hint of mystery in his laughter that left Yi Xiao puzzled. Heyday, why are you laughing for no reason? Young man, having a goal is a good thing, Heyday said earnestly. But if you want to take first place, you'll first have to get past your little girlfriend. That's the biggest mountain standing in your way. Little girlfriend? Yi Xiao was completely stunned for a full 5 seconds. When he finally registered Heyday's words, he realized the little girlfriend referred to none other than Su Muyun. He hurriedly forced a bitter smile and shook his head. Master He, please refrain from recklessly meddling in matters of the heart. Su Muyun and I share absolutely no connection whatsoever. At that very moment, Yi Xiao sensed the subtle sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Instinctively, he turned around and was immediately startled, for the figure advancing was none other than Su Muyun herself. Has my mouth been blessed with prophetic powers? Yi Xiao mused inwardly. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Su Muyun seemed oblivious to Yi Xiao's presence as she strode directly past him, arriving behind Master He. She inserted the gravity training card into the slot and then entered the gravity training tower without uttering a single word. Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Did Su Muyun overhear the conversation I had just had with Master He? He fixed his gaze on Master He, letting out a series of sighs. Observing this, Master He, without hesitation, remarked, young man, why the sighs? Your little girlfriend is clearly sulking. So obvious. Are you such a blockhead that you fail to see it? Shall I teach you how to appease your beloved? Ye shall say mot, taichit involuntarily. Up to this point, Master He still firmly believed that Su Muyun and he were a quarreling couple, when in truth, they shared no tangible relationship whatsoever. Yi Xiao had long since grown weary of explaining this to Master He, for no matter how much he said, the old man simply would not listen. Choosing to avoid the topic, Yi Xiao inserted his own card and entered the gravity tower. Yet before he did, Master He could not resist uttering one last piece of unsolicited advice. When your little girlfriend is upset, a few sweet words to soothe her will quickly lift her spirits. Girls, you see, only desire your attitude. If mere words seem insufficiently sincere, then buy some flowers or small gifts. Look, wildflowers grow right by the roadside. Pluck a couple for her to take inside, and her mood will surely brighten. Yi Xiao was overwhelmed with exasperation, choosing to utterly ignore Master Hei's rambling nonsense. What could this old man possibly understand? Always causing trouble. He grumbled silently. Behind him, Master Hei hummed a tune softly. Do not pick the wildflowers by the roadside. Remember my invitation. Remember my love. Remember that I wait for you every day. Yi Xiao stepped into the gravity tower, the song fading gradually behind him. He proceeded to the 40-fold gravity zone, though he could have ascended further to challenge himself. Yi Xiao refrained, for his primary objective today was efficient boxing practice to elevate his realm. Efficiency above all, while higher gravity zones would grant greater realm gains per punch. The energy expended per strike would increase accordingly. He feared that ultimately, the total advancement might not surpass what he could achieve on the 40th level. Upon entering the 40-fold gravity zone, he found someone already present, a young woman, but not the Sherry he had encountered yesterday. Instead, it was Su Muyun, whom he had just met moments ago. In a 40-fold gravity zone, only the two of them trained. Su Muyun notijet Yeshayo se ariwal, cast a single glance his way, then averted her eyes to focus intently on her cultivation. Yi Xiao, discarding all distractions, reminded himself that his purpose here was not to engage in romantic dalliance with Su Muyun, but to cultivate and strengthen himself. Thus, he felt no awkwardness or discomfort. He took up his position in the corner where he had trained the day before and began his rigorous boxing regimen. Strike, realm 40. Strike, realm 40. Strike, realm 40. Yi Xiao delivered punch after punch with unwavering determination. Gradually, the flamboyant and impractical elements dissipated from his fists, each blow becoming solid, weighty, imbued with profound, latent power. First hour, 3,840 realm weight. Second hour, 4,025 realm weight. Third hour, 4,210 realm weight. As Yi Xiao immersed himself in his training and his realm steadily advanced, the efficiency of his punches increased incrementally. His rest intervals shortened progressively, and the number of strikes per session rose steadily. Employing a deliberately intensified approach, he avoided sudden bursts of force in favor of a gradual, methodical progression, enabling his body to adapt to the escalating intensity of his punches. Mud Embryo Realm, 47,560 realm weight. Mud Embryo Realm, 51,585 realm weight. Mud Embryo Realm, 55,795 realm weight. Mud Embryo Realm, 60,095 realm weight. From 8 o'clock in the morning until noon, Yi Xiao scarcely took any extended breaks. Moreover, each rest period continued to shorten. His realm had surpassed 60,000 realm weight. At this moment, Yi Xiao's stomach growled hungrily. High-intensity boxing training naturally consumed tremendous physical strength and energy. Throughout the morning in the 40-fold gravity zone, only Yi Xiao and Su Muyun cultivated diligently. Yi Xiao glanced toward the opposite corner. Su Muyun remained deeply engrossed in her training. This scene caused Yi Xiao to feel a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Su Muyun, as a young woman, would train with such relentless dedication, forsaking sleep and rest. From morning until noon, she had hardly taken a moment's respite, much like himself. Yi Xiao exited the gravity tower to eat in the cafeteria. His appetite was enormous, equivalent to that of at least 10 grown men, were it not for Sun Qingsong's support. Yi Xiao's food expenses alone would constitute a massive burden. After finishing his meal, he did not neglect a particular task, taking out a pink lunchbox, filling it with food, then placing it securely into his spirit ring. Yi Xiao ate swiftly and returned to the gravity tower within half an hour. Upon his return, he saw that Su Muyun was still training unceasingly. He stood motionless, watching her for a long while before finally stepping forward. As he approached Su Muyun step by step, Yi Xiao suddenly felt as though he were entering a realm governed by the infinite sword doctrine. Around him, in the colorless and soundless void, countless sword intents seemed to hover densely. Is this Su Muyun's innate cultivation talent? Yi Xiao marvelit ignardly. He could almost perceive with the naked eye how Su Muyun continuously absorbed spiritual energy into her body through cultivation. During this process, she further compressed and refined the energy, purging impurities while preserving the purest essence of its primordial power. Finally, she fused her sword intent with this refined spiritual energy. Having witnessed this process firsthand, Yi Xiao finally understood why Su Muyun had become the youngest individual in history to reach the fourth realm. At barely 18 years old, she had stepped into the fourth realm, an achievement unmatched by any predecessor among the transcendent. Yi Xiao halted about 5 meters from Su Muyun, because he could sense that if he took one more step forward, he would be assaulted by the sword intent naturally emanating from Su Muyun's surroundings. Yi Xiao waited patiently for approximately 10 minutes. At last, Su Muyun gradually ceased her cultivation. All the sword intent and spiritual energy around her were drawn in like a vortex, absorbed into her body. Finally, Su Muyun opened her exquisite, beautiful eyes. She slightly lifted her delicate chin, her gaze fixed upon Yi Xiao. Then, following his body downward, she noticed the pink lunchbox in Yi Xiao's hand. It was very familiar. This was precisely her pink lunchbox. Before Su Muyun could utter a word, Yi Xiao had already prepared his explanation in advance. Classmate Su, please do not misunderstand. I am grateful for the meal you brought last time. This lunchbox has been thoroughly cleaned, so you can rest assured. Furthermore, you have been cultivating continuously without taking time to eat, which is detrimental to your health. By the time you finish, the cafeteria will likely only have leftover cold dishes. Therefore, I took the liberty of preparing a meal for you, although I am unsure whether you like these dishes. I have placed it here for you. Yi Xiao took a few steps forward and set the lunchbox on a specially made table and chair beside him. Without waiting for Su Muyun's response, he returned to the area where he had been practicing his punches, resuming his training stance. Su Muyun's eyes were filled with complexity as she stared at Yi Xiao's retreating figure. What exactly is he thinking? I have already resolved not to have any entanglement with him. The matter of the arranged childhood engagement. He is a smart man and should understand these things. Yet, with these actions, is he trying to send me some sort of hint or declaration? Yi Xiao, if you're truly a man, it would be best to speak plainly rather than resorting to such ambiguous gestures. 3 days prior, at the ancestral hall of the Su family, one of the 12 great clans, a group of Su family elders were engaged in a heated discussion. I believe the childhood engagement between Su Muyun and that Yi Xiao was merely a jest between their fathers in the past, not to be taken seriously. Now that Yi Zhenghe has passed away, Yi Xiao is a fatherless, motherless individual without backing, and thus utterly unqualified to marry Su Muyun. Although Su Muyun is a girl, to my knowledge, her cultivation talent is unparalleled among the current generation of the Su family. With her potential, she is capable of inheriting some of the Su family's authority in the future. Nevertheless, the core power of the Su family should not be entrusted to a woman, as this is a rule passed down by our ancestors for 1,000 years and must not be altered. However, Su Muyun is now of age, and it is time to find a suitable husband for her. Are there any young men in the other great families whose strength and status can match hers? I heard that Lin Yun of the Lin family is quite powerful, an SS-rank professional Thunder Mage prodigy, and also Su Muyun's classmate. If we could arrange a match between them, it would facilitate a smooth alliance between the Su and Lin families, thereby elevating the Su family's status among the 12 great clans. Lin Yun can be considered. Are there any other candidates? Please feel free to recommend. Suddenly, Su Jian, accompanied by his daughter Su Muyun, entered the Su family ancestral hall like a wild card, disrupting the stability of the scene and arousing the elders' astonishment. Su Jian's tone was resolute. Esteemed elders, I wish for my daughter's marriage to be decided by herself. This declaration stirred a storm of reactions, provoking shock and opposition from many Su family elders. You want to leave it to your daughter's own decision? Su Jian, do you realize what you're saying? In the Su family, everyone must sacrifice for the collective interests of the clan. No one may place personal desires above the family's welfare. The Su family has invested vast resources and wealth in your daughter, only to be repaid with ingratitude? In the face of relentless denunciations from the elders, Su Jian, a middle-aged man, stood unwaveringly firm before his daughter. He spoke deliberately. I, Su Jian, made the unilateral decision to arrange this childhood marriage for my daughter. I have wronged her. Therefore, I do not wish to continue making mistakes. It is true that Su Muyun has benefited from a great deal of the family's resources and wealth. Su Jian, am willing to assume full responsibility for all the resources and riches expended on my daughter. The debts my daughter owes the family, I shall repay. Su Jian, do you have the means to repay? A white-haired elder suddenly slammed the table in fury, glaring at Su Jian. He was none other than Su Changqing, the current patriarch of the Su family, a genuine transcendent. Despite being over 90 years old, he retained the appearance of a crane white-haired youth, vigorous and spirited. Under the patriarch's oppressive aura, Su Jian felt sweat break out across his body and a chill run down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Even if I cannot repay, I will do my utmost. I will put forth every penny of my wealth to make amends, along with all the time I have in the future." At this moment, Su Jian's father was also exceedingly angry and cursed repeatedly. "Ungrateful son! Ungrateful son! How did I raise such a white-eyed child?" After his outburst, Su Muyun watched helplessly as her grandfather suddenly fainted from a shock. "Grandfather!" she called out in concern, but others quickly rushed to take him away to rest. Su Changqing slowly rose from the main seat, holding the dragon-headed staff, symbolizing his status as patriarch. Step by step, he approached Su Jian and Su Muyun, his oppressive aura manifesting the terrifying power of a transcendent. Though elderly, the strength he embodied was no less than that of the younger generation. Su Changqing did not look at Su Jian, but fixed his gaze on Su Muyun. "Su Muyun, tell me your thoughts. Do you accept or reject the childhood engagement your father arranged for you?" Su Muyun remained silent, not uttering a word until Su Changqing stood before her. "Child, do not be afraid. Speak honestly about your true feelings. I will make decisions for you. If you do not wish to accept it, I will annul your engagement to Yi Xiao and find a better match for you based on your wishes. But if you do accept," Su Muyun's delicate face paled slightly. In the presence of a transcendent, even with his gentle tone, an overwhelming pressure weighed upon her, as if a single displeasing word could strangle her on the spot. "What will happen if I accept?" Su Muyun quietly questioned. Su Changqing, as if seeing through everything, responded. His lifetime of experience allowed him to easily discern Su Muyun's heart. "You ask what will happen after acceptance, which means you have considered accepting the childhood engagement. It seems that the E-rank useless warrior might indeed become a demon haunting your cultivation journey. Su Muyun, among your generation of youngsters, you are the one I hold most hope for. I wish for you not to stray from the right path. Of course, you are reluctant, unable to bring yourself to take such a step, for you are still too young, and perhaps your heart harbors a tender affection for such a pitiable thing." Su Muyun was startled. "Clan leader, what are you intending to do?" Su Changqing smiled faintly, his tone light. "I shall ensure that Yi Xiao departs from this place forever, vanishing from your sight, so that you will never see or find him again." At that moment, Su Jian could no longer remain seated. He hurriedly spoke. "Clan leader, this is merely a matter between children. Why intervene so harshly, and with such severity?" "Harsh?" Su Changqing cast a cold glance at Su Jian. "Su Jian, it is precisely because your heart lacks ruthlessness that you have been stuck at the 9th realm all your life, with no chance to break through to become an extraordinary being. Do you know who disappoints me the most? It is you. The resources and wealth the Su family has invested in you are but a mere fraction compared to what your daughter receives. You have brought no contribution to the Su family, and now you even wish to incite your daughter to shirk her responsibilities? Su Jian, is this how you conduct yourself?" These words were sharp and piercing, each one striking directly at Su Jian's heart. At that very moment, Su Jian suddenly became the target of fierce criticism from all sides. Beside him, the young girl, Su Muyun, clenched her fists tightly, unable to contain herself any longer. She shouted loudly, "Enough!" Her outburst instantly silenced the entire ancestral hall of the clan. Even clan leader Su Changqing looked at Su Muyun with a hint of surprise. At this moment, Su Muyun had summoned all her courage. Before all the elders, she spoke each word deliberately and clearly. "What I, Su Muyun, or to the Su family, I will repay in full. Father, you need not plead on my behalf. In this family, where only cold interests prevail, their eyes see nothing but profit above all else. Personal feelings are suppressed, replaced by the grandiose, lofty interests of the family. If I must accept the future you have arranged for me, then I would rather choose to accept a child marriage with Yi Xiao, because at least then, I will be free." Gravity Tower, the 40th gravity zone. Su Muyun's beautiful eyes, momentarily lost in thought due to her memories, gradually regained focus. Her gaze fell once more upon the pink lunchbox that Yi Xiao had sent her. Su Muyun opened the lunchbox, finding a substantial portion of rice and 7 or 8 different dishes inside. After examining it, she could not help but complain silently. "Why did he pack so much food for me? Does he want me to eat myself into a fatso?" Elsewhere, while Yi Xiao was practicing his punches, he deliberately twisted his body and took the opportunity to glance towards Su Muyun's location. He had been worried whether Su Muyun had eaten. When he finally saw Su Muyun open the lunchbox and begin to eat, for some reason, Yi Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of joy and delight within his heart. Thereafter, he was able to focus all his energy entirely on practicing his punches. The entire afternoon passed with sweat pouring down in silent, concentrated training. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Mud Embryo Realm, 62,195 weight. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Mud Embryo Realm, 66,445 weight. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, mud embryo realm, 70,745 weight. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, mud embryo realm, 75,095 weight. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, mud embryo realm, 79,495 weight. 6 o'clock in the evening, mud embryo realm, 83,945 weight. Yi Xiao continued practicing punches until 6 o'clock in the evening, when he finally stopped because it was time for dinner. At this moment, Yi Xiao noticed that Su Muyun, who had been in a corner of another area, had left at some unknown time. Perhaps he had been too engrossed in his training to notice her departure. I'll go eat first, Yi Xiao thought. Taking a towel from his spiritual ring, he wiped the sweat from his body and was about to leave the 4th level when he saw Su Muyun return. This time, Su Muyun carried 2 lunchboxes. One was the familiar pink lunchbox, her own. The other was a stainless steel lunchbox, nearly the size of a rice cooker. Could this rice cooker-sized lunchbox be for him? Yi Xiao wondered silently. Upon returning, Su Miyun met Yi Xiao's gaze, showing a brief 2-second flicker of avoidance and nervousness. But she quickly regained her composure, her voice cold and indifferent. Don't overthink it. I went to the cafeteria to eat and took the liberty of packing some food for you. 1 lunchbox isn't really enough for 2 people, and I have a cleanliness obsession. So I bought you a new lunchbox. Yi Xiao took the rice cooker-sized lunchbox from Su Miyun's hands and couldn't help but laugh. Such a big lunchbox? Won't you be stared at strangely when you get your food? Upon hearing this, Su Miyun's delicate face suddenly flushed, as if recalling her recent experience at the cafeteria, which made her immediately angry. Eat if you want, don't if you don't. You talk too much. Yi Xiao was stunned, watching Su Miyun's angry figure walk away. She took her pink lunchbox to a corner to eat alone. Yi Xiao thought to himself, why did she suddenly get mad? I was only joking with her. He shook his head. Still, since Su Miyun had brought him food, it saved him a trip to the cafeteria. The two of them, in a way, were reciprocating by bringing each other meals. What a strange relationship they had. Yi Xiao devoured his food swiftly and then resumed his punch training. From afar, Su Miyun heard the sound of Yi Xiao practicing punches. She turned back with a look of surprise. At this moment, Su Miyun had only eaten about 1/3 of the food in her pink lunchbox. Is this guy a reincarnated starving ghost? He eats so much and so fast. Originally, Su Miyun had deliberately packed Yi Xiao a large amount of food in the evening as retribution for the enormous lunch he packed for her at noon, pressing it down tightly. Yet unexpectedly, this guy not only finished it all, but ate so quickly. Su Miyun was shocked and muttered complaints about Yi Xiao in her heart, unaware that Yi Xiao was still thinking, I only ate about half full. Oh well, back to training punches. I'll have a late-night snack later. 7 o'clock in the evening. Mud Embryo Realm. 87,195 weight. 8 o'clock in the evening. Mud Embryo Realm. 91,495 weight. 9 o'clock in the evening. Mud Embryo Realm. 95,795 weight. 10 o'clock in the evening. Mud Embryo Realm. 99,995 weight. When the sky outside had turned completely dark and the campus had quieted down, with students returning to their dormitories to rest after a day of study and cultivation, Yi Xiao was still training in the gravity tower. From 8 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock in the evening, he remained immersed in the 40th gravity zone, and at this very moment, Yi Xiao finally reached a critical juncture. This punch shall be the one to break me through to the 100,000 weight realm. Boom! Yi Xiao unleashed this punch. Ding! You have completed a punch, delivering a force of 32. Acquired 5 points of martial way value. Your realm has advanced. Current realm, Clay Embryo Realm. 100,000 layers. It has arrived. The 100,000 layers realm. A loftier peak. At last I have reached it. Just then, a new system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully accomplishing the target mission. Breakthrough to the 100,000 realm. Rewards: 10 points of punch power amplification. 5 points of punch power range. With a sudden rush, Yi Xiao instantly sensed his punch power markedly increase by 1 point. Moreover, at this moment, his path of the strong began to shimmer brightly. A new milestone achievement unlocked. 100,000 punches. Trigger condition: Clay Embryo Realm reaching 100,000 layers. Achieved. Reward: Path of Extremes, optional activation. System prompt: 100,000 punches. Your fists have begun to glow. Your future is leading toward an infinitely smooth road. The achievement of 100,000 punches. A proud smile spread across Yi Xiao's face. He had long since lost count of how many punches he had practiced. He had even forgotten the hardships endured, as long as all the effort bore fruit. That was enough. Would you like to activate the Path of Extremes? Only one chance to decide. Yes? No? before Yi Xiao lay a significant decision. Yet, true to his character, he was never one to shy away from difficulties. Without much hesitation, he chose yes. Chosen, activate the path of extremes. New target mission appeared. Reach the 1 million layers realm. Reward, immediate breakthrough to tempered bone realm. Note, this is the highest peak of the clay embryo realm. The path of extremes that no one in history has ever achieved. When Yi Xiao saw the next target mission, he sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. 1 million layers realm? He knew well that this was far more difficult than advancing from 10,000 layers to 100,000 layers. The disparity was the difference between 90,000 layers and 900,000 layers. Yet from the final prompt, Yi Xiao also understood that if he could reach the 1 million layers realm of the clay embryo realm, he would become the person with the most solid foundation in history, and he would directly break through to the second realm, tempered bone realm. Thus, Yi Xiao's initial shock and bewilderment gradually gave way to realization, even adaptation. I've already fought through 100,000 punches like this. I can surely fight through 1 million punches in the same way. At this moment, Yi Xiao checked his attribute panel and discovered that his greatest gain was martial wave value. Martial wave value, 97,850. Seeing this, Yi Xiao's eyes brightened slightly. Originally, when his ultimate martial body reached the golden body realm, breaking through further would require consuming 100,000 points of martial wave value. At that time, he thought it would take a long time to accumulate that much value. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he was almost there. Yi Xiao glanced at the time. The gravity tower would close at 11 o'clock, and there was still some time left. He was short by 2,150 points of martial wave value, which was roughly equivalent to practicing 54 punches. Therefore, Yi Xiao chose to strike while the iron was hot and continued punching for a while longer to fill the remaining martial wave value. Martial wave value, 100,010. Enough. Yi Xiao immediately stopped. System breakthrough. Ultimate martial body. Consumed 100,000 points of martial wave value. Ultimate martial body breakthrough. Golden body realm. Condensed courage stage. In an instant, Yi Xiao's body ascended yet another level. He reached the height of the 6th realm. Who would have imagined that a youth whose realm was only clay embryo realm possessed a body strength equivalent to the exaggeration of the 6th realm? The heart of martial arts, the embodiment of battle intent. Ultimate martial body. Realm, condensed courage stage. Physical traits. Heartbeats like war drums, capable of shattering ordinary glass. Golden blood begins evolving toward a crimson gold hue. Battle intent can manifest as tangible oppressive force, exerting tremendous pressure on the weak. A martial courage forms at the heart's core. Physical vitality, 10. Physical defense, 10. Physical resistance, 5. Hidden vitality, 50. Hidden defense, 50. Hidden resistance, 15. Breakthrough requirement, 1 million points of martial wave value. At this moment, Yi Xiao's heartbeat thundered like war drums, as if someone was beating a drum on his chest, like a battle horn from an ancient battlefield, like a gate repeatedly struck. In this instant, Yi Xiao's fist gained something more than strength. It was courage. In a mere moment, the 10,000 points of martial wave value he had painstakingly accumulated were instantly depleted. Martial wave value, 10. He looked at the remaining 10 points of martial wave value without any regret or reluctance. He only felt that all of this was well worth it. After savoring his strengthened state, Yi Xiao left the gravity tower before 11 o'clock. He went straight back to his dormitory, without engaging in any other activities, preparing to rest early. For tomorrow was the freshman assessment. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of first-year students, the building was brightly lit. Whether male or female, everyone was in a state of anxiety and unease. Among 800 freshmen, some were excited, some nervous, some anxious, but all were discussing the same matter, the freshman assessment tomorrow. Even Wang Ho was unsettled in spirit. Yi Xiao lay on his bed, preparing to rest, seeing Wang Ho still seated cross-legged on the floor practicing cultivation. Since tomorrow was the freshman assessment, Wang Ho would not need to undergo special training with dorm supervisor Lao Zhang tonight. Yi Xiao also did not intend to seek Lao Zhang's help with bone fragmentation tonight. Fatty, why are you so anxious? Wang Ho slowly ceased his cultivation posture, opened his eyes, and looked up at Yi Xiao, who was gazing down from the bed. He shook his head repeatedly. Brother Xiao, if on the first day of school classes are divided by profession level, then tomorrow the classes will be reassigned based on strength. I don't want to remain in the ordinary class. I want to improve. Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback. To hear the words improve from Wang Ho's mouth, given his personality, was quite surprising. Yi Xiao pondered and said, cultivation is inherently a steady and continuous process. If you try to cram at the last moment, the effect will certainly be poor. It's better to rest early and maintain a good mental state tomorrow. That will help you achieve better results. After hearing Yi Xiao's words, Wang Ho smiled and sighed. Brother Xiao, I wish I had your open-minded attitude. Then Wang Ho decided to stop cultivating. He went straight to bed, yet his mind was burdened with heavy thoughts, making it difficult for him to fall asleep. In contrast, Yi Xiao, lying on the other bed, quickly drifted into a peaceful slumber. The first day of the freshman assessment. 9 o'clock in the morning. The Southern District examination grounds were already packed with people. 800 freshmen lined up by class, clearly divided from the gifted classes to the ordinary ones. Seated on the podium were the dean, the mentors of various departments, and specially invited officials from the Martial Arts Association. The stand were filled with senior students. Some were cracking sunflower seeds, others holding telescopes, as if watching a grand spectacle unfold. The annual freshman assessment day, an experience all the upperclassmen had once gone through. Thus, they deeply empathized with the emotions of these freshmen about to face their trials. Yi Xiao stood in the lineup of ordinary class 9, dressed in the gray training uniform issued by the school. His position was in the last row, not assigned, but chosen by himself, for he disliked being the center of attention. Yet, his very presence was enough to draw notice. Moreover, apart from him wearing the school-issued gray uniform, all other students donned their own clothes, which ironically made Yi Xiao stand out like a crane among chickens. That S the Wufu? Doesn't he look like much? Skinny as a monkey. What strength could he possibly have? I heard he once climbed to the 3rd floor of the gravity tower. That is definitely an exaggeration. Exactly. A Wufu climbing 3 floors? That is like a pig climbing a tree. Ha 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 ha. Bro, you really know how to put it. Whispers buzzed like flies. Yi Xiao remained expressionless, gazing straight ahead. Wang Ho stood beside him, his face flushed with anger. He glared fiercely at those whispering about Yi Xiao. Several times he wanted to retort, but was silenced by Yi Xiao's warning glance. On the podium, Dean Liu Qingshan rose, and the crowd fell silent. The freshman assessment begins now. Today's evaluation consists of 4 subjects: spiritual power testing, physical fitness testing, theoretical study of cultivation methods, and combat simulation. Comprehensive scoring. Only those without weaknesses will achieve high marks. All the freshmen listened attentively to Dean Liu Qingshan's speech. His tone was calm, yet his voice carried clearly to every corner of the venue, near or far. This alone confirmed the unfathomable depth of Dean Liu Qingshan's power. The freshman assessment begins now. The first item, spiritual power testing. Rules. Each participant shall place their palm on the spiritual energy testing steel. The system will detect 3 indicators: purity, reserve, and affinity of spiritual power. Each indicator is scored out of 100 points, for a total of 300 points. Results will be displayed in real time on the big screen. He paused briefly, scanning the crowd before continuing slowly. Spiritual power is the foundation of a cultivator. Without it, there is no magic, no sword intent, no spirit contract. This test will determine your future potential. Thunderous applause filled the hall. Yi Xiao stood in the lineup, looking down at his clenched fist. Spiritual power? He had none. Yet, Yi Xiao was not worried. Instead, Wang Ho, standing before him, secretly perspired with concern. He knew well that Yi Xiao was a Wufu, and the greatest weakness of a Wufu was the inability to absorb spiritual energy, thus unable to nurture the body with it to increase strength. In other words, this first test was almost certain to be Yi Xiao's graveyard. At that moment, from the ranks of the gifted class, a group led by Lin Yun followed his gaze toward the last row of freshmen where Yi Xiao stood. Brother Yun, that Wufu is doomed. Spiritual power test. He definitely scores 0. What could he possibly understand about cultivation theory? Physical fitness test might be okay, but combat simulation? How many fights has he been in? I heard he caused some trouble in the gravity tower before, but so what? The assessment is comprehensive. 1-0 will drag him to the bottom. I want to see what expression he'll have when he ranks last. Lin Yun listened to his underlings exchanging words. He merely smiled faintly, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. I hope he can bring me some surprise. Otherwise, my challenge against him will lose all suspense early on. That would be so dull. The underlings hurriedly responded, Brother Yun, isn't the outcome already decided the moment that guy dared to challenge you so brazenly on the first day? Exactly, Brother Yun. That Yi Xiao is just a jumping clown. No matter how high he hops, he is not even as tall as one of your fingers. If you ask me, rather than expecting anything from Yi Xiao, I'd sooner expect pigs to climb trees. Laughter erupted across the venue. Lin Yun joined in the laughter. The dean, the department mentors, and the specially invited Martial Arts Association officials on stage merely glanced at Lin Yun, recognizing his status as an SS-level genius. and showed no reaction to his behavior. After Dean Lu Qingshan finished announcing the rules, 30 spiritual energy testing steels suddenly rose on the field. At that moment, 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, ascended the stage beside Dean Lu Qingshan, instantly drawing the full attention of the crowd. Dean Lu Qingshan introduced them. Now, allow me to present the 3 new assessment officers for this freshman evaluation. Li Yun. The mentors and martial arts association officials on stage applauded first. Students and watching upperclassmen followed suit. Ouye! Another round of applause erupted. Lu Jian. Dean Lu Qingshan deliberately paused after each name to allow the audience time to respond, including after the third. When the applause subsided, Dean Lu Qingshan continued. These 3 are all honorary alumni of our school. Upon invitation by the president, they have specially come here to serve as the assessment officers for this year as freshmen. After he finished speaking, the sole woman, Li Yun, took the floor. She addressed everyone. Students, I hope you will face the assessment without psychological pressure and give it your all. Congratulations in advance on achieving good results. However, let me be clear. Anyone caught cheating during the assessment will face severe punishment without mercy. Li Yun's brief remarks set a solemn and significant tone for the entire freshman assessment. The freshmen below felt their pressure mount, whispering among themselves, speculating about these 3 strangers suddenly appointed as examiners. Who are these 3 unfamiliar assessment officers? I heard they're honorary alumni of our school. Looks like they're seniors who have already graduated. Seniors, please go easy on us. The venue buzzed with commotion. Yi Xiao, standing at the very back of the crowd, looked at the 3 with a hint of surprise. He recalled the moments he had encountered these 3 in the Qiyuan world. Li Yun had even gifted him a pair of advanced fire-resistant shoes. Yi Xiao still remembered the words they had once spoken to him. If fate allows, perhaps we shall meet again someday. The likelihood is high that we are destined to cross paths once more. So, is this what they call destiny? Indeed. It must be quite a profound fate. Yi Xiao could never have imagined that he would reunite with these 3 individuals in such a manner. The 3 stood on the stage as examiners, while he was the student being examined. Meanwhile, the first assessment commenced under the coordination of the on-site staff and teachers, beginning with the students of the genius class entering first. Lin Yun approached one of the spiritual energy testing steels with unshakable confidence. The instant his palm touched it, the steel erupted with a dazzling purple light. Affinity with thunder attribute, 90 points. Purity of spiritual power, 92 points. Spiritual power reserve, 88 points. Total score, 270 points. At that moment, the entire auditorium erupted in astonishment, countless spectators marveling in awe. Even the department heads on stage, as well as the specially invited officials from the Martial Arts Association, wore expressions brimming with delight. One official remarked, "Is this student the most outstanding among this year as freshmen? Such an extraordinarily high score is indeed a rarity." Several department mentors quickly responded, "Leader, this student is named Lin Yun, an SS rank prodigy in thunder magic. He hails from a Lin family, one of the 12 great clans of our era." I see. The official's face shone with immense pleasure. It seemed as though he foresaw the bright path of his own career being illuminated. Having such an exceptional student emerge from the university in Jiang City was undoubtedly a boon for his political achievements. This student could represent Jiang City in the 5-school league. Some mentors proudly added, more than that, perhaps in the future, he might even represent Jiang City in the National University Genius League, the so-called Longyuan Cup. The mentors continued enthusiastically. Splendid, truly splendid. The official was grinning from ear to ear. Then, the official inquired, are there any other promising talents among this cohort? At that moment, all the department mentors simultaneously glanced toward Dean Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan smiled and said, there is indeed another promising talent. Leader, you'll see for yourself as we progress. A suspenseful note was thus set. On stage, the genius class students continued to complete their tests one by one. Genius class, Zhang Yi. Total score, 212 points. Genius class, He Sini. Total score, 215 points. Genius class, Chanhua. Total score, 204 points. Aside from Lin Yun's commanding 270 points, the other genius class students generally hovered between 200 and 230 points. The contrast only served to amplify the pride and confidence radiating from Lin Yun's expression. He was basking in the admiration of the entire audience. Is this the true prowess of the genius class as top student, Lin Yun? An astounding 270 points, such a staggering lead that it was practically a chasm. Tell me, what about the genius class S new campus belle, Su Muyun? I've heard she is quite formidable. Could she possibly surpass Lin Yun? Someone wondered. It's hard to say. Although Su Muyun's profession has been adjusted to SSS rank, even higher than Lin Yun's, as everyone knows. Rank alone does not necessarily equate to innate talent or actual combat strength, came the cautious reply. Finally, after all the genius class students had completed their tests, only Su Muyun remained. She was the last to approach the spiritual energy testing steel. At this moment, all eyes converge upon her. Su Muyun moved with measured grace toward one of the steels. Raising her fair and delicate hand, she placed it on the designated area of the steel. Instantly, an ethereal green light flowed forth, and countless sword auras soared into the sky. Above, a ghostly figure of a swordsman clad in white seemed to descend from the heavens. As the figure slowly drifted downward, it ultimately vanished without a trace. This brief yet mesmerizing spectacle sent shockwaves throughout the entire hall. Even the deans, department mentors, professors, and officials on stage could no longer remain composed. Astonishment etched on their faces. They whispered among themselves, "Is this the legacy of the Sword Immortal? This young lady has actually obtained the Sword Immortal's inheritance. The legendary legacy that no one has ever attained before. The dream coveted by countless sword practitioners has now been grasped by her. What an extraordinary opportunity and fortune." The officials immediately realized that the promising talent Dean Lu Qingshan had previously kept under wraps was none other than Su Muyun herself. At that moment, the test results for Su Muyun flashed on the spiritual energy testing steel. Attribute affinity, 100 points. Spiritual power purity, 100 points. Spiritual power reserve, 100 points. Total score, 300 points. The hall fell utterly silent. Those who had been marveling at Lin Yun's overwhelming lead now witnessed Su Muyun's perfect 300 points, a crushing triumph that mercilessly eclipsed Lin Yun's score. All of Lin Yun's proud and radiant genius aura paled in comparison before Su Muyun. How could this be? Lin Yun stared in disbelief at Su Muyun's test steel. At this juncture, the three examiners swiftly gathered around Su Muyun, inspecting both her condition and the steel. After confirming the steel's accuracy, they finally announced with certainty, no errors detected. Student Su Muyun's score is confirmed at 300 points. Once the results were verified, the hall was engulfed in a deathly silence. Every eye fixed upon Su Muyun, watching as she calmly walked off the stage and returned to her seat at the genius class. There, she quietly stood at the corner of the front row, uttering not a single word, engaging in no conversation, and exchanging no glances. Only Li Yun and a few others knew a more terrifying truth. 300 points was merely the upper limit of the spiritual energy testing steel, not Su Muyun's true limit. This was the startling revelation they uncovered upon further examination. Meanwhile, the officials on stage were grinning broadly, their career prospects shining ever brighter. The university's professors and mentors beamed with pride at having such prodigies as Lin Yun and Su Muyun among the freshmen. The students below remained stunned, still digesting the events that had just unfolded. Regarding Su Muyun's perfect score on the spiritual energy test, their admiration and respect deepened. Those boys who had harbored ulterior motives toward her no longer dared entertain such thoughts. From Su Muyun, they could only perceive a vast gulf of disparity, one so immense that it filled them with a sense of inferiority, stripping them of any qualification to pursue her. Even Lin Yun, usually arrogant, proud, and brimming with confidence, suffered a significant blow from Su Muyun's performance. Yet deep within, Lin Yun still pondered. If even he were unworthy of Su Muyun, then no one else could possibly be worthy of her. Through such a notion, Lin Yun found a measure of solace within himself, soothing the turmoil of his heart considerably. Next, the elite class entered, scores generally ranging from 140 to 200 points. Occasionally, a few would surpass 200, dazzling the onlookers. These were the contenders with a chance to break into the ranks of the genius class, vying for a coveted spot. Finally, the ordinary class took the stage, with scores even lower, mostly lingering between 80 and 140 points. Yet, there was no shortage of students with impressive results, still holding hopes for further advancement. As more and more candidates completed their assessments, the number of those awaiting their turn grew ever smaller. When it came to Wang Ho's moment, aside from Yi Xiao, few paid much attention or held high expectations. But Yi Xiao understood well that, given Wang Ho's recent arduous training and his latent potential, he ought to achieve a commendable score. In the next instant, a white cheese surged skyward, instantly captivating the entire audience's attention. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the inconspicuous, plump youth. Meanwhile, the tension and worry that had initially clouded Wang Ho's face gradually gave way to a calm ease. Attribute affinity, 85 points. Spiritual power purity, 89 points. Spiritual power reserve, 88 points. Total score, 262 points. The scores were revealed. Wang Ho, from ordinary class 8, a C-level chi refiner. Such a seemingly mediocre student had astonishingly amassed 262 points in the first segment of the freshman assessment. He was only 7 points behind Lin Yun, the SS-level Thunder Law prodigy. Only Yi Xiao knew that Wang Ho's profession had already undergone one evolution. He was currently a B-level chi refiner. My heavens, who was this plump fellow? How could his score be so high? A genius emerging from the ordinary class? How could this be? It was utterly inconceivable. I know him. He is the one who clashed and exchanged insults with Lin Yun before. I heard he is Yi Xiao's friend. That E-level martial artist? Hanging out with a worthless person, he can't be a good guy. He must have cheated. Indeed, the examiners must investigate him for cheating. The 3 examiners swiftly proceeded to verify Wang Ho's results, as the surrounding voices of doubt were overwhelming. Moreover, Wang Ho's status as a B-level professional from the ordinary class, yet with so little gap behind Lin Yun, was enough to arouse suspicion. However, upon completion of the inspection, the 3 examiners issued their verdict. Inspection concluded. Student Wang Ho's results are accurate. This announcement sent ripples through the crowd like a stone cast into turbulent waters. Those who doubted Wang Ho were slapped in the face by reality, their expressions filled with disbelief. Amidst this uproar, the most struck and bewildered was none other than Lin Yun himself. He still remembered how, not long ago, this plump fellow was only fit to lick his shoes. Now, the gap between them had narrowed to a mere 7 points. On the stage, the officials were the most delighted, for they had witnessed yet another promising talent. Yet, the dean, professors, and mentors atop the platform wore expressions of utter bafflement. Their attention had been fixed on prodigies like Lin Yun and Su Muyan. They had no inkling of when an ordinary class genius had suddenly emerged. Yi, I did it. Ha ha ha. Having left the spiritual energy test monument, Wang Ho looked toward Yi Xiao, who was approaching for his own test. Overcome with excitement, he embraced Yi Xiao tightly to express his joy. Yi Xiao smiled lightly and patted Wang Ho's shoulder. Stay calm. Stay calm. Fatty, you gotta get used to this kind of scene. You'll face many grand occasions in the future. Wang Ho gave a simple, good-natured laugh and released Yi Xiao. Xiao Gu, you're so calm, as if you've weathered countless storms. Sometimes I wonder, you don't seem like a young man at all. It's as though an old, mature soul resides within you. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao merely smiled faintly and walked past Wang Ho to the spiritual energy test monument. When it was Yi Xiao's turn, the entire venue fell silent. If the 2 most renowned freshmen, Lin Yun and Su Muyun, were famed for their strength and professions, then Yi Xiao's notoriety stemmed from his status as an E-level martial artist and a special admission, a legacy of backstage connections. Lin Yun's gaze fixed intently on Yi Xiao, harboring but one thought. Yi Xiao must be utterly humiliated. Only in this way, by diverting attention and emotion, could Lin Yun cleanse the bitterness in his heart brought on by Wang Ho's sudden rise. Yi Xiao approached the test monument, extended his right hand, and pressed it against the cold surface of the stone. That familiar sensation washed over him silently, and he thought to himself. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The monument showed no response. For seconds, 5 seconds, the monument flickered faintly before plunging into darkness. The screen displayed the relevant data. Attribute affinity, 0 points. Spiritual power purity, 0 points. Spiritual power reserve, 0 points. Total score, 0 points. The entire hall fell into a hush, like the eerie calm before a storm. 5 seconds later, once everyone fully grasped the situation, the place erupted in thunderous laughter. The uproarious laughter showed no sign of abating. Rather, it spread wider and wider. By the end, everyone knew of Yi Xiao's spiritual energy test score, 0 points. 0. Truly 0. This is hilarious. I casually press a button and get over 100 points, and he actually got 0. Isn't it common knowledge that martial artists have no spiritual power? If he could score anything, that'd be supernatural. He is doomed. He is dead last in this segment. No matter how hard he tries in the next 3, he won't catch up. Haha, so this is the so-called legacy connection. Just as expected, when it comes to proving strength, the cracks show. At this moment, Lin Yun and his sycophants, upon seeing Yi Xiao's score, could not conceal their scornful sneers. Brother Yun, as expected, this loser scored 0. I told you, Brother Yun, you worry too much. Even if this guy trained for a year while you stood still, he'd never catch up. A martial artist is a martial artist. A loser is a loser. That is an unchangeable fact. Not far away, Su Miyun furrowed her brow slightly, but said nothing. Lin Yun's mood instantly cleared. and he gazed triumphantly at Yi Xiao. At that moment, Yi Xiao's eyes inadvertently met Lin Yun's. Lin Yun grinned broadly, lips moving silently. Yi Xiao yochit Lin Yun lips. Without even seeing the words, he knew Lin Yun was surely uttering insults. Yi Xiao withdrew his gaze. And then, 3 assessors approached him. The expressions on their faces were ones of astonishment, for they could scarcely believe that the youth whom Qi Yuan had encountered could perform so poorly. When Yi Xiao met their gazes, he merely smiled faintly, as if acknowledging their prior acquaintance. Yet the 3 made no move to approach Yi Xiao, adhering to the principle of impartiality in assessment by avoiding any semblance of favoritism. According to protocol, any anomalous scores must be subject to scrutiny. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all present, the 3 assessors examined the spiritual energy testing steel that Yi Xiao had used. They inspected it thoroughly for a full 5 minutes before ultimately shaking their heads with displeasure. Subsequently, Li Yun was tasked with reporting the findings. Dean, leaders, she began, there is no error in the student score. On the stage, Dean Lu Qingshan's face darkened slightly. The leaders beside him, upon witnessing that among this year's freshmen there existed such an underperformer, and having overheard some whispered rumors about connections among the students, exchanged glances. Dean Lu, what is the situation with this student? Inquired the leader from the Jiang City Martial Arts Association. Lu Qingshan, facing the question, wore a slightly embarrassed expression. Initially, he had been opposed to the school, making an exception to admit Yi Xiao. Yet in the end, it was the principal's insistence that prevailed. In accordance with the principal's wishes, Lu Qingshan muttered softly. Hearing this, the leaders fell silent. Those who had reached their positions were invariably astute. Some things needed no explicit explanation. They understood the matter well enough and chose not to pursue it further. Yi Xiao left the arena and returned to the ranks of Class 9. However, his classmates treated him as if he were a plague, keeping their distance. Only Wang Ho approached him without hesitation. He had witnessed Yi Xiao's 0 score on the spiritual energy test. Just as Wang Ho was about to offer words of comfort, he noticed that Yi Xiao's expression remained unchanged. Instead, Yi Xiao reached out and patted Wang Ho's shoulder. Fatti, fine. Just wait for the next event. No one anticipated that the highlight of the first test would not be Lin Yun or Su Muyun's perfect scores, but Yi Xiao's 0. His 0 was far more shocking than Su Muyun's full marks. Within merely 1 hour, the first test for all 800 freshmen, the spiritual energy assessment, concluded. Each student received their score and proceeded to the second test. The next challenge was the physical fitness test. Rules. Each participant will undergo 3 sequential tests: strength, speed, and endurance, each worth 100 points for a total of 300 points. Strength test. Utilize your most powerful techniques or skills. Each student has 3 attempts to strike the strength target, which will be scored based on the attacks. As Dean Lu Qingshan's words fell, the assessment area was immediately divided into 3 distinct zones. The strength test was designated as the first zone from left to right. Speed test. A 3-kilometer long-distance run to be conducted in the second zone. Note that this test evaluates not only the shortest time to complete the distance, but also the burst performance during the run. Endurance test. The third zone will become a gravity field. The ground is divided into 100 squares, each representing a different level of gravity. The scoring criteria require participants to endure on the designated gravity square for more than 3 minutes. Once Dean Lu Qingshan finished explaining the 3 components of the physical test, all freshmen grew tense. The triathlon-like sequence of challenges was relentless, one after another without pause. As expected, the gifted class was the first to commence, setting an example for the elite and ordinary classes. The gifted students entered the first zone, where a specially designed strength target stood at its center. The assessor Li Yun was responsible for this event. Stand within the red circle on the ground before the target and launch your attacks. Each person has 3 attempts, with the highest score recorded. After Li Yun's instructions, Lin Yun stepped forward confidently. Assessor, I'll go first. He was as self-assured as ever. Li Yun nudda. In the next moment, countless thunder techniques surged around Lin Yun's body like a coiling electric serpent, emitting crackling blue currents. He concentrated all the power of his thunder techniques into his fist. Bang! The thunderclap fist struck the strength target with tremendous force. The target remained unmoved, fully absorbing Lin Yun's attack while rapidly calculating the score. Suddenly, his score appeared on the large screen, 92 points. The crowd looked on in surprise. Professors and mentors on stage murmured appreciatively. Lin Yun's score is quite impressive, a solid 92. This would have ranked among the top in previous years. If it weren't for Su Muyun this year, he would likely be first. Lin Yun made 2 more attempts, scoring 91 and 92 points respectively. This range reflected his current peak ability, and he was quite satisfied with the results. Yet in his heart lingered a question. Would Su Muyun's performance surpass his by a large margin? Gifted class Zhang Yi, score 81 points. Gifted class He Sini, score 80 points. Gifted class Chun Hua, score 81 points. As the gifted class students completed their strength tests one by one, their first round scores were all revealed. Before Su Muyun's turn, no one posed a threat to Lin Yun's standing, much to his satisfaction. However, when Su Muyun, the last to perform in the gifted class, stepped forward, Lin Yun's mood suddenly tensed. Not only him, students in the audience and the assembled leaders on stage all fell silent, focusing their attention on Su Muyun. Everyone was curious about the SSS rank professional who had inherited the Sword Immortal S legacy, wondering what her strength truly was. As Su Muyun slowly approached the strength target, she positioned herself within the red circle. Thereafter, she simply raised her right hand, extending a slender, alabaster index finger. With a gentle tap directed forward, a phantom-like flying sword suddenly leapt from the tip of her finger. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers all gasped in astonishment. Is that her innate flying sword? Has she truly cultivated her own innate flying sword? It is said that such a feat can only be achieved at least at the 7th level or above. At such a young age, with such strength, could she really accomplish this? It was utterly astonishing, beyond all expectations. The leaders on the stage were equally speechless in their surprise. In the face of the overwhelming shock brought by Su Muyun, Lin Yun's so-called prodigious talent in thunder techniques was completely crushed to nothing. Even Lin Yun himself stared at Su Muyun in stunned disbelief. In the next moment, Su Muyun manipulated the flying sword at her fingertip and lightly tapped the testing power target ahead. The sword, like a silver streak of light, pierced through instantaneously. It finally struck the testing power target. The sword embedded itself within the target, then slowly dissipated into countless luminous particles. Only at the very center of the target was there a slight indentation, the sole point of damage caused by Su Muyun. Beyond that, not a single student in the genius class before her had ever managed such a feat. The testing power target began to calculate. On the large screen, Su Muyun's score appeared, 99 points. The moment the score flashed, Dean Lu Qingshan leapt up in excitement. 99 points? This score was the highest Jiang University had seen in nearly 2 decades. The surrounding professors and instructors were immensely pleased. They knew perfectly well that the highest score Lu Qingshan referred to was specifically for the strength test. His words immediately sparked delight among the leaders of the Martial Arts Association and astonishment among the students in the audience. Su Muyun casually swung a single sword and shattered Jiang University's highest record in almost 20 years. My goodness, that score was truly extraordinary. Even Lin Yun only managed 92 points, while Su Muyun soared to 99. Though the difference in points seemed slight, in reality, it represented a vast disparity. If Lin Yun was a genius, then what was Su Muyun? A prodigy? A freak of nature? Why are you suddenly insulting Su Muyun? I'm not insulting her. I just couldn't find a better word in the moment. Nonetheless, Su Muyun's performance could indeed be described as that of a prodigy. Under the envious and whispering gazes of countless spectators, Su Muyun completed the strength test and prepared to step down from the stage. Li Yun inquired, "You still have 2 more attempts?" Su Muyun shook her head. "No need." Li Yun unusually pressed again. "What if you get a perfect score?" Su Muyun still refused. "The score is sufficient." Even Li Yun, serving as the examiner, was deeply shocked and moved after witnessing Su Muyun's terrifying prowess. After all, she too graduated from Jiang University and later became an esteemed alumnus, so she was intimately familiar with the university's past. Therefore, she understood better than anyone the true value of Su Muyun's 99 points in the strength test. The last Jiang University student to achieve 99 points in this test had since become a renowned transcendent. Once all the genius class students completed their assessments, they proceeded to the next area, the speed test, overseen by examiner Hu Yelai. He began arranging the genius class students to enter the track in sequence to commence the new round of the 3,000-meter test. Meanwhile, the elite class had already started entering the first testing area for the strength test in order. Compared to the genius class's brilliance, the elite class student strength test scores generally range between 75 and 88 points, occasionally approaching 90 with some exceptional performances, yet none surpassed Lin Yun. Since Yi Xiao's ordinary 9th class ranked at the bottom, they had to wait until all preceding classes completed their tests before it was their turn. However, Yi Xiao's disgraceful 0 score in the spiritual power test still lingered on everyone's lips, becoming a common topic of board chatter during the wait. 0 points, a big fat 0. It seemed as though Yi Xiao was nailed to an eternal pillar of shame. That brute got 0 in spiritual power. Hilarious. You should at least have an advantage in physique testing, right? Isn't a brute all about physical training? Advantage? How naive you are. The brute's theoretical maximum strength is only 3,000 gene, and at best he can manage 800 gene. Speed? Without spiritual power's assistance. How fast can he possibly run? Endurance? Maybe it's acceptable, but endurance alone 1T salvage his total score. I bet his physique total 1T exceed 150. 150? I bet 80 points. That low. The brute has no spiritual energy and no skill techniques. We can rely on cultivation methods and skills to enhance our attack damage, but what can he rely on? Pure brute force. If he gets any points, it will be a miracle. Yi Xiao glanced toward the students from the adjacent ordinary class. The murmurs momentarily quieted, then erupted into even louder chatter. Wang Ho stood behind him, his face darkened like iron. You bastards, he was about to curse, but Yi Xiao pressed him down. Don't bother, Yi Xiao said. Xiao Ge, aren't you angry? Wang Ho whispered anxiously. Yi Xiao calmly fixed his gaze on Wang Ho and slowly replied, angry, yes. But it's useless. Useless? What's useful? Fists. Wang Ho fell into thoughtful silence. As the elite class completed their tests, it was finally the ordinary class students' turn to ascend the stage one by one. First class 1, then class 2, then class 3. After an indeterminate time, it was finally the ordinary 9th class's turn. When Yi Xiao followed the line toward the first testing area, many onlookers' eyes lit up, including some leaders in the stands who still vividly remembered the 0-point student. Here he comes, the brute. Finally, some good entertainment. I bet he 1T even reached the passing score of 60 points. The crowd as chatter spread far and wide even before Yi Xiao began his test. As the students ahead of the ordinary 9th class completed their tests, their scores mostly hovered between 70 and 80 points. At last, it was Yi Xiao's turn. At this moment, Wang Ho stood behind Yi Xiao, nervously sweating on his behalf. Xiao Ge, do your best. You must use your actual results to slap those blind fools right in the face. Wang Ho knew better than anyone the tremendous sacrifices Yi Xiao had made in his cultivation recently. He also wished more than anyone else that Yi Xiao's efforts would bloom into success. If the way of heaven rewards diligence, then Yi Xiao should be the one to succeed above all. Wang Ho clenched his fists tightly, eyes fixed on Yi Xiao's back. Yi Xiao stepped up to the testing power target and stood firm. He did not rush to make a move. Instead, he cast his gaze downward to examine his own fist. That fist bore thick calluses, knuckles robust and large, with faint golden veins visible beneath the skin. It was the unmistakable mark of the awakening of an ultimate martial body. This had become increasingly evident since his return from the Red Abyss. Before him stood the examiner, Li Yun, who cast a profound look his way, her thoughts inscrutable at that moment. The next area, Lin Yun leaned against the railing, arms crossed, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing upon his lips. He had already completed the speed test, 92 points. Still the highest score aside from Su Muyun's. Lin Yun did not hasten to proceed to the third zone. Instead, he turned back, eager to see how many points Yi Xiao might achieve. And he was far from alone in this curiosity. Many had deliberately fixated their attention on Yi Xiao's performance. Just finish quickly and get lost, someone shouted, provoking a burst of laughter. This also incited many to mock Yi Xiao. What is he pretending to be? Acting all dramatic while gathering strength. If you can hit 60 points, consider yourself impressive. Huh, this guy is just putting on a show. I'm really looking forward to seeing if he breaks our school's lowest score record. Yi Xiao paid no heed to the cacophony of voices. He inhaled deeply, raised his right hand, and with his fingers naturally curled into a fist, no charge, no run-up, no flashy maneuvers, just the simplest, most ordinary punch, the very same blow he had struck countless times atop the gravity tower. The instant his knuckles struck the center of the target, a deep, resonant boom erupted. Bang! It was not a crisp, sharp impact, but rather the muffled clang of a hammer striking an anvil, causing the entire apparatus to tremble. The force-measuring target's numbers flickered wildly, 50, 55, 60, and kept climbing. Those who had mocked Yi Xiao for not surpassing 60 were instantly silenced, their faces flushed with embarrassment. 70, 75, 80, and still the count did not falter. This was already the average strength of the elite class. Ordinary students who had derided Yi Xiao gawked in astonishment, their faces burning with disbelief. 85, 90, 91, 92, where was the limit? By all that is holy, Yi Xiao's score is now tied with Lin Yun's. How could this be? Is the force meter malfunctioning? The guy who scored 0 in the previous round is now matching Lin Yun. 93, 94, 95, the numbers continued to ascend. News of Yi Xiao's score had already reached the next zone, and even Lin Yun's ears. Lin Yun's confident smile still lingered on his face. But at this moment, it froze utterly. He could no longer smile. Only shock and disbelief filled his chest. 96, 97, 98, the tally showed no sign of stopping. Examiner Li Yun observed the force meter's reaction, struck by an immense sense of shock and perplexity. Yet she uttered not a word, merely waiting for the score to stabilize. 99. This score now equaled Su Muyun's. The leaders on stage were all startled, rising to their feet. The student who had scored 0 previously had now achieved 99 points. Could his score still improve? How could such a vast disparity occur? Was there any possibility of error in the student's score? No one could answer these questions, for no one knew when Yi Xiao's final score would be fixed. Just as many presumed the score would settle at 99, suddenly, the number flickered once more. 100. A perfect score appeared. The entire hall fell into a stunned silence. Spectators dropped their sunflower seeds, binoculars slipped from hands, jaws hung open, forgotten to close. Those who had just been jeering now wore expressions as though slapped across the face. A perfect score. It utterly crushed the 92 points of Lin Yun, the SS-ranked professional lay FA prodigy. It surpassed the 99 points of Su Muyun, the SSS-ranked professional Qingwan sword saint. It even established a brand-new record for Jiang University, the first perfect score ever recorded in the strength test since the school's founding. This is impossible. Someone was the first to shout. The machine must be broken. Yes, it has to be broken. How could a martial artist possibly score 100 points? Retest. Retest. The uproar grew deafening, countless students vociferously voicing their doubts. Examiner Li Yun lifted her head, glanced at the force meter, then at Yi Xiao. She began inspecting the equipment, and upon confirming everything was in perfect order, she cleared her throat. The force meter is functioning normally. The score is valid. Though her voice was soft, the entire assembly heard her clearly. Yi Xiao stood motionless before the force meter. He heard the voices of skepticism, the cries of disbelief that the machine might be faulty, the transformation of mockery into shock, and then into reluctant respect. He turned his head to glance at the surrounding students. Those who had just shouted for him to hurry now wore sullen expressions, as if they had swallowed a fly. Now, Yi Xiao asked, "Shall I continue?" His voice was low but audible to all, yet no one answered, their gazes averted, eyes darting elsewhere. Examiner Li Yun entered the score. Yi Xiao, strength score, 100 points. On the large screen, Yi Xiao's name shot from the bottom of the list to the very top of the strength test leaderboard. Wang Ho nearly leapt from the ranks, his fists clenched tightly with a satisfying crack. The triumphant grin on his face stood in stark contrast to the dejected expressions of the other students. Lin Yun's smile vanished. He stared at the number on the screen, his eyes shifting with unmistakable resentment. He had never imagined that the student he regarded as an E-rank martial artist and a worthless profession, Yi Xiao, could surpass him on the strength leaderboard. The reverberations of the strength test had yet to subside. The speed test commenced swiftly. In the second area, Yi Xiao followed the group from the ordinary class 9 to the starting point of circular track. Here awaited a 3,000-meter speed test. Meanwhile, students from the genius class and even some from the elite class had already completed the endurance test in the third area. After finishing, these students displayed little concern for their own scores or rankings, instead gathering around the second area where the 3,000-meter speed test was underway. Star students such as Su Muyun and Lin Yun of the genius class had already come to join the excitement. Other students would not miss this opportunity either. Everyone had come for Yi Xiao. During the spiritual energy test, Yi Xiao had lived up to expectations by scoring 0, but in the strength test, he had stunned everyone, shattering all expectations with the sole perfect score in the school's history. Now, the speed test awaited. All were curious to see how Yi Xiao would perform this time. As Yi Xiao stood at the starting line, he could hear the murmurs and whispers around him, especially from several students in the genius class, who deliberately spoke loudly, intending for Yi Xiao to hear them. Then, they also sought to exert pressure on Yi Xiao through these means, hoping to disrupt his performance. However, they evidently underestimated the maturity of Yi Xiao's mindset. He had long since grown indifferent to their mockery and sarcasm, letting their words slip in one ear and out the other without the slightest concern. Ah, here it comes. Yi Xiao's 3,000-meter speed test is about to commence. Will he once again achieve an outstanding score? In the previous round, nobody expected him to achieve a perfect score in the strength test, surpassing even Su Muyun, the renowned prodigy and campus beauty. A perfect score, so what? Do warriors run fast? Just look at his legs, as thin as bamboo poles. Maybe he was doped in the last round. and now that the effects have worn off, he can't run anymore. I bet he won't even break 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Even 5 minutes would be a challenge. Warriors, sure, they're strong, but their weakness lies in mobility. Most warriors are rather dull-witted. I reckon Yi Xiao must be quite weak in running. Currently, the fastest record for the 3,000-meter run is held by Lin Yun, who clocked in at 3 minutes and 12 seconds, with a comprehensive score of 92. At a critical moment, he unleashed a thunder technique to enhance the strength of his legs, boosting his running speed several-fold. The second-best record belongs to Su Muyun, with 3 minutes and 20 seconds. However, unlike Lin Yun, Su Muyun did not rely on any external force. Her time was achieved purely through her physical fitness, which is why her comprehensive score is even higher, around 94. As for other students in the genius class, their times generally hover just over 4 minutes, with comprehensive scores slightly above 80. The elite class students fare worse, ranging between 4 minutes 30 seconds to 5 minutes, with scores roughly between 70 and 80. Ordinary class students mostly clock around 5 minutes, scoring above 60, just above the passing line, though a few fail to meet the standard. Of course, those who fail face the risk of expulsion. But one must remember, this is a 3,000-meter run, not a 1,000-meter sprint. To complete it at such a rapid pace is, in itself, a testament to these students' extraordinary abilities. The examiner overseeing the speed test area is Hu Yi. He was well aware of the events that unfolded during the strength test. When he saw Yi Xiao step onto the starting line, he couldn't help but cast a few extra glances at the young man. He was eager to see whether Yi Xiao, who had shown brilliantly in the strength test, could maintain his excellence in the speed test. Soon, 30 students lined up side by side at the starting point, with Hu Yi holding the starting pistol. Bang! The pistol fired. In an instant, all the students burst forth from the starting line. Due to the large number of runners starting simultaneously, 30 in total, many planned to break through the pack at the start and then maintain a steady pace for the remainder of the race. Yi Xiao, however, did not sprint like the others. He knew he lacked the support of spiritual energy and did not possess the explosive power of those who cultivated spiritual qi. But he had his own rhythm. He ran steadily, with short strides and moderate cadence, each step firm and resolute, as if traversing scorched earth in the depths of a fiery abyss. Before long, 29 students had surged ahead, and Yi Xiao found himself trailing behind. The crowd ahead was still fiercely competing for position. Yi Xiao's running speed was not slow, but compared to the intense competition ahead, he appeared to be strolling leisurely. On the first lap, Yi Xiao was in last place. On the second lap, he finally began to gain ground. By the third lap, he had moved past the 29th student. The track measured 400 meters per lap, so completing 3,000 meters required 7.5 laps. After Yi Xiao had reached the halfway point, his position remained near the back of the pack. Looks like the effects of his drugs have worn off. He clearly can't keep running. I told you, warriors are just brawny brutes with no brains. He got lucky in the first round with his strength, but now in the speed test, his true colors are showing. Look at Yi Xiao. He lacks not only explosive power, but endurance as well. I bet he'll take over 5 minutes to finish. At this point, 2 minutes and 15 seconds had elapsed, and at least 1,500 meters remained. Judging by his pace, he would likely take around 6 minutes to complete the run. As Yi Xiao's performance showed signs of faltering, many watching grew excited. Naturally, they relished the prospect of seeing this scene unfold. The more outstanding Yi Xiao was, the more he highlighted the supposed inferiority of these high-ranking professionals. How could an E-ranked warrior dare lord over them? Then at that moment, Yi Xiao finally began to accelerate, not with a sudden burst, but with a sustained, gradually increasing speed, like a train gathering momentum. Thump, 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 thump. Yi Xiao's breathing was steady. Inhale every 3 steps, exhale every 3 steps. His arm swings were powerful, each backward motion striking as if throwing a punch. At first, his footsteps were heavy, each landing on the track producing a drum-like thud. But gradually, his stride frequency quickened. His arm swings synchronized with his pace, and his steps grew lighter. The scenery around him rushed swiftly past to the rear. One by one, students ahead were overtaken, 28, 25, 19. In less than 10 seconds, Yi Xiao had reached the forefront of the leading pack. 7-4-1. When he surpassed the student in first place, all those behind were thrown into panic. With the race more than halfway done, Yi Xiao had unleashed his speed early, disrupting everyone's plans. Students specializing in wind manipulation hastily imbued their legs with the essence of wind to increase their speed. Those in conventional professions activated their inner spiritual energy, channeling it to their legs to unlock greater muscular potential and gain more power. Everyone was forced to deploy their abilities prematurely. For a moment, many caught up to him. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Xiao, without spiritual energy or any external enhancement, continued to accelerate. By the 5th lap, Yi Xiao had lapped the 30th student a full lap ahead. By the 6th lap, he was a full lap ahead of the 15th student. Those who had doubted he could break 4 minutes were left utterly stunned. How could he run so fast? What were his legs made of? Not legs, lungs. Did you hear his breathing? Inhale every 3 steps. Exhale every 3 steps, steady throughout. His cardiopulmonary function must be extraordinarily powerful. Is it not said that warriors possess no spiritual power, relying solely on their physical bodies? Has Yi Xiao's physical constitution already reached such an extraordinary level? If that is the case, then Lin Yun and Su Muyun's physiques would probably pale in comparison to Yi Xiao's. Damn it. Isn't this strength and speed test essentially tailored for warriors? It's utterly unfair. This is far too unjust. On the 7th lap, Yi Xiao surged ahead by a full lap over the first-place student, and he had only half a lap remaining. Remarkably, Yi Xiao showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. His speed did not wane. In fact, it was accelerating. His complexion remained rosy, neither contorted nor pale. At this moment, the examiner Hui fixed his gaze on the timer, his expression growing increasingly exhilarated. 2 minutes and 51 seconds. 2 minutes and 52 seconds. 2 minutes and 53 seconds. Hui watched the timer intently, while also focusing on Yi Xiao's frantic final sprint. Yi Xiao's arm swings were so rapid they left after images. His thighs displayed an extraordinarily robust and flawless set of muscles. The allure of the warrior profession at this very instant conveyed to everyone with the most primal and visceral impact. An E-rank profession can still triumph over all the noble callings. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed past examiner Hu Yi, freezing the moment Yi Xiao completed the 3,000-meter run with a final time of 2 minutes and 59 seconds. A new record had been shattered. On the giant screen, the previous first-place record held by Lin Yun at 3 minutes and 12 seconds was brazenly eclipsed. Yi Xiao's name and time descended like a colossal mountain, mercilessly pressing down upon Lin Yun's standing. Lin Yun and his surrounding lackeys were dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene, especially the subordinates below, when they saw Lin Yun's ranking plummet from 1st to 2nd. It felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. Their leader had already been overshadowed by Yi Xiao in the strength test, but now, in the speed test, he was crushed a second time. At this moment, no one cared about Yi Xiao's 0 score in the initial spiritual energy test, for his performances in the subsequent 2 events were overwhelmingly dominant. As Yi Xiao's name and time appeared on the big screen, his score was about to be displayed next. Starting from 1 point, it surged wildly upwards. 1 point, 2 points, 30 points, 50 points, 80 points, 95 points, 98 points, 99 points. Was it about to reach the maximum? Everyone held their breath, fixated on Yi Xiao's comprehensive speed test score, currently frozen at 99 points. Could it go higher? The most anxious and expectant person at this moment was Wang Ho, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. He stared at the big screen with intense nervousness. 100 points. The instant it appeared, Wang Ho leaped up in exhilaration, shouting, "Awesome! Awesome! Awesome!" 3 times in succession. The entire second zone competition arena fell into a deathly silence, pierced only by Wang Ho's triumphant voice. Like a series of slaps, sharply striking the faces of those who had discriminated against and looked down on Yi Xiao. Everyone felt a burning sting across their cheeks. This slap in the face had come too swiftly, too fiercely, and too directly. It must be understood that Lin Yun's original first-place time of 3 minutes and 12 seconds was already an achievement unattainable by anyone scoring above 99 in this cohort of freshmen. Yet Yi Xiao not only accomplished this, but also became the first to break the 3-minute barrier. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Though it was merely a single second, the implication was monumental. Yi Xiao's time was 2 minutes, while Lin Yun's was 3 minutes. To outsiders, this disparity would be devastatingly damaging to Lin Yun's reputation. Why? Why was this happening? Lin Yun's face flushed crimson with fury, indistinguishable between rage and shame. Clenching his fists tightly, his entire body trembled with extreme anger. This worthless fool. How could he run so fast? He must have taken drugs. Surely, he had secretly consumed banned substances. For a moment, the skeptics' voices regarding Yi Xiao grew louder and louder. No one could believe that a universally recognized, privileged E-rank profession failure, still at the first realm, could consecutively achieve perfect scores in both the strength and speed tests. This achievement was unprecedented since Jiang University's founding. Even the school leaders and officials on stage could no longer remain seated. They were equally shocked by Yi Xiao's performance. The boy's results clearly did not correspond to his status or background. Consequently, in light of this situation, Examiner Hu Yi, together with teachers assigned to inspect prohibited drug use, conducted a thorough physical examination of Yi Xiao. The inspection lasted half an hour, while other students continued with their assessments. Upon completion, Hu Yi announced the results with a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. Esteemed leaders, after our examination, we have conclusively determined that Yi Xiao's physical condition is impeccable. In simple terms, he has not used any banned substances. This declaration plunged the arena into an eerie silence, especially for Lin Yun, who had fervently hoped Yi Xiao was drugged, seeking solace in that thought. Upon learning that Yi Xiao was clean, his mental state nearly shattered. Meanwhile, in quiet solitude, Su Yun's eyes softened with a trace of relief. Then, she muttered to herself, "You fool. I always knew you had hidden strength." Few can endure training in the 40-fold gravity zone of the gravity tower. At this very moment, Su Yun remained unaware that her attitude and perception of Yi Xiao were quietly and gradually undergoing a subtle transformation.